Luo Qingxue, S-rank ability Frost Soul. The excited shout of the second high school principal instantly ignited the previously lifeless awakening ceremony. Wow! As expected of Luo Qingxue, awakening an S-rank ice ability. How is Su Qin supposed to win in 3 days? Looks like the arranged duel between Luo Qingxue and Su Chun in 3 days might just be cancelled. Don't jump to conclusions. What if Su Qin also awakens an S-rank ability? Are you dreaming? S-rank abilities aren't something you pick up on the street. Jiangbei province has only produced one in recent years. If Su Chun can even get AB rank, that would already be a miracle. Let's just hope he doesn't lose too miserably. The chatter among the crowd below was relentless, but on the stage, Luo Qingxue remained composed. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping complexly over the youths still waiting in line for their awakening. Then, with a light step, she descended from the awakening platform. Principal Wang Donglai withdrew his smile and waved his hand. Silence. The awakening continues. Next, Class 6 Senior Year, Lu Chuxue. Below the stage, Su Chun frowned slightly. S-rank ability? The agreement with her 3 days later starts off at such a high level. He sighed silently. Luo Qingxue had already soared to the skies, and as a transmigrator, he figured he had to have some tricks up his sleeve too, right? Looking down at the arranged marriage contract in his hand with Luo Qingxue, his thoughts drifted far away. Su Chun, a transmigrator, had died 3 years ago from overexerting himself reading novels all night, only to awaken in this world, a martial arts realm plagued by rampant beasts where everyone awakened supernatural abilities. In this world, every person could awaken an ability, meant to resist the beasts and protect their homeland. 3 years ago, just after he transmigrated, Luo Qingxue's family had forced him to tear up the arranged marriage contract. While breaking off an engagement might be humiliating for a girl, he was a man, of course. He wouldn't give in easily. As the saying goes, better starve than lose face. Su Chun had outright refused and set a duel to take place 3 years later, 3 days after his own awakening at the age of 18. If he lost, he'd hand over the marriage contract. If he won, the contract would remain under his control. Brother Chun, everyone has their shot at turning things around these days. Don't underestimate yourself. I believe you'll awaken something great. Behind him, the small-framed Han Xiaoli patted his shoulder encouragingly. Su Chun turned to his one true buddy and sidekick, smiling faintly. Let us hope so. I want to take control of my own fate. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Transmigrated detected. Killing system has been successfully bound. Su Chun froze, and then his eyes filled with excitement. Finally, system bro. The golden finger that's part of every transmigrator's kid his novels had lied to him. Now, he finally had the capital to take on Luo Qingxue 3 days from now. This system is the killing system. The host gains killing points by defeating enemies or beasts, which can be used to upgrade. Accumulate enough killing points, and you'll receive special rewards. Congratulations, host. You've received a newbie gift pack. S-rank Dark Ability Awakening Qualification, S-rank Companion Weapon Death Scythe, and 1,000 killing points. The system's voice was heavenly, striking deep into Su Chen's heart. Clenching his fists tightly, he could hardly contain his excitement. S-rank ability. This was a rarity even in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if it was a dark type, why did that matter? Come on. Playing with dark abilities was the epitome of cool, mysterious, cunning, and dangerous. Plus, with 1,000 killing points and a companion weapon, this was the perfect setup for a meteoric rise. As he basked in joy, the principal Wang Donglai's voice from the awakening stage interrupted his thoughts. Next, Class 6, Su Chun, step up for awakening. Su Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and strode toward the awakening platform. His steps were steady and light. S-rank Dark Ability, here I come. Brother Chun, good luck. I'll trade my brother being 2 centimeters shorter than you for you awakening at least in A-rank ability. Han Xiaoli shouted from behind. Su Chun turned back, a grateful smile on his face. Brother, don't worry. As he approached the platform, the crowd grew lively again. After all, he was the man with an arranged marriage to Luo Qingxue. Of course, everyone was curious. On the awakening stage, Principal Wang Donglai spoke kindly. Su Chun, don't be nervous. Just place your hand on the awakening stone. Su Chun nodded and, without hesitation, touched the stone. The tense atmosphere immediately enveloped the scene. I honestly don't know what this boy will awaken. Hopefully, it won't be too bad. AB rank or higher would be great, his homeroom teacher said earnestly. As Su Chun's teacher for 3 years, he knew that while the kid was mischievous, he had a good heart. If he awakened a low-level ability and got defeated by Luo Qingxue too easily, it could break his spirit and ruin his future. Let us see where fate takes him. The principal agreed with a nod. Just as the words left his lips, a wave of dangerous energy burst forth. The Class 6 homeroom teacher stared at the awakening stone, which now emitted a dark light, and exclaimed excitedly, This dark glow. It must be a dark ability, and it's definitely not low level. Not just that, this ability is undoubtedly a rank or higher. Even I can feel my heart racing from his aura. Wang Donglai's face was filled with exhilaration. The heavens were smiling upon Chuan City second high. First, Luo Qingxue awakened an S-rank ability. Could it be that Su Chan was about to explode too? This would mean several times more cultivation resources next year. He'd be swimming in wealth. Ahem, no, the students would receive abundant resources for their growth. At that moment, Su Chan suddenly opened his eyes. Dark shadows surged like tides around him. Instantly, the world dimmed. It was as if an invisible giant hand had snuffed out the light, plunging the field into dead silence and darkness. Wang Donglai's face flushed, his breathing quickened. An anomaly. This is definitely an anomaly. It has to be an S-rank ability. Awakenings accompanied by anomalies only occurred with S-rank abilities. The students below were dumbfounded, stumbling backward. Just standing in this darkness felt like being stared down by the Grim Reaper. That suffocating sensation wrapped tightly around them, a cunning, terrifying, and deathly presence that shattered their spirits. Even the usually composed Luo Qingxue couldn't help but frown. S-rank really? This brat got lucky, but don't worry, Mississippi. It's probably just a dark ability, it won't amount to much. You'll definitely win in 3 days. Luo Qingxue ignored her butler's words, her gaze fixed blankly on Su Chun. Meanwhile, on the silent and shadowy awakening platform, a throne of darkness began to materialize from the void. Su Chun casually took his seat upon it, crossing his right leg over his left knee, a death scythe gripped in his hand. He slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the scene like a tangible shadow, with a faint, indolent smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This demeanor was nothing like that of a newly awakened student, rather. He resembled a dark sovereign returning from the abyss of night, seated on the throne, overlooking all beings. With just this single movement, chaos erupted among the crowd below. Many of the girls felt their legs go weak, their cheeks flushing red, their eyes filled with a near-obsessive admiration. The boys, on the other hand, were filled with envy, thinking to themselves, can playing the dark element really be this cool? This completely shatters all my previous beliefs. The phenomenon gradually dissipated, and the awakening device clearly displayed Su Chun's awakened ability. Su Chun, S-rank ability Shadow Sovereign. Wang Donglai was so excited upon seeing this scene that he could hardly contain himself. He grabbed the 6th class head teacher beside him and planted several kisses on their cheek, his joy overflowing. Although the earlier phenomenon had given him some mental preparation, seeing with his own eyes that Su Chun had awakened an S-rank ability still sent waves of exhilaration surging through him. 2 S-rank ability users appearing simultaneously. This was an incredible stroke of fortune. WVE struck gold. WVE struck gold. Principal, it seems you forgot to brush your teeth. The 6th class head teacher said awkwardly, her face flushed. Wang Donglai coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed as he let her go. He turned to face the students and shouted aloud. Su Chun, S-rank Dark Element Ability Shadow Sovereign. The crowd below instantly erupted into a cacophony of voices. Wow, an S-rank Dark Element ability. This duel in 3 days is bound to be spectacular. Exactly. Battles between S-rank abilities are incredibly rare. I absolutely have to watch this one. Are you kidding? S-rank Dark Element abilities are no match for S-rank Ice abilities. let alone an A-rank lightning fire ability. The gap is huge. Right, the dark element can only do sneak attacks and reconnaissance. It's not suited for the main stage. Tell me, has any dark element ability user ever truly stood out? Lightning, fire, and ice abilities are the real heavy hitters. Besides, Su Chun is just an orphan. How could he possibly compare to Miss Luo's family? The duel in 3 days will just make for a bit of extra entertainment. Many spoke with sour tones, and an atmosphere of envy began to spread. After all, Su Chen not only had a childhood engagement with Luo Qingxue, the school S-Belle, but had also awakened an S-rank ability. He was practically living the dream. Who wouldn't he be jealous? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Wang Donglai patted Su Chun on the shoulder and comforted him. Kid, don't listen to their nonsense. An S-rank dark element is still an S-rank. It's by no means inferior to the others. Principal, do you also think my S-rank ability is weaker than lightning, fire, or ice abilities of the same rank, or even inferior to an A-rank lightning fire ability? Su Chen asked pointedly. Wang Donglai was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering. I didn't mean that. After a pause, he admitted, all right, fine. It's true that S-rank dark element abilities are generally less powerful than lightning or ice element abilities, but I have faith in you. Come to my office later, and I'll assign you the S-rank prodigy resources. The S-rank prodigy resources were exclusive support packages prepared for S-rank ability users. A-rank ability users were entitled to A-rank resource subsidies. Su Chun let out a cold chuckle. Principal, 3 days from now, I'll personally prove that saying dark element abilities are weaker than other abilities of the same rank is utter nonsense. Weak? That's only because they never truly understood the real power of the dark element. In his previous life, Su Chun had read countless comics and watched numerous anime, in which dark element ability users were overwhelmingly powerful. The one phrase that left the deepest impression on him was, "Rise, shadows." Now that he had crossed into this world and awakened a dark element ability, he was determined to make everyone reevaluate their perception of the dark element. All those notions about the dark element being fit only for assassins, stealth, and reconnaissance, about it being weaker than lightning fire, he would overturn them all. He would make the dark element synonymous with destructive might. Good lad. I'm looking forward to you making a name for yourself in 3 days. Wang Donglai patted Su Chun's shoulder, his gaze full of anticipation and encouragement. After all, this was an S-rank ability user, the school S treasure, someone who needed to be nurtured and protected. Su Chen nodded, and suddenly, a blue light screen appeared before him. Name, Su Chun. Ability, S Shadow Sovereign. Realm, Awakener Plus. Combat skills, none. Companion artifact, S rank Death Scythe. Training method, basic ability training method. Slaughter points, 1000. System, does this plus sign mean I can upgrade my stats? Yes, host. The plus sign indicates you can allocate points to upgrade. Can my ability be upgraded to SS rank? Su Chen asked curiously. In this world, the highest abilities one could awaken were S rank, but there were rumors of SS rank abilities. The higher the rank, the more powerful the ability. Yes, it can. Upgrading to an SS rank ability requires 100,000 slaughter points. Additionally, your Death Scythe can be upgraded to an SS rank companion artifact for just 50,000 slaughter points. Su Chun was initially thrilled, but soon felt a twinge of disappointment. The good news was that he could upgrade to an SS rank ability. The bad news was that it required 100,000 slaughter points. The revolution was far from over. He needed to keep working hard. His next step would be to head out of the city to hunt beasts and earn slaughter points. He would grow stronger and, in 3 days, utterly crush Luo Qingxue, restoring the glory of the dark element abilities. While killing people could also earn him slaughter points, who would resort to murder without cause. Closing the interface, Su Chen stepped off the platform, planning to wait until the awakening ceremony ended before heading to the Principal S office to claim his S-rank resources. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Donglai grabbed him by the arm. By the way, Su Chen, have you discovered your dark element trait yet? Wang Donglai asked. Su Chen turned back, puzzled. What is a trait? A trait is a unique ability that only S-rank or higher elemental powers possess. Generally, every S-rank elemental ability comes with a special trait. For instance, our Dragon Nation SMO Thunder God, his S-rank lightning ability S trait is that its destructive power is several times greater than other lightning abilities of the same rank. That's what a trait is. Wang Donglai explained. The strength of an elemental ability of the same level sometimes depends on how powerful this characteristic is. Hearing this, Su Chun gained a little more knowledge in his mind. He gathered the dark elements into his hand, the black energy flickering and pulsating in his palm. What exactly was the special characteristic of his ability? Don't rush, Su Chun. The unique trait of an elemental ability takes time to discover. Wang Donglai comforted him. Su Chun nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Principal. I'll take my leave now." Wang Donglai waved his hand with a smile. "Go on." As Su Chun turned and walked off the platform, he noticed many girls staring at him as though he were an idol. He was a bit puzzled. While he admitted he looked decent, it shouldn't be enough to make them go this crazy, right? What he didn't know was that the moment when he sat on the throne earlier had already captured the hearts of countless girls. Han Xiaoli ran over excitedly. "Brother Chun, you looked so cool sitting on that throne just now. Ha ha ha, my 2 centimeters didn't go to waste, huh? You're truly my blood brother." Su Chun gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Han Xiaoli chuckled and playfully teased. "Actually, I could even be your girlfriend. I'd go abroad to change my gender if needed." "Brother Chun," he said coquettishly. Su Chun's mouth twitched, and he joked, "Fine, just make sure to come back as a 48E. Brothers can't suffer, you know." Han Xiaoli was dumbfounded. "Are you even serious, brother? Looks like you're really starving, Brother Chun." Su Chun slapped him on the shoulder. At this moment, a butler from the Luo family approached. "Su Chun, you're quite impressive. Here's the deal. The duel in 3 days will be cancelled, as long as you agree to marry into our Luo family and take on our surname. We'll provide you with cultivation resources." Luo Hai said smugly, looking at Su Chun with a condescending attitude. Su Chun chuckled lightly and said, "Come closer." Luo Hai snorted through his nose and stepped forward. "Weren't you always infatuated with our young lady? Now I'm giving you a chance to marry into our family. Don't be ungrateful." Su Chun's gaze turned cold. He clenched his fist tightly and suddenly punched Luo Hai square in the face. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Luo Hai, unable to dodge, was forced to stagger backward by the force of the blow. "Ah!" A piercing scream broke through the air as a few teeth, mixed with blood, flew out of his mouth. "Acting high and mighty in front of me? I couldn't care less about marrying into your ungrateful Luo family." Luo Hai's face turned crimson with humiliation and fury. "How dare you hit me? So what if I did?" Su Chun raised his foot and kicked Luo Hai hard in the chest. Boom! With a heavy thud, Luo Hai was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Struggling to get up, Luo Hai activated his ability in an instant, the red glow of energy flickering around him. "Su Chun, you've angered me now. Come on, hit me if you dare. Do you think you can survive after attacking an S-class prodigy?" The Dragon Kingdom had strict protections for those who awakened S-class abilities. Anyone who harmed them would be sentenced to death upon verification. Luo Hai clenched his fists tightly. He suddenly realized this rule. If he really made a move, even 8 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. "What about me? If you've got the guts, come at me," Su Chun taunted. Luo Hai immediately deflated, realizing how much Su Chun had changed. Where was the quiet, introverted Su Chun from before? But he refused to admit defeat. "You don't treasure the opportunity given to you. You, an orphan, just wait to be crushed by Miss Luo in 3 days." "Enough!" A cold, sharp voice rang out. Luo Hai instinctively looked up and saw Luo Qing Snow. His heart tightened. Mississippi apologized to him. Her voice was icy. "Miss, why should I?" Before he could finish, he was horrified to see the ground beneath his feet quietly freezing over. His face turned pale. I'm sorry. He couldn't understand why the young lady was mad at Su Chun, nor why she cared so much about him. Su Chun looked disgusted. Pathetic. Luo Qing Snow lifted her gaze and said, "Once the duel in 3 days is over, we'll have no further connection." "Good, that's exactly what I want." Standing before him, Luo Qing Snow wore simple sportswear, her long legs slender and pale, her eyes clear and deep, her brows like distant green hills, and her cherry lips slightly parted. She truly was the belle of Second High, though his impression of her was somewhat vague. Even though they had a childhood engagement, it was an arrangement made by their parents. 18 years ago, Su Chan's parents had risked their lives during a beast attack to save Luo Qingsno's parents, and the two families became close friends. Later, Su Chun and Luo Qingsno were born in the same year. To continue this friendship, their parents arranged a childhood engagement. Unfortunately, Su Chan's original personality was introverted and honest, and he had almost no interaction with the cold and aloof Luo Qingsno over the years. Until 3 years ago, Su Chun transmigrated here. By then, his parents had perished during a beast tide, and the Luo family wasted no time proposing to annul the engagement. Over the past few years, the Luo family had risen quickly to become one of the top families in Chuan City. Luo Qingsno pulled a storage ring from her pocket. This is compensation from Luo Hai. Su Chen accepted the ring and sneered. Was this forced on you by your ungrateful parents, or did you willingly offer it? This compensation, he wouldn't take it for nothing. Su Chan was well aware that Luo Qingsno's parents had been saved by his own parents back then. Yet after his parents' sacrifice, not only did they refuse to help him, but they also annulled the engagement and cut ties. What else could that be but ingratitude? Thinking of this, Su Chun's anger flared, and he swore to make Luo Qingsno's parents pay 100-fold. Luo Qingsno was silent for a moment before changing the subject. 3 days from now, I hope you'll give it your all and not hold back against me. She, too, was deeply disappointed in her parents and felt a cold emptiness inside. Don't worry, this battle is exactly what I'll use to show your ungrateful parents what I'm capable of. He wasn't targeting Luo Qingsno, but rather her parents, who had looked down on him and dismissed him. Luo Qingsno gave a soft acknowledgement, then turned and left. Luo Hai scrambled to his feet and hurriedly followed behind her. Awesome, Brother Chun. Han Xiaoli came over, giving him a thumbs up. Stop flattering me. You go attend the awakening ceremony. I'll head to the principal's office. All right, Han Xiaoli responded cheerfully. The two parted ways, and Su Chun walked alone, opening his system interface to prepare for a power-up. System, level me up by 1 stage and 1 level. Ding. Consuming 100 slaughter points to upgrade. Do it. As he confirmed, the data on the screen began to flicker. Moments later, Su Chen's cultivation level advanced from Awakener to first stage, first level. A small cluster of source energy slowly condensed within his body. In this world, the cultivation of warriors is divided into 10 stages, each subdivided into 10 levels. Phew. System, take me up to first stage, third level. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Su Chun issued another command. Ding. The host has consumed 500 slaughter points. Cultivation level advanced to first stage, third level. Instantly, he felt every cell in his body cheering, as if immersed in incomparable joy. This sensation was akin to the gradual progress of training, but this time it was far more exhilarating. Unbelievable. Spending for happiness, what a thrill. Spending resources could indeed make one stronger. Su Chun clenched his fists as dense, dark, elemental energy once again gathered within him, even more profound than before. Not bad, not bad. How many slaughter points to reach first stage, fourth level? A thought crossed his mind, and he asked. Ding. 400 slaughter points are required. Hearing the prompt, Su Chun hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding not to proceed. He closed the system interface. Using the 400 slaughter points to upgrade his combat techniques seemed more cost-effective. Improving combat skills was crucial for actual battles. Next, he took out the storage ring that Luo Qingsno had just given him and carefully examined it. TSK. This ring is no small treasure. He delved into its contents, and his eyes immediately lit up. Inside were not only a few high-grade source stones, but also precious high-grade bone refinement pills and several spirit source fruits that shimmered with enticing luster. Wow, this was no small fortune. Just the spirit source fruits alone were rare in the market. A few of them could easily fetch 5 million blue star coins, and everything combined was worth nearly 10 million. Seems like she's trying to compensate for her parents' mistakes out of guilt, Su Chun thought to himself. He put on the ring, adjusted his clothes, and headed toward the principal's office. After some time, the awakening ceremony finally concluded. As Principal Wang Donglai entered the room, he saw Su Chun leisurely sitting and waiting for him. Principal, I've been waiting so long that flowers nearly withered. Ha ha ha, is that my fault? Other high schools in the city have offered high prices, scrambling to transfer your student record. Transferring an S-class student not only made it easier for schools to attract more applicants, but if the student achieved greatness, the school would share in the glory. So, Principal, you didn't agree, meaning you're not tempted by fame or fortune? Wang Donglai shook his head. It's not that I didn't agree, their offers were just too low. If they raised their bids, I might reconsider. Su Chun, a high-level version of add more money. Haha, just teasing you. Let's get down to business. Wang Donglai set aside his humor and grew serious. He poured Su Chun a cup of tea and placed 2 ancient and dark combat technique manuals in front of him. This is the reward for your S-class ability. One is a dark element second-stage combat technique, Abyssal Swamp. It uses dark elements to create a swamp at an enemy's feet, immobilizing them once they're trapped. The other is also a second-stage combat technique, Shadow Claw. It condenses sharp claw shadows using dark elements for attacks. Which one do you want to choose? The more, the better. The more, the better. Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he directly stuffed both manuals into his pocket. It would be a waste not to take such treasures. These 2 second-stage combat techniques were no small matter, each worth over 2 million on the market. Combat techniques range from 1st stage to 9th stage. The higher the stage, the more powerful and expensive they become. This time, the school had truly spent a fortune. Watching Su Chen's greedy demeanor, Wang Donglai chuckled. If you were a government official, you'd definitely be a corrupt one. As he spoke, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Su Chun. This is also a reward. There's 500,000 in it. Use it to buy whatever you need. Oh dear, Principal, you're too kind. Though he pretended to decline verbally, Su Chen's hands honestly accepted the card and slipped it into his pocket without hesitation. Wang Donglai glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and shifted the topic. Which university are you planning to apply to? Why ask now? There are still 10 days until the college entrance exam. In this world, the college entrance exam takes place on the 10th day after an ability awakens. Though called an exam, it's more of a formality, as admissions primarily depend on ability levels. The tight schedule is designed to get students into universities quickly for unified training and cultivation. True, but soon your phone will be ringing nonstop. In the coming days, you'll have to meet with the professors coming to recruit you early. Principal, you didn't leak my number, did you? Couldn't be helped. This year, Sichuan City suddenly produced 2 S-class ability users, causing quite a stir. The 5 great ability academies have had their eyes on you for a while now. Su Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed his phone really would blow up. Forget phone calls. Let the recruiting professors come in person. We'll see what offers they make. Phone negotiations lacked sincerity. That works too. Around the day of your duel with Luo Qingsnow, they'll probably arrive. You can learn about the 5 great academies in advance. Wang Donglai nodded and offered his advice. Principal, why don't you tell me more about them? Su Chen asked. Wang Donglai thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. The 5 great ability academies in our Dragon Nation are Mowu Ability Academy, Jingwu Ability Academy, Beiwu Ability Academy, Guangwu Ability Academy, and Junwu Ability Academy. The most prestigious are Mowu and Jingwu, but the others are also very strong. When the recruitment directors arrive, you can decide based on their offers. Su Chen stood up. Thank you, Principal, for the information. I'll wait and see. Naturally, I'll choose the academy that offers the most benefits. Wang Donglai waved his hand with a smile. It's a small matter. Go now, train well, and focus on preparing for your duel with Luo Qingsnow 3 days from now. Win or lose, treat it as a valuable experience. Winning would be tough. Luo Qingsnow was the daughter of the Luo family, with access to the city's best resources and combat techniques. Su Chen nodded, turned, and opened the office door. Just as he stepped out, he paused and said, Lose? That's not an option for me. Wang Donglai shook his head with a smile. This kid really is confident. But as he sensed the aura emanating from Su Chen, he froze. First tier triple? He rubbed his eyes, doubting if he had seen it wrong. After a long while, Wang Donglai shook his head, convinced that he must have sensed it incorrectly. How could someone reach first-tier triple immediately after awakening their abilities? Unless it was cheating, it must be a mistake. After leaving the school gates, Su Chen eagerly pulled out 2 combat technique manuals, found a quiet corner, and began delving into them seriously. Ding! Detected second-tier combat technique Shadow Claw, available for point-based upgrade. Ding! Detected second-tier combat technique Shadow Abyss Pool, available for point-based upgrade. System, how many points are needed to upgrade them to the entry level? In Su Chen's understanding, combat techniques are divided into proficiency levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, mastery, and true meaning. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the power, and the more skillful the application. Upgrading one to entry level requires 200 points. Upgrading both requires 400 points. System, upgrade both combat techniques to entry level for me. Following the command, the proficiency of both combat techniques rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, they reached the entry level. The details of the 2 combat techniques were engraved in his mind like an indelible mark. That sense of familiarity felt as if he had been practicing for years, even decades. Every detail of the movements, the application of force, all flowed naturally, like breathing. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. This one-click upgrade feels amazing. Next, it would be time to find a place to test the power of these 2 combat techniques. The boundless horizon is my love. Beneath the rolling green hills, the flowers are blooming wide. Just as Su Chen was basking in the joy of his combat technique upgrades, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone. It was a call from his second uncle. Hello, uncle. Why are you calling all of a sudden? Xiao Chen, I heard you awakened your abilities today. Quick, tell your second uncle. What kind of ability did you awaken? Su Chen chuckled. Second uncle, I awakened an S-level dark-type ability. How about that? Didn't T let you down, right? Su Tianfeng was Su Chen's second uncle. After Su Chen's parents passed away 3 years ago, the two had been relying on each other. Su Tianfeng treated Su Chen like his own son, always putting him first when it came to good things. Now that he had awakened an S-level ability, it was natural for Su Chen to share this joy with his second uncle immediately. You brat, don't tell me you awakened a low-level ability and are lying to your second uncle to make me happy? S-level abilities aren't that easy to awaken. Su Tianfeng clearly had his doubts. Second uncle, Su Chen was about to explain when Su Tianfeng interrupted him. Xiao Chen, there's no need to lie to your second uncle. No matter what ability you awakened, I won't look down on you. With me here, I won't let you suffer. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a pang of emotion. Second uncle, thank you. In this world, only his second uncle treated him so well. Ha ha ha. You brat. Why are you being so formal with your second uncle? Anyway, I have to head out of the city to hunt some beasts. I'll bring back some good meat tonight, and we'll have a nice drink. Su Tianfeng said with a laugh. At the mention of hunting beasts, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Second uncle, can I come with you? Killing beasts could earn slaughter points, and Su Chen had long been eager to test his newly learned combat techniques, not to mention his S-level companion weapon, the Death Scythe. You brat, don't mess around. Beasts aren't something to be trifled with. Su Tianfeng said sternly. Second uncle, I've awakened my abilities now too. Take me along to gain some experience. I promise not to wander off and will follow your commands. Su Chen said confidently. Not wander off and follow commands. That's impossible. Su Tianfeng hesitated for a moment, but eventually softened. All right, fine. I'll take you to see the action, but you must absolutely not wander off. Do you understand? Understood, sir. Send me your location. I'll be right there. Su Chen said excitedly before hanging up. A few seconds later, a location message came through. Su Chen looked at the coordinates on his phone, unlocked a shared bike nearby, and pedaled off toward the destination at full speed. Inside the Luo family estate. I heard you gave Su Chen some cultivation resources? Luo Dongshan questioned Luo Qingshu as he stared at her. Yes. She replied coldly. Luo Dongshan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Fine. Consider it repayment for the debt we owe the Su family for saving our Luo family all those years ago. What's the harm in giving Su Chen a little bit of resources? It pales in comparison to the effort the Luo family has invested in nurturing Luo Qingshu. 3 days later, the outcome of the 3-year pact was already a foregone conclusion in his eyes. Listening to her father, Luo Qingshu felt a wave of disgust. How could these resources be equated to the life-saving kindness of the Su couple? But he was, after all, her father. All she could do was coldly reply, "I'm heading back to my room." In such a hurry, Luo Dongshan raised his voice. "Just now, the 5 major academies all called. 3 days from now, they'll be coming to Chuanqing personally to recruit you with their offers. Coincidentally, that same day is your duel with Su Chen. I want you to perform well in the duel and show the 5 academies your true strength." The instructors from the 5 academies would undoubtedly observe the duel between her and Su Chen before deciding on their recruitment terms. "Understood, I will." Luo Dongshan looked at his daughter's indifferent expression and sighed. "Don't blame me. In this world, status matters. Su Chen is an orphan and doesn't team match our Luo family. Even though the Su couple saved us, giving him more resources is already sufficient repayment." Luo Qingshu closed her eyes, her face full of disdain. "Disgusting. I don't want to hear this. Disgusting or not, it doesn't matter if you hate me. I only want to give you more options. In 3 days, you'll be the star, and so will the Luo family." When his daughter defeated Su Chen in front of the 5 academies, her fame would surely soar. The Luo family, too, would seize the opportunity to form connections with more powerful figures and climb higher. Luo Qingshu didn't respond. She turned and left with her eyes closed, confused about whether she should lose on purpose or give it her all in the duel 3 days later. Luo Dongshan stared at his daughter's retreating figure and shouted instructions. "Go spread the news about the arrival of the 5 academies in 3 days and the duel between Miss and Su Chen. Invite all the major powers to watch." That day, his daughter would be the center of attention, and the Luo family would shine just as brightly. At the city gates, the area bustled with activity. "Brother Tianfeng, heading out to hunt beasts?" Li Hengshan asked with a smile as he spotted Su Tianfeng and his group of 4. "What's up, Hengshan? Taking people out yourself?" Su Tianfeng frowned. "How about we go together and watch each other's backs?" Li Hengshan's face was adorned with a false smile. Su Tianfeng shook his head. "No, we'll hunt separately. It's more convenient that way." Li Hengshan's expression darkened, and his tone turned unfriendly. "Su Tianfeng, I call you brother out of respect. Don't fail to appreciate it." "What did you just say?" A member of Su Tianfeng's team immediately stood up, fuming with anger. "Oh, I just like talking like this. Is that a problem?" Li Hengshan akimboed, his attitude arrogant and overbearing. "Say whatever you want." Su Tianfeng gave his teammate a look, signaling him to calm down, and then turned to leave, intending to find another place to wait for Su Chen. Retreat when possible. There's no need for direct conflict with people like him. "Don't leave, Brother Feng." Li Hengshan called out quickly. "I lost our last bet. How about we make another one? Surely you're not scared this time, are you?" Su Tianfeng hesitated for a moment before turning back and asking, "What do you have in mind for the bet?" He had intended to avoid trouble, but since the other party was pressing him, there was no need to endure it any longer. "We'll bet on whose team can hunt beasts of greater total value before sunset. As for the stakes, I'll put up an exceptional bone refining pill, and you can wager that weapon you won from me last time. How about it?" As Li Hengshan spoke, he took out a golden pill and toyed with it in his hands. An exceptional bone refining pill. Su Tianfeng's eyes flickered with desire. If he could get it, his chances of success in the 3rd round of bone refining would increase significantly. But after glancing at the 3 teammates behind him, he hesitated again. After all, their team's overall strength was much weaker than the other side's, leaving them almost no chance of winning. "Uncle, agree to it." Su Chen walked up to Su Tianfeng and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing Su Chen arrive, Su Tianfeng's face lit up with joy. "Xiao Chen, you're here? Uncle, just agree to it. Trust me." Su Chen's gaze was firm. Clenching his teeth, Su Tianfeng declared, "Li Hengshan, I accept. Perfect timing. Your team has 5 members, and so do we." Since his nephew was so confident, what was there to fear? Losing a weapon wouldn't be the end of the world. Li Hongshan's face remained plastered with a fake smile as he looked at Su Chun with a mocking tone. Well, well, isn't this little brother Su Chun? What low-level ability did you awaken? Oh, I awakened the idiot ability. Whoever I look at turns into a big idiot. Su Chun retorted without hesitation, staring directly at him. Fortunately, this idiot still doesn't know my real ability. If he did, he probably wouldn't dare to bet. Since he doesn't know, I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to scam him even more. Not bad, not bad. That ability sounds interesting. Li Hongshan had just finished speaking when it suddenly dawned on him. Wait, you calling me an idiot? I didn't say that. I'm just staring at an idiot. Su Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. Li Hongshan found himself momentarily speechless. Somehow, Su Chen's words seemed to make sense, but he quickly became enraged. Damn it! Stop messing around with me. Are you looking for a fight? Li Hongshan, don't push it. If you want to lay a hand on Xiao Chun, you'll have to go through me first. Su Tianfeng immediately stepped forward to shield Su Chun. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, on the verge of erupting into conflict. But Su Chun remained unperturbed and said calmly, "Oh, look at that temper of yours so worked up. How about this? Let's raise the stakes. If you win, I'll not only bow and apologize, but also hand over this precious storage ring. How about that?" Li Hongshan's gaze was drawn to the storage ring on Su Chen's hand, his eyes brimming with greed. Even an ordinary storage ring was worth at least 1 million. This was a true windfall. Deal. It's a promise. Su Chen smirked coldly. Don't celebrate too soon. What are you offering to raise the stakes on your end? Li Hongshan pulled out 2 mid-tier bone refining pills. If I lose, I'll bow and apologize, plus give you these 2 pills. Fair enough, right? Not enough. Su Chen demanded. Li Hongshan's face turned red with anger as he reluctantly added a pile of D-grade weapons. Now is it enough? All right, that's more like it. The bet is on. Li Hongshan's face lit up with a smug grin as he thought to himself. Heh, I'm going to make a killing today? Brothers, let's go teach this fool a lesson about life. Su Tianfeng's team, however, was filled with doubt. With their mix of the old, the weak, and the newly awakened Su Chun, they stood little chance of winning. When night fell, Li Hongshan would surely humiliate Su Chun mercilessly and teach him a harsh lesson. Still uneasy, Su Tianfeng asked, Xiao Chun, what exactly are you planning? Uncle, didn't I tell you already? I awakened an S-class ability. We'll definitely win this time. Even so, Su Tianfeng remained dubious. Xiao Chun, are you really sure it's an S-class ability? Would I lie to you, uncle? Just wait and see. By sunset, he'll have no choice but to bow and admit defeat. In Su Chen's mind, no one could bully him, let alone his uncle, who he absolutely wouldn't allow to suffer. Though still frowning, Su Tianfeng eventually relented, half believing. Even if we lose, I'm here. I'll bow and apologize in your place. Got it, you little rascal? Don't push yourself too hard. Oh, uncle, stop wasting time. Let's hurry up and start hunting beasts. That's what really matters. Su Chen said, giving Su Tianfeng a light push. With that, the 5 of them geared up and headed toward the city gates, their destination the perilous wilderness teeming with demonic beasts. Several hundred years ago, a world-shattering transformation had occurred. Docile animals and plants mutated into ferocious demonic beasts. To fend off these monsters, humanity united to build towering walls, keeping the beasts at bay. Meanwhile, a new group of individuals possessing special abilities, awakened ones, emerged to combat the beasts. However, reality was harsh. The strength of demonic beasts often far surpassed that of human awakened ones of the same level. Only those with high-tier abilities stood a chance of defeating or even surpassing the beasts in combat. The group arrived at the city gates, where guards conducted thorough inspections before finally allowing them to pass through. Everyone, where should we hunt this time? Su Tianfeng asked, pulling out a map. The map detailed the distribution of demonic beasts outside Chuan City, marking safe and dangerous routes to aid hunters in their choices. It outlined areas ranging from Tier 1, Level 1 to Tier 1, Level 5 for beginners, as well as Tier 1, Level 5 to Tier 1, Level 10 for the more experienced. I say we head to the Witheredwood Forest. If we want to beat Li Hongshan, that's our only chance. Isn't that place too dangerous? I heard that Drywood Forest has seen beasts as strong as Tier 1, Level 7. Can we really handle that? If we don't go, how can we beat that guy Li Shan? We have to take a risk to have a shot at winning. The team members said excitedly. Enough. Stop arguing and listen to me. We're going to Drywood Forest. Su Tianfeng made the decision decisively. If they wanted to win, they had to take the risk of hunting high-level beasts. Without taking the plunge, there would be no chance. Hearing the captain's words, the others, though worried, could only nod in obedience. Xiao Chen, why do you look so excited? Su Tianfeng turned to see his nephew rubbing his hands together, eager to jump into action, a hint of doubt in his heart. In his opinion, anyone facing fierce beasts for the first time should feel fear. Why did his nephew look like he couldn't wait? Of course, second uncle. I've been waiting for the chance to hunt beasts myself. Su Tianfeng chuckled helplessly. Well then, I really want to see what powerful ability you've awakened to make you so enthusiastic. But when it comes to hunting, stay back and observe first. Don't act recklessly. This kid must be awakened some advanced ability, which was why he was so eager to prove himself. But he had only awakened a few hours ago, and hadn't even broken through Tier 1, Level 1 yet. Thinking he could hunt beasts was pure fantasy. All right, second uncle, we'll see when the time comes. When the time comes, I'll make sure uncle and the team are impressed with my strength. All right, let us move out. Target, Drywood Forest. Su Tianfeng called out, and the group quickened their pace toward the forest. The path was rough and uneven, full of pits and cracks. All around was desolation and decay. Overgrown weeds sprawled chaotically, and occasionally, they passed massive beast skeletons. Before long, Su Chun and the others arrived at their destination, Drywood Forest. Before them lay a scene of withered yellow, with waist-high grasses and dead leaves intertwined. As soon as they stepped in, they spotted several corruption rats feasting on a carcass. The sound of gnawing sent shivers down their spines. Stay alert, Su Tianfeng commanded in a low voice. Behind him, the team members tightened their grips on their weapons, scanning their surroundings cautiously. He turned back and ordered, Xiaofeng, you stay here. Then, addressing the team, he said, we'll surround and attack these 4 corruption rats. The 3 nodded slightly and silently moved with Su Tianfeng to approach the rats. Watching this unfold, Su Chun unconsciously tightened his fists, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surging within him. System, is there a detection feature? With a detection feature, he could easily assess the strength of the beasts and hunt them more effectively. Ding! Detection feature activated. The host can now detect the strength of beasts and individuals. The system is amazing. Su Chun focused his attention and used the detection feature on the feasting corruption rats. A faint blue screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Corruption Rat. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, Tier 1, Level 4. Attribute, Poison. Note, killing 1 grants 20 slaughter points. Seeing the detection results, a glint of greed flashed in Su Chen's eyes. 20 slaughter points per rat. 10 rats would be 200 points. 100 would make 2,000 if he killed 5,000 of them. He could evolve the Death Scythe. The idea was simple, but execution was difficult. Killing 5,000 corruption rats would likely lead to him being wiped out by this area instead. Su Chen sighed and quietly observed the 4 team members coordinating to take down the rats. Second uncle was at Tier 1, Level 5. The other 3 were all Tier 1, Level 4. Given their teamwork, it shouldn't be too challenging. Second brother, use your ability to control them. Third brother, assist with amplification. Su Tianfeng ordered solemnly. Got it. The 2 responded in unison. A green wave of energy rippled out like water, settling on Su Tianfeng and boosting his agility. Another team member waved his hands, summoning a pile of massive rocks that trapped the 4 corruption rats within. Su Tianfeng gripped his broadsword tightly. Ability, Strength Enhancement. His figure blurred as he flashed forward, the blade gleaming coldly as he slashed 3 times in succession, killing 3 corruption rats instantly. Just as he was about to strike the last one, a glint of ferocity flashed in the rat's eyes. It suddenly burrowed underground, rapidly escaping toward their rear. Su Tianfeng's heart sank. He turned to see the corruption rat almost upon Su Chun, just a few meters away. It leapt high, its sharp claws glinting coldly as it pounced towards Su Chun. His pupils contracted, and his face filled with terror. Xiao Chun, dodge quickly. How could Su Chun, who had just awakened his ability, possibly contend with a Tier 1, Level 4 corruption rat? Just as everyone panicked and rushed forward, Su Chun calmly raised his hand. A massive shadowy claw, formed from dark elements, descended from the sky with an oppressive aura, smashing down on the corruption rat. Screech, a blood-curdling scream, pierced the air as the corruption rat was crushed into a bloody pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The 4 team members stared at Su Chun in shock, their eyes as wide as saucers. It was taken out in an instant. Tier 1? Tier 1, Level 3. Is this really an S-grade ability? Their emotions were a roller coaster. Moments ago, Su Chun had seemed to be in grave danger. The next second, he obliterated a Tier 1, Level 4 corruption rat with a single move? Tianfeng, is your nephew really someone who just awakened a few hours ago? What kind of joke was this? Awakening a few hours ago and already displaying such power? Even Su Tianfeng was baffled, murmuring inwardly. Could he have remembered the awakening time wrong? Otherwise, how could his nephew already be at Tier 1, Level 3? And judging by his performance, it seemed he really had awakened an S-grade dark ability. He looked helplessly at his teammates behind him. Don't ask me, I have no idea either. The 3 of them stared at Su Chun in unison, their gazes filled with curiosity, as if silently asking, "Kid, what's going on?" At that moment, the system's notification chimed at the perfect time. Killed Tier 1, Level 4 corruption rat. Slaughter points plus 20. Su Chun muttered to himself, "Not bad, not bad. Keep it up." And this shadow claw was too cool. A claw falling straight from the sky who said dark abilities were weak? He looked up at the 4 men, who stared at him with childlike curiosity. Unable to resist, he asked, "Why are you all staring at me like that?" "Because of you, you little brat. When exactly did you awaken? How are you already at Tier 1, Level 3? Su Tianfeng even began to doubt himself, unwilling to believe that Su Chun had only awakened his ability today. After all, reaching Tier 1, Level 3 on the first day of awakening was unheard of across the entire Dragon Nation. Just today, second uncle, didn't I tell you? I've awakened an S-rank dark ability. You have to believe me now, right? Su Chun said with a smile. Su Tianfeng scratched his head. Awakening today and reaching Tier 1 Level 3 within a few hours? Hiss. At this moment, he truly felt that his nephew had the potential of a future emperor. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop overthinking. Walking forward, he grabbed Su Chun in a tight embrace. "You brat, you really awakened an S-rank dark ability?" "Of course. Why else would I have you take that bet?" "Ha ha. Good, good, good." Su Tianfeng patted Su Chun hard on the back, but his gaze suddenly dimmed, carrying a trace of sadness. "If your parents knew you'd awakened an S-rank ability, they would be ecstatic. The Su family actually produced an S-rank ability user. All right, second uncle, let's talk about something happier and not get too heavy." Su Chin quickly interjected, trying to lighten the mood. True, true. When we get back, I'll take you out for a celebratory foot bath." "Second uncle? A foot bath as a celebration?" Su Tianfeng lightly knocked on Su Chen's head. "What are you thinking?" "Of course, I mean a proper one." The 3 team members nearby chimed in as well. "Hey, Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend? My little sister is only 13 this year if you don't mind. We can arrange a betrothal right now." "Get out of here. She's only 13, aren't you afraid of breaking the law?" "Brother Su, if you don't mind my being 40, let's swear brotherhood. From now on, I'll call you Big Brother." After all, he was now a genius with an S-rank ability, destined to become a powerful figure in the future. Everyone wanted to establish a connection with him. Su Chen was a bit overwhelmed by the attention. "Aunties and uncles, don't worry. If I make it big, I definitely won't forget you all." These people were all longtime comrades of his second uncle. Hearing this, they all laughed and nodded, no longer pestering him. Su Tianfeng turned, his expression serious. "All right, stop scaring my nephew." He then looked at Su Chun. "Next, are you coming with us to hunt, or will you act on your own?" "I'll act on my own. I want to hunt more beasts." Su Tianfeng had anticipated this. He took out 2 energy restoration potions. "Xiao Chun, take these. When you're out of energy, Drinking these will help you recover quickly. Elemental ability users consume the most energy. Simply put, they drained their mana bar. Elemental users were like mages using skills cost mana, and combat techniques also consumed energy. Energy could increase with cultivation and could also be enhanced through rare materials and practices. Su-chun accepted the potions. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Second uncle, take care out there. If you run into a beast you can't handle, just call me. You brat, lecturing me now? You take care of yourself too. All right, I'm off. With that, Su-chun dashed away like the wind. Old Su, your nephew is really something. Exactly. My little sister still needs a boyfriend. If that doesn't work out, I'm only 45, I can still have kids. Su Tianfeng's mouth twitched. All right, focus on hunting. Enough of this nonsense. But his words were filled with pride. Who wouldn't be proud to have such an outstanding nephew? Brother Hong, can we really beat the other side? One of Li Hongshan's underlings asked nervously. Li Hongshan swung his blade, cleanly severing the head of a cat demon. Of course, the other side is full of the old, the weak, and the infirm. Oh, and one kid. Beating them will be a piece of cake. Then I feel relieved. Brother Hung, you're amazing, the underling said with admiration. He glanced at the short figure behind them, wrapped tightly in layers, and asked, what about that person? Li Hongshan cast a cold glance at the individual. Kid, I brought you out of the city. From here on, you're on your own. How can you do this? I paid you. You promised to help me hunt demons, the person shouted angrily. Li Hongshan sneered mockingly. How naive. Out here, I'm king. Say one more word, and I'll leave you to rot in the wilderness. You. The person trembled with rage. What? Not leaving yet. Plenty of people die in the wild every day. You should feel lucky I even took your money to get you out of the city. Now you expect me to help you hunt demons? Dream on. Just wait. The person spat bitterly before turning and walking off in another direction. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Telling me to wait. Acting like a damsel in distress. Li Hongshan laughed uproariously. Right, Brother Hong, what do we do next? The underling asked eagerly. Of course, we hunt demons. Later, I'll personally go find Su Tianfeng. A sly glint flashed in Li Hongshan's eyes. The bet didn't say he couldn't steal their prey. Let's see which unlucky member of Su Tianfeng's team crosses my path. Slayed Tier 1 Level 3 Phantom Cat, plus 15 slaughter points. Slayed Tier 1 Level 3 Sky Piercing Mouse, plus 15 slaughter points. After leaving the team, Su Chun had hunted a dozen or so beasts, effortlessly defeating those of the same tier. Unknowingly, he ventured deeper into the withered forest, where the occasional roar of powerful beasts echoed around him. Just as Su Chun was about to look for his next target, a wolf's howl suddenly rang out. A whoa! Drawn by the sound, Su Chun looked up to see a Gale Wolf standing atop a hill. Name: Gale Wolf. Bloodline: none. Rank: Tier 1 Level 5. Element: Wind. Note: a pack creature. Slaying it grants 30 slaughter points. Tier 1 Level 5? Worth a shot. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as he was about to make a move, the wolf suddenly tried to flee. Was he going to let it escape? This beast was worth 30 slaughter points. In Su Chen's eyes, slaughter points were as enticing as treats to a dog. He activated his dark element. The black energy swirled in his eyes like a vortex. Dark abyssal pool. In an instant, a pool formed of dark energy appeared beneath the Gale Wolf's feet, deep and sinister, like a hellish abyss. The wolf shuddered in fear, attempting to escape, only to find its limbs trapped within the dark pool, unable to move. Just as it panicked, a shadow claw formed of dark energy descended from above, roaring as it struck. Boom! With a deafening crash, the shadow claw slammed heavily into the wolf. A series of relentless attacks left the Gale Wolf with no chance to counter. Its body was riddled with wounds, blood staining the ground red. The wolf turned its head sharply, glaring at Su Chun with hatred in its eyes. It let out an angry roar, using all its strength in its limbs to burst free from the demonic pool, lunging fiercely towards Su Chun. Still have the strength to stand? Impressive. Su Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. He closed them slightly, and the dark elemental energy in his hand rapidly converged, leaping and flickering like black flames. In the blink of an eye, a scythe of death, forged from matte black metal, materialized within the dark mist. The blade's edges glowed with a dim, blood-like luminescence, resembling frozen flames of blood, each glimmer whispering the secrets of death. The long, slender black metal shaft bore interwoven dark silver patterns, with ancient runes etched at the grip. At the center of the side's head was embedded a dark red crystal, glowing faintly like the eye of death itself. Suchin opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the nearly 2-meter-long death scythe, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. So this is an S-class companion weapon? Just holding it. I can feel the power surging through me. He swung it lightly, and the black elemental energy scattered like dazzling starlight, leaving a mesmerizing trail of shadow in the air. Facing the oncoming Gale Wolf, Suchin's gaze was icy as he raised the scythe and swung it. Slash. One strike, and the wolf was cleaved in two. Host has killed a rank 1, level 5 Gale Wolf. Kill points plus 30. Suchun grinned broadly and exclaimed, "What a rush! This scythe is incredible. Stylish and powerful, who wouldn't he love it?" The Death Scythe, combined with his dark elemental abilities, was practically invincible. However, such overwhelming power came at a cost. With just 2 combat skills earlier, his internal source energy was nearly depleted. He suddenly remembered the 2 spirit source fruits given to him by Luo Qingxue. Hastily, he retrieved them from his storage ring and examined them carefully. Spirit source fruit. Consuming it permanently increases internal source energy slightly. Looking at the orange-sized fruits emanating a faint golden glow, Su Chun exclaimed in surprise, "What the? Permanent enhancement? This is a treasure." Without hesitation, he bit into one. The spirit source fruit was sweet and fragrant, its warmth spreading through his body in an instant. He ended up eating all 5 spirit source fruits in one go. As he felt the surging power in his body, as though his source energy had doubled, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now his internal source energy was estimated to be more than twice what it was before. He could unleash several more combat skills with ease. Suchin stored the body of the Gale Wolf he had just killed into his storage ring and headed toward the small hill where the wolf had howled earlier. Climbing the hill, he saw, in the distance, a dozen or so Gale Wolves of rank 1, levels 3 and 4, frantically attacking a golden protective barrier. Inside the barrier was a small figure, tightly wrapped and concealed. So that earlier howl was to call reinforcements to besiege this person. After all, wolves were pack animals skilled in coordinated hunting. Suchin hesitated internally. Should he save that person? Ultimately, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. A dozen Gale Wolves? That is a lot of kill points. If he missed this opportunity, he'd regret it. Saving the person would merely be incidental. The slaughter was his true goal. He gripped the death scythe tightly, holding it single-handedly behind his back. Like the Reaper descending upon the battlefield, he slowly advanced toward the wolf pack. Inside the protective barrier, Xiaoyao was utterly desperate. She regretted venturing out alone to hunt magical beasts. She should listen to her father and waited until she was stronger before taking such risks. Her curiosity had gotten her into trouble. Just as she was about to give up hope, she saw Su Chun atop the hill dressed in black, with a hood covering his face, holding the death scythe single-handedly behind his back. He walked toward her with steady, deliberate steps. "Whimper, it's over. This time I'm definitely dead." Even death himself has shown up. But as she looked closer, something seemed off. Why was this Grim Reaper so handsome? She closed her eyes slightly and used a perceptive combat skill to probe the stranger's identity. The results left her puzzled. The good news was that the figure was a human ability user. The bad news was that his cultivation was only at rank 1, level 3. Against a pack of rank 1, level 3 and 4 wolves, it was like throwing an egg at a rock. "Hey, run. Don't come over here," she shouted as loudly as she could, hoping to save at least one life. Su Chun heard her voice and was perplexed. Where was that sound even coming from? With her shouting, the Gale Wolves turned in unison, their eyes locking onto Su Chun. Their eyes gleamed with greed, clearly viewing Su Chun as a feast. Howl! The lead wolf launched the attack, and 2 wolves pounced at Su Chun like arrows released from a bowstring. Su Chun's expression remained calm, utterly unshaken. He raised his left hand slightly, and a shadow claw descended from the sky. instantly swatting one wolf away. It let out a pitiful cry before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. With a swing of the death scythe in his right hand, a streak of black light flashed, and another wolf was split in two. Blood splattered everywhere, some of it landing on Su Chun's face, adding a sinister and mysterious air to him. Killed rank 1, level 3 Gale Wolf. Kill points plus 15. Killed rank 1, level 4 Gale Wolf. Kill points plus 20. Huh. My kill points are rolling in. Su Chin chuckled grimly. Abandoning defense, he charged straight into the wolf pack with his scythe. Each swing of his blade brought a flash of black light. Paired with the shadow claw, the wolves' howls echoed endlessly. In just a few minutes, only 2 wolves remained from the dozen. The greed in those 2 wolves' eyes had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. They now questioned who was the prey and who was the predator. The wolf pack had lost all will to fight, turning and fleeing without hesitation. Trying to run, Su Chin slammed his fist into the ground, instantly creating 2 abyssal demonic pools beneath the fleeing wolves, trapping them securely. How dare you call for reinforcements and then try to flee? Dream on. He leapt lightly, landing before the 2 wolves. With 2 swift swings of his scythe, the wolves fell silent. Killed rank 1, level 4 Gale Wolf. Kill points plus 20. 2. Jackpot, jackpot. Including his earlier kills, Su Chun's kill points had soared to 480. Not only that, but valuable parts from the magical beast's corpses could fetch a handsome price. These were tangible silver coins, real, hard cash. Su Chin stored all the magical beast's corpses into his storage ring and prepared to leave. Nearby, Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. She muttered to herself, "Who is this guy? I told him to run, but he single-handedly took down the entire wolf pack? Could he really be death incarnate? Come here." Bubble voice. Su Chin abruptly stopped in his tracks. "If you keep using that bubble voice, I swear I'll smack your skull." Xiaoyao quickly changed her tone. "Hey, how can you just leave after saving someone?" She spoke in a boyish, childish voice, which sounded rather comical. "What are you planning to do? You're not some beauty trying to trade your body for freedom, are you?" Su Chan glanced up and down at the short, skinny figure wrapped tightly in layers, thinking to himself that this person must have a few screws loose. Otherwise, why would they dress like a mummy? Xiaoyao initially wanted to retort, but hesitated. Her eyes darted slyly. "I may not be a beauty, but I can pay you?" "Ahem, you should have said so earlier. I don't want much, just set me a small goal." Xiaoyao's eyes widened. "What? Not much. A small goal? Is this some kind of Blue Star slang? You said, not much, but that's not much at all. Didn't you just say you could give me money? Even if I did, it can't be too much." Xiaoyao stomped her foot in frustration. All right, stop messing around. Don't waste my time killing demonic beasts." Su Chin waved her off and turned to leave. "Wait," she called out urgently. "I may not be able to give you that much money, but I can give you a manual for dark element cultivation." "Really?" Su Chin's eyes lit up. Dark element cultivation techniques were rare, and his current method was just a basic ability cultivation manual. If he could get his hands on a proper dark element manual, his power would definitely skyrocket by several levels. "Really? I'll give it to you as soon as we return to Chuanchen." Xiaoyao promised confidently. "How can I trust you? Look at you, wrapped up like a mummy." Xiaoyao pulled out her phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat first." Then she produced a storage ring and waved it in front of him. "You save me, of course. I won't shortchange you. The high-grade bone-tempering pills and source stones inside are all yours." Holding her phone with a WeChat QR code displayed on the screen in one hand and the storage ring in the other, she presented both to Su Chin. Su Chin stepped forward, snatched the storage ring, pocketed the pills, and then used his phone to scan the QR code. A cute and soft avatar appeared on the screen. Su Chin stared at it skeptically and then looked at Xiaoyao. "You aren't." Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little nervous. Could he have figured it out? "You're not some scammer using a fake picture of a cute girl to trick naive guys online, are you?" Su Chin teased. Xiaoyao was dumbfounded. When did she suddenly become a scammer? You. I'll beat you to death." She swung her tiny fists angrily. "Tisk, as if you could beat me? Stop delaying my hunt for beasts." Su Chin gave her a contemptuous glance and hefted his scythe, ready to leave. Shi Yaoyao immediately darted in front of him. You're not allowed to leave. What now? If you keep blocking me, I'll chop you up. Believe it or not. Go ahead, chop me up. She looked defiant, as if she had nothing to lose. Well, look who's here. Isn't it our little loser? While the two were arguing, Li Hongshan walked over with a fake smile, his eyes filled with malice. He had been drawn by the sound of wolves howling. But to his surprise, he found the fool he had kicked out of his team hanging out with the infamous spendthrift. You must be out of your mind. Why are you here bothering me, old man? Su Chen sneered. Humph. Without Su Tianfeng here, you dare insult me? Hand over the storage ring, or I'll break your legs. Li Hongshan's arrogance was palpable, his face brimming with smugness. What luck! The first person he encountered was the weakest member of Su Tianfeng's team. Su Chen was about to speak when Shi Yaoyao leaned in close and whispered, We should probably run. He's a Tier 1, 6th-stage cultivator. I'm not running. I'm planning to split his skull open. But he's at the 6th stage, Shi Yaoyao reminded him anxiously. Relax, I've got this. Hearing his confidence, Shi Yaoyao gritted her teeth and decided to trust him. Fine. If you can kill him, I'll give you a Tier 3 dark element combat technique. What? Seriously? Do you two have a grudge or something? Yes. I paid him to take me hunting, and he kicked me out as soon as we left the city. Shi Yaoyao fumed, her face filled with rage at the memory. Unbelievable. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Chen patted his chest confidently. Only now did he recognize that this guy seemed to be from Li Hongshan's team. No wonder he looked familiar. Hey, can you two keep it down? Do you think I don't exist? Planning to kill me? What a joke. I'm dying of laughter here. Li Hongshan clutched his stomach, laughing mockingly. Two newly awakened ability users daring to kill a Tier 1, 6th-stage cultivator? Unless they had some cheat, it was utterly absurd. Is that so? Su Chen smirked coldly. System. Level me up. Ding. Spent 400 slaughter points. Host cultivation level has risen to Tier 1, 4th stage. You asked for this. Don't blame me for adding 2 more names to my kill count. Li Hongshan's gaze turned sharp, and just as he was about to strike, he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Looking down, he saw a black magical pool swirling with dense mist at his feet. What is this? His heart tightened, his face full of terror. This is where you'll die. Su Chen dashed forward, gripping his death scythe, and swung it down fiercely. Damn it! Li Hongshan hastily raised his long sword to block, his face tense. A cracking sound followed by a sickening squelch filled the air. Impossible. How could my E-ranked longsword shatter on contact? Li Hongshan stared in disbelief at his broken weapon, falling to the ground and clutching his severed arm. His eyes brimmed with fear and despair. Su Chen coldly pressed the scythe against his neck. Pathetic. I thought you'd at least last a few moves. How are you so strong? How could you be Tier 1, 4th stage? Li Hongshan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, wasn't this some kind of cheat? Su Chen had just awakened. So how was he already at the 4th stage? And his abilities, they had to be S rank. In that moment, Li Hongshan realized just how badly he had miscalculated. There's a lot you don't know. I want to kill you. Though if you can recite pi to 10,000 decimal places, I'll let you go. Su Chen sneered. Li Hongshan, is this the most despairing way to die? Su Chen, you can't kill me. Killing is against the law. If you kill me, you'll face the consequences too. He desperately clung to the hope that fear of the law might sway Su Chen. To hell with that. Killing is against the law? Sure, but killing scum like you is only right. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, and he swung his scythe, severing Li Hongshan's head. Killing is against the law? What does that have to do with killing scum? Kill the Tier 1, 6th-stage beast. Slaughter points plus 60. Damn. System, are you doing this on purpose? Killing humans gives double the slaughter points compared to beasts. Su Chen stared at the system notification, shaking his head in exasperation. This system is clearly pushing me to kill. However, for the first time, the sensation of taking a life didn't scare him. Instead, it brought a strange thrill. Wow, what exactly is your ability? Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Su Chen, filled with envy. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong? Oh, an S-class dark element ability. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, his expression relaxed, leaving Shi Yaoyao momentarily speechless. An S-class ability. A power so strong that countless people could only dream of obtaining it, and yet he spoke of it so casually. But upon further thought, something didn't add up. Wait, did you awaken just this year? She asked. What else could it be? Suchin answered indifferently. Hearing this, Shi Yaoyao felt as if the sky was falling. She was too shocked to speak. Her father had once told her that someone who could reach the first stage and first rank on their awakening day was already exceptionally talented. Those who reached the first stage and second rank were one in a million geniuses. But this guy in front of her, how was he already at the first stage, third rank? To confirm she hadn't made a mistake, she suppressed her shock and carefully sensed him once more. As expected, she had been wrong earlier. He wasn't at the first stage, third rank, he was at the first stage, fourth rank. Moments ago, he was clearly at the first stage, third rank, and in the blink of an eye, he had advanced to the fourth rank? How can you be this strong? You're already at the first stage, fourth rank. Comparing herself to him was utterly infuriating. She, too, had awakened today, but she was still at the first stage, first rank. It's just a stroke of luck. Su Qin dismissed her casually before crouching down to search Li Hongshan's body. From a pocket, he pulled out a gleaming golden pill. Supreme Bone Tempering Pill. Significantly accelerates the bone tempering process upon consumption. What the? A supreme bone tempering pill. Pills, source stones, and potions were all categorized by quality. Inferior, lower, medium, upper, and supreme. In the Chuanqing market, even upper-grade bone tempering pills were rare, priced at 200,000 to 300,000 per pill. As for supreme bone tempering pills, they were exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to purchase, and worth a fortune. The higher the quality of the bone tempering pill, the faster it tempered one's bones. The first stage was also known as the bone tempering realm, where cultivators refined their bones using techniques or pills. Each round of tempering made the bones harder, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Currently, the strongest in the Dragon Nation had tempered their bones 9 times. There was a legend of a 10th round of tempering, called perfect bone tempering, where the bones would emit a radiant golden glow, becoming incredibly hard and earning the title Golden Bones. But that was just a legend. Thinking of this, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. With the system's help, he wanted to attempt perfect bone tempering. However, as he hadn't even completed the first round yet, he decided to prepare once he returned. Snapping out of his thoughts, he continued searching Li Hongshan's body and found 2 medium-grade bone tempering pills and a D-class military-grade dagger. The total value of these items was several hundred thousand. With the supreme bone tempering pill and the weapon, the total value approached 1 million. Now this was truly the saying, crime pays handsomely. Hey, what's your name? Shi Yaoyao asked from behind. Su Chun. What? You're Su Chun. You know me? I don't, but I've heard of you. It seems like you've been causing a lot of trouble with the Luo family. Something like that. And you? Shi Yaoyao smiled mysteriously. Not telling you. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll let you know then. I'm not going. I don't have time for that. For Su Chun, hunting beasts was the most important task at the moment. If you don't come, don't even think about getting the Dark Element Cultivation Method and the 3rd Stage Dark Element Combat Technique Manual. Su Chun rolled his eyes at her. Speak. When and where? Before 10 tomorrow morning, at the City Lord's mansion. Su Chun gave her a curious look. You're so rich. Are you the City Lord's child? No. I just live near the City Lord's mansion, she hurriedly explained, trying desperately to hide her true identity. All right, I'm off to hunt monsters. Do as you please. Su Chun picked up Li Hongshan's head, stored it in his spatial ring, and prepared to continue hunting. Wait, I'm coming too. Shi Yaoyao, like a clingy shadow, followed him enthusiastically. Evening, at the city gate. Su Tianfeng, how many beasts did you guys hunt? Li Hongshan's underling, Li Meng, asked mockingly, his voice loud and full of disdain. Su Tianfeng's face darkened instantly. After Su Chun left, they had encountered a swift-winged wolf king at the first stage, 7th rank. Unable to fight it, they had no choice but to flee, leaving them no opportunity to hunt beasts. Helplessly, he presented the corpses of fewer than 10 beasts. 4 corrupted rats, worth less than 80,000 in total, and a few bloodthirsty crows, worth 60,000. Altogether, just 140,000. How pathetic. Li Ming sneered, then raised his voice. Brothers, show them what we've got. The three men revealed their beast corpses all at once, 15 in total, worth approximately 200,000. Su Tianfeng, looks like age is catching up to you. Even without our boss here, you're already no match for us. When our boss arrives, he'll crush you completely. Don't get cocky. Our little Chun hasn't returned yet. What a joke. You're actually pinning your hopes on a kid who just awakened his ability? Don't be ridiculous. Just admit defeat and apologize already. Li Ming couldn't understand it. Were these four people out of their minds, placing their hopes on a newly awakened kid? He refused to believe Su Chun could bring back enough beasts to turn the tide. Oh, who's being so arrogant? Su Chun strolled over calmly. Humph, surprising that you're not scared out of your wits and still dared to come back. That's rare. Scared? Then why would I bother coming back to make you kneel and apologize? Li Ming burst into laughter. Brothers, haha, did you hear that? He said he's going to make us kneel and apologize. Before the laughter subsided, Su Chun waved his hand and emptied his spatial ring. In an instant, dozens of beast corpses spilled out, forming a small mountain. This. How is it possible to have so many? Li Ming's laughter stopped abruptly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Su Tianfeng was equally stunned. He had initially thought Su Chun would return with a few corpses at most, but instead, there were dozens. Among them were several beasts at the first stage, 5th rank. He stared at Su Chun in astonishment. Since when had his nephew become so powerful, capable of slaying beasts at the first stage, 5th rank? What are you laughing at? Keep laughing if you want. This can't be your doing. You must have paid for it, pretending it was you. Li Ming refused to believe it, shouting hysterically. In his eyes, Su Chun had only just awakened his powers. How could he be this strong? Su Chun couldn't be bothered to argue. With a single thought, the scythe of death appeared in his hand and was instantly placed against Li Ming's neck. What about now? Feeling the threat of death, Li Ming's entire body went cold, shivering uncontrollably. He couldn't help but swallow hard. You can't kill me. Brother Hengshan will be back any moment. Your big brother? Are you talking about him? Su Chun casually pulled out Li Hengshan's severed head, still dripping with blood. Li Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his face turned pale, and his legs felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. His big brother was dead? This Su Chun had actually killed his big brother so easily? Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, and his eyes darted around as he scrambled to think of a way out. Suddenly, he made a decision and kicked Li Hengshan's head away with all his might. Master Su, don't talk nonsense. Li Hengshan wasn't my brother. I cut ties with him a long time ago. If revenge was out of the question, then it was time to pledge allegiance to Su Chun. Su Chun, you change sides quickly. Li Ming dropped to his knees, his face full of sycophantic smiles. Greetings, big brother. He turned and shouted at the followers behind him. Quick, bow to big brother Su. The other two exchanged glances before sliding to their knees. Brother Su, Master Su, Papa Su, I don't need ingrates like you. Start apologizing now. Right away. The three, as if pardoned, began bowing fervently, knocking their heads on the ground 3 times before Su Tianfeng. Master, we were wrong. We shouldn't have laughed at you. Su Tianfeng was taken aback. In the future, don't follow people like Li Hengshan. Of course not, Master. From now on, we'll do good deeds, like helping elderly ladies cross the road, assisting them. All right, leave anything valuable you have on you and get lost. You can hate me or seek revenge if you want. Su Chun waved his hand impatiently. Revenge? We wouldn't dare, Master. We'll leave right away. The three, relieved, quickly placed their pills and weapons on the ground and scurried off. Seek revenge on Su Chun? Who had the time for that? Provoking an S-rank ability user? Their entire families wouldn't be enough to survive his wrath. Xiao Chun, you really brought honor to your second uncle today. Su Tianfeng beamed with pride. This Xiao Chun truly lived up to expectations. This is just the beginning. The good days are still ahead. Su Tianfeng smiled in satisfaction. Good, very good. But a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Xiao Chun, you killed Li Hengshan. Don't worry. He made the first move. In the Dragon Kingdom, attacking an S-rank ability user is punishable by death anyway. I just acted preemptively and will report it afterward. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Su Tianfeng's worries gradually faded. Then let's head back to the city. Tonight, we'll celebrate with a good drink. All right. Su Chen nodded and glanced behind him. We're almost at the city gates. Let's part ways here. All right, my lifesaver. See you tomorrow morning. Xiao Yao cheerfully leaped through the city gates, her face brimming with anticipation. She was already imagining Su Chen's reaction when he discovered her true identity tomorrow. Su Chen squinted slightly, watching her with a puzzled expression. That person looks a bit like a girl. But he quickly shook his head, thinking to himself, what does it matter if they're male or female? After dinner, standing tall before him was the towering trade union building of Chuan City. This place served as a free trading market for weapons, beast corpses, elixirs, and potions. The main hall buzzed with noise. Following the signs, Su Chen quickly arrived at the third floor of the section dedicated to selling beast corpses. Hello, how can I assist you? The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. Do you buy beast corpses here? Yes, we do. At Treasure Pavilion, we offer the fairest prices. Show me what you have, and I'll appraise it for you. I brought quite a lot this time. Do you have a storage ring? A few I can carry, but for dozens of them, there's no room. Hearing this, the receptionist's lips curled into a slight sneer. A young man like this, at most, could hunt a few beasts in a day, claiming to have brought many was surely an exaggeration. She raised her voice and called out, Manager, someone here is selling beast corpses, a lot of them. He needs a storage ring. On my way. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor as manager Li Yanfeng appeared. She looked at Su Chen, surprised to see an unfamiliar face. She had assumed it might be an old customer, but it turned out to be a young man. You said you have a lot of beast corpses to sell and need a storage ring, right? Is there a problem? No problem. Just that lying isn't a good habit, young man. Growing slightly impatient, Su Chen directly tossed out a storage ring. See for yourself whether I'm lying. While you're at it, calculate the price. Li Yanfeng caught the ring and took a glance inside. Her dismissive demeanor vanished instantly. Inside lay dozens of beast corpses in perfect stillness. She quickly poured him a cup of tea, her expression now ingratiating. Dear customer, let's discuss this slowly. Are you planning to sell all these corpses at once? The receptionist beside her stood frozen, feeling like a fool. This man actually brought dozens of beast corpses. Su Chen took the tea, sipped it, and said calmly, Sell them all at once. Just calculate the price. Certainly. Decayed rats typically go for tens of thousands, and swift gale wolves fetch higher prices. Altogether, these add up to 850,000. How does that sound? Su Chen did some mental math. It seemed about right. Deal. Take the beast corpses, but return the storage ring to me. Wait a moment, dear customer. I assume you have a team behind you? Why not establish a long-term partnership with us? It didn't seem possible to gather so many beast corpses alone. Most likely, he had a team. Forming a connection could prove beneficial in the future. I hunted them alone. Finish the transaction and don't waste my time. Li Yanfeng chuckled softly. Though her eyes still reflected shock, they now carried a hint of doubt. Dear customer, it's impossible for one person to hunt so many beasts in a single day. And a tier 6 first-order beast, did you kill that one too? Don't exaggerate. Su Chen lifted his gaze. What if I'm not exaggerating? At this point, there was no need to keep tolerating such remarks. If you're not lying, I'll give you 2 million rounded up. Dark elemental energy flickered in Su Chen's eyes, exuding a murderous aura. Suddenly, the death scythe materialized in his hand, its black blade pressing against Li Yanfeng's neck. Now, do you still think I can't kill a tier 6 first-order beast? Li Yanfeng's face turned ghostly pale as she swallowed hard. I believe you. I believe you. In that instant when the scythe touched her neck, she genuinely felt her life hanging by a thread. Su Chen retracted the scythe. Then transfer the money, don't forget the 2 million. Li Yanfeng quickly transferred the beast corpses from Su Chen's storage ring and handed him a bank card. The password is 6 zeros. There's 2 million inside. Taking the card, Su Chen stood up. Where is the elixir hall? 3rd floor. Good. After Su Chen left, Li Yanfeng's thoughts churned, and a realization suddenly struck her. That man wasn't he Su Chen? Chuan City's newly risen S-class ability prodigy. As a trade manager, She naturally sought to connect with rising talents and build relationships. But what puzzled her was how Su Chun, who had only recently awakened his abilities, had already reached the fourth order of Tier 1. Earlier, she had detected his aura fluctuations. There was no mistake. Not only was he at the fourth order, but he could also slay a Tier 6 beast. If it was really Su Chun, then Chuan City had truly birthed a dragon. Yanfang Jia? Who was that? A curious employee next to her asked. A true dragon, Li Yanfang murmured, her voice filled with regret and reluctance. Had she known earlier, she might be dressed more alluringly. Perhaps then she could enjoyed a pleasant evening and even forged a connection with this dragon destined to soar. Leaving the beast trading section, Su Chun held the bank card, silently calculating. The principal had previously given him 500,000 Blue Star coins. Adding the 2 million inheritance left by his parents after their sacrifice, the total now approached 5 million Blue Star coins. Su Chun sighed softly. Now, all he has left is money. Following the signs, Su Chun arrived at the elixir trading area. The air carried a faint medicinal fragrance, and various elixirs were neatly displayed in bottles. Before long, he purchased 15 top-grade bone refinement pills, spending 3 million Blue Star coins, and then headed toward the training rooms. At the training room counter, Su Chun politely said, "Hello, I'd like to rent a training room." The receptionist smiled. "May I ask your level? It'll help us recommend a suitable room." "Fourth order, Tier 1, Su Chun replied. The receptionist thought for a moment. "You can choose the lowest Tier F classroom. It increases ability training efficiency by 10%, enhances absorption of the world's elemental energy, and aids in improving your rank. There's also simulated beasts ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 5. The cost is 100,000 Blue Star coins per hour. Can I rent any classroom?" Su Chun asked. "E-classrooms cost 200,000 per hour. They won't be as effective for you. I suggest sticking with F class," the receptionist patiently explained. "Never mind. I want E-class for 3 hours," Su Chun said firmly. He wanted to make the most of his time for training and bone refinement, and he also wanted to try the simulated Tier 6 beasts. E-class was the only option. "All right, cash or card?" the receptionist asked. "Card," Su Chun said, handing over his card. After completing the payment, the receptionist handed him an E-class training room card. "Turn left ahead." Taking the card, Su Chun replied, "Thank you." After just a few steps, he arrived at the training room door. Swiping the card, he entered, greeted by a strong sense of advanced technology. The room was filled with various high-tech instruments, faintly glowing. "Welcome, esteemed user. I am your AI assistant, Xiaoyi. Please let me know if you need any assistance." A sweet voice suddenly greeted him, startling Su Chun. "Generate a Tier 5 Scorpion-type beast," he commanded. "Generating, please wait." After 2.5 seconds, ripples appeared in the air, and an armored giant scorpion slowly materialized. It was the size of a small car, its armor gleaming with a cold light, seemingly impenetrable to any attack. So convenient. Su Chun couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly formed a seal, and the abyssal demon pool instantly appeared beneath the armored giant scorpion, trapping it firmly. In the sky, the shadow claw roared down and struck the scorpion ferociously. Under this barrage of attacks, the Tier 1, Level 5 armored giant scorpion was battered and bruised, barely holding on. Not bad. Raise the level a bit, and a single set of combat techniques can achieve this. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction, calculating in his mind. He was currently only at S-level ability, and his combat techniques were just at the beginner stage. If he could reach SS-level ability and perfect his combat techniques, how terrifying would their power be? Next, he summoned a Tier 1, Level 6 armored giant scorpion to test. After a set of combat techniques, the scorpion only suffered minor injuries. Seeing this, Su Chun's eyes sharpened. He summoned the death scythe and shouted, "Slash!" The scythe, filled with a fierce momentum, swung down violently toward the armored scorpion. With a squelch, the once impenetrable armor was effortlessly split open, revealing a deep gash. As expected, the death scythe is still the most formidable. Su Chun marveled in his heart. This companion artifact was his strongest weapon. After all, only those who awakened abilities above a level had the chance to manifest a companion artifact. In hundreds of years, the number of people in the Dragon Kingdom who could awaken a companion artifact was exceedingly rare. Companion artifacts far surpassed combat weapons. A companion artifact of the same level could easily crush a combat weapon of the same level. Again, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold light as the scythe swung once more. In less than a minute, the armored giant scorpion was thoroughly defeated. "This feels amazing," Su Chen shouted in excitement. As for Tier 1, Level 7 beasts, he wasn't considering them for now. They didn't pose much of a challenge and weren't worth the effort. However, what disappointed him a little was that his ability's special characteristic still hadn't revealed itself. "Forget it, it'll show up when it's time," he muttered to himself. Afterward, he took out a top-grade bone refining pill, preparing to refine his bones. Sitting cross-legged, he swallowed the pill in one gulp and began circulating the basic ability cultivation method, starting the first round of bone refinement. The pill's effects kicked in swiftly, and it felt as though an invisible hand gripped his bones tightly, slowly reshaping them. His bones emitted cracking sounds, and his muscles tensed and contracted in response to the changes in his skeletal structure. The excruciating pain made sweat pour down Su Chen's forehead. Time ticked by second as he gritted his teeth and persevered. An hour later, his entire body trembled. The first round of bone refinement is complete. Although an hour seemed short, without the top-grade bone refining pill and the 3 high-grade pills that followed, it would have taken several days to complete this round of refinement. Moreover, each subsequent round of bone refinement increased in difficulty. Otherwise, how else could the fact that the average person in the Dragon Kingdom stopped at the 3rd round be explained? "System, open the panel." Su Chen exhaled deeply and said, "Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Realm, Tier 1, Level 4+. Companion Artifact, S-Level Death Scythe. Combat Techniques, Tier 2 Abyssal Demon Pool Beginner, Tier 2 Shadow Claw Beginner. Cultivation Method, Basic Ability Cultivation Method, Bone Refinement. First Round Plus, Slaughter Points, 500. Note: the fledgling is taking off, ing. Looking at the 500 slaughter points he had left, points gained from slaying Li Hongshan and other beasts later in the afternoon, Su Chen hesitated over which skill to allocate them to. Then, he suddenly noticed the plus symbol next to the first round of bone refinement and was momentarily taken aback. "System? What does the plus next to bone refinement mean?" Su Chen asked in confusion. Hint: you may allocate points. Using this system's allocation feature has no toxins or side effects. For just 200 slaughter points, you can upgrade to the 2nd round of bone refinement. Act quickly. What the? Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Now, perfect bone refinement was a certainty. Whether he progressed manually or through his own effort, as long as he reached the 9th round, he could directly max out the points to break through to the 10th round and achieve perfect golden bones. And this process, done by his own hand, would undoubtedly make him far stronger than others. System: allocate points to upgrade bone refinement to the 2nd round. 200 slaughter points consumed. Host successfully upgraded to the 2nd round of bone refinement. As the system's notification sounded, Su Chen felt as though his bones were being shattered and reassembled. The pain was almost unbearable, making him want to scream. Yet, after the pain subsided, he could feel his bones becoming significantly tougher and his strength greatly enhanced. Su Chen silently sighed. One-click point allocation is truly worth it. With 300 slaughter points remaining, his gaze shifted to his 2 combat techniques should he first advance Shadow Claw to the minor achievement stage, or Abyssal Demon Pool. Ultimately, he chose without hesitation to allocate points to Shadow Claw. Between offense and control, he decisively opted for offense. After all, the best defense is a strong offense. 300 slaughter points consumed. Shadow Claw successfully advanced to the minor achievement stage. Instantly, his mastery of Shadow Claw improved significantly, as if he had used it thousands of times. When he tested it, he found that Shadow Claw's power had not only increased significantly, but also its attack range had expanded. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded, closed the panel, and picked up the top-grade source stone given to him by Luo Qingxue, preparing to cultivate. This source stone resembled a black crystal, brimming with endless energy. It contained a vast amount of pure source power, capable of greatly accelerating a cultivator's absorption of the world's source energy and raising their realm. For ability users, enhancing their strength required operating unique cultivation methods to draw the source energy from the surroundings into their bodies, transforming it into their own power. Although Su Chun could level up, he lacked enough slaughter points, and the beasts at night were too difficult to deal with. So, he decided to cultivate peacefully at night and hunt beasts during the day, using slaughter points to level up. Once he reached the Tier 2 blood condensation realm, he would gain night vision. At that point, he could hunt beasts freely at night, accumulate slaughter points rapidly, level up crazily, and easily surpass his peers. He would undoubtedly become the unrivaled champion of the high martial era. With this thought, Su Chun took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began operating the basic ability cultivation method. The air around him rippled slightly as invisible strands of source energy converged into his body, flowing gently through his meridians. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, "My dear daughter, why are you so reckless, running about everywhere? You have no idea how worried I was," Shi Yuanshan said, his face full of concern as he gazed at his daughter. Xiao Yo snorted, pouting. "Humph, who asked you to worry about me? It's all because of you. Without my consent, you insisted on having me throw the embroidered ball tomorrow to choose a fiancé. I don't want to go at all." As soon as this matter was brought up, anger flared in her eyes. Zai Yuanshan sighed helplessly. "Ah, my dear daughter, this is your mother's family tradition. There's nothing we can do about it. Just treat it as going through the motions. Besides, your old dad can't bear to see you actually get married." Xiao Yo pouted stubbornly. "Too late. I've already fallen for someone. In a few days, I'm getting married, and you'll be furious." "What? You like someone? Who is it? Tell your dad right now. I want to see which family's boy could be so impressive to win your heart." Hearing this, Zai Yuanshan's spirits lifted immediately. "Not telling you." Xiao Yo playfully stuck out her tongue. In truth, she wasn't really in love, just acquainted with someone. She only said this to rile up her dad. "Yao Yao, my darling daughter, just tell your old dad who it is." "Nope, unless you give me resources for cultivation." "All right, tell me what you want. As long as your dad can get it, I'll make sure you have it." "I don't want much, just a cultivation method for shadow-type abilities you got from the secret realm and a third-level dark element combat skill." "What? Daughter, that's not a small request." Zai Yuanshan's face showed a troubled expression. "Fine, then I won't tell you," Xiao Yo said, turning as if to leave. All right, my precious daughter. I'll get them for you later, okay?" Zai Yuanshan had no choice but to relent. After all, that shadow-type cultivation method was useless to their family. And as for the third-level dark element combat skill, with his status and power, it wouldn't be hard to obtain. It's a deal. Since your dad agreed. Now tell me, who is this boy? You'll find out tomorrow when he catches the embroidered ball." Xiao Yo grinned smugly and bounced away. Zai Yuanshan watched his daughter's retreating figure. Good grief, looks like my precious cabbage is really going to be snatched by a pig. He was curious to see tomorrow which pig it would be, and if it was some yellow-haired punk. At 10 p.m., moonlight cascaded like water, quietly illuminating the streets and alleys of Chuan City. Su Qin slowly walked out of his cultivation room, bought a meat sandwich on the way, and ate it. After all, one needs energy to put up a good fight. He lived in an old residential area. Though a bit shabby, it was clean and tidy, the only property left to him by his parents. Su Qin opened the door to his apartment, placed the food he bought on the table, and prepared to relax and take a shower. Suddenly, his phone chimed with message notifications. Ding, ding, ding. He pulled out his phone and saw a series of messages from someone he saved earlier. "Cutie Bunny eats well, hey. It's 9 p.m., time to get up and pee." "Cutie Bunny eats well. It's 9:30, time to poop." "Cutie Bunny eats well. Su Chun, it's already 10 p.m., wake up already." Su Chen's mouth twitched. What's wrong with this person? Su Chun, question mark. The reply came almost instantly. Finally, you're answering. Then, several images popped up. Su Chen focused on them, and one was a third-level dark element combat skill, Dark Bat Assault. Another was a shadow-type cultivation method. And there were even a few top-tier bone refinement pills. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, saving this person really paid off. They're so generous. Su Chen, Dad. Meanwhile, in a bedroom in the city lord's mansion, Xiaoyo lay on her bed, holding her phone and laughing at Su Chen's messages. This guy is so easily impressed. Just a few items, and he is thrilled like this. Calling me dad won't work, you have to call me mom. Su Chen, haha, I'm not your junior. You must be a girl, right? Su Chen guessed that the person was most likely a girl. After all, their behavior was far too feminine. Wow, he had unintentionally become a hero saving a damsel in distress. Though the situation was a bit cliched, it was still heartwarming. Not telling you. Remember to come to the city lord's mansion entrance tomorrow morning. All right, for those combat skills, I'll definitely be there. It's settled then. Good night. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Su Chun turned off his phone, took a shower, and lay down to sleep. It had been a fruitful day. Not only had he received a transfer worth millions, but his cultivation level and bone refinement had also significantly advanced. Thinking of this, he smiled contentedly, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning was bright and clear. Su Chen walked along the road to the city lord's mansion, feeling a bit puzzled. He noticed many people hurrying in the same direction, their faces full of excitement and anticipation. Hey, young man, where's everyone going to in such a hurry? Su Chen stopped a passing young man and asked curiously, You don't know? Today, City Lord Ziyuanshan's daughter Xiaoyo is holding an embroidered ball event to choose a husband. I'm going to try my luck, who knows? Maybe I'll become a live-in son-in-law. The young man spoke with a hopeful smile and then quickly ran toward the city lord's mansion. An embroidered ball to choose a husband? Su Chen paused, stunned. Isn't that something from ancient times? He didn't expect it to still be popular in this era. He finished the flatbread in his hand, his curiosity piqued, and decided to check it out. Ziyuanshan Su Chun had heard that name before. He was one of the strongest people in Chuan City, a sixth-level powerhouse with tremendous prestige. As for his daughter Xiaoyo, Su Chun had only heard her name and had no idea what she looked like. He couldn't help but speculate maybe she was plain looking. Otherwise, why resort to an embroidered ball event to find a husband? One more thing. He suspected the person he saved yesterday was Xiaoyo. Such generosity, coupled with mentions of the city lord's mansion, led him to this conclusion. No way, right? No way. Well, since he was here, he absolutely had to get those combat skills. As for what Xiaoyo looked like, it didn't matter. She wasn't someone he liked anyway, so there was no need to care. He looked ahead. Combat techniques, here I come. Beneath the city lord's mansion, the crowd was dense, surging like a tide. Oh my, even the young master of the Li family is here. He is a genius who awakened a grade B ability. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. And the young master of the Jiang family is here too. So many heirs of powerful families have arrived. It seems like we don't stand much of a chance. I wonder what the requirements for this groom selection are. Many who came with a glimmer of hope were now disappointed, their faces filled with dejection. Haha, young Master Li is here too? Shi Yuanshan warmly greeted from below. Greetings, Uncle Shi. I'm just here to try my luck and see if I can form a bond with Miss Shi. Li Tian replied confidently and politely. How is your training going lately? Not to boast, but I've already reached the first stage, first tier, and I'm preparing to break through to the second tier. As Li Tian said this, he straightened his chest, his eyes brimming with pride. To break through to the second tier of the first stage within 2 days, this speed was absolutely top-notch among his peers. Impressive, little Tian. I have high hopes for you. Shi Yuanshan complimented courteously. Thank you, Uncle Shi. I promise to treat Yao Yao well in the future, Li Tian vowed earnestly. Shi Yuanshan thought to himself, I was just being polite, and he took it seriously? With a smile on his face, he said, Ha ha, feel free to enjoy yourself. I'll head up first. With that, he excused himself and left. Watching Shi Yuanshan's retreating figure, the corners of Li Tian's mouth lifted slightly. He thought to himself, Uncle Shi seems to have a good impression of me. Today he was determined to be the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. No matter how the ball-tossing event played out, his strength would undoubtedly outshine everyone else. On the upper floor of the city lord's mansion, Yao Yao, what are your requirements for your future husband? Tell me, and I'll help you choose carefully. When it's time, Just toss the ball to the right person. Shi Yaoyao's mother, Li Yulan, said softly, her eyes full of concern. Mom, can't I make my own decision? Yao Yao, the news of this groom selection has already spread far and wide. So many people have come. I just want to help you find a good match. Humph. Mom, stop meddling. I already have someone I like. Oh, I knew you'd try to fool me. Don't I know you well enough by now? If you don't believe me, ask Dad. Shi Yaoyao pointed to Shi Yuanshan, who had just returned. Yuanshan? Is what Yao Yao said true? Li Yulan turned to Shi Yuanshan. Shi Yuanshan shook his head. I'm not too sure, but Yao Yao said that whoever catches the ball later will be the one she likes. At this, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He was curious to see which young master could win his daughter's heart. Li Yulan, though still a bit doubtful, finally said, since Yao Yao has someone she likes, I want the object. The time is almost here. Let us go through the process now. He felt somewhat helpless. If he had known his daughter liked someone else, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of choosing a son-in-law. Shi Yao Yao eagerly took the lead and walked out. I'll go take a look. Yao Yao, you haven't taken the embroidered ball yet. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan quickly picked up the embroidered ball and followed her. Arriving above the city lord's mansion, Shi Yao Yao looked down from a high vantage point. In front of her was a dense crowd of people, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't this just about choosing a husband? Why are there so many people here? As Shi Yao Yao appeared, the crowd below almost unanimously lit up with excitement. I've long heard that the city lord's daughter is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Indeed. Guys, I swear I'm not a lolicon. No one can accuse me now, right? Sigh. I wonder who will be lucky enough to grab the embroidered ball today. Most likely one of the young masters from the major powers. Probably. Grabbing the embroidered ball definitely requires some skill. Shi Yao Yao ignored these discussions entirely. She anxiously searched the crowd for Su Chen's figure, but after scanning again and again, she still couldn't find that familiar face. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Su Chen didn't come? What a bad guy. Miss Shi, what are you waiting for? It's time to throw the embroidered ball. Li Tian spoke gracefully, trying to catch Shi Yao Yao's attention. Shi Yao Yao didn't even glance at him, remaining focused on searching the crowd. At that moment, she suddenly spotted Su Chen leisurely walking from afar. Her face instantly lit up with joy. At least you have some conscience. But then she thought again and felt something was off. No, it's because of that combat technique's allure. Su Chen must have come for the combat technique. Meanwhile, Li Tian, seeing Shi Yao Yao smile after he spoke, secretly rejoiced and couldn't help but curl his lips upward, thinking it was his charm that worked. Little did he know, in Shi Yao Yao's heart, he was nothing more than a ridiculous clown. From afar, Su Chen finally managed to squeeze through the layers of the crowd and reach the front, where he could see Shi Yao Yao above the city lord's mansion. He was slightly stunned and secretly marveled. So she's not some ugly monster, but actually an adorable little loli. Shi Yao Yao had her hair styled in playful twin ponytails, her fair and rosy cheeks glowing faintly under the sunlight, like a flower blooming in the moor. Welcome everyone to my manor today. Today, my daughter Shi Yao Yao will throw the embroidered ball to choose a husband. Whoever catches the ball will have the chance to talk with my daughter as a form of matchmaking. Anyone who awakened this year is 18 years old, regardless of their abilities or family background, can participate in catching the embroidered ball. Please prepare if you meet the above conditions. If you don't meet the conditions, please understand and step aside. As Shi Yuanshan finished speaking, a wave of groans erupted from the crowd. These conditions immediately eliminated many people, and those who didn't meet the criteria reluctantly stepped aside, watching eagerly to see who would catch the ball. Those who met the conditions stayed in place, scattered around, numbering about a few dozen. Shi Yuanshan turned to Shi Yao Yao and said, "Daughter, you can start now." Shi Yao Yao shook her head, not in a hurry yet. After speaking, she stepped back with her phone. Shi Yuanshan was baffled by his daughter's actions, still curious to know which pig would root for his cabbage. Helpless, he quickly tried to reassure the confused crowd below. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Shi Yao Yao hurriedly returned to the back and anxiously sent a message to Su Chen. "Shi Yao Yao, you must catch the embroidered ball later. I don't want to go on a blind date with other men. Su Chun, standing outside the manor, heard his phone notification. Seeing her message, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He replied, I always go with the flow, unless you beg me. Shi Yaoyao bit her lip, her beautiful eyes flashing with annoyance. Su Chun was such a scoundrel. He actually wanted her, a dignified young lady, to beg him. Shi Yaoyao, please, I promise to grant you one request if you succeed. Su Chun thought for a moment, then quickly typed on his screen, all right, no problem. Seeing Su Chin's reply, Shi Yaoyao smiled with satisfaction. She wanted Su Chun to catch the embroidered ball to avoid her parents' future matchmaking and marriage pressure. She planned to have a fake relationship with Su Chun. After all, she didn't want to get married or fall in love so early. Living freely alone was much better. Besides, it was highly unlikely that any man could win her heart. She carefully put away her phone, walked to the top of the manor, and looked down at the crowd, announcing clearly, throwing the embroidered ball now. 3, 2, 1. As her voice fell, Shi Yaoyao threw the embroidered ball straight towards Su Chen's direction. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, and everyone's hearts were lifted high with curiosity. Who would catch this ball, symbolizing luck and fate? Shi Yuanshan and his wife were also full of curiosity, wondering who their little princess had her eyes on. As the ball was thrown, the young men around lit up with excitement, leaping forward and shouting loudly, mine! They jumped high, stretching their arms with all their might, trying to grab the ball flying through the air. Li Tian sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. Bunch of amateurs. He activated his superpower, his entire body leaping high like a black lightning bolt. One finger was about to touch the embroidered ball, and he didn't forget to mock the crowd below. Only the strong deserve this embroidered ball. However, just as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed below. Before anyone could react, the embroidered ball was snatched away. Su Chun landed steadily, clutching the colorful embroidered ball tightly in his hand. A faint fragrance lingered on the ball, wafting to his nose. They were all newly awakened, but his level was far above theirs, and his strength was greater. Naturally, he could jump higher and snatch it from them with ease. Seeing the embroidered ball taken by Su Chun, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Who is this guy? He actually managed to snatch it from young Master Li Tian. He looks familiar. Oh, I remember now. He's Su Chun, the one with the childhood engagement to the Luo family. So it's him? But doesn't he already have a fiancée from the Luo family? Why is he still competing with us for the ball? Li Tian's face turned extremely ugly. Su Chun, you already have a childhood engagement with the Luo family. I hope you'll give me this embroidered ball, or don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Su Chun casually toyed with the embroidered ball in his hand and taunted, what if I don't? Humph, then don't blame me for being rude. The essence of snatching the embroidered ball is in the word snatch. Li Tian's eyes turned fierce. Just as he was about to make a move, a series of exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd. Holy, what a huge black claw! Startled, Li Tian instinctively looked up, only to see a massive shadow claw descending with a fierce momentum, smashing straight toward him. Boom! With a loud crash, the shadow claw landed heavily, slamming Li Tian into a deep pit, sending dust flying everywhere. Su Chun raised the embroidered ball high and shouted, who else dares to try and take it? For a moment, those who had been eager to try were now so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, their faces full of terror. Li Tian, who was considered one of the best among them, was unexpectedly defeated by Su Chun in a single move. If they didn't want to lose their lives, they wouldn't dare to step forward lightly. One claw, and everyone was stunned. At the city lord's mansion, Shi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of shock flashing in them. It's actually a second-tier combat skill, Shadow Claw, and it's already at the proficient level. His tone was full of astonishment. It was only the second day after awakening, and a second-tier combat skill had already been cultivated to the proficient level. One must know that even S-class superhumans of the same level would need several months to master a second-tier combat skill. Yet Su Chun had done it in less than 2 days. He was now certain that the person his Yaoyao had mentioned was indeed Su Chun. Shi Yaoyao watched as Su Chun steadily caught the embroidered ball and struck a dashing figure that intimidated everyone. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "He's actually quite handsome." Just as she was about to go down, a commotion arose among the audience on both sides. A man with a fiancée still competing for the embroidered ball. How shameless. No wonder the Luo family wants to break off the engagement. I bet they found out about Su Chen's improper behavior. Exactly. Even though Su Chun is an S-level ability user, he still doesn't deserve Luo Qingxue, let alone the daughter of the city lord. TCH, sour grapes because you can't have them. An S-level ability user like him could easily crush you. Stop spreading nonsense. If you don't know the truth, don't talk recklessly. Su Chun listened to the harsh discussions around him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. His parents had saved the lives of the Luo family couple back then, yet now they were being repaid with betrayal. How disgusting. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Shi Yaoyao from the city lord's mansion suddenly leap down. Su Chun, catch me. Ah! Seeing this, Su Chen's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward and caught her steadily in a princess carry. Feeling the softness in his arms, Su Chun was momentarily dazed. Humph, have you touched enough? Shi Yaoyao's voice pulled Su Chen back to reality. He coughed awkwardly twice and smiled. Cough, cough, not yet. You. Shi Yaoyao glared at him but wasn't truly angry. Instead, she broke free from his arms. Turning around, her sharp gaze swept over the gossiping crowd. What's with all the sourness from people who can't achieve anything? Su Chun, an S-level ability user, is a height you'll never reach in your lifetime. Sour grapes because you can't have them, and you say Su Chun doesn't deserve Luo Qingxue? In my opinion, the Luo family isn't even worthy of licking Su Chen's boots. And for the record, I think Su Chen and I are a perfect match, so no need for you all to worry. After finishing, she slightly stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Su Chen's cheek. Su Chen was stunned by Shi Yaoyao's sudden action. The anger in his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm feeling that surged within him. This girl, she's quite something. The people who had been bad-mouthing Su Chen were now ashamed and lowered their heads, not daring to make another sound. Indeed, as an S-level ability user, with a beautiful and bold woman like Shi Yaoyao admiring him, Su Chen's life could be considered perfect. Shi Yaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. Humph, aren't you going to thank me? She was feeling a bit flustered herself. This was her first time having such close contact with a man. In a moment of anger, her head heated up, leading her to make such a bold move. Su Chen softened his voice. Thank you, Miss Shi. I owe you one. It's nothing. If it weren't for you saving me yesterday, I'd probably have been devoured by a monster, not even leaving my bones behind. I should be the one thanking you. When a benefactor is in trouble, naturally one must step up to help. Listening to her words, Su Chun felt a surge of indescribable emotion, a faintly mocking smile appearing on his lips. He smiled at the unspoken disparities between people in this world. He had saved Shi Yaoyao, and in return, she stood by his side sincerely, disregarding the strange looks from others and offering her help. Yet his parents had saved the Luo family couple, only to be repaid with lies and betrayal. It seems saving you was more than worth it. Su Chen spoke calmly. Of course, saving me is definitely a huge gain for you. Shi Yaoyao's face lit up with a playful smile. Ahem, Yaoyao, you two stop for a moment and chat later, Shi Yuanshan said, watching his precious daughter and Su Chun chatting enthusiastically, a tinge of sourness rising in his heart. It felt as if the little girl he had carefully cherished was about to be taken away by someone. Shi Yaoyao made a cute face at her father and responded crisply. Oh. Shi Yuanshan ignored his daughter's mischief and turned his gaze to the crowd of onlookers. Everyone, today's son-in-law selection ends here. I have arranged a luncheon at the Sunshine Hotel nearby. Those interested may attend. Now, please disperse in an orderly manner. Initially, the crowd looked dejected, feeling like they had come for nothing. But upon hearing Shi Yuanshan's arrangement, their gloom instantly vanished. The Sunshine Hotel was a 5-star luxury hotel. Having a fine meal, there wasn't a loss at all. They could even take pictures and post them on social media to show off. Just as the crowd was about to leave, Su Chen suddenly raised his voice. Wait. Everyone froze, turning back with puzzled expressions to look at him. 2 days from now, I will duel with the Luo family. By then, the truth will come to light. I will make certain people understand clearly that it is the Luo family who is unworthy of me, Su Chun. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the powerful aura emanating from Su Chun, leaving them speechless for a moment. The youthful spirit and confidence of the young man were on full display at this moment. Looking at Su Chun before her, Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but snort lightly and ask, "Humph, are you really confident?" "Confident? What I want is absolute domination." By the time of the 3-year agreement, with his current rate of progress, he would at least reach the 5th level of the first tier. What could Luo Qinxue possibly compare to him? What he wanted to defeat wasn't just Luo Qinxue, but to slap the faces of those ungrateful Luo family members. "You sure talk big, but I believe in you." Shi Yaoyao's eyes were full of trust. Of course, she believed in Su Chun. He was already at the 4th level of the first tier, and his Shadow Claw technique had just reached the minor achievement stage. Just ask, how many people in the entire Dragon Nation could achieve such a feat? "Yao Yao, take Su Chun to the City Lord's mansion. Let's have a good chat," Shi Yuanshan instructed. "Got it, Dad." Shi Yaoyao turned to Su Chun, her eyes smiling. "Let's go, little Chinzi." Su Chun smiled cooperatively and teased, "TSK, Yao Yao Empress." Shi Yaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then walked side by side with Su Chun into the City Lord's mansion. Luo family residence. Oh, Su Chun actually participated in the City Lord, Shi's daughter's son-in-law selection, and even made bold declarations. Luo Dongshan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he listened to the report from his subordinate. "Yes, master." Moreover, he defeated the Li family's young master, Li Tian, with a single move using a 2nd-tier Shadow Claw at the minor achievement stage. "Do you think the duel with Miss in 2 days will?" "What? Shadow Claw has already reached the minor achievement stage." Luo Dongshan abruptly stood up. Today was only Su Chin's 2nd day after awakening, yet he had already cultivated Shadow Claw to the minor accomplishment stage. How could he have progressed so quickly? What about his cultivation level? Have you investigated it thoroughly? "Master, there isn't any detailed information regarding his cultivation level. However, it's highly likely that he has devoted all his time to practicing combat techniques, which is why his progress in them has been so rapid." Hearing the butler's explanation, Luo Dongshan frowned slightly, feeling that it made some sense. But upon further thought, it still seemed unreasonable. This speed of cultivating combat techniques was simply too fast. Getting to the entry level was already quick enough, but he had reached minor accomplishment. However, he quickly calmed down, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and said, "Go and fetch the A-rank battle weapon I treasured a few days ago, the Frost Sword, and give it to Qingxue. Let her use it in her duel with Su Chun." "Master, won't people talk if the young lady uses an A-rank battle weapon?" "So what? If Su Chun had one, I'd let him use it too. But unfortunately, he doesn't. Sometimes, background is also a form of strength. It's not my fault he's an orphan, and his only uncle makes a living hunting demonic beasts. To be on the safe side, he had no choice but to take this measure. With the support of an A-rank battle weapon, his daughter's strength would undoubtedly rise to a higher level." "Master is right. There's no rule against the other side using one. It's not our fault they don't have one," the butler quickly agreed. "All right, go and give that battle weapon to the young lady." The butler nodded and was about to leave when Luo Dongshan called him back. "On the day of the duel, find an excuse to bring Su Chin's uncle to watch as well. Didn't Su Chin boast arrogantly that the Luo family wasn't worthy of him? Then inviting Su Chin's uncle to witness his failure wouldn't be excessive, would it? To fail in front of his only family member Su Chun would surely feel terrible. He wanted to see if Su Chun had the ability to make the Luo family lose face. "Yes, master." City Lord's mansion. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan sat in the main seats, their gazes fixed on Su Chun and Shi Yaoyao. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and silence filled the air. "Dad, why did you call us here? What is going on?" Shi Yaoyao finally couldn't hold back and broke the awkward silence. "What do you think? Speak up. What exactly is your relationship with Su Chun?" "A romantic relationship, of course." Su Chun was slightly stunned upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. "What the heck? How did it suddenly become a romantic relationship? He was just about to ask when he saw Shi Yaoyao winking at him, her eyes full of hints. Seeing her behavior, Su Chun had a sudden realization and roughly understood what was going on. In simple terms, it seemed her family was pressuring her to get married, so she was using him as a shield, pretending they were a couple. Su Chun, is what Yao Yao said true? Shi Yuanshan's gaze was fixed on Su Chun, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Yes, we are currently in a romantic relationship. He decided to help her out this once. Shi Yuanshan looked at the two of them, his eyes full of doubt. He didn't believe for a second that they were truly in a romantic relationship. It was definitely an act. But since his daughter had already said so, he had no choice but to let it go. He would just let her be for now. By the way, Su Chun, what's the deal with your engagement to the Luo family? This is a bit complicated. If City Lord Shi has time, in 2 days at Second High, you'll understand. Shi Yuanshan nodded slightly. It seemed the rumors about the Luo family breaking off the engagement with the Su family weren't because Su Chun was incompetent. There was more to the story. Su Chun, how's your cultivation going? Li Yulan asked at this moment. First tier, 4th level. Since she asked, Su Chun didn't feel the need to hide it. Besides, he never intended to conceal his strength. He worked hard to kill beasts and level up, so why should he keep it under wraps? Li Yulan smiled and nodded, speaking softly. Not bad, already at the first tier, 4th level. But the next second, she seemed to realize something and suddenly stood up. What? You're already at the first tier, 4th level. Shi Yuanshan also abruptly stood up from his seat. What? You're already at the first tier, 4th level. Su Chun touched his nose, a faint smile appearing on his face. Is there a problem with that? Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan exchanged glances, a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Both of them thought to themselves, this kid usually seems so low-key. Turns out he's been hiding his true abilities. And is there a problem? If they had awakened their abilities at 18 and reached the first tier, 4th level the next day, they'd be showing off their aura in class every few seconds. The first tier, 4th level is almost the level that a great ability users reach during the college entrance exams. Even the more talented ones only reach the first tier, 5th level at most. Tell me, how outrageous is this kid? Shi Yuanshan cleared his throat, still sounding a bit surprised. After all, from awakening yesterday morning until now, it had only been a little over a day. This cultivation speed, even compared to the geniuses meticulously trained by the old monsters in the capital and the Magic City, might not measure up. Thinking about this, a thought suddenly arose in Shi Yuanshan's mind. In 9 days, during the college entrance exams, Su Chun might actually have a chance to advance to the 2nd tier. But soon, he shook his head, thinking it was unlikely. Advancing in cultivation was relatively easy at first, but it became increasingly difficult later on. Just luck, pure luck, Su Chun casually brushed it off. Oh, Su Chun is really hardworking, unlike our Yao Yao, who doesn't like cultivating at all. You'll have to take care of her in the future, Li Yulan said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration for Su Chun. Su Chun was diligent in cultivation, had a handsome appearance, possessed great abilities, and his combat skill cultivation speed was fast. Such a young man was bound to become a powerhouse in the future. Although she could tell that her daughter's relationship with Su Chun might be fake, what did it matter? Fake could turn into real. She was very satisfied with this son-in-law. Su Chun felt a bit uncomfortable under Li Yulan's gaze, which was full of approval for a son-in-law. If they found out he also had a life-bound spiritual weapon, wouldn't they? Ahem, I will, Aunt Yulan. Don't call me aunt, call me mother-in-law. Li Yulan pretended to be angry and gave him a playful glare. All right, mother-in-law. Su Chun immediately changed his tone, showing a well-behaved smile on his face. This child is so obedient. Stay here and chat for a while. Don't leave at noon, okay? Auntie will personally cook for you. Li Yulan nodded with satisfaction and said enthusiastically. On the side, Shi Yaoyao looked at her mother's overly enthusiastic demeanor, feeling a bit bewildered. She secretly thought to herself, this is bad. My mom really sees Su Chun as a son-in-law now. Shi Yuanshan watched the scene, shook his head slightly, and then looked at Su Chun. Xiao Chun, can I have a private chat with Yao Yao for a moment? Of course, Shi City Lord. You two go ahead and talk. Su Chen tactfully stood up. Su Chen, wait a moment, take this first. Shi Yaoyao suddenly spoke, tossing a storage ring over to him. Su Chen caught the storage ring and opened it to take a look. Inside were a third-tier dark combat technique, a shadow ability cultivation method, and some top-grade bone tempering pills. His eyes lit up. Thanks. You're welcome. This is what I promised to give you. Shi Yaoyao said with a smile, then turned to her father. Father, go ahead. What do you want to talk about? What do you think? Be honest, how did you meet Su Chen? Shi Yuanshan asked seriously, his face stern. Yesterday, I went out to play and ended up being surrounded by a pack of wolves outside the city. He happened to save me. Shi Yaoyao answered truthfully. What? You actually went outside the city yesterday? Shi Yuanshan's expression changed instantly, his tone full of worry. Well, what else could I do? The city is boring, so I wanted to see the world outside. But you can't go alone. The beasts are ferocious. My silly daughter, luckily you're okay. Shi Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief, his impression of Su Chen improving even more. He hadn't expected this young man to save his daughter. See, nothing happened. Don't worry. Shi Yuanshan glared at her and then said, This Su Chen kid seems pretty good to me. If you have feelings for him, why not turn the fake relationship into a real one? Shi Yaoyao's face instantly turned red. Father, what are you talking about? I don't want to date, let alone get married. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. All right, it's up to you. Forced love doesn't work. Everything depends on his daughter and Su Chen. Shi Yaoyao stuck out her tongue and said no more. Outside the mansion, Su Chen looked at the third-tier combat technique in his hand, corrosive dark bat assault, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He used the probing function to examine it. Corrosive dark bat assault condenses dark elements to form countless dark bats to attack the opponent. Next, he took out the other book, the Shadow Ability Cultivation Method, and probed it again. Shadow Ability Cultivation Method cannot be cultivated by non-shadow ability users. Cultivating this method can greatly accelerate source energy absorption and cultivation speed. Additionally, it allows fusion with one's shadow for cultivation, doubling the results, or separating the shadow to let it cultivate independently and feed back to oneself. Su Chen's breathing quickened slightly, secretly marveling in his heart. This shadow ability cultivation method is truly amazing. Train your shadow to cultivate and nourish yourself, then hunt beasts to earn slaughter points. In this way, who could possibly surpass him? Su Chen? System, let me learn Shadow Bat Strike and the Shadow Ability Cultivation Method. Su Chen silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Learning successful. In an instant, the methods for operating, separating, and condensing shadows from the Shadow Ability Cultivation Method were clearly imprinted in his mind. As for the Shadow Bat Strike combat skill, he had also learned it, though he had not yet reached the level of proficient application. Now, he lacked slaughter points to enhance his abilities. He had a grand goal in mind: to develop shadow-based abilities into a force as powerful as destructive mages and summoning mages. Just as he was excitedly planning for the future, Shi Yaoyao's voice came from behind. Time to eat. Su Chen. Su Chen turned around and responded, All right. Then he got up and walked into the residence. At the dining table, 7 or 8 dishes, vibrant in color, aroma, and taste, were neatly arranged, exuding an enticing fragrance. Xiao Chen, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I just made a few dishes. See if they suit your taste, Li Yulan asked with a warm smile, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Chen picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork, and sniffed it. The aroma was mouth-watering. He took a bite. The braised pork was tender and flavorful, its taste exquisite. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face as he praised, Auntie's cooking is truly delicious. The best way to compliment someone's cooking is to eat more. Li Yulan was delighted by the praise, her mood exceptionally cheerful. As long as you like it. Yaoyao always complains that my cooking is bad. As she spoke, she shot Shi Yaoyao a glance. Not at all. Maybe it's because she's been eating Auntie's delicious cooking every day, and her palate has become picky. Su Chen quickly defended Shi Yaoyao. Li Yulan nodded in satisfaction and said, You're such a sweet talker. Eat more. All right. Just as Su Chen was about to grab more food, Li Yulan said, Yaoyao, don't just focus on yourself. Serve Xiao Chen some food. Shi Yao Yao pouted, secretly lamenting, "It's over. My mom really sees Su Chun as her future son-in-law now. What should I do?" Despite her reluctance, Shi Yao Yao still served Su Chun a piece of meat, her face showing a slightly annoyed expression. Su Chun felt a bit helpless as well. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way and could only accept it with a wry smile. "Su Chun, which ability academy are you planning to attend?" Shi Yuanshan asked at this moment. "Whichever academy offers the best rewards, I'll go there." "Is that so? Well, when you decide on an academy, make sure to let us know. I was thinking of having Yao Yao go to the same academy as you." He said this with two intentions. If his precious daughter Yao Yao had feelings for this young man named Su Chun, perhaps they could develop a relationship and create a good match. Of course, more importantly, he knew his daughter's personality too well. In those chaotic ability academies, she might suffer losses. If Su Chun could look after him a bit at the academy, he would feel much more at ease. "All right, once I've chosen an academy, I'll definitely let you know, Uncle Shi," Su Chun replied politely, then asked, "By the way, are there any criminals or demonic beasts scheduled for execution soon?" After all, killing could earn him slaughter points, and taking out a few criminals shouldn't be too excessive, right? "Xiao Chun, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Shi Yuanshan frowned slightly, looking at Su Chun with some confusion. "I'm a bit afraid of killing, so I thought I could try killing a few to overcome my inner fear," Su Chun said earnestly. Beside him, Shi Yao Yao blinked her eyes, unable to stop herself from silently complaining in her heart. "This doesn't seem right, does it? Afraid of killing? When he killed Li Hongshan, he was so excited, like he was playing a game. Where was the fear in that?" Shi Yuanshan pondered for a moment. "There are a few demonic beasts running loose in the city, as well as some members of the Blood Beast cult who are scheduled for execution the day after tomorrow. If you want to overcome your fear, you could use them for practice." "Really? That's great. By the way, what exactly is this Blood Beast cult?" Su Chen had heard of the Blood Beast cult before, but he didn't know the specifics. At the mention of the Blood Beast cult, Shi Yuanshan's eyes instantly burned with intense hatred. The Blood Beast cult is an organization made up of a bunch of deranged lunatics. Some of them are dissatisfied with the low level of their awakened abilities, while others are crushed by the pressures of life, so they join the Blood Beast cult. Then, the high priest of the Blood Beast cult uses a secret technique to inject the essence blood of demonic beasts into their bodies, allowing them to achieve a half-human, half-beast state. In that state, their physical attributes and strength are greatly enhanced. And once these people gain power, they go around causing destruction, like rats hiding in dark corners, hated by everyone. Listening to Shi Yuanshan's detailed explanation, Su Chen's understanding of this high martial world deepened further. Although he had been in this world for 3 years, there were still many secrets he hadn't fully figured out. However, at this moment, a curious thought suddenly popped into Su Chen's mind. If he killed someone in a half-human, half-beast state, would he earn double the slaughter points? Thinking of this, Su Chen became filled with anticipation for the executions the day after tomorrow. "Thank you, Uncle Shi, for clarifying." Shi Yuanshan waved his hand. "No need to thank me, but I must remind you, no matter what, always stay true to justice." "I understand, Uncle Shi. I have my own sense of justice in my heart." "Ha ha ha, good. Come find me at 8 o'clock the morning after tomorrow, and I'll take you to the execution ground. Those guys will all be yours to deal with." Shi Yuanshan laughed heartily. "Thank you, Uncle Shi." Su Chun was overjoyed in his heart. These were free slaughter points. Not long after, a sumptuous lunch was finished. "Uncle Shi, Aunt Li, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now," Su Chun said respectfully as he stood up. "Xiao Chun, take it slow on your way back, and come visit us again when you have time," Li Yulan said gently. "All right, Aunt Shi, just for the delicious dishes you've prepared, I will definitely come again. Kid, train well. I'm looking forward to your future performance." Shi Yuanshan stepped forward and gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. "I will, Uncle Shi. I'll take my leave now." Su Chen smiled politely and turned to leave. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan exchanged a glance, then looked at Shi Yao Yao beside them. "Yao Yao, hurry and see Su Chen off." Shi Yao Yao lowered her head slightly and responded softly, "Got it." The two walked out together. Sigh. This Su Chun, the more I see him, the more I like him, Li Yulan said softly, with a trace of concern on her face. He is indeed a fine young man, a promising talent. As for whether the two of them can work out, it depends on fate. Shi Yuanshan nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. The two turned and went back into the residence. Sorry, I didn't expect my parents to act like that, Shi Yaoyao said apologetically, looking at Su Chun with a hint of embarrassment. What's there to apologize for? I think it's quite nice. Su Chun smiled warmly, his gaze gentle. Shi Yaoyao raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. You? What do you mean by that? Su Chun smiled mysteriously. Nothing special. It's just that your parents made me feel a warmth I haven't felt in a long time, and they're really good people. Compared to the ugly faces of the Luo family, today at the Shi family was truly a rare comfort for him. Shi Yaoyao's face flushed slightly. What did Su Chun mean by this? Could it be that he liked her and wanted to date her? Should she agree? Wait, no, wasn't it supposed to be a fake relationship from the start, just for show? Su Chun, you don't like me, do you? Let me tell you, don't like me. I'm not planning to date anyone right now. Her voice grew softer, tinged with shyness. No, 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 I like your parents, not you. Su Chun teased her deliberately. This was indeed the truth. To say he liked Shi Yaoyao, he hadn't reached that point yet. Shi Yaoyao's face turned bright red, both embarrassed and annoyed. You. Seeing this, Su Chun bolted. Bye-bye, Miss Shi. Shi Yaoyao clenched her fists in frustration and shouted loudly. Next time I see you, I'm definitely going to punch you. But as soon as she finished shouting, she realized that with her current strength at the first stage and first level, how could she possibly beat Su Chun? It seemed she really needed to train hard, otherwise she'd be left far behind by him. Yes, that's decided. From now on, I'll train 2 extra minutes every day. No, 3 minutes. After leaving the Shi family, Su Chun didn't rush home, but decided to go out of the city to hunt. It was only noon, and he still had the whole afternoon to make use of. When he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by the 2 guards from last time. Su Chun, although you've awakened an S-level ability, it's only been 2 days since your awakening. You should stay home and train for now. The beasts outside the city are not easy to deal with. It's very dangerous, one of the guards advised earnestly. Awakened for less than 2 days, Su Chun's level is at most first tier, first stage. How could he possibly contend with the beasts outside? Exactly, you're the treasure of Chuan City. If anything happens to you out there, the loss would be immense, another guard chimed in. Hearing their concern, Su Chun gently shook his head. I'm just going out to enjoy the scenery. I'll be back soon. Nothing will happen. Enjoying the scenery was just an excuse. Earning some kill points by slaying beasts was his real goal. The 2 guards exchanged glances. Are you really sure you want to go out? Thank you for your concern, but I really am just going to enjoy the scenery. It won't be dangerous, Su Chun reassured them again. All right then, if you encounter any danger, come back immediately. The 2 guards were still uneasy and repeatedly reminded him. Su Chun made an okay gesture and walked out of the city gate. He took out the map of Chuan City's surroundings that he had purchased earlier and began searching for a relatively safe hunting spot. Eventually, he resolutely chose the Fallen Leaf Forest. The beasts in this area were all at least first tier, 4th stage, and the danger was self-evident. But the higher the beast's level, the more kill points they yielded. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Following the route indicated on the map, he quickened his pace and sped forward. The 2 guards watched Su Chun's departing figure and sighed helplessly. I really hope he stays safe. We've already tried to persuade him, but if he won't listen, there's nothing more we can do, one of the guards said with a face full of worry. Exactly. With an S-level ability, he should be staying home to cultivate properly. Instead, he insists on going out to hunt. Now, all we can do is pray for his safe return. The other guard agreed. In their eyes, Su Chun was undoubtedly a reckless youth who didn't know his limits. Afterward, the 2 adjusted their uniforms and continued diligently inspecting everyone entering and leaving the city. Less than half an hour after Su Chun left, 2 men dressed in black quietly exited the city. Are you sure Su Chun has left the city? One of them asked coldly, his gaze sharp and sinister. Absolutely certain, Lord Huang Yuan. I saw him leave with my own eyes, the other man replied respectfully. Huang Yuan frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. Good. If we can capture him, there will be a hefty reward. Thank you, Lord Huang Yuan. As long as you can put in a good word for me during the elite disciple selection in front of the envoy, I will be more than satisfied. Rest assured, that goes without saying. Huang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Why should they be the ones to awaken S-level abilities? All these so-called prodigies deserve to die. Exactly. These prodigies deserve to die. Their S-level abilities should have been ours. The two men's eyes were filled with madness and jealousy. Huang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Let's go. Let's meet this fool. Awakened for only 2 days and already daring to leave the city to hunt beasts, he's not afraid of being crushed to death. The other man, Zhu Kuan, hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, My lord, should we bring the envoy along? Bring the envoy for what? The two of us are more than enough. Huang Yuan snorted disdainfully. But sir, Su Chun is, after all, a prodigy with S-level abilities. Zhu Kuan was still somewhat worried. Huang Yuan's eyes were full of disdain. He only awakened yesterday. At best, he's at the 2nd stage of the 1st tier. I'm already at the 7th stage of the 1st tier, and you are at the 5th stage of the 1st tier. Who do you think would win between us and him? Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan suddenly understood. Right. Although the opponent possesses S-level abilities, the gap in levels is clear. This time, Su Chun has no chance of escape, and they can enjoy the credit all to themselves. You're brilliant, sir, Zhu Kuan said with a flattering smile. Let's go. Let's search the nearby low-level beast areas. The two quickly headed toward the areas divided by beasts nearby. Host killed a 1st tier, 4th stage Shadow Cat. Slaughter points plus 20. Host killed a 1st tier, 5th stage Gale Dog. Slaughter points plus 25. Arriving at the fallen leaf forest, Su Chun struck consecutively, and 2 beasts fell into pools of blood. Just as he was preparing to hunt the next beast, the system's notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,000 slaughter points. A special reward has been stored in the system space. In the next stage, the host will receive a special reward upon accumulating 100,000 slaughter points. Su Chun was slightly stunned, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He immediately looked toward his system space eagerly, where a giant egg lay quietly. The egg was as large as 2 or 3 ostrich eggs, entirely black, and exuded a mysterious aura. Without hesitation, Su Chun activated the inspection function. Mysterious egg. In 10 days, it will hatch into a juvenile beast that will recognize the host as its master. Looking at the egg before him, Su Chun felt a surge of intense curiosity. What on earth would this thing hatch into? Would it be a majestic dragon? Or a noble and magnificent phoenix? Or perhaps some other powerful beast? Thinking about this, Su Chun's heartbeat quickened. If it could hatch into a dragon, he would instantly soar to greatness. The thought of becoming a dad was enough to excite him. Su Chun stored the egg back into the system space, his mind already anticipating the special reward for 100,000 slaughter points. However, the most important thing now was to earn more slaughter points. Su Chun gripped his magic scythe, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ha, slaughter points, here I come. Host killed a 1st tier, 5th stage Gale Wolf. Slaughter points plus 25. Host killed a 1st tier, 5th stage Sky Mouse. Slaughter points plus 25 on Su Chun's panel. Slaughter points kept accumulating like stars in the night sky. After several hours, the slaughter points finally reached 500. System, upgrade my level to the 5th stage of the 1st tier. 375 slaughter points consumed. Host's level successfully upgraded to the 5th stage of the 1st tier. Su Chun froze, his face full of confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be 500 slaughter points? He had clearly asked the system before, and it had said 500 slaughter points were required to upgrade his level. The host has already self-cultivated to 25% progress of the 5th stage of the 1st tier. Naturally, this system reduces the required slaughter points to complete the upgrade. The system's voice echoed in his mind. All right. System bro, I love you. Su Chun burst into excited laughter. With the help of this system, he was determined to dominate the entire high martial world. As Su Chun advanced to the 1st stage, 5th level, A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he prepared to settle the score with the rock crocodile from earlier. That rock crocodile had refrained from attacking him earlier due to his lack of strength, but now he had enough confidence. Su Chun, holding the demon's scythe, strode toward the direction of the stream. Before long, he arrived at a spot far from the stream and spotted the rock crocodile from a distance. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he activated the investigation function. Name: Rock Crocodile Bloodline, Ordinary Realm. First Stage, 7th Level Attributes. Water, Rock Note. Thick-skinned and tough, slaying it grants 80 slaughter points. Seeing that slaying this rock crocodile would earn him 80 slaughter points, Su Chen's eyes instantly burned with intense battle intent. He suddenly raised his hand, and a massive shadow claw appeared out of thin air, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, smashing fiercely toward the rock crocodile. With a loud bang, the hard rock encasing the rock crocodile shattered instantly, and blood gushed out. The rock crocodile was immediately enraged, its blood-red eyes glaring as it frantically searched for the source of the attack, until it spotted Su Chun not far away. It looked at the young man in front of it, who was only at the first stage, 5th level, with disdain and confusion in its eyes, as if saying, "A mere first stage, 5th level weakling dares to provoke me?" It opened its bloodthirsty jaws, its limbs exerting force as it leaped towards Su Chun. "Kneel!" Su Chun shouted angrily. In an instant, a dark abyssal demon pool appeared out of nowhere, tightly binding the rock crocodile's limbs. The rock crocodile roared furiously, refusing to believe that a small demon pool could trap it. It exerted all its strength, struggling madly, and finally broke free from the demon pool's restraints, charging viciously at Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun shook his head slightly, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. As expected of the rock crocodile, its strength and defense were indeed formidable. But this was exactly what he wanted. He loved challenging powerful opponents. With a thought, the death demon's scythe instantly appeared in his hand. Facing the rock crocodile's bloodthirsty jaws, he swung it fiercely. Splurt! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Su Chen's expression was cold and stern, the death scythe in his hand radiating a chilling black glow. "Still trying to trap me? What wishful thinking!" With a sudden swing of his arm, the death scythe slashed forward with unstoppable might, shattering the massive boulder in its path. Fragments of rock flew everywhere, and the once solid boulder was instantly pulverized into dust. Without hesitation, Su Chun swung the scythe again. The blade's glow traced a bizarre arc through the air, cutting precisely toward the leaping front claw of the enemy. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The massive stone crocodile's front claw was split cleanly in two. The giant crocodile let out an earth-shattering wail of pain. Its enormous body, losing balance, crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble under its weight. Su Chen's eyes held not a trace of mercy. He raised the death scythe high above his head. "Die," he declared coldly. The scythe plunged fiercely into the stone crocodile's body. Su Chun exerted immense force, his muscles taut. Shockingly, the massive creature's body was split cleanly in half. Blood sprayed out like a crimson rain, scattering onto the death scythe, giving it an even more terrifying and sinister aura. Host has slain a Tier 1 7th level stone crocodile, plus 80 kill points. Su Chun panted slightly, retrieving the stone crocodile's corpse into his storage ring. He nodded in satisfaction. A Tier 1 7th level beast, nothing more. Hardly a threat. In close combat, the death scythe in his hands was like the Grim Reaper's weapon, unstoppable. In long-range battles, the flawless combination of Shadow Claw and Abyssal Shadow Pool made him virtually untouchable. Who would dare provoke him lightly? Su Chun pulled out a source energy recovery potion, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he slowly sat down where he was, closed his eyes, and began to recover his depleted energy. Not long after, from a distant tree, Zhu Kuan scratched his head. Why is that kid hunting beasts in such a dangerous area? Is he trying to get himself killed? A flicker of jealousy flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes. Maybe he got lost. Can't you see him just sitting there? What an idiot. An S-class ability genius, and yet so stupid. I don't even know how someone this dumb awakened an S-class ability. As he spoke, The fire of jealousy burned even brighter within him. Don't worry. In a bit, Yuan Gu, you should personally slap him around, teach him a proper lesson. Zhu Kuan chimed in with agreement. Humph, don't need you to tell me. A ruthless glint flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes. Activating his ability, a faint cyan glow enveloped his body. Gale speed. His figure moved swiftly, dagger in hand, his steps light as he stealthily approached Su Chun. At that moment, Su Chun was meditating with his eyes closed, fully immersed in the recovery of his source energy. Suddenly, the faint yet rhythmic sound of leaves being stepped on reached his ears. His eyes shot open, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Almost simultaneously, the death scythe was summoned into his hands. The black glow of the weapon streaked through the air in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound of metal collision rang out as Huang Yuan's dagger clashed with Su Chin's death scythe, sparks flying. You actually reacted? Huang Yuan's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected Su Chin's reflexes to be so swift. Su Chin frowned slightly as he looked at Huang Yuan, who had attempted to ambush him. He hadn't provoked anyone. Why was this man attacking him out of nowhere? No honor in this fight. Thinking of this, Su Chin activated the investigation function. Name: Huang Yuan Faction. Elite member of the Blood Beast Church ability. D-level speed of the Gale. Realm. First tier, 7th level bone tempering. 3 cycles note. Fused with the blood essence of the Gale Wolf, activating the half-human, half-beast state will greatly enhance speed. Killing him will yield 120 slaughter points. Looking at the information on the panel, Su Chin immediately understood. So, it's this group of beasts from the Blood Beast Church. He glanced at the 120 slaughter points. This man is doomed. Su Chun, I'll give you 2 choices. Kneel and beg for mercy before dying, or just die directly. Su Chin raised an eyebrow. Me die? Then I'd like to ask how you plan to die. His gaze turned fierce, and he tightly gripped the death scythe in his hand, swinging it directly at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan instinctively used the dagger in his hand to block, but with a crisp crack, the dagger shattered instantly, breaking into 2 pieces. How is this possible? My D-level weapon is so fragile? What level is your weapon? Huang Yuan quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and Su Chun. Only then did he realize that the aura Su Chun was emitting was merely at the 1st tier, 5th level. His pupils shrank instantly, his heart filled with shock. 1st tier, 5th level? How could he have cultivated so quickly? A trash weapon, trying to compete with my spiritual weapon? Ridiculous. Dark elements flashed in Su Chin's hand, and the abyssal dark pool instantly trapped Huang Yuan tightly. The pool resembled a black abyss, rendering Huang Yuan immobile. Su Chan gripped the death scythe in his right hand and walked step by step toward Huang Yuan, each step seemingly stomping on Huang Yuan's heart. A cold killing intent emanated from him, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, ready to claim Huang Yuan's life. Zukuan, stop hiding. Huang Yuan, sensing danger, shouted loudly. Die! Zukuan suddenly charged from behind, swinging a large blade at Su Chun. His body was surrounded by red blood energy, clearly having activated his ability. However, Su Chun seemed prepared. He raised the death scythe to block, and with a loud clang, the blade collided with the scythe. Before Zukuan could react, a shadow claw materialized in the sky and slammed down fiercely. Zukuan only managed to let out a scream before the shadow claw crushed him into a bloody mess. He didn't even have time to activate his half-human, half-beast state before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Zukuan. Huang Yuan's pupils widened, his eyes filled with rage and despair. He glared at Su Chun. What gives you the right to kill him? What qualifies you to kill him? His eyes burned with fury, and his hands instantly transformed into wolf claws. Black wolf fur grew on one of his arms, and a wolf tail appeared behind him. Clearly, he had activated his half-human, half-beast state. His Su Chun chuckled lightly. Perfect. I'll use you to test my skills. Devouring Shadow Bat Strike. Dark elements flickered wildly in Su Chen's eyes as he quickly condensed a massive bat formed entirely of dark elements in his hand. Immediately, the dark elemental bat spread its wings and flew out, transforming mid-air into countless shadow bats the size of butterflies. As soon as they emerged, they swarmed toward Huang Yuan like a black storm, launching a frenzied attack on him. Huang Yuan swung his wolf claws fiercely, trying to disperse the shadow bats. However, as soon as the bats scattered, they reformed into new ones. What the hell is this? Huang Yuan's heart was filled with panic. The shadow bats, with their dark elemental fangs, tore into him, leaving his body covered in horrifying wounds, blood flowing incessantly. Don't underestimate the power of dark elements. Su Chun used the last bit of his source energy to unleash a shadow claw, slamming Huang Yuan into a deep pit. At that moment, the devouring shadow bat strike dissipated, as maintaining the attack required a massive amount of source energy. This move was indeed powerful, but it consumed too much energy. It seemed he would need to seek techniques to increase his internal source energy from the Ability Academy, or perhaps find some rare treasures. Huang Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can serve you like a slave. All right, then tell me, who sent you? Huang Yuan's eyes darted around rapidly. No one had sent him, but with Su Chen asking like this, he could only blame the envoy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It was the envoy. That Songlong envoy sent me." Su Chen silently noted the name, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He vowed to take him down one day. Meanwhile, the clueless Songlong envoy thought, "What kind of joke is this? Do I really deserve this? Then where is your base?" "I don't know. The base changes location every week. I really don't know." Su Chen nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Oh, the scythe, like a streak of black lightning, slashed through the air, severing the man's head. If you can't provide any useful information, don't blame me for being ruthless. Killing points are the only tangible thing. Before this, the man had been full of bravado, threatening Su Chun to choose his own method of death. But now, begging for his life like this was truly disgusting. Su Chun frowned in disgust. After looting all the valuables from Huang Yuan's body, he prepared to leave. After all, the Blood Beast cult was elusive, and no one knew if there were others hiding nearby. This experience was like a heavy warning bell ringing in Su Chen's heart. Without sufficient means of self-preservation, he must not leave the city lightly. Even if he did, he would need to disguise himself and proceed with extreme caution during hunts. Damn it, no matter what, I must eradicate the Blood Beast cult completely in the future. Su Chun cursed inwardly, turning and hurrying back. A few hours later, the city gates were shrouded in twilight, the setting sun casting long shadows on the ground. Yo, Su Chun, you actually made it back alive. The gate guard teased in surprise. What? Does my survival bother you? Su Chun rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. No, I'm just worried about you. Without another word, Su Chun directly threw Huang Yuan's head to him. Since you're on guard duty, I'll give this to you. The guard stared at the head rolling to his feet and stammered. Su Chun? What is this? This person is called Huang Yuan. He came to assassinate me, so I killed him. I remember you can claim a reward for killing members of the Blood Beast Church. The two exchanged glances, both stunned. They had heard of Huang Yuan before his methods were cruel. He had previously slaughtered a family and was listed as a wanted criminal. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the 7th stage of the First Realm. And yet, he was so easily killed by Su Chun. Su Chun, sir, did you really kill him? The guard's tone instantly became respectful, his eyes filled with awe. If I didn't kill him, then did you? Su Chun said impatiently, turning to enter the city. The two exchanged glances again and quickly spoke up. Sir Su Chun, we were being petty. You are unparalleled, and yet we were gossiping behind your back, calling you reckless. Their eyes were full of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. They had truly judged a noble man with a petty heart, gossiping behind his back that Su Chun was reckless. Yet Su Chun not only didn't hold it against them, but even gave them a head to claim a reward. All right. Your initial advice was well-intentioned. Go claim the reward and buy yourselves a good meal, Su Chun said, waving his hand, his tone softening a bit. Indeed, if an ordinary civilian awakened an S-level ability and went out to hunt monsters the next day, it wouldn't be unreasonable to call them reckless. But Su Chun was different. He had the system backing him. Thank you, Sir Su. 2 days from now, During your duel with the Luo family, I will cheer for you on the spot, the guard said excitedly. Su Chun waved his hand casually. Suit yourself. The two exchanged glances again and said in unison, from now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Sir Su Chun, I'll make sure they regret it. Yes, I curse their mom to face price hikes every time she buys groceries. Back home, Su Chun sat wearily in his chair, looking at the 400-plus slaughter points in his hand. He immediately used all these points to enhance the skill Erosion Dark Bat Strike. In an instant, a powerful force surged within him, and Erosion Dark Bat Strike successfully reached the entry-level stage. The combat skill became more refined and effortless, and the shadow bats he condensed grew even stronger. Phew, I just hope there are more death row prisoners tomorrow, so I can earn more slaughter points. Su Chun sighed lightly. The further he progressed, the more slaughter points were required for enhancement thousands, even tens of thousands. It was no small number. Shaking his head, Su Chun calmed himself and began practicing the shadow ability cultivation method. First, he merged into the shadows, and the surrounding dark elements surged like living creatures, frantically pouring into his body. His cultivation speed was much faster than before. Next, he attempted to separate his shadow, letting the shadow assist him in cultivation. He activated the cultivation method, and the dark elements around him surged violently, gradually condensing into a figure identical to himself. As soon as he formed a human shape, Su Chun was already panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. No, it's still not enough. Separating the shadow is still somewhat difficult. There was no other way. His realm was still a bit low. Su Chun shook his head, but he wasn't the least bit anxious in his heart. The shadow ability cultivation method had immense potential. It wasn't just about condensing one shadow for cultivation. If he could condense 10 or even 100 shadows, wouldn't his cultivation speed skyrocket? Thinking of this, Su Chun's mood improved greatly. He ate several bowls of rice from the takeout he ordered, his mouth greasy from the food. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Chun lay on the bed, preparing to sleep. Tomorrow, after executing those criminals, it would be time to fully prepare for the battle against the Luo family. Thinking about the upcoming fight, Su Chun's heart surged with excitement. He had no reason to lose. The next morning, at the Ability User Management Bureau, behind the mountain at the execution ground. Xiao Chun, here is the list of people to be executed today. Take a look. Shi Yuanshan handed a list to Su Chun, his eyes showing a hint of concern. Su Chun opened the list and saw information on 15 people. The highest realm was first stage 9th level, and the lowest was first stage 4th level. It also clearly recorded their crimes: rape, malicious murder, and some members of the Blood Beast Church. Not only that, there were also 10-inch got the guts to fight me fair and square. Just as Li Goen was about to speak, Su Chun extended his hand. Deputy Director, leave it to me. He walked up to the criminal. You said you want to fight me fair and square. Yeah, what? Afraid? Then you're not much of a man. This young man impulsively agreed, thinking it wouldn't be a loss to take someone down before dying. Su Chun nodded slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good, good, good. The death scythe appeared in his hand. You dare call yourself a man? And talk about fairness? Then why did you sneak around in the rain to rape and murder students? As his voice fell, 2 dark flashes streaked by, and the man's arms instantly flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Ow! You have no honor. The man screamed in agony, losing his balance and falling face first to the ground. Su Chun stepped on his face mercilessly and said coldly, A scum like you dares to talk about honor? Go to hell. With that, he swung his arm, and the man's head flew off. Su Chun despised people who harmed the innocent, especially young girls in their prime. Killed a Tier 1 Level 7G Buxiao. Kill points plus 120 in the distance. Shi Yuanshan watched the scene, feeling speechless. Wasn't he supposed to overcome his psychological barrier to killing? This didn't look like overcoming, it was more like transforming into the Grim Reaper, cold and ruthless. He glanced at the death scythe, emitting shadows, and fell into thought. Could this be a companion spirit weapon? Su Chun stretched his muscles, and just as he was about to go on a killing spree, a black business car sped over and stopped steadily at the execution ground. The car door opened, and a distinguished-looking woman and an elderly man with white hair stepped out. The white-haired elder was named Lu Dong, and he greeted Shi Yuanshan respectfully. City Lord Shi. Is the Lu family here to watch the execution today? Shi Yuanshan nodded slightly. Yes, my young lady awakened this year, and the master instructed her to kill at the execution ground first to overcome it. Then go hunt beasts, Lu Dong explained. Shi Yuanshan nodded, his gaze falling on the woman behind Lu Dong. This must be Miss Lu, correct? Lu Yin smiled slightly. Greetings, City Lord Shi. Good, good. But Miss Lu, you arrived a bit late. The criminals here have already been dealt with by Su Chun. A trace of displeasure flashed in Lu Yan's eyes as she looked at Su Chun, who was about to strike again, feeling a surge of jealousy. Su Chun again. If it weren't for him and Luo Qing Snow, she would clearly be the second school beauty of second high. But because of these two, her attention had always been low. She was the daughter of the Lu family in the city, and her awakened ability was A-B level power. Why should she be overshadowed by this ordinary civilian? Su Chun, what are you doing here? Lu Yin stepped forward. Su Chun was just about to strike when he heard a voice behind him. He turned to look and saw someone vaguely familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't this Lu Yin from the same school? As for her, Su Chun neither knew her well nor had any good feelings toward her. What else would I be doing here? Killing, of course. Su Chun responded coldly, swung the scythe in his hand, and another head rolled to the ground. Kill. Lu Yin clenched her fists, anger surging within her. At school, because of Su Chun and Luo Qing Snow, all the attention she used to receive was completely stolen. And now, Su Chun came to steal her execution targets. How infuriating. Su Chun, they're bound. What kind of skill is it to kill them like this? You're a dignified S-class ability user. If you have the guts, let them fight you fair and square. Or are you too scared? Coward. Lu Yin crossed her arms, a smug expression on her face. She was certain that Su Chun wouldn't dare. He had only awakened 3 days ago. How could he possibly defeat these first-tier 5th and 6th level criminals? Stealing her execution targets. Stealing her attention. She figured Su Chun would soon weakly admit, I don't dare. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Su Chun paused his actions, frowning slightly. Was Lu Yin out of her mind? He hadn't provoked her, so why was she acting crazy? Originally, Su Chun planned to finish things quickly and kill them all at once, but now, he changed his mind. When dealing with unreasonable people, the best counterattack is to show them that what they think you can't do, you can accomplish with ease. Su Chun raised the death scythe in his hand. Don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Yin was stunned, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su Chun actually agreed. So impulsive? How foolish. Then let these criminals teach him a good lesson. Wow. Su Chun, you're so amazing, then show me a fair fight. Okay, Lu Yin said mockingly. Su Chun sneered, pointing the scythe in his hand at the fierce-looking first-tier 9th level man in front of him. Except for you. Everyone else, come at me. Fighting 1 is boring. He wanted to fight 10. Being arrogant without strength? That's just conceit. Being arrogant with strength? That's true dominance. The first-tier 9th level man merely glanced at Su Chun before slowly closing his eyes again. The surrounding criminals, however, were all eager, cracking their knuckles and ready to pounce. In their eyes, Su Chun was just an ignorant fool, unable to resist a woman's provocation, and now so arrogant as to take on multiple opponents. The Ability Management Bureau personnel escorting the criminals looked anxious and turned to Li Goen for guidance. Li Goen then looked at Shi Yuanshan, his face troubled. City Lord, this? Shi Yuanshan was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Do as Su Chun says. It was clear that this little girl seemed to have some grievances against Su Chun. However, he trusted Su Chun. If the scythe in his hand was truly a spiritual weapon, then these criminals were no match for him. Li Goen nodded and gave the order loudly. Unbind them. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was full of excitement. She had only intended to provoke Su Chun a little, but she hadn't expected such a big reaction. This was perfect. Soon, Su Chun would definitely be beaten to the ground by these criminals. Just thinking about it made her happy. She quickly took out her phone, ready to record the scene and show everyone at school how pathetic Su Chun was. Kid, if we can beat you up before you die, we'll consider it a win. Brothers, get him. With a furious roar, a group of more than 10 people charged toward Su Chun in unison. Su Chun stood his ground, as steady as a pine tree, his gaze devoid of any trace of fear. In the instant those prisoners approached, the demonic scythe in Su Chen's hand swung fiercely. Thud, 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 thud. A series of muffled sounds followed, and the ones at the front were instantly cleaved in half at the waist. The points of slaughter surged into Su Chen's system like an unending tide. Witnessing this scene, the prisoners panicked, their faces filled with terror. What kind of weapon is this? It's horrifying. Damn it, let's fight him to the death. Another person gritted his teeth and roared, a wind blade forming in his hand. But the very next second, a massive shadowy black claw appeared in the sky, descending with overwhelming force. It struck the man down, instantly smashing him into a pulp of flesh. In the blink of an eye, of the dozen or so attackers, fewer than 10 remained. He's a demon. He's the god of death. Run for your lives. The prisoners screamed in terror, turning to flee. They had thought Su Chun was just a clown, but now they realized Su Chun was death himself. A cold, cruel smile tugged at the corner of Su Chen's lips. His black trench coat danced wildly in the wind as his voice rang out, like a pronouncement from the depths of hell. Run? Do you think you can escape? Shadow Claw, Abyssal Dark Pool, Devouring Bat Swarm, activate them all. After all, the preliminary admissions would end tomorrow, and he would be heading to a new place. There was no need to hold anything back or keep any cards up his sleeve. As his combat skills activated, the fleeing prisoners were instantly plunged into endless pain and despair. Their screams of agony echoed one after another, resounding throughout the execution ground. Such a death, filled with terror and hopelessness, was far more devastating than an ordinary execution, forcing them to endure the torment of fear in their final moments of life. They were wrong. They were so completely, utterly wrong. Su Chen stepped forward and casually sliced off the last prisoner's head. Then, holding the still bleeding head, he hurled it directly at Lu Yan. Ah! Lu Yan's face turned deathly pale as she stared at the severed head suddenly before her. She let out a terrified scream. Her entire body trembled violently, her legs turning to jelly as she instinctively staggered backward. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear as she screamed inwardly. How could Su Chen possibly only be at the 5th level of the first stage? And yet, killing people of the same level was so effortless for him. As simple as slaughtering chickens? The black trench coat Su Chen wore was now completely soaked in blood. The crimson stain stood out starkly against the dark fabric. Holding the still dripping demonic scythe tightly in his hand, he advanced toward Lu Yan step by step. What are you so afraid of? Should I kill a few more to entertain you? Lu Yan, watching Su Chun's relentless approach, panicked and kept retreating. Suddenly, her foot slipped, her balance faltered, and she fell heavily onto the ground. She desperately scrambled backward. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. In her eyes, Su Chun at this moment was no longer human but a cold-blooded, merciless demon who killed without blinking. Idiot. You'd better pray that you never run into me again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. People like Lu Yan, who don't know their limits, will never learn their lesson unless taught harshly. Su Chun, how dare you threaten the young lady and scare her like this? Lu Dong shouted loudly. Xiao Dong, what are you trying to do to my son-in-law? Shi Yuanshan walked forward unhurriedly, his palm heavily slapping Lu Dong's shoulder, secretly exerting force. A crisp crack sound was heard, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. Oh, City Lord, I was wrong. Lu Dong groaned in pain, quickly softening and begging for mercy. Ha ha ha, knowing your mistake is good. Now, take your young lady and leave quickly. Shi Yuanshan's face revealed a meaningful smile. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that it was Lu Yan who started the trouble, using provocation to challenge Su Chun. If it had been someone else, Lu Yan might have succeeded and been gloating by now. Trying to bully his future son-in-law? Not a chance. Yes. Lu Dong dared not say another word, hurriedly helping the trembling, incoherent Lu Yan into the car, and left in a hurry, embarrassed. Su Chun, well done. Finish off the last person and the beast in the cage, then come with me. Shi Yuanshan looked at Su Chun with satisfaction and said with a smile. Now, Looking at Su Chun, he was increasingly determined to work harder to bring him in as his son-in-law. Su Chun nodded respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Shi. Then, Su Chun slowly walked toward the person at the ninth stage of the first rank. That person raised his head, his eyes carrying a hint of relief. Dying at your hands. I have no regrets. The young man before him had completely awakened something long forgotten in his heart. But it was all too late, beyond redemption. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Su Chun borrowed a sword and pierced his heart with one strike. Afterward, he dealt with the remaining three-eyed rat demon, and thus, the execution finally came to an end. 2,300. Looking at the system displaying 2,300 kill points, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these kill points, he could finally enhance his strength significantly. Su Chen returned to Shi Yuanshan's side, who smiled and said, "Let's go, kid. I have something to ask you in the car." Su Chen nodded, just about to follow him into the car, when Li Goen, the deputy director of the Ability Management Bureau, quickly spoke up. "Su Chun, would you consider joining our Ability Management Bureau after graduation? I will immediately contact the higher-ups to secure the best treatment for you." Li Goen's eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. Su Chen's performance just now was truly astonishing, and he firmly believed that Su Chun would achieve great things in the future. Su Chen shook his head slightly. "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's discuss it after graduation." The principle of leaving room for future interactions. Li Goen's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly handed over a business card. "If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call me. If you think I'm not qualified enough, I can have my superior contact you personally." Failing to recruit Su Chun on the spot was undoubtedly a huge loss for him. "All right, if I need anything in the future, I'll contact you." Su Chun took the business card and got into the car with Shi Yuanshan. Li Goen watched their departing figures and sighed helplessly. "Clean up the execution site." In the car. "Su Chun, do you really need to overcome your fear of killing?" Shi Yuanshan asked with interest, smiling as he looked at Su Chun. Su Chun coughed twice, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "Cough, cough. Just now when I saw the heinous crimes committed by that criminal, I got so angry that I felt I didn't need to overcome it anymore." Shi Yuanshan clearly didn't believe Su Chen's explanation, but he didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets, and he didn't want to interfere too much. "Then your cultivation level wasn't also just a lucky breakthrough, was it? And the third-tier combat skill I just gave you, was it also improved by sheer luck?" "Yeah, it was just luck, pure chance. Yesterday during training, I got a bit impulsive, and the combat skill improved, and my cultivation level also inexplicably went up." Su Chen made up excuses randomly. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "This kid, not a single truthful word comes out of his mouth. There's no such thing as luck. It's most likely the result of his relentless hard work day and night. Truly a diligent and hard-working child. However, even with such effort, his cultivation speed is still a bit outrageous." He then asked the last question lingering in his mind. "That magic scythe of yours, could it be a companion spirit weapon?" "Yes, City Lord Shi." In front of Shi Yuanshan, Su Chun felt there was no need to hide. "What level is it?" "S level." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, his face full of joy. "Good, good. You really know how to keep things hidden." In the entire Dragon Nation, there are currently fewer than 10 known individuals who have awakened companion spirit weapons. The power of companion spirit weapons far surpasses ordinary combat weapons, and ordinary combat weapons cannot damage companion spirit weapons at all. Su Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't intended to deliberately hide it, but when he goes to the Ability Academy, he should still keep a low profile. "Uncle Shi, you're too kind. I awakened it purely by luck." Shi Yuanshan looked at Su Chun. "You kid, not a single truthful word comes out of your mouth. Have you figured out the characteristics of your ability yet?" Su Chen shook his head. "Not yet. Don't rush, take your time. Hunt more beasts only in actual combat can you find the truth." "Yes, I will, City Lord Shi. I really look forward to seeing you shine in those ability academies," Shi Yuanshan said with emotion. With Su Chen's current cultivation progress and overall strength, He has already far surpassed the children of those old folks in Kyoto and Magic City. In past years, the title of the #1 prodigy was either taken by someone from Kyoto or by someone from Magic City. This year, it's time for a change. I'm looking forward to it too. Su Chen's eyes were resolute. Crushing opponents without suspense is far less satisfying than meeting a worthy rival. Defeating the prodigies of Sichuan City is hardly worth mentioning. His goal is to defeat the top prodigies of the entire Dragon Nation. After all, to restore the glory of the Dark Element, small-scale skirmishes won't suffice. If he's going to fight, he'll fight the very best elites. Kid, once you've chosen your ability academy, you must let me know immediately. Initially, he thought the matter between Su Chun and his daughter would be left to fate. But after today's interaction, his desire to matchmake them grew even stronger. Su Chen's face radiated a sincere smile. Of course, City Lord Shi, rest assured. Good lad, then take this. Shi Yuanshan handed over a brilliantly colored red jade stone. This jade stone is quite extraordinary. When you encounter danger, it will automatically activate a fire shield capable of withstanding a 5th-tier attack. Moreover, as soon as the jade stone shatters, I will sense it and rush to find you immediately. A flash of delight appeared in Su Chen's eyes. City Lord Shi, I won't hold back then. This jade stone was undoubtedly a lifesaver for him. With it, he had an additional layer of protection. Why be polite with me? You're the treasure of my Chuan city. Shi Yuanshan laughed and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen nodded and continued the ride back with Shi Yuanshan. Night fell, and the city lights began to shine. Inside the Luo family's residence, daughter, how has your cultivation been going recently? Tomorrow is the day of our Luo family's 3-year agreement with Su Chun. Luo Kingsnow's cold and indifferent face showed little emotional fluctuation. I've already reached the 2nd level of the 1st tier, and my combat skills are steadily improving. Her cultivation speed was already considered outstanding among her peers. Not bad. Remember to use the grade A battle weapon the steward gave you. For this 3-year agreement, he had spared no expense. A grade A battle weapon starts at tens of millions in value. Luo Qingsnow nodded slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing his daughter's cold and distant attitude, Luo Dongshan sighed helplessly. Don't worry, daughter. As long as you win against that boy tomorrow, I'll compensate him with all the resources he desires afterward. Tomorrow's battle was one the Luo family could not afford to lose. Luo Qingsnow gently closed her eyes and responded softly, all right. But her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. In truth, she wanted to lose. After all, over the years, the Luo family had owed Su Chen far too much. But if she really lost, what would become of the Luo family's honor? She truly didn't want to give it her all, and she knew that even with the resources she had given Su Chun, he was likely still inferior to her in terms of realm and combat skills. Her heart was in constant turmoil should she win or lose. By the way, remember to guard against that boy. One of his 2nd-tier combat skills has already reached minor mastery. He must have spent most of his time honing his combat skills, Luo Dongshan suddenly reminded. Luo Qingsnow was slightly startled. 2 days, and a 2nd-tier combat skill had reached minor mastery? How could it be so fast? A complex emotion surged in her heart. Su Chun must have been training tirelessly day and night during this time. Thinking of this, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer appeared in her eyes. To deliberately lose the match or to win with her strength, she seemed to have made up her mind. All right, even if not for the family, you should think about your parents. Luo Dongshan shouted the last sentence behind her, like a heavy hammer striking Luo Qingshue's heart. Luo Qingshue's body stiffened slightly. After clenching her fists and pausing for a few seconds, she still resolutely walked away. Missy, thanks for the treat. Su Chen sat in the restaurant, looking at Shi Yaoyao across from him, a relaxed smile on his face. Shi Yaoyao gulped down a big mouthful of orange juice, wrinkled her nose, and snorted. Humph, I didn't want to treat you. It was my father who insisted I come find you. Speaking of which, what exactly did you do with him this morning? As soon as he came back, he kept telling me to stay in touch with you more. Shi Yaoyao looked helpless. Now, her father, like her mother, was treating Su Chun as a future son-in-law. TCH, if you really didn't want to treat me, would you have specifically come to invite me to eat? Shi Yaoyao was momentarily speechless. Thinking carefully, it did seem to be the case. Normally, if it was something she didn't want to do, no matter how others persuaded her, she wouldn't do it. So, does that mean deep down, she actually wanted to find Suchun? Shi Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. Tomorrow is your 3-year agreement with Luo Qingxue. Do you need me to go? Why would you go? Suchun looked at her, puzzled. Think about it. If I go tomorrow, and you beat Luo Qingxue so badly after the match, I can bring you a bottle of water. Just imagine how impressive that would be. Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with pride. After all, she was the school beauty of First High. If she could hand Suchun water in front of everyone, she could definitely have him wrapped around her finger. That does sound pretty cool, but I don't need it. Shi Yaoyao froze for a moment. You? Don't need it. Umph. You're supposed to say you need it. Then beg me, and if I'm in a good mood, I might go. Hurry up and beg me. Shi Yaoyao put her hands on her hips, puffing up angrily. Suchun smiled faintly and shook his head. Not begging. You're bullying me. Shi Yaoyao was so frustrated she was almost in tears. All right, I'm begging you. Will you come tomorrow? Suchun coaxed helplessly. Shi Yaoyao pouted, looking proud. That's more like it. But I'm still not going. You bullied me just now. All right then, I guess I'll have to find someone else. So, do you think the school beauty of Third High is prettier or the one from Fourth High? Suchun teased her on purpose. No way. Who said I'm not going? I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Shi Yaoyao panicked. Looking at her adorable expression, Suchun smiled faintly and shook his head, saying one thing and meaning another. With that, he stood up. All right, I'm heading back. I've already paid the bill. See you tomorrow. Suchun stretched lazily, ready to go back and improve himself. At least you have some decency to pay the bill. See you tomorrow. Shi Yaoyao's mood instantly brightened, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Suchun didn't turn around, just waved his hand. Be safe on your way back. Xiao Yo finished the last sip of orange juice, jumped up cheerfully, and said, Time to go home. At this moment, her mood was incredibly joyful, and her steps became much lighter. Back home, Suchun closed the door and opened his panel. Except for abilities and spirit weapons, which couldn't be upgraded for now, everything else could be improved. Moreover, he had sold the beasts he hunted yesterday and some low-level battle soldiers at noon today, earning a total of 2 million. He spent all his wealth to buy a 3rd-tier movement battle skill Shadow Flash. Shadow Flash, transform into a shadow and move forward a certain distance. The higher the proficiency, the farther the movement distance. System, upgrade to beginner level. 300 slaughter points consumed. Shadow Flash has reached beginner level, 2,000 slaughter points remaining. Upgrade the realm to Tier 1, Level 6. Suchun decisively issued the command. 600 slaughter points consumed. Realm upgraded to Tier 1, Level 6. 1,400 slaughter points remaining. Upgrade Abyssal Shadow Pool and Dark Bat Strike to Minor Mastery. 300 slaughter points consumed. Abyssal Shadow Pool successfully upgraded to Minor Mastery. 800 slaughter points consumed. Dark Bat Strike successfully upgraded to Minor Mastery. 300 slaughter points remaining. In an instant, Suchun felt the power surging within him. He clenched his fists tightly, sensing the improvement in his strength. The range control of Abyssal Shadow Pool became even stronger, and the number of bats condensed by Dark Bat Strike increased, becoming fiercer. Meanwhile, Shadow Flash could now teleport within 10 meters. Looking at the remaining 300 slaughter points on the panel, Suchun sighed slightly. Whether upgrading realms or enhancing battle skills, the slaughter points required were increasing exponentially. Especially as he progressed further, the difficulty and consumption grew geometrically. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Suchun Cultivation Method. Shadow Ability Cultivation Method Ability. S-Level Shadow King Realm. Tier 1, Level 6 Bone Tempering. Second round completed Companion Spirit Weapon. S-Level Death Scythe Techniques. None Battle Skills. 3rd Tier Dark Bat Strike Minor Mastery. 3rd Tier Shadow Flash Beginner. 2nd Tier Shadow Claw Minor Mastery. 2nd Tier Abyssal Shadow Pool Minor Mastery Backpack. Mysterious Egg. Looking at the panel, Suchun clenched his fists. Tomorrow, if the Luo family is ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Then, he pulled up the blanket and fell asleep. The blazing sun of June hung high in the sky, casting a scorching and dazzling light that illuminated the entire Chuan City Number 2 High School, making it shine brightly. At this moment, the Number 2 High School campus was bustling with activity, filled with an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Above the main gate, a bright and striking banner was hung high, reading, "Welcome to the 5 Major Ability Academies." The principal of Number 2 High School, Wang Donglai, dressed in a neat suit, stood at the entrance with the school leadership team, waiting expectantly. On both sides of the gate, curious students gathered. This year, our Number 2 High School is really benefiting from Su Chun and Luo Kingsnow's presence, allowing the 5 Major Ability Academies to come for early recruitment. The Class 2 homeroom teacher said, feeling proud to have a student like Su Chun. That's right, we can only say that heaven blesses our second high school. Last year, there was none, and this year, suddenly there are 2, both of them from the elemental category, which is considered quite powerful among S-level ability users. Wang Donglai's face was brimming with pride. The leadership team and the teaching directors nearby nodded in agreement. This year, their second high school, and even the entire Chuan City, had received numerous accolades because of Su Chun and Luo Qingxue. As the group was conversing, a deep rumbling sound approached from afar, and 5 military vehicles slowly came into view. Principal Wang Donglai quickly adjusted his attire, his expression becoming more solemn. The 5 military vehicles steadily parked in front of the gate, and the doors opened. 3 men and 2 women stepped out of the vehicles. Wow, isn't that Zhao Tianyun, the next-generation gun saint and the head of the gun department at the Magic City Ability Academy? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in a low voice. And there's Long Zhan from the Military Ability University, who killed a 7th-tier king-level beast with his 7th-tier strength. Damn, these are all famous figures. I'm so jealous of Su Chun and Luo Qingxue. Wow, even Chu Zining from the Capital Ability University is here. The students' eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. Principal Wang Donglai quickly stepped forward. Welcome to the representatives of the 5 major academies for personally coming to our school for recruitment. It is truly an honor for our school. Not at all. It's thanks to Principal Wang's excellent guidance. Li Siwei, the representative of Guangwu Ability Academy, replied with a modest smile. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Where are Su Chun and Luo Qingxue? Zhao Tianyun, the representative of Magic City Ability Academy, asked impatiently. Zhao Tianyun, you're still as hot-tempered as ever. Chu Zining, the representative from the Capital Ability Academy, chuckled. What? Is your Capital Ability Academy out of people? Sending you to recruit new students? Zhao Tianyun retorted, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. The Magic City Ability Academy and the Capital Ability Academy had always been rivals, and this competitive relationship extended to their teachers and department heads, often leading to minor conflicts between them. What are you two arguing about? We're here to recruit new students, not to listen to your bickering. Lu Fonglan, the representative of the Northern Ability Academy, frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianyun and Chu Zining both snorted coldly, stepping aside without looking at each other. Principal Wang Donglai stood in the middle, a slightly awkward smile on his face. Caught between these big shots, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Dear representatives, as you may have heard, our school's Su Chun and Luo Qingxue will be having a duel today. Why don't we head to the martial arts arena first and proceed with recruitment after their match? Principal Wang Donglai suggested, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing Principal Wang's suggestion, the representatives nodded in agreement. They had already heard about the duel before coming. It was a perfect opportunity to assess the strength of the 2 students and adjust their recruitment offers accordingly. Let's follow Principal Wang's arrangement. Shall we head into the school together? Li Siwei said warmly. Then, please follow me, representatives. Principal Wang Dong gestured politely, then led the way ahead, guiding the 5 representatives from the Ability Academy toward the martial arts arena. Upon arriving at the arena, Principal Wang Dong handed 5 sets of documents to the representatives. Representatives, these are the profiles of Su Chun and Luo Qingxue, as well as information on some of our students and others from martial arts high schools in our city. The 5 representatives took the documents and began flipping through them, discussing among themselves. A civilian awakening an S-level ability is truly rare. Unfortunately, today he has to face Luo Qingxua, who has the strength to back her S-level ability. This is going to be tough. Lu Fenglan frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of regret. The other four representatives nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with this view. Dark-type abilities have always been less prominent, with weaker power compared to elemental abilities like ice, lightning, and fire, and relatively weaker control capabilities. Moreover, civilian children are undoubtedly at a disadvantage in terms of resources and background compared to those from influential families, which puts Su Chun at a disadvantage in this duel. Representatives, please continue reviewing. I'll excuse myself for a moment, Principal Wang Dong said with a smile, then turned and left, heading back to the school gate. City Lord Shi, what brings you to our second high today? Principal Wang Dong asked curiously. Shi Yuanshan had always acted low-key, keeping a low profile. Why would he suddenly visit second high today? It was most likely because of the 5 representatives from the Ability Academy. My future son-in-law's match, of course, I have to watch. Principal Wang Dong froze. Future son-in-law? Su Chun's image flashed through his mind. Could it be Su Chun? He asked in surprise. City Lord Shi, are you here for Su Chun? Indeed. Am I not allowed to enter? Of course you can, City Lord Shi, please. Principal Wang Dong quickly gestured politely, feeling secretly shocked. He hadn't expected Su Chun to be Shi Yuanshan's future son-in-law. This was truly beyond his expectations. 3 days to win over a city lord. Remember the name Su Chun? Shi Yuanshan nodded and entered the campus, heading toward the martial arts arena. Afterward, more and more influential figures arrived, all prominent individuals from Chuan City. Principal Wang Dong watched this scene and sighed helplessly. It was most likely the Luo family spreading the word, trying to use today's opportunity to climb higher. He couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Su Chun. One person's strength against an entire family, how could that be easy? At the school gate, Su Chun was holding a fried grain cake, eating with relish. Looking at the luxury cars and military vehicles in front of him, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow, such a big show. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Han Xiaoli ran over, panting, with a hint of urgency on his face. What's wrong, Xiaoli? Su Chen stopped his actions. Brother Chen, I need to tell you something, but don't get mad, Han Xiaoli said hesitantly. A bad feeling rose in Su Chen's heart. Speak. I just saw that the Luo family brought your second uncle to watch today's match. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's face instantly darkened, his fists clenched tightly. What a Luo family! Letting his second uncle come. Isn't it just to make him embarrass himself in front of his closest family? To make him be trampled underfoot by Luo Qingxua and see the look of his family heartbroken and pleading. If he didn't have the system, wouldn't he truly become the object of their humiliation and ridicule? Thinking of this, a trace of anger flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In today's battle, he not only had to win, but also make Luo Dongshan kneel and apologize in public. Brother Chen, don't be angry. I believe you can win. Han Xiaoli quickly comforted Su Chen upon seeing his furious expression. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I won't just win. I'll absolutely crush them. He would repay them 100-fold. Han Xiaoli was full of trust. I believe Brother Chen will definitely win. I'll trade my lifelong singleness for Brother Chen's victory. Su Chen reached out and gently patted Han Xiaoli's shoulder. Hey. Don't say such things recklessly. Besides, I'm bound to win. All right, anyway, I unconditionally believe Brother Chen will win. Han Xiaoli's smile grew even brighter. However, beneath his seemingly confident expression, his heart was surging with worry like unstoppable waves. All right, it's time to go in. Just as they were about to step into the school gate, a cold voice came from behind. Su Chun, can we talk alone? Su Chun was slightly stunned and slowly turned around. What came into view was Luo Qingxua's cold, yet stunningly beautiful face. Sure. Han Xiaoli, being very perceptive, smiled at the two and then turned to leave. The two walked side by side toward a quieter area, and the atmosphere around them seemed somewhat tranquil. Luo Qingxua suddenly stopped, turned around slowly, and said, In this competition, I hope you win. At that time, I will let you. The Luo family owed Su Chen too much. Letting him win seemed to be the only compensation she could offer. No need to let me win. I hope you give it your all, otherwise you won't even be able to withstand one move from me. He had already secretly probed earlier. Luo Qingsno was only at the second level of the first stage. Although reaching the second level of the first stage within 3 days of awakening was already considered outstanding among her peers, in front of Su Chun, it was utterly insignificant. Luo Qingsno's beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, a trace of doubt flashing through them. In her memory, Su Chun was not such an arrogant person. The boy in front of her was completely different from the silly and foolish Su Chun she remembered. Do you really want me to give it my all? Of course, it's the best choice for both you and me. He didn't have much animosity toward Luo Qingsno herself. What he truly despised was Luo Dongshan, the treacherous and opportunistic man. Are you really sure about this? Yes, I'm sure. After today's battle, we will have no further ties. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Luo Qingsno standing alone in place. Luo Qingsno watched his departing figure, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. What had this boy experienced to undergo such a drastic change? She sighed softly and also headed toward the martial arts arena. At this moment, the martial arts arena was packed with thousands of people, bustling with noise and excitement. Not only were representatives from various major forces in the city present, but there were also many members of different organizations, as well as a group of students from other schools. After all, battles between S-level ability users are rare, and no one wants to miss this rare opportunity. Representatives, I am Luo Dongshan, father of Luo Qingsno, Luo Dongshan said with a beaming smile as he approached the representatives. The representatives from Jingwu and Mo merely glanced at him indifferently without speaking, their eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Li Siwei, however, smiled politely. To have nurtured such an outstanding daughter, the Luo family head deserves much credit. Not at all. It's my daughter who has worked hard. Luo Dongshan quickly responded modestly. Li Siwei simply nodded. Then I look forward to the duel between Su Chun and your daughter. Ha ha, my daughter's performance will surely satisfy everyone. Luo Dongshan laughed proudly. Li Siwei slightly nodded and said no more, his gaze firmly fixed on the arena. Seeing the representatives' reactions, Luo Dongshan tactfully turned and left. Has Su Chen's second uncle arrived? Luo Dongshan quietly asked the butler beside him. He's here, sitting over there. The butler pointed towards Su Tianfeng's location. Following the direction indicated by the butler, Luo Dongshan saw Su Tianfeng and let out a light snort. Well done. It's all thanks to the family head's guidance. The butler quickly flattered. Luo Dongshan waved his hand, and the butler tactfully retreated. At this moment, leaders of various major forces began to gather around, trying to curry favor with Luo Dongshan. In their eyes, Luo Qingsno was bound to win today, and the Luo family would soar to new heights because of it. But poor Su Chun, today he would become a stepping stone. The Luo family head has raised a remarkable daughter today, will surely elevate your family to new heights. Indeed, Luo family head, I think our two families can strengthen our ties in the future. Listening to these flattering words, Luo Dongshan felt utterly delighted, his smile growing increasingly smug. This feeling of being admired by everyone was as intoxicating as fine wine. Rest assured, when my Luo family rises to the next level, we won't forget any of you. Today, his Luo family was destined to be the center of attention, shining brightly. From afar, Shi Yuanshan watched Luo Dongshan's smug demeanor and gently shook his head. From now on, the Luo family might face a steep decline. Father, where's Su Chun? Why haven't I seen him? Shi Yaoyao asked curiously, looking around. I don't know. Once Principal Wang gives his formal speech and the match begins, you'll see him. Shi Yaoyao responded with a bored, oh, and muttered softly that if it weren't for Su Chun, she wouldn't have come to this bustling martial arts arena. As the crowd had mostly arrived, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena reached its peak. Wang Donglai stepped onto the podium and shouted loudly, welcome everyone to witness the duel between Su Chun and Luo Qingsno at our school, and welcome the representatives of the 5 major ability academies. Next, let's welcome the contestants for this duel, Su Chun and Luo Qingsno. On the arena, the protective referees were already in position. From the preparation area, Luo Snow was the first to descend the steps and head towards the arena. Her cold and beautiful face, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared even more stunning, instantly capturing countless gazes. Luo School Beauty will win. Luo School Beauty will win. Go Luo School Beauty. Women are no weaker than men. Woohoo Luo, the school beauty is invincible. Cheers surged like waves, deafening one after another. This girl looks quite good. Xiao Tianyan nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this is likely to be a one-sided match, Li Siwei said confidently. Ice abilities are stronger than dark abilities, and Luo Snow, as the daughter of a powerful faction, has strong backing. While Su Chun is merely an orphan commoner with no support, his chances of winning are slim. Don't rush. Su Chun hasn't even entered the stage yet. What's the hurry? Chu Zining interrupted. Seeing Luo Snow already prepared on the stage, Wang Donglai shouted loudly again. Let's welcome Su Chun to the stage. However, after the voice fell, the preparation area was empty. Everyone was stunned, their faces showing a mix of confusion and surprise. Just as everyone was puzzled, the martial arena's door slowly opened. Su Chun, dressed in black battle attire, like a king in the night, walked towards the stage. Facing the crowd, his eyes showed no trace of panic, only calmness. He glanced around and saw his second uncle waving at him. A warm smile appeared on his face as he waved back. Su Tianfeng's face was full of worry as he shouted loudly, Xiao Chun, good luck. Su Chun smiled and nodded, giving him a reassuring look. Then, he walked straight to the stage. This boy gives me a mysterious feeling. Chu Zining murmured to herself. What do you think, who will win? Lu Fonglan broke the surrounding silence. That girl, of course. With her background, it's rare for commoner disciples to defeat faction disciples, Zhao Tianyan said indifferently, his tone confident. Exactly, it's likely to be a one-sided match between the girl and that boy. Lu Fonglan added. She had carefully reviewed the profiles of both. Su Chun, an orphan with no support, was worlds apart from faction disciples in terms of resources and rare treasures. Why do I feel like that boy will win? Chu Zining's opinion was completely different from the others. The four of them turned their gaze to her in unison. Zhao Tianyan couldn't help but chuckle. Faction disciples. And she's an ice ability user, how could she possibly lose to a commoner boy with dark abilities? How about we make a bet? Chu Zining, also a dark ability user, had felt an indescribable sensation from the dark power emanating from that boy earlier. It was as if, in front of him, she was a mere pawn, while he was a lofty king. Although she couldn't explain why the boy gave her such a strong sense of oppression, she chose to trust her intuition. All right, what do you want to bet? Zhao Tianyan crossed his arms. If you win, I'll give you whatever you want. If I win, you give me a dark ability combat skill above level 5. How about that? Deal. Chu Zining, today I'll make you see reality clearly. For a commoner disciple to defeat a faction family disciple, it's harder than reaching the heavens. Then let's wait and see. Chu Zining's hand tightened slightly. Kid, you better not let me down. On the arena, Su Chun, dressed in black battle attire, and Luo Snow, in a cyan outfit, formed a stark contrast, one like a king in the night, the other like a fairy on an icy plain. The referee swept his gaze over the two and asked, Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Their voices rang out almost simultaneously, carrying different emotions. The referee stepped back a few paces to the edge of the arena and loudly announced, The match officially begins. At the command, icy light flickered around Luo Snow, her blue eyes glowing brightly like two dazzling sapphires. Absolute zero. She gently blew on the snowflake in her hand, and instantly, countless large snowflakes began to fall, fluttering like white spirits dancing in the air. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered in a thick layer of solid ice, the cold biting to the bone. Even Su Chin's body began to slowly form a thin layer of ice, and before long, he had turned into an ice sculpture, completely motionless. Seeing this, Luo Snow couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why wasn't Su Chin doing anything? Was he just giving up? Thus, under the overwhelming suppression of absolute zero, Su Chun stood silently on the arena like a sealed statue. For a moment, The entire audience fell into dead silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. What is Suchin doing? Why isn't he moving? Did he just lose like that? TCH, I told you Suchin was no good. Didn't expect him to be so weak, taken down in one move. Ha ha, exactly. Luo Dongshan, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought Suchin might have some impressive tricks up his sleeve, but it turned out he was so useless. As expected, even with an S-level ability, he's just a waste. But just as everyone thought the match was over, the ice sculpture suddenly moved. A crisp crack sound echoed as the ice on Su Chin's body shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The match has only just begun. Luo Qingsno frowned deeply at this sight. She retrieved the frost sword, an A-level battle weapon, from her storage ring and gripped it tightly in her hand. Ice Slash, a sharp sword aura mixed with piercing icy power shot towards Suchin. However, Suchin remained calm and unflustered. He slowly extended his right hand, where black dark elements continuously gathered and flickered. Moments later, a massive death scythe materialized out of thin air, exuding a chilling dark aura. Facing the ferocious Ice Slash, he casually swung the scythe in his hand, effortlessly cutting through the sword aura as if mowing grass. The icy power dissipated around the scythe, unable to harm him in the slightest. Just watching from afar, this scythe feels terrifying. Luo Qingsno's expression changed drastically, a strong sense of fear surging in her heart. But before she could think further, a massive black shadow claw suddenly appeared in the sky, descending straight toward her. She was just about to use her powers to evade, but to her horror, she found her body completely immobile. Looking down, she saw that her feet had unknowingly sunk into a dark, demonic pool, with black mist coiling around her legs like tentacles, preventing her from breaking free. Boom! A loud explosion, like muffled thunder, echoed across the arena. Blood splattered as Luo Qingxue spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The clothes on her body were completely obliterated by the powerful impact, replaced by an A-grade battle armor that shimmered with a silver glow. It was precisely this armor that saved her from being crippled or killed. Luo Qingxue stared at the young man before her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be so strong? Looking at the powerful aura emanating from Su Chun, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. She had lost completely. A first-tier, 6th-level realm, no wonder he could forcibly break through her ice seal. So, the clown had always been herself. She had even boasted about going easy on Suchin? How utterly ridiculous. A deep sense of helplessness surged in her heart. How she wished she could just collapse here and now. As this scene unfolded and Suchin's realm aura was fully revealed, the entire audience was plunged into shock. Did I see that right? Suchin defeated Luo Qingxue in just 2 moves? And she was wearing a grade battle armor? No way. Are you kidding me? Suchin is already at 1st tier, 6th level? Then what does my hard-earned 1st tier, 1st level even mean? Wow, that's so cool. Suchin, and that thing in his hand, could it be a companion spirit weapon? Didn't they say background is also a form of strength? So why is Luo Qingxue getting completely crushed? In an instant, the entire crowd of students erupted in excitement. The previously one-sided support shifted dramatically, and Su Chun became the sole deity in their hearts. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This kid, I must have him. Zhao Tianyun slapped his thigh excitedly, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. To think that he had reached 1st tier, 6th level just 4 days after awakening this was an unprecedented feat. The current record in Longwo was reaching 1st tier, 6th level on the 10th day after awakening. Yet Su Chun had set a new record, rewriting history. Not only that, the combat techniques he displayed had all reached the minor mastery stage. Such an extraordinary talent could no longer simply be called a prodigy, he was practically a peerless monster. Yeah, I wonder who was so confident earlier, claiming that girl would win. Chu Xining's eyes were still filled with shock, her voice tinged with a hint of teasing. This kid, how could he just be strong? Even if you brought out the carefully nurtured children of those old monsters from the capital's magic city, they probably wouldn't be able to stand up to him. Moreover, she secretly suspected that the scythe in his hand was highly likely to be a companion spirit weapon. Ahem, I was blind earlier. Anyway, don't fight me for this kid. If anyone tries, I'll go all out. Chu Zining chuckled lightly. Well, let's see if you have what it takes then. Unlike the other three representatives from the Ability Academy's admissions team couldn't wait to call the principal, requesting the highest level of admission treatment. This is truly outrageous. Achieving such accomplishments in just 3 days is unprecedented and unparalleled. If they can recruit Su Chun into their school, then in the upcoming Ability Academy competition, they are bound to win the championship. To gain Su Chun is to gain the championship. On the other side, Luo Dongshan slumped in his seat like a pile of mud, his face pale as paper. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, and his heart echoed repeatedly. It's over. Everything is over. Why is Su Chun, an orphan, so powerful? This glory should have belonged to the Luo family. It was supposed to be theirs, but now it has been taken away by an orphan with no power or influence. How could he accept this? His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and a crazed look surged in his gaze. Meanwhile, those forces that had once flattered him to the extreme now avoided him like the plague, retreating far away. It confirmed the saying, when you're strong, everyone flatters you. When you're weak, even dogs disdain you. On the stage, Su Chen walked step by step toward Luo Qingsnow. The death scythe in his hand was raised high above his head, like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. You lost. Luo Qingsnow's lips curled into a bitter smile. I lost. I'm sorry. In this battle, she lost completely, without the slightest ability to fight back. The one who should apologize is not you. Su Chen suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing toward the audience seats where Luo Dongshan sat. He pulled out a marriage contract from his pocket, his voice cold and powerful. Old dog of the Luo family. Do you have anything left to say today? From the beginning to the end, it was your Luo family that was unworthy of my Su family. Unworthy of me, Su Chun. 18 years ago, my parents risked their lives to save you and your wife. You showed no gratitude, but after my parents passed away 3 years ago, you came to annul the marriage. You took some insignificant resources and thought you could humiliate me, even injuring my second uncle. You even deliberately fabricated rumors, claiming that my behavior was improper, which led to the Luo family annulling the marriage. Today, I, Su Chun, will terminate this marriage contract with your Luo family. It is I, Su Chun, who is annulling the marriage with your Luo family. Your Luo family is utterly unworthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chun fiercely tore the red marriage contract in his hand into pieces. The fragments fluttered in the air like snowflakes, gradually disappearing. 3 years ago, shortly after he transmigrated, his parents tragically sacrificed themselves. Then, the Luo family came to annul the marriage, a blatant humiliation he still vividly remembers. His second uncle stood up for him, went to reason with the Luo family, but was injured and mocked, told he would spend his life as nothing more than a hunter. Today, he was determined to make Luo Dongshan pay 100-fold for his past actions. Only the victor has the right to speak. For a moment, all eyes in the venue turned sharply toward Luo Dongshan. Wow, so the Luo family is actually such despicable people? I'm never buying anything from them again. Disgusting. Truly shameless. Someone saved your entire family, and you repay them with betrayal? Even saving 2 dogs would be better. At least dogs wag their tails to show gratitude. Luodong Mountain, you must apologize to Su Chun. Apologize. 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 The crowd was indignant, and Luodong Mountain's actions were simply outrageous. Surrounding forces also expressed their stance, distancing themselves from the Luo family. So the Luo family head is such a person. Luo family head, from now on, let's not have any dealings between our 2 families. Luo family head, let's terminate our business contract as well. I don't want to cooperate with someone so ungrateful. Luodong Mountain listened to the tide of mocking voices around him, feeling utterly powerless, as if all his energy and spirit had been drained. Everything was over, and it was all caused by his own actions. It was too late for regret. Luodong Mountain, go up and apologize to Su Chun. At least try to preserve the last shred of dignity for your Luo family, Shi Yuanshan said. Luodong Mountain's eyes were hollow, like a walking corpse. He nodded woodenly. All right. He leapt onto the stage, looking at Su Chun, the man who had caused his downfall and disgrace. His eyes no longer held hatred, but were filled with deep remorse. If he hadn't been blinded by power and money, none of this would have happened. He knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, Su Chun. It was me, Luodong Mountain, who wronged you, who wronged your parents. His heart was full of guilt, feeling he deserved to die 1,000 deaths. You are not worthy to mention my parents. You don't truly know your mistake, you only know that you're finished. Su Chun glared at him, his eyes filled with disgust. I am unworthy to mention Brother Su. I have wronged him. Luodong Mountain clenched his fists tightly, filled with regret. You've wronged many people. Su Chun turned to his second uncle and shouted, Second uncle, come. Su Tianfeng watched the scene, his expression complex, and slowly walked to Su Chen's side. Little Chun. Su Chen's eyes were cold. You should apologize to my second uncle even more. Back then, my second uncle hunted beasts alongside my parents. And you, Luodong Mountain, were there too. Now, you mock those who once fought alongside you. It's utterly disgusting. Luodong Mountain looked at Su Tianfeng, feeling completely numb, his lips trembling. Tianfeng, I wronged you. After speaking, he knelt on both knees, bowing his head heavily again and again, blood flowing from his forehead. Su Tianfeng sighed, his eyes full of emotion. Dongshan, your life has been full of mistakes. Su Chun tried to calm the anger in his heart and kicked him heavily, sending him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. From now on, my Su family and your Luo family are no longer connected. All ties are severed. With that, Su Chun led Su Tianfeng off the stage. This battle marked Su Chun, a commoner, completely defeating the aristocratic family, achieving unparalleled glory. As for Luodong Mountain, he lost utterly, his reputation in ruins, and his family's future plunged into darkness. This was his deserved fate. Luo Qinxua looked at her father, who was in a pitiful state, her expression dazed, her heart lost. She slowly stepped forward, helping Luodong Mountain up, her voice numb. Let's go home. Wang Donglai watched all this and couldn't help but sigh. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Then, he announced loudly, Su Chun wins. If the one standing in the ring today were not Su Chun, but any ordinary S-level awakener, they would have long been suppressed by the Luo family, never to rise again. Yet Su Chun, relying on his own strength, defied fate and created a miracle. As Wang Donglai turned around to discuss enrollment matters, he noticed that the representatives of the 5 major ability academies had already disappeared, all running towards Su Chun. It was obvious they were vying for this unparalleled genius. A gratified smile appeared on Wang Donglai's face. Our second high school has finally produced a true dragon. In the principal's office, Su Chun and his second uncle were surrounded by the representatives of the 5 major ability academies. Su Chun, come to my Magic City Ability Academy. I guarantee you can have a different girl every day, never repeating. Zhao Tianyan said with a hearty smile. Su Chun looked puzzled. How is that a good thing? Zhao Tianyan, do you think Su Chun would care about your pathetic offer? Chu Zining sneered disdainfully. Exactly. Su Chun, come to my military academy. We'll provide unlimited military rations and offer you SSS-level enrollment benefits. Upon hearing this, the principal couldn't help but gasp. SSS-level benefits were the highest tier, meaning Su Chun would receive unparalleled resources and training. It seemed their Sichuan City Second High School was truly about to gain fame. Zhao Tianyun, unwilling to back down, immediately retorted, I told you not to compete with me. Don't you understand? Su Chun, come to my academy. SSS-level benefits, and I'll personally mentor you as my final disciple. Su Chun remained calm and asked, what about the other 3 Ability Academy representatives? What conditions can you offer? He understood the principle of comparing options. The other 2 representatives quickly chimed in. We also offer SSS-level benefits. Judging by Su Chun's current potential, he was undoubtedly worth the highest SSS-level benefits. Wang Donglai was shocked upon hearing this 4 SSS level offers. This was unprecedented. Only the children of old monsters from the capital or Magic City were deemed worthy of SSS level benefits. Su Chan's gaze slowly shifted to the last representative, waiting for her offer. As he looked, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Chu Zining was dressed in a tailored women's suit, with smooth lines and a perfect fit. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate as silk, resembling the warm luster of fine jade. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upward, carrying a faint, elusive smile. A touch of light wine-red eyeshadow at the corner of her eyes added a hint of allure to her already cold and elegant demeanor. Chu Zining remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. I can offer you SSS-level benefits, and in addition, 2 things you desire. Su Chun's eyes lit up instantly. This offer was truly excellent. I need a technique that can increase the source energy within my body and a dark element combat skill above level 5. Is that possible? Su Chen stated his requirements. For him, a technique to enhance source energy was currently the most urgent need. The stronger the combat skills, the better, as this allows for greater effectiveness in battle. After hearing Su Chen's request, Chu Zining began an intense internal struggle. On one hand, these demands were indeed excessive. But on the other hand, she felt that Su Chen might truly have the ability to create value far beyond these demands. After a fierce mental battle, Chu Zining finally made up her mind. All right, I agree. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Tianyun, who was beside her, was filled with shock. The Kyoto Ability Academy was offering such a high price? Chu Zining, you're crazy. The demands you've agreed to are enough to recruit an S-level ability student. Zhao Tianyun thought Chu Zining was simply insane. Even though Su Chen was very strong now, who could guarantee that he wouldn't encounter setbacks in the future? Martial arts are never absolutely smooth sailing. Yet Chu Zining was betting everything on Su Chen alone. Faced with Zhao Tianyun's questioning, Chu Zining was indeed a bit flustered but still replied, "So what?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyun slumped back into his chair. "Humph. I want to see how you'll explain this to the principal when you return." The other representatives sighed helplessly and stood up one after another. "Since Su Chen has decided to join Kyoto Ability Academy, we won't disturb you further." Their faces were full of regret. Su Chen had great potential. Unfortunately, their maximum authority was SSS-level treatment, and they couldn't offer anything beyond that. Wait! At this moment, Su Chen suddenly called out loudly. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Su Chen, their faces showing confusion. "Su Chen, have you changed your mind?" one of them asked curiously. Su Chen shook his head. "I just hope that when you recruit Luo Qingsu, you won't judge her with prejudice. Her father is her father, and she is herself. The two cannot be conflated." The one at fault had always been Luo Dongshan. Luo Qingsu had even sent him millions in resources and sincerely apologized. People are grouped by their kind, and things are categorized by their type. She was simply born into an unfortunate family. The 4 representatives exchanged glances and nodded in unison, casting Su Chen a look of admiration. Then, they turned and left, leaving Su Chen and Chu Zining standing in place. Chu Zining revealed a faint smile. "Su Chen, sign this enrollment application and some related agreements, and you'll officially become a new student at Kyoto Ability Academy." Hearing this, Su Chen took the enrollment form and the SSS-level treatment contract, picked up a pen, and signed his name with bold strokes. "All right, Teacher Chu." Su Chen handed the signed documents back to Chu Zining. She accepted the documents with satisfaction and smiled. "Welcome, Su Chen. From now on, you are officially a member of Kyoto Ability Academy." Su Chen humbly replied, "I also feel very honored to join your esteemed academy." However, just as Chu Zining was about to say something more, her phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered the phone, her expression instantly turning serious. "A riot broke out in the Demon Cave near Kyoto?" "Got it." After hanging up, Chu Zining said, "Su Chen, something urgent has happened at the school. I need to go back and handle it. Do you want to come to Kyoto with me? Maybe in a few days. I haven't made arrangements yet." Not being ready was one reason. The other was that he planned to hunt some monsters before leaving. "All right, on the day of the martial exam in a week, I'll send someone to pick you up. As for your enrollment reward, you'll receive it when you arrive at Kyoto Academy. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. The Demon Cave riot required her to return and lead a team to suppress it. 300 years ago, cosmic source energy swept across Blue Star, causing plants and animals to mutate into monsters. Additionally, other races emerged from spatial rifts underground, forming the three major alien demon caves. The demon caves needed regular clearing and guarding, otherwise aliens would escape and wreak havoc. Near Kyoto's Ability Academy was the second largest of the three major demon caves, the Blood Barbarian Bull clan. She hadn't expected that, not long after the last riot, the alien demon cave would erupt again. Could it be that the Blood Barbarian Bulls sent reinforcements through the underground spatial rift? Suchin was a bit puzzled. Teacher Chu, what's the urgent matter? The Blood Barbarian Bull clan's demon cave is rioting. I need to return and organize students for a cleanup operation. Hearing this, Su Chun, curious about the demon caves, asked, can you explain what the demon caves are? Chu Zining smiled and shook her head. It's a bit complicated. You can ask the principal next to you. I need to leave now. In 7 days, someone will come with your admission letter to pick you up. After speaking, she swiftly turned into a shadow and left. Watching her departure, Su Chun turned to Wang Donglai. Principal, can you explain it to me? 300 years ago, cosmic source energy descended on Blue Star, causing monsters to mutate and humans to awaken abilities, becoming ability users. Not only that, but several spatial rifts also appeared underground on Blue Star, allowing alien races from the universe to send their clans to Blue Star's underground, forming the Demon Caves. However, because the underground spatial rifts can only accommodate aliens up to the 10th tier, Blue Star narrowly avoided destruction. Suchin nodded slightly. So that's how it is? But he wasn't concerned about that. He was more interested in whether killing those aliens would earn him kill points. System? Shouldn't there be? Ding. Yes. Theoretically, aliens count as both humans and monsters. Suchin felt relieved. This was great. The aliens in the demon caves were far denser than the monsters outside. But, at this moment, Wang Donglai suddenly turned and said, the underground spatial rifts are continuously expanding. In less than 5 years, they will be able to accommodate aliens above the 10th tier. By then, Blue Star will be in grave danger. Blue Star needs a super strong individual. Wang Donglai sighed. If no one breaks through the 10th tier within these 5 years, Blue Star will face annihilation. Suchin clenched his fists, a sense of crisis surging within him. He estimated that within 5 years, he could definitely reach the 10th tier. The fastest to reach the 10th tier in the Dragon Kingdom seems to have been in 2018. With my system, 5 years shouldn't be too much, right? There will be super strong individuals. Maybe. Wang Donglai just shook his head. Super strong individuals are not easy to come by. If there were any, they wouldn't have gone 300 years without appearing. Wang Donglai patted Su Chin's shoulder again and earnestly advised, Kid, when you get to the Kyoto Ability Academy, you better be careful. That place is full of prodigies, and none of them are easy to deal with. In a small city, you might be considered a prodigy, but in a big city, you're just one among many. However, he felt that this peculiar kid, Su Chun, might be able to outshine the rest. I know that. Better safe than sorry. But I do want to spar with those prodigies. The grand ambition to restore the glory of the Dark System starts with defeating other prodigies at Kyoto Ability Academy. Good kid, you've got spirit. I'm looking forward to seeing you achieve great things. Suchin slightly bowed. Then I'll go prepare now. Goodbye, Principal Wang. Wang Donglai waved his hand, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Goodbye. Watching Suchin's gradually retreating figure, he sighed again and muttered to himself, another year of farewells. Just as Suchin stepped out of the principal's office, he saw Shi Yaoyao waiting for him. She stood with her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes glaring at Suchin, her face showing a hint of arrogance. What are you doing here? Shi Yaoyao raised her chin. Can I be here? Sure. Let's go. We can talk while walking. The two walked side by side downstairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Which ability academy did you choose? Shi Yaoyao broke the silence first. Kyoto. What about you? Where are you planning to go? Shi Yaoyao slightly furrowed her brows. I'm going to Kyoto too. Compared to other places, Kyoto at least had Su Chun, a familiar face, which made her feel more at ease. Can you even get accepted? Kyoto requires a minimum ability level of B. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. Shi Yaoyao immediately got angry. Who are you looking down on? I'm an A-level Phantom Spirit Cat ability. User getting into Kyoto Ability Academy is a piece of cake. Oh, I almost forgot. All right, when the time comes, I'll lead you to dominate the place. Humph, I'll be the one leading you. Shi Yaoyao crossed her arms and turned her head arrogantly. The two bickered and argued all the way to the school gate. At the gate, they saw Luo Qingsno talking to some people from other ability universities. After a while, the conversation ended. Isn't that Luo Dongshan's daughter? Why isn't she wearing glasses? Shi Yaoyao's tone was full of mockery. Luo Qingsno slowly raised her eyes, her gaze lingering on Su Chun for a moment before silently walking toward him. Which academy? Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Kyoto, Su Chun answered briefly. Hey, 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 are you ignoring me? Is that it? You ungrateful woman. If you don't cherish it, then stay away. Shi Yaoyao suddenly rushed in front of Su Chun, spreading her arms wide. She hated this kind of woman the most, someone who could have easily had something but didn't know how to cherish it. Luo Qingsno frowned slightly, glanced at Shi Yaoyao, then at Su Chun, and softly uttered two words, goodbye. After speaking, she turned and left, her back appearing somewhat lonely. Shi Yaoyao, on the other hand, turned to look at Su Chun with a hint of threat in her eyes. From now on, you're not allowed to associate with her, got it? Who are you to me? I won't listen. You. Anyway, you have to listen to me. No contact with her. Shi Yaoyao stomped her foot, her little face flushed red with anger. She hated Luo Qingsno's cold demeanor the most. Her face was as icy as a block of ice every day, truly annoying. All right, I'll listen to you, okay? Hee, that's more like it. As a reward, I'll treat you to a luxurious meal. Also, you were really cool on the stage earlier. Shi Yaoyao instantly broke into a smile, grabbing Su Chun's arm and chattering away like a cheerful little bird. After the meal, Su Chun said goodbye to Shi Yaoyao and returned home. Lying on his bed, he opened his phone, and the headlines of Chuanqing's news caught his eye. Breaking: the treacherous Luo family. Shocking: the Luo family betrays trust and forgets gratitude, now reduced to street rats. Looking at the news, Su Chun's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of any emotion. All of this was Luo Dongshan's own doing. He glanced at the time and prepared to sleep. The biggest knot in his heart had finally been untied, and he planned to have a good night's sleep to recharge his energy. The next 7 days would be the golden period for hunting beasts. 7 days later, on the day of the martial exam, countless students participating in the exam arrived early at the test site, their faces filled with nervousness and anticipation. Today was the day that would determine their fate. A good ability academy and a poor one had a world of difference in resources. Don't underestimate those resources, they could potentially affect their entire future. At 10 in the morning, Su Chun had just woken up, stretched lazily, yawned, and muttered, "Hey, who seriously takes the martial exam?" This past week had completely worn him out. During the day, he fought beasts in the beast-infested mountains. At night, he dragged his exhausted body back to his residence to train and temper his bones. However, hard work always pays off. 21,400 kill points. Looking at the kill points displayed on the system interface, Su Chun shed tears of relief. Do you know what I've been through this past week? Fortunately, today he could finally spend points freely to enhance his strength. Although he hadn't spent points this week, his nightly training had successfully advanced his realm from Stage 1 Level 6 to Stage 1 Level 7, and he had completed the 4th round of bone tempering. While the gains weren't abundant, they were better than nothing. System, calculate for me how many kill points are needed to advance from Stage 1 Level 7 to Stage 2 Level 1. 800 plus 1200 plus 2000 plus 4000, a total of 8,000 kill points. The system's voice echoed in Su Chun's mind. Su Chun frowned slightly, feeling a bit distressed. Just to advance 4 levels required 8,000 kill points. The further he progressed, the more insufficient the slaughter points became. However, In order to grow stronger, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Upgrade me. With his command, Su Chun felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body, and his realm began to soar rapidly. First tier 8th level. First tier 9th level. First tier 10th level. Second tier 1st level. In just an instant, 8,000 slaughter points vanished, and Su Chun successfully reached the second tier 1st level. Feeling the continuous flow of power within him, the fatigue from constant hunting was completely swept away. One-click upgrade, so satisfying. System, upgrade all 4 combat techniques to mastery. Consumption of 7,400 slaughter points. All 4 combat techniques have reached mastery, the system prompted. Looking at the sudden reduction of 7,400 slaughter points, Su Chun was stunned. Damn, upgrading 3rd-tier combat techniques to mastery costs 2,500? That's outrageous. The cost has directly multiplied. However, he also understood that the benefits gained were inevitable. Shadow Flash, which previously could only teleport a few meters, could now cover dozens of meters, moving at a speed that was almost impossible to track. Dark Abyss Pool, its control became more stable, and its range expanded significantly. Shadow Claw, its power increased dramatically. It could only be said that every upgrade brought its own rewards. Finally, Su Chun looked at the remaining 5,000 slaughter points, hesitated for a moment, and still chose to upgrade bone tempering. System, how many slaughter points are needed for 5 rounds of bone tempering? Su Chun asked. Only 500, the system replied. Su Chun was stunned, feeling a bit surprised. So little? Should I just go straight to 10 rounds of golden bone? After all, starting from the 2nd tier, blood condensation becomes a hassle. System, upgrade bone tempering directly to the 10th round. Su Chun decisively issued the command. Host slaughter points are insufficient, consuming 3,500 slaughter points. Bone tempering has reached the 9th round. As the prompt sounded, Su Chun felt his entire skeleton emit crackling sounds, as if countless small hammers were striking it. Additionally, his bones emitted a faint golden glow, appearing indestructible. Su Chun clenched his fist. Now, if a car crashes into me, the one to break would be the car. Su Chun asked again, how many slaughter points are needed for the 10th round of bone tempering? Not much, only 20,000 slaughter points. Su Chun was stunned again. Goodness, the cost of the 10th round of bone tempering was more than 5 times the total of the previous 9 rounds combined. This also meant that the benefits of perfect golden bone tempering would definitely exceed the total of the previous 9 rounds. Su Chun sighed lightly. The evolution of the Death Scythe still required 50,000 points, truly a long and arduous journey. System, open the panel. Name, Su Chun Realm, 2nd tier, 1st level ability. S-Class Shadow Monarch Bone Tempering. 9th Cycle Blood Condensation. Not started Companion Spirit Weapon. S-Class Death Scythe Cultivation Technique. Non-Combat Skills. 3rd Tier Corrosive Dark Bat Strike Mastery. 3rd Tier Shadow Flash Mastery. 2nd Tier Shadow Claw Mastery. 2nd Tier Abyssal Shadow Pool Mastery Backpack. Mysterious Egg looking at the panel before him. He refused to believe that anyone in this world could reach his level within just 10 days. After all, breaking through from 1st tier, 10th level to 2nd tier, 1st level was an almost insurmountable threshold. However, at this moment, Su Chun's heart surged with killing intent, longing to unleash his power in a spree of destruction. Ding dong. Just then, a message notification sound suddenly broke Su Chun's train of thought. Xiao Yao, my parents are calling you to come for dinner, and bring your second uncle along too. Su Chun. Okay, Su Chun composed himself and called Su Tianfeng, then headed to the city lord's mansion to prepare for a farewell. At the entrance of the mansion, Su Tianfeng hesitated and said, Xiao Chun, you can go in alone. I won't go. Su Chun firmly grabbed Su Tianfeng's arm. Second uncle, what are you saying? You're my only family. Come on, let's go in together. Pulling Su Tianfeng along, Su Chun entered the grand doors, where Shi Yuanshan greeted them with a warm smile. Xiao Chun, long time no see. It seems your strength has grown again. Just a little improvement, Su Chun replied modestly. Shi Yuanshan nodded with a smile and turned his gaze to Su Tianfeng, asking, And this must be your second uncle? City Lord Shi, Su Tianfeng said respectfully, slightly bowing. Based on age, you can just call me brother. No need to be so formal, Shi Yuanshan said kindly, his face always adorned with a smile. Su Tianfeng was taken aback. The high and mighty city lord was unexpectedly approachable and kind. He thought to himself, it was probably because of Su Chun. To have such an outstanding nephew was truly a blessing. City Lord, she is too polite. Then I shall respectfully accept, Brother Yuanshan. The city lord smiled and enthusiastically said, Brother Tianfeng, come, lunch is ready. Today, we must drink to our heart's content. The two laughed as they led Su Chun to the dining area, where everyone took their seats. The Shi family of three, along with Su Chun and Su Tianfeng, sat together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. This must be the uncle of our future-in-law, right? Li Yulan said with a cheerful smile. For a moment, everyone froze, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Ahem, Yulan, don't say such things. We're not at that stage yet. Shi Yuanshan coughed lightly, speaking with some embarrassment. Li Yulan, realizing her mistake, said awkwardly, Then this must be Su Chen's uncle? Su Tianfeng nodded. I am Xiao Chen's second uncle. He felt a bit puzzled. The Shi couple seemed to have a particular fondness for Su Chen. Could his nephew really be that charming? Eat, eat. Li Yulan quickly urged, trying to ease the mood. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began enjoying the delicious lunch. Su Chen, do you know the current situation of the Luo family? Shi Yuanshan asked. Su Chen paused while picking up food and said, I don't know. I've been too busy lately to pay attention. These past few days, he had been hunting beasts to improve his strength, leaving no time to concern himself with the Luo family's affairs. Well, the Luo family has finally gotten what they deserve. They've gone bankrupt and are in heavy debt. But I heard that Luo Qinxue has been working hard. She got into Kyoto University and used the enrollment benefits to secure some funds to pay off the debts. The Luo family is no more. It's like they've gone back to where they were over a decade ago, Shi Yuanshan said slowly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Hearing this, Su Chen silently pondered. Luo Qinxue had also come to Kyoto Ability Academy? Was this a coincidence, or was it intentional? He frowned slightly, lost in thought. However, after a moment, he decided not to dwell on it. No matter what, things between them were already settled, and there was no connection left. Humph, that cold-faced girl just won't go away, Shi Yaoyao muttered under her breath. There was no need to guess. She knew in her heart that Luo Qinxue had come to Kyoto Ability Academy for Su Chen. All right, Yaoyao, you're not even Su Chen's girlfriend yet, and you're already trying to control everything? Shi Yuanshan teased, a playful smile on his face. Shi Yaoyao's face turned red at his words. She lowered her head shyly and said, I. She quietly lowered her head to eat, feeling a bit flustered. Why was she so concerned about Su Chen? What was going on with her? Seeing this scene, Su Tianfeng thought to himself that his son, Su Chen, seemed to be quite popular with the girls. This way, he could rest assured that the Su family wouldn't have to worry about continuing the family line. Uncle Shi, has Shi Yaoyao's admission to Kyoto Ability Academy been confirmed? Su Chen asked. It's confirmed. She got in through early admission. With her A-level ability, it was easy, Shi Yuanshan said after a brief hesitation. When you get to Kyoto Ability Academy, I'll have to trouble you to look after her. Kyoto was the most prosperous place in the entire Dragon Nation, on par with the Magic City. It was a hub of intersecting powers, filled with experts, and even the children of some old monsters. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Chen patted his chest confidently. Li Yulan and Shi Yuanshan exchanged a glance, feeling reassured. Li Yulan took out a book of dark element combat techniques and handed it to Su Chen, saying, This combat technique suits you very well, Su Chen. Take it. After all, they couldn't ask Su Chen to look after Shi Yaoyao without showing some appreciation. Su Chen took a closer look. It was a 5th-tier combat technique, Shadow Pool Claw. Shadow Pool Claw creates a massive dark element magic pool within a certain area. Anyone caught inside will be dragged into the magic pool by shadow claws. Su Chen's breathing quickened, and a hint of joy and excitement flashed in his eyes. A 5th-tier dark element combat technique. And it was a large area attack technique. For him, such a technique was exactly what he lacked. It was like a timely gift in a snowstorm. Su Chun accepted the combat technique. I really need this technique. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt Shi. I like it very much. That's good if you like it, Xiaoqin. We're all family, no need for formalities. Eat, eat, Li Yulan said with a warm smile, her face full of affection. The lunch ended quickly amidst laughter and joy. Xiaoqin, even though your cultivation is progressing rapidly now, you must be cautious when you arrive in Kyoto, Shi Yuanshan advised, his eyes showing a hint of concern. I will, Su Chen nodded, then turned to Shi Yaoyao. Do you want to go with me? Shi Yaoyao shook her head. I want to stay home a few more days with my parents before going. She had never traveled so far before, and her heart was filled with fear and reluctance. After speaking, she ran back into her mother's arms, hugging Li Yulan tightly. No matter where one is, there's no place as warm as home. All right then, I'll settle down first, and when you come, I'll pick you up. At least you know what to do. Shi Yaoyao's eyes curved into a smile. Su Chan then turned his gaze to Su Tianfeng. Second uncle, if anything happens, make sure to call me immediately. Good child, don't worry about your uncle. But if anyone bullies you over there, you must tell me. Su Tianfeng's eyes were full of affection. All right, second uncle, I'll come back to visit you when I have time, or I can bring you over to live with me. Su Tianfeng gently shook his head, a trace of a weathered smile appearing on his face. I'm old. I don't want to move around anymore. I just want to spend the rest of my days peacefully here in Chuan City. A wave of bitterness surged in Su Chen's heart. He stepped forward and hugged Su Tianfeng tightly. I'm leaving, uncle. Then, Su Chen turned to Shi Changzhu and Li Yulan, bidding them farewell one by one. Afterward, he straightened his back and turned to head for Kyoto. Watching his gradually receding figure, Shi Yuanshan shook his head slightly. A hidden dragon leaving Chuan. System, how many slaughter points are needed to master a 5th-tier combat skill? 1,500 slaughter points are required. Looking at the system panel with only 1,500 slaughter points left, Su Chen didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he directly clicked to allocate the points. Light flickered, and the 5th-tier combat skill, Shadow Pool Claw, was successfully mastered. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. He couldn't wait to test out this new combat skill. Just then, the phone rang suddenly. Su Chen looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Su Chen? A crisp and sweet female voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. Who are you? I'm sent by my cousin to pick you up and take you to Kyoto. By the way, my cousin is Chu Zining. Hearing this name, Su Chen was slightly stunned, quickly recalling in his mind. It seemed there was indeed such a matter. Originally, he thought the other party wouldn't come, but unexpectedly, he received the call at this moment. Where are you now? I'm at your Chuan City airport. Come over, and we'll take the next flight to Kyoto. All right, I'll be there in a few minutes. After hanging up the phone, he immediately flagged down a taxi by the roadside and headed to the airport. Arriving at the airport, Su Chen's eyes scanned the crowd. Finally, not far away, he spotted a girl with a high ponytail. A few strands of bangs naturally draped on both sides of her cheeks like black silk ribbons, adding a touch of softness and grace to her delicate face. Her petite nose was slightly upturned, resembling a cute little kitten, giving off a playful and lively vibe. Beneath her thick eyelashes, her clear and bright eyes sparkled like two brilliant stars, radiating a dynamic glow. She waved her arms excitedly, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Su Chen stepped forward quickly and asked somewhat uncertainly, Are you the girl from the phone? Yes, you can call me Chu Wanru. My cousin sent me to pick you up. I know that. Have you bought the plane ticket? Yes, I have. You can fly directly to Kyoto later. Chu Wanru replied with a smile. Thank you, Su Chen said indifferently. It's no problem, but once we get to Kyoto, you'll need to handle the registration at Kyoto Academy yourself, because I've already made plans with my friends to team up and clear the Kyoto Blood Savage Bull Demon Cave, Chu Wanru said, her tone carrying a hint of cautious inquiry. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Can you take me with you? Registration is so boring. Clearing a demon cave sounds much more exciting and fun. Besides, going with you will save me the trouble of figuring things out. No way. My cousin told me that even though you're an S-class ability prodigy, the demon cave is very dangerous. Chu Wanru quickly shook her head. After all, her cousin had specifically instructed her to take good care of him, and if anything happened, she'd be in big trouble. What's so dangerous about it? Don't worry, I'll just follow behind you and watch. I promise to listen to your instructions. Looking at Su Chin's eager expression, Chu Wanru hesitated for a moment. Do you promise? I promise. Su Chin nodded firmly. All right then, but you mustn't tell my cousin about this, or she'll scold me. Chu Wanru said helplessly. I won't. Don't worry, Su Chin quickly assured her. Chu Wanru nodded, took out a storage ring from her pocket, and handed it over. This storage ring is from my cousin for you. As for the SSS class benefits, you'll only receive them after you register at the academy. Su Chun took the storage ring and opened it. Inside lay a combat technique manual and a cultivation method manual. The combat technique was called Shadow Prison Killing Array, a 6th-tier combat technique. The cultivation method was named Infinite Spirit Source Art. Shadow Prison Killing Array creates multiple shadows within a designated area to strangle enemies. The number of shadows depends on proficiency. Infinite Spirit Source Art. This cultivation method has 10 levels. It significantly increases the storage of source energy within the body. Upon reaching the 2nd level, source energy can form a river. At the 5th level, the source river can transform into a lake. At the 7th level, the source energy can become an ocean. Upon reaching the 10th level, the source energy within the body becomes infinite and inexhaustible. Looking at these two items, Su Chin's breathing quickened, his heart filled with shock and delight. A 6th-tier combat technique like this would cost tens of millions of blue star coins on the market, and even then, it would be hard to come by something many people could only dream of obtaining. As for this Lingyuan Boundless technique, it is the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Source energy is the foundation of everything. Without source energy, everything is just empty talk. If this were upgraded to the 10th level, with endless source energy, how powerful would that be? System, let me learn it. Learning successful. 6th-tier combat skill entry requires 3,000. Lingyuan Boundless technique, 1st level also requires 3,000. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chun felt a surge of strong fighting spirit and was full of motivation. This trip to the Demon Cave must at least earn 6,000 kill points. Su Chun, you seem really excited, Chu Wanru said curiously, looking at Su Chin's excited expression. Su Chin snapped back to reality. You have a sharp eye? How could he not be excited? These two things were enough to give his strength a qualitative leap. Chu Wanru chuckled. You're quite amusing. Let's go. It's almost time to check in and board the plane. The two chatted and laughed as they walked side by side toward the boarding gate, preparing to embark on their journey to Kyoto. In front of a simple and slightly shabby little house, Luo Dongshan stood quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After all this time, everything has returned to the starting point. Luo Dongshan's voice was low and hoarse, carrying the weight of years. This little house, he had lived here for nearly 10 years. It held his past dreams and memories. Ever since the Luo family grew big and powerful, he had left this place and moved into a luxurious mansion. But in his heart, he never found that peace and contentment again. Luo Qinxue stood beside Luo Dongshan. Looking at the little house in front of her, her heart also filled with complex emotions. She glanced at Luo Dongshan, who had aged significantly in just 1 week, and sighed softly. I'm leaving. The time for early admission and reporting was about to begin. She was about to leave this city that had brought her so much sorrow, to chase her dreams, to find a life that truly belonged to her. Daughter, do you blame me? Luo Dongshan turned his head slightly and asked softly. I don't blame you, but the life I want has never been one of luxury and wealth, nor what you call for my own good. After speaking, she resolutely turned and walked away into the distance, without a trace of hesitation. Luo Dongshan watched his daughter's departing figure, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In the end, he had made mistake after mistake. What he had given his daughter was never what she truly wanted. He was unworthy of being a father, unworthy of being a person. Tears silently slid from the corners of his eyes, falling onto the ground beneath his feet. On the plain, the sea of clouds outside the windows surged, soft and ethereal like cotton. Can you tell me something about the Demon Cave? Chu Wanru tilted her head, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Sure, the Demon Cave near Kyoto's Ability Academy is the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave. It's a layered structure leading to the underground world, but no one knows how many layers it has. On the first layer, there are some first-tier and second-tier Blood Barbarian Bull warriors. We often go there to hunt them. On one hand, it's to earn credit points, and on the other, because the Blood Barbarian Bull's body and blood can sell for a good price. Really? Has no one ever reached the final level? Chu Wanru stuck out her tongue. No, it said there are 10 levels, and within the 10th level lies the space-time rift. If the rift is shattered, the Blood Barbarian Bull clan can be eradicated at its root. That's easier said than done. The Dragon Nation has launched large-scale crusades more than once. Each crusade brought bloodshed and carnage, but ultimately ended in failure. Whenever the crusade reached the 9th level, the Blood Barbarian Bull clan would unleash an endless tide of forces, launching a frenzied counterattack until humanity was driven back. Now, the Dragon Nation has abandoned its attempts to reclaim the Demon Cavern, merely hoping for stability within it. This has led to the cavern becoming open and accessible to the public, allowing anyone to challenge it. After all, the Blood Barbarian Bull soldiers in each level of the cavern are different. The strong can challenge the lower levels, while the weak stay in the upper ones. Thank you for explaining, Suchin said politely. No need to thank me. The two chatted and laughed, and after half a day, the plane slowly landed at Kyoto Airport. Stepping out of the cabin, Suchun looked at the towering skyscrapers and the gathering of powerful individuals in Kyoto, clenching his fist slightly. Rebuilding the glory of the dark faction starts here. Are you really going to hunt Blood Barbarian Bulls with me? It's really dangerous. Chu Wanru blinked her big, watery eyes, trying to scare Suchin off. Absolutely, I can't wait. All right then, I'll take you along. But you must follow my instructions. Her cousin had told her that Suchun was at the 6th stage of the first realm, while she was at the 3rd stage of the second realm. Protecting someone at the 6th stage of the first realm shouldn't be too much, right? Today, she was determined to play the role of a big sister and protect this little brother well. I promised to follow your instructions. Follow her instructions? Not a chance. What he wanted was to unleash his power and wreak havoc in the Demon Cavern. Chu Wanru hailed a car, and the two headed toward the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cavern not far outside Kyoto. Outside the car window, the bustling city gradually faded away, replaced by the tranquility and desolation of the outskirts. Demon Cavern, 10th level. In the dim light, a nauseating stench of blood filled the air. The Blood Barbarian Bull leader Tu Kwang sat cross-legged on a massive stone platform. King, when will we attack the humans again? Lately, the human race has been getting a bit arrogant. A Blood Barbarian Bull commander cautiously asked, his voice echoing in the empty cavern. Tu Kwang slightly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. When the next batch of Blood Barbarian Bull warriors arrives from the main star, that will be the time to attack the humans. His heart was filled with resentment. Why should they be confined to this dark, underground demon cavern? The Blood Barbarian Bull clan should rule this planet, making humans tremble under their iron hooves. Really, King? How much longer? Less than 3 months. In 3 months, the new batch of Blood Barbarian Bull warriors would arrive through the space-time rift to this 10th level, marking the time for their attack. By then, all humans would be reduced to mere flesh beneath their feet. Congratulations, King. In less than 3 months, you'll dominate this planet. Tu Kwang merely sneered disdainfully. You're thinking too simply. There are plenty of strong human warriors on this planet. 3 months later, as long as we destroy Kyoto, the strongest human city, the mission will be considered complete. He knew very well that it was impossible to achieve everything in one go, but severely damaging the Dragon Nation and showing humans the might of the Blood Barbarian Bull clan was still feasible. Besides, in less than 5 years, the spatial rift underground would expand enough to allow 10th tier and above warriors to arrive, and this planet would be within their grasp. Then I look forward to it, my king. The general lowered his head. The conversation ended, and silence fell once again, broken only by the occasional low roars of the Blood Barbarian Bulls. Not far outside Kyoto, in the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave area, troops were stationed here, patrolling back and forth. The troops are directly stationed here. Huh. Yeah, to prevent the blood barbarian bulls from rioting and escaping, the troops are stationed here as a precaution, Chu Wanru explained. Su Chun observed the patrolling army, among which there were quite a few third-tier, fourth-tier, and even fifth-tier and above warriors. Additionally, many people were heading toward the Scarlet Vortex in the center, preparing to enter the Demon Cave for hunting. Please show your ID cards. Finally, it was Su Chun and Chu Xining's turn for inspection. The two showed their ID cards and were allowed to enter. Shortly after, they arrived at the Scarlet Vortex gate. There were many onlookers around, some excited, some nervous, their eyes filled with curiosity and longing for the Demon Cave. I heard an elite-level blood barbarian bull officer appeared on the first floor, second-tier third stage, with a bounty of 5 million. Ugh, that's tough. The strong don't care, and the weak can't beat it. What are you afraid of? Who's forming a team, brothers? There's an event now: defeat 1 blood barbarian bull for a reward of 100. Defeat 5 for a reward of 888. Brothers, charge. For a moment, many people passionately entered the Demon Cave. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt like he was watching people raid a dungeon, and his blood couldn't help but boil. Wanru, why are you so late? Li Qingqing walked over, her eyes showing some dissatisfaction, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Oh, I was picking someone up. Chu Wanru stuck out her tongue, looking a bit embarrassed. Li Qingqing turned her gaze to Su Chun, her eyes lighting up, a sly smile appearing on her face. Wanru, what a handsome guy. Is he your boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. He's a freshman at Kyoto Ability Academy that my cousin asked me to pick up. Li Qingqing nodded. I see. Then do I have a chance? A playful glint flashed in her eyes as she stepped forward. Hey, handsome, hang out with me. I'll take care of you. Su Chan was stunned for a moment. Does that include food and lodging? Scumbag, you even want food and lodging? Su Chun, question mark. Qingqing, stop teasing him. Chu Wanru rolled her eyes at her. Li Qingqing shrugged. Freshmen juniors are still the most fun. While the two were chatting, 3 more people arrived, one of them shouting, Qingqing, what are you doing here? Are we going into the Demon Cave to hunt monsters or not? Li Qingqing turned her head. Come on, isn't Wanru bringing a little handsome guy to tease first? Among the 3, Huang Lu, dressed in white, frowned slightly when he saw Su Chun, his face showing a hint of displeasure. Didn't we agree on the 5 of us? Why is there an extra one? It's not like that. He was admitted to the Kyoto Ability Academy and got curious about the Demon Cavern, so he wanted me to bring him along to take a look, Chu Wanru quickly explained. So he's only at around the first stage, 5th level? Isn't that just dead weight? Huang Lu grew even angrier, his eyes filled with disdain. This guy had just awakened his ability, so at most, he was at the first stage, 5th level, bringing along dead weight. He wouldn't have it. If you think I'm a burden, I can go in alone to hunt, Su Chen said calmly as he stepped into the vortex gate. He was just looking for an opportunity to act alone anyway. Seeing Su Chen leave, Huang Li's face instantly showed disdain and anger. What an act! Huang Lu, why are you talking like that? Chu Wanru's face was full of fury. Seeing Chu Wanru upset, Huang Lu quickly put on a flattering smile. Wanru, don't be mad. I'll help you hunt a few more blood barbarian bull warriors. Bringing along a pretty boy would just drag us down, wouldn't it? He's not a pretty boy. Watch your mouth, she snapped before stepping into the vortex gate. Seeing Chu Wanru like this, Huang Lu turned his gaze to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, how about I take you along? No thanks, I wouldn't dare climb so high. Li Qingqing's lips curled into a mocking smile, her tone cold. She lightly flicked her hair, turned, and entered the vortex gate with an elegant demeanor. Watching the two of them leave him behind, the anger in Huang Li's eyes burned like a raging fire. Damn it, these two beauties dare to give me attitude. He had awakened AB level ability and came from a powerful and influential family. In his eyes, these two women daring to treat him this way was simply outrageous. Brother Lu, don't be mad, don't be mad. A lackey behind him quickly stepped forward to console him, his face full of flattery. Huang Lu snorted coldly. Have you seen that pretty boy before? No, but from what Chu Wanru said, he seems to be an early admitted freshman at Kyoto Ability Academy. Hearing this, a glint of understanding flashed in Huang Li's eyes. As long as he wasn't a scion of a Kyoto family, he didn't care. Outsiders were nothing to him. He had long coveted the pair of best friends, Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing. A newly awakened pretty boy dared to compete with him? Ridiculous. Brother Lu, I have an idea, the lackey behind him said, his eyes lighting up. Let's hear it. On the first level, there's a second stage, fourth level elite blood barbarian bull warrior. We can lure it over to that pretty boy. He'll definitely be scared out of his wits and run away. Then we can swoop in as heroes to save the beauties. Won't Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru be yours? Hearing his subordinate's plan, Huang Lu smiled with satisfaction, a hint of calculation in his expression. That pretty boy had just awakened and was at most at the first stage, fifth level. He was nothing but a useless freeloader relying on women. This plan is excellent. Let's go in too. Huang Lu waved his hand, and the three of them leaped into the vortex gate. The first layer of the blood barbarian bull's underground lair was filled with an oppressive and eerie atmosphere. The sky displayed a strange red hue, with dim light filtering through the thick, blood-colored mist, casting mottled shadows. The air was heavy with the pungent stench of blood, so strong it was almost nauseating. Su Chen stepped into this area, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the blood-soaked and perilous environment. Su Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to say that about you, Chu Wanru said apologetically as she entered, her face full of regret. It doesn't matter. There will be a time to teach them a lesson, Su Chen replied. Chu Wanru was a bit puzzled by his words. What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough, Su Chen said without elaborating further. Originally, there hadn't been an opportunity to deal with Huang Lu and the others, but now that Chu Wanru had come along, it seemed like a good chance to teach them a lesson. Wanru, don't hog him all to yourself, Li Qingqing teleported in as well, a playful smile on her face. Ah, Qingqing, you're talking nonsense again. Chu Wanru scolded, giving Li Qingqing a reproachful look. I'm not talking nonsense. Who knows what might happen between a man and a woman alone together? Li Qingqing said with a mischievous wink. Ah, Qingqing, I'm going to kill you, Chu Wanru shouted. While the two were bickering, Su Chen had already quietly walked away. Compared to listening to their quarrel, he'd rather go hunt the blood barbarian bull clan. Look, your man has left, Li Qingqing said, her gaze following Su Chen's departing figure. Chu Wanru snapped out of it and realized Su Chen had already gone far. This wouldn't do. He was someone her cousin had specifically instructed her to protect. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Besides, she had planned to play the role of the big sister protecting her little brother today. Su Chen, wait for me, she called out, quickly stepping forward to chase after him. Li Qingqing watched this scene, simply shaking her head with a smile and murmuring softly, interesting. Before long, the two caught up with Su Chen. Can I act alone? I'm actually quite strong, Su Chen said, looking at the two of them. No way, they replied in unison. Li Qingqing immediately clung to Su Chen's arm and said, You're Wanru's boyfriend. As her best friend, I have to keep an eye on you. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Was this best friend even serious? Chu Wanru's face turned slightly red, and she stomped her foot. Li Qingqing. As the three exchanged words, a humanoid blood barbarian bull appeared ahead. It had two blood-red horns on its head, a tail swaying slightly behind it, and a massive axe gripped tightly in its hands. The creature was tall and burly, standing over 2 meters high. Humph, tender flesh. Let me have a taste, the blood barbarian bull sneered, swinging its massive axe toward the group. Seeing this, Li Qingqing immediately entered a state of high alert. Her movements were swift and precise, and at some point, a large hammer had appeared in her hands. She leaped high into the air, the hammer glowing with red energy. With immense force, she smashed it down onto the blood barbarian bull. With a resounding boom, the blood barbarian bull was pulverized, its massive body instantly torn to pieces. An 8th-tier first rank dares to boast. Li Qingqing withdrew the sledgehammer, looked at Su Chen with a sweet expression, and said, Did I scare you, little brother? Su Chen was a bit stunned by the scene. What was going on? A beauty wielding a sledgehammer? The contrast was just too much. However, after probing a bit, he found that Li Qingqing's ability was rather peculiar. Simply put, the heavier the weapon she used, the stronger her ability became. and Li Qingqing's cultivation level was at the second stage, third tier. She wasn't a student who awakened this year, but last year. I wasn't scared, but I'm really strong. Let me handle it, okay? Su Chen looked at the two of them. These were living, breathing kill points. No way. Su Chen sighed. It seemed he had to show off a bit. Then shall we continue searching for the blood savage bulls? Su Chen said helplessly. Sure, just stay behind us and be our team mascot. That's right. Let us take care of you, little brother. Li Qingqing said with a wink. Seeing this, Su Chen thought, being protected by beauties wasn't such a bad feeling, huh? Beauties helping me farm monsters? Then, the three of them headed toward a nearby valley. Where's that elite monster now? Logu, that elite monster is not far from here, and Chu Wanru and her group are in that valley. We can lure it over there, and then stage a heroic rescue. Huang Lu smiled with satisfaction. Good, let's do it. Lure it over. Heroic rescue though cliché, it was very effective. As long as that pretty boy gets scared out of his wits and runs away, I can swoop in like a divine warrior, defeat the blood savage bull, and stage a heroic rescue. Wouldn't Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing be utterly captivated by me? As for that pretty boy, he can only stand aside and watch. In the valley, dark red rocks were scattered and stacked unevenly. There are 10 blood savage bulls over there. Should we take a detour and look for others? Chu Wanru's eyes revealed a hint of worry as she stared intently at the group of blood savage bulls gathered around a bonfire, speaking softly. Yeah, let's go around. Protecting the little brother is more important. Li Qingqing nodded slightly. In stark contrast to their caution, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His face lit up as he shouted, Whoa, this one's worth 200, this one's 300, and this one's 400. These 10 blood savage bulls had a minimum cultivation level of first stage, 8th tier, with the strongest reaching second stage, 2nd tier. To Su Chen, this was practically a feast of kill points. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen activated Shadow Flash and appeared near the blood savage bulls. Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing's eyes widened instantly, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Su Chen was setting them up. No matter how strong they were, there was no way they could handle 10 blood savage bulls at once. Chu Wanru's face turned pale instantly. Su Chen, come back. However, her shout seemed to have no effect. Not only did Su Chen not stop, but he also sped up. Chu Wanru turned to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, let's go save him together. Su Chen had just awakened his ability. Even if he had the strength of first stage, 6th tier, and an S-level ability, there was no way he could take on a group of blood savage bulls. A trace of doubt and confusion flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. Could it be that she had misjudged him? This Su Chen is too reckless, isn't he? All right, let's do this together. The two stood up and rushed in Su Chen's direction, ready to stage a beauty saves the hero scene. At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the blood barbarian bulls. The group of blood barbarian bulls was surrounding a bonfire, and upon seeing the suddenly appearing Su Chen, greedy smiles appeared on their faces. Human, do you know that we lit this fire because we didn't have any meat to roast? One of the blood barbarian bulls grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and said with a sinister laugh. Although the blood barbarian bull clan didn't often eat humans, occasionally having one or two was no big deal, especially someone like Su Chen, with his delicate and tender skin, a pretty boy. Imagining the delicious taste after sprinkling some cumin, they couldn't help but drool. Su Chen slightly raised his eyes. Oh, really? At this moment, he had suppressed his battle desire all the way, finally finding an opportunity to unleash it. You dare bark like that? Yes, human, be obedient, and we'll give you a peaceful death. However, in the next second, dark elements surged wildly in Su Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a massive demonic pool appeared out of thin air in the entire area. The black demonic pool was like an abyss. What? What is this? The blood barbarian bulls were instantly panicked and tried to escape, but they found countless shadowy ghost hands extending from the demonic pool, like black vines, wrapping around their bodies, pulling them fiercely into the depths of the pool. The blood barbarian bulls didn't even let out a single scream before being completely devoured by the demonic pool. When the black demonic pool disappeared, only 10 pale white bones were left on the ground. Slaughtered Tier 2 Level 1 Blood Barbarian Bull, Slaughter points plus 300 slaughtered Tier 2 Level 2 Blood Barbarian Bull. Slaughter points plus 400. A delightful notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Just this wave alone earned him 2,500 slaughter points. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru, who had rushed to rescue him, stopped in their tracks. They widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. It's over already? That was way too easy. They had originally planned to show off their skills and stage a beauty saves the hero moment, but they hadn't expected Su Chen to be so powerful, solving 10 blood barbarian bulls in the blink of an eye. Wanru, is this the freshman you told me about? Li Qingqing snapped back to reality, looking at Chu Wanru with a face full of confusion. Whose freshman has already reached Tier 2 Level 1? Whose freshman has already mastered Tier 5 combat techniques? Chu Wanru scratched her head, looking bewildered. Could it be that she picked up the wrong person? Wasn't he supposed to be Tier 1 Level 6? How did he suddenly become Tier 2 Level 1? Excuse me? Are you Su Chen? Chu Wanru asked tentatively. Su Chen. Authentic, genuine, no fakes, and I said from the beginning, I'm very strong. Chu Wanru smiled bitterly in her heart. She knew Su Chen was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. Killing these blood barbarian bulls was as easy as killing chickens. Little brother, now you have to protect me, Li Qingqing said with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Su Chen made an okay gesture. From afar came a cry, help, help. A subordinate from Huang Li's team scrambled and crawled towards Su Chen, his face full of terror. Behind him followed a blood barbaric bull wielding a copper-colored metal axe. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hero saving the beauty? How cliché. He immediately saw through Huang Lu and his team's scheme. Anyone with eyes could tell what kind of trick this was. Su Chen then examined the blood barbaric bull. Name, Blood Barbaric Bull Race. Barbaric Bull Bloodline. Elite Realm. 2nd Tier, 4th Level Note. Killing it grants 600 slaughter points. Looking at those 600 slaughter points, Su Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. 600. This blood barbaric bull must be killed. Help me, help me. The subordinate ran to Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru. The two women looked serious. An elite-level blood barbaric bull was not easy to deal with. Blood barbaric bulls also had varying levels of bloodline purity, which essentially determined their strength. This elite-level blood barbaric bull was exceptionally powerful. A trace of sinister intent flashed in the subordinate's eyes, but the panic-stricken reaction he expected from Su Chen did not occur. Instead, Su Chen walked toward him at a leisurely pace. Little brother, you've got such tender skin, Su Chen said with a meaningful smile. Huh? Before the subordinate could react, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his foot, kicking him directly toward the blood barba. Human race? What do you want to do? The voice of the blood barbarian bull was filled with fear. At this moment, it could truly feel the aura of death emanating from the human before it. Clearly, the human's level was lower than its own. But why? Why was it so afraid? What do you think? If I spare you, should I invite you for tea? He stepped closer to the blood barbarian bull, the death scythe in his hand gleaming with a cold, eerie light. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. The blood barbarian bull's eyes instantly turned blood red, like two burning blood beads. It gripped the copper-colored axe tightly, trying with all its might to break free from the eerie aura of the demonic pool beneath its feet. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blood barbarian bull finally broke free from the restraints of the demonic pool. However, just as it escaped, Su Chen appeared right in front of it. The death scythe in his hand was raised high and swung fiercely at the blood barbarian bull. Want to compete with me in strength? I am from the blood barbarian bull clan. It raised its massive axe to meet Su Chen's death scythe. Bang! A loud clash echoed as the death scythe collided with the axe. Yet, in the next moment, the blood barbarian bull's eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief. The axe, equivalent to a human B-grade battle weapon, was instantly sliced into two halves upon contact with the death scythe. How? How is this possible? Staring at the broken axe in its hands, its heart was filled with shock. What kind of weapon was the opponent wielding? How could it be so sharp, capable of easily cutting through its battle axe? You have no idea how much more there is to know. Su Chen's eyes surged with dark elements. Perfect timing to test this on you. Su Chen's eyes closed slightly, and in an instant, countless dark elements around him gathered like black mist, rapidly converging toward him and enveloping him. Not only that, in 8 directions centered around the blood barbarian bull, 8 pitch-black shadows appeared. These shadows, like phantoms, held shadow daggers in their hands, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Kill! The 8 shadows lunged at the blood barbarian bull. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled sounds followed, and deep wounds instantly appeared on the blood barbarian bull's body. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining its body red. However, the 8 shadows did not stop their assault. They continued to dart around the blood barbarian bull, their shadow daggers relentlessly slicing its flesh. Ah, human, I will kill you. The blood barbarian bull was completely enraged. Around its body, blood-red light began to boil furiously. As the blood-red light surged, the blood barbarian bull's strength and physique increased significantly. Its body grew larger, and its muscles became more solid. Roaring furiously, it charged at Su Chen, intent on tearing him to pieces. Su Chen merely chuckled lightly. Tisk tsk, you can still resist. His voice was filled with disdain. In the next moment, his figure flickered as he activated Shadow Flash, instantly retreating to a distance. Then, Su Chen began to summon shadow bats in his hands. Countless shadow bats gathered in his palms, gradually forming a massive swarm of bats. The swarm, like a black cloud, swooped toward the blood barbarian bull. The blood barbarian bull tried to escape, but countless shadow claws suddenly appeared beneath its feet, firmly trapping it. It struggled desperately, but could not break free from the shadow claw's grip. The shadow bats attacked the blood barbarian bull like ravenous wolves, using their sharp teeth and claws to relentlessly tear at its body. The blood barbarian bull let out agonized screams, its body covered in wounds, with blood continuously flowing. Seeing the moment was ripe, Su Chen leaped into the air, raising the death scythe high in his hand. With a fierce momentum, he swung it down hard toward the blood barbarian bull's head. Thud! With a muffled sound, the blood barbarian bull's head flew off directly. Its body swayed a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Host has slain. After resolving everything, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru stood there dumbfounded. It was over just like that? The battle lasted only a few minutes from start to finish? Who's the freshman here? You're so fierce. How are freshmen supposed to survive? Su Chen, are you sure you're a freshman? Absolutely. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze toward Huang Lu and his companion, who were hiding on the hillside. Come out. Why are you hiding? Huang Lu smiled awkwardly. Wow, Junior, you're really impressive. He now suspected that Chu Wanru had told him wrong. How could this guy be called a freshman? What kind of freshman is at Tier 2, Level 1? What kind of freshman has mastered so many combat techniques to perfection? Dude, if you told me you were this strong earlier, why would I mess with you? Calling me Junior? Are you even worthy? This blood barbarian bull elite was brought here by you, wasn't it? Huang Lu was likely trying to play the hero and save the beauty, only to end up fleeing in disgrace. But this was Su Chen. Junior, you can't falsely accuse me. How could I possibly do such a despicable thing? Huang Lu quickly said, his voice full of panic. Su Chen sneered. A despicable person doing despicable things, huh? Then he slightly raised his hand. Talk to my shadow claw about it. As his hand slightly lowered, the perfected shadow claw, like a massive black demonic claw, smashed directly toward Huang Lu. Seeing Su Chen's move, Huang Lu was just about to dodge when he realized his feet were trapped in the shadow abyss. Ah! A scream echoed as Huang Li's body was covered in blood. He convulsed on the ground, his face filled with pain. Su Chen, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? You brought the blood barbarian bull here, so you tell me what I'm trying to do. Su Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Killing such a person was the simplest solution, not killing him what? Keep him around for the new year? Seeing Su Chen's intent to kill him, Huang Lu panicked. You can't kill me. I'm a son of the Huang family. If you kill me, you'll face the consequences. Su Chen casually cleaned his ear. I hate it when people threaten me the most. The death scythe in his hand swung, and with a squelch, Huang Li's head flew off instantly. Su Chen looked at another person. You won't tell anyone, will you? I won't. I promise I won't. However, in the next second, another squelch sounded. Won't tell? He'd sell me out as soon as he got back. Dead men don't talk. Su Chen, why did you kill them? Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing walked over, their faces full of confusion. He wanted to frame us, so I killed him. Su Chen said indifferently, his voice filled with nonchalance. But he's the young master of the Huang family, and the Huang family is quite powerful, Chu Wanru said worriedly, her voice full of concern. If you don't say anything, no one will know. I assume you won't say anything, right? Chu Wanru looked at Su Chen and swallowed nervously. Of course not. He deserved it. Don't scare Wanru. Su Chen, look at you. Li Qingqing glared at Su Chen, her voice carrying a hint of reproach. Su Chen shrugged. All right, I won't scare you anymore. By the way, don't follow me next. I need to act alone. After saying that, Su Chen dashed off. These two were not weak, either staying on the first level wouldn't be a problem for them. Watching Su Chen run farther and farther away, Chu Wanru became anxious. Qingqing, should we catch up to him? Li Qingqing's expression was somewhat complicated. No need. She looked at the departing Su Chen and muttered to herself. Maybe. You can help me get rid of? Then she turned to Chu Wanru. Let's go. Wanru, I'll take you to have some fun. Chu Wanru responded, and the two left. Host killed. Host killed. An hour later, the slaughter points finally reached 3,000. System, upgrade my Lingyuan Infinite Art. Su Chen said excitedly, his voice full of anticipation. Received. Lingyuan Infinite Art has reached the first level as the system notification sounded. Su Chen felt the small pool of source energy within him suddenly infused with endless power, instantly transforming into a small lake. The amount of source energy was likely 10 times more than before. Su Chen clenched his fist. Awesome. Now I don't have to worry about running out of source energy for battle techniques. He looked ahead at the deep red vortex gate. Time to take on the challenge. Su Chen leaped forward, directly entering the second level of the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave. As soon as he stepped in, a sense of oppression overwhelmed him. The sky here was even gloomier than the first level, and the air was filled with an increasingly pungent smell of blood. Not far away, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Su Chen cautiously observed the surroundings, his steps light and careful as he moved forward. This second level of the Demon Cave had third-tier Blood Barbarian bulls. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous end. Hey, are you here to hunt Blood Barbarian bulls too? A clear voice called out from not far away. Su Chen followed the voice and saw a student wearing the Kyoto Academy's ability school uniform walking toward him. I am. Oh, great. Let's team up. This way, we can look out for each other. In this perilous lair, having one more person means one more strength. The young man's face lit up with a joyful smile as he enthusiastically suggested. All right. He agreed to team up for now, thinking that if things went wrong later, he could find an opportunity to slip away. The young man quickly stepped forward, wearing a friendly smile, and introduced himself. Brother, my name is Li Wan. Which academy are you from? Kyoto Academy of Abilities. What? You're also from Kyoto Academy of Abilities? But how come I've never seen you before? I'm a freshman who just enrolled this year. What? A freshman? And you dare to come to the second level of this lair? No way. I need to take you back immediately. This place is too dangerous. It's not something a freshman can handle. Li Wan, upon hearing that Su Chen was a freshman, became anxious and reached out to pull Su Chen back. Su Chen gently freed himself from Li Wen's grip. Don't. Since I'm already here, let us take a look first. Li Wen hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded and said, all right, but you must be careful. By the way, what ability did you awaken? Dark-type ability. Upon hearing Su Chen's answer, Li Wen couldn't help but sigh, his face showing a hint of sympathy. Then you're in for a tough time when school starts. Why do you say that? Kyoto Academy of Abilities has a tradition where freshmen from each department compete for resources. Simply put, the weaponry department will seize resources from the fire department. The reason I said you're in trouble is that, historically, the dark department has always been the one getting robbed in this resource competition. Dark-type abilities aren't particularly outstanding. Lightning and fire are dominant. Ice is also powerful, And then there are other departments like sword and gun, all vying for a share. Li Wen patiently explained. Su Chun listened to Li Wen's words, but instead of showing any fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. You mean, departments can compete and seize resources from each other? Yeah. Why are you so excited? Don't tell me you have a fantasy about being robbed. Li Wen looked at Su Chun's excited expression and couldn't help but feel amused. Su Chun's lips curled slightly upward. Of course, I'll be the one seizing resources from other departments. Li Wen couldn't help but chuckle. Don't joke around, Junior. Since Kyoto Academy of Abilities was founded, the Dark Department has always been the one getting robbed in the freshman resource competition. On one hand, there are fewer people who awaken Dark-type abilities. On the other hand, Dark-type experts aren't particularly outstanding. You should just accept your bad luck. Then this year, it's time to completely change the balance of power between departments. Su Chun's eyes revealed a determined look. So what if the Dark Department's overall strength was weaker? What did that have to do with him, Su Chun? When the time came, he would take back all the resources that rightfully belonged to the Dark Department. Rob them. Li Wen looked at Su Chun's confident demeanor and shook his head with a smile. All right, kid. I'm from the gun department, second year. When the time comes, I'll make sure to witness it for myself. This freshman's enthusiasm is certainly a good thing, but the gap between departments isn't something that can be bridged overnight. After that, the two put away their casual demeanor and headed deeper into the demon cave, preparing to hunt the blood savage bull. Night quietly fell. Junior, damn it, next time when I improve my cultivation, I'll definitely help you slaughter that blood savage bull. Li Wen said angrily, gritting his teeth. Su Chun awkwardly touched his nose. All right, but it's getting late now. We should head back. Recalling the events after meeting Li Wen in the afternoon, Su Chun couldn't help but feel emotional. At that time, the two were preparing to kill a blood savage bull, but unexpectedly, they were targeted by a third-tier, fifth-level blood savage bull. At the critical moment, Li Wen told Su Chun to escape alone while he himself lured the blood savage bull away. Afterward, Su Chun returned to the first layer of the demon cave to hunt the relatively weaker blood savage bulls. Just now, he had reunited with Li Wen. Next time, I'll take you for a proper hunt and show you my skills. Li Wen patted Su Chun's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of boldness. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the Crimson Vortex. Stepping into the vortex, a momentary feeling of spinning and dizziness hit them, and soon they were back on solid ground. Su Chun, are you all right? Su Chun looked up to see Chu Wanru staring at him anxiously. Well, you finally decided to come out, huh? Li Qingqing said softly. Damn it, kid, what are you up to? You actually have two beauties waiting for you. Li Wen cursed under his breath, his heart full of envy and jealousy. He had been chased around miserably by blood savage bulls in the demon cave, only to come out and see his junior being cared for by two beauties. The difference in treatment was just too much. Su Chun helplessly spread his hands. I swear I didn't ask them to wait for me. Do you believe me? You kid? Could it be that they voluntarily waited for you? You're unbelievable. Su Chun was speechless. The more he tried to explain, the more confusing it became. He sighed and said, think whatever you want. Li Wen wasn't truly angry. He put his arm around Su Chun's shoulder and whispered, ask them if they have any friends or something. Introduce one to me, so I can have a chance to. Su Chun nodded and directly asked, do you have any friends? This senior wants to find a girlfriend. Li Wen, question mark. Bro, is that how you ask? That's way too blunt. No. Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing almost answered in unison. Seeing this, Li Wen's face showed a hint of disappointment as he muttered and walked away. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. After a hard day of hunting, he could only go back and stare at a screen to pass the time. Meanwhile, this junior was surrounded by two beauties. Su Chun, who is he? Chu Wanru blinked curiously. A kind senior I met on the second layer of the demon cave. He's a pretty decent guy. You didn't get hurt, did you? No, why? If I did get hurt, would your sister kill you? Su Chun teased with a smile. Chu Wanru nodded, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance as she said, yeah, it's best that you're okay. Also, please don't tell my sister that I brought you to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave, or I'll be in big trouble. Su Chun made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I won't say anything. It's getting late. Shall we head back? The two nodded, then got in the car with Su-chun, preparing to return to Kyoto. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Su-chun looked at the 10,000 kill points displayed on his system interface and couldn't help but feel conflicted. To advance his realm, he needed 3,000 kill points, which wasn't too expensive, but he was still hesitating on how to proceed. At that moment, Li Qingqing suddenly extended her phone and said sweetly, "Brother, can I add you on WeChat?" As she spoke, she even threw Su-chun a flirtatious glance. Su-chun looked at Li Qingqing, feeling that there was a mysterious aura about her. On the surface, she seemed frivolous and carefree, but deep in her eyes, there were many hidden thoughts. Sure, Su-chun didn't refuse and took out his phone to scan Li Qingqing's QR code. With a ding, the two successfully added each other on WeChat. Seeing her goal achieved, Li Qingqing's lips curved slightly upward. "Brother, you're so nice. If I need your help in the future, will you agree to help me?" Her words carried a teasing tone, but there was more sincerity in them. "I'll do my best," Su-chun replied with a hint of perfunctory in his tone. Li Qingqing nodded lightly, her eyes flashing with a peculiar glimmer. "Brother, you're such a good person." Su-chun's lips curled into a faint smile, saying no more, though he secretly thought to himself, "This Li Qingqing is a bit strange." The car slowly drove into Kyoto, and the bustling city atmosphere rushed in. As soon as the car stopped, Li Qingqing eagerly got out and hurried away. Su-chun slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling on Chu Wanru. "Do you know much about Li Qingqing?" Chu Wanru gently shook her head. "I do and I don't. She's very mysterious." "Why, are you interested in her?" "No, I'm just curious." "Oh, don't pursue her. I remember she already has a marriage arrangement." "She already has a marriage arrangement? What's the story behind that?" "Her family has quite a bit of influence. It's the Li family in Kyoto, which is pretty prominent. Her marriage arrangement seems to have been set up by the Li family to climb higher." Chu Wanru explained in detail, and as she spoke, a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. "If you can't be with the one you love, what's the point?" "I see." Su-chun pondered to himself. Based on Li Qingqing's earlier behavior, could it be that she wants him to steal her away? Or perhaps she's using him as a shield again. "You don't really like her, do you?" Chu Wanru asked with a face full of gossip. "Not at all. I'm someone who leaves love to fate. Love at first sight is impossible." Cut, cut, cut. "But she's really nice, you know. If you like her, I can help you pursue her." Chu Wanru playfully blinked her eyes. "No need, thank you." After chatting briefly with her, Su-chun opened the system panel to allocate points. System, upgrade my realm to second tier, 4th level. Ding. Consumed 3,000 plus 5,000 slaughter points. Realm upgraded to second tier, 4th level. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Su-chun's body, and his entire presence surged. Su-chun let out a long breath. Phew. Second tier, 4th level. You know, the average realm for a normal sophomore is only around 3rd tier, 3rd level, and the more talented ones are at 3rd tier, 5th level here. But Su-chun, who hasn't even started his freshman year yet, is already at 2nd tier, 4th level. Catching up to the sophomores is just around the corner. Now, for the freshman resource challenge competition, he's going to defeat all the other departments. What's the strongest thunder, fire, ice? All of them will be crushed. Looking at the remaining 2,000 slaughter points, a decisive glint flashed in Su-chun's eyes, and he directly allocated points to Shadow Claw. In an instant, the proficiency of Shadow Claw reached perfection. That feeling was as if he had practiced and used it tens of thousands of times, and a surge of confidence rose in Su-chun's heart. System, how many points are needed to upgrade Shadow Claw to True Intent Realm? 5,000 slaughter points. Su-chun took a sharp breath. Hiss. It doubled. Upgrading to perfection only cost 2,000. But this is reasonable. The gap between True Intent and perfected combat techniques is immense. True Intent Realm will transform the combat technique. For example, originally, you could only release one Shadow Claw. But once the proficiency reaches True Intent, you can release multiple Shadow Claws at once, provided your internal energy is sufficient. The difference between True Intent and perfection is truly vast. To reach perfection, you just need to spend time. But to reach True Intent, time alone isn't enough. You also need to comprehend it. Thinking of this, Su Chun smiled faintly. Should I try one-click point allocation? Su Chun, what are you so excited about? Chu Wanru scratched her head. Nothing. Oh, okay. So where are you staying tonight? The registration time for Kyoto Academy has already passed. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. I'll just find a random place to crash for the night. Su Chun shrugged indifferently. The two exchanged a few more words before getting off the car. Su Chun looked up at the Kyoto sky, took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the bustling atmosphere of the city. He then found a hotel to stay in. The next morning, Su Chun, full of energy, headed to Kyoto Ability Academy for registration. Arriving at the registration area, there was a long queue. Bustling with people, it was clear they were all early admission students. Hey, does anyone have worse treatment than me with an A-level ability? Then you must be really weak. My A-level ability gets S-level treatment. Wow, so envious. Do you think there will be anyone with SSS level treatment this year? Probably not, right? Even S-level abilities don't get SSS level treatment unless they're absolute prodigies. Many people in the queue were chatting while registering, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. Soon, it was Su Chen's turn. He stepped forward calmly and said, "Hello, I'm here to register." Su Chen took out the admission letter and handed it over. The staff member received the admission letter, checked the enrollment benefits corresponding to Su Chen's student ID, and was instantly shocked upon seeing it. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of astonishment. SSS level benefits. She looked at the person in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. She had never seen this before. SSS level benefits. Even the S-level abilities in Kyoto don't have such privileges. Is there a problem? Su Chen asked curiously, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. No, I'll confirm with the higher-ups. She quickly picked up the phone, her expression tense as she called the admissions office. What? This kid has SSS level benefits. A shout from someone behind instantly attracted everyone's attention, causing a commotion among the crowd. Curious gazes were cast towards Su Chun. SSS level benefits, the highest level of privileges. Even some S-level abilities don't qualify for this. Su Chun glanced back, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, but he said nothing. This kid doesn't look like he's from Kyoto. Could he be here to scam resources? That's unlikely, right? SSS level benefits, and the staff is rechecking anyway. Who said he's here to scam resources? A cold female voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Chu Zining walking gracefully toward them. Her figure was elegant, her demeanor sophisticated, and her gaze carried a hint of authority. She looked at the staff member. No need to verify further. Su Chun was recruited by me. As soon as she said this, many people gasped, and whispers spread through the crowd. Chu Zining, she's a renowned figure at Kyoto Ability Academy, the youngest 7th-tier powerhouse in the entire Dragon Nation. Chu Zining personally recruited Su Chen? Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Ah, so it was Director Chu who recruited him. I'll immediately issue Su Chen's SSS level benefits. The staff member quickly said, her face full of respect. She took out a golden dragon card and handed it over. Su Chen accepted it and was then led away by Chu Zining. Is this all there is to SSS level benefits? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Chu Zining gently shook her head, her eyes carrying a mysterious smile. This card contains 8,000 credits. 1 credit point equals 10,000 blue star coins. Su Chen's breath hitched. What? How much? 80 million? How does it feel? Shocked, right? Indeed, I've never seen so much money in my life. Not just in this life, but even in his past life. Moreover, credit points are far more valuable than blue star coins. Items exchanged with credit points are much cheaper than those purchased with blue star coins outside. Additionally, you can exchange for items that can't be obtained outside. That's not all. For the next 3 years, you'll receive 5,000 credit points annually. Furthermore, you have S-level permissions to purchase advanced items from the school and can freely enter the school's secret realm once a year. Purchasing items is permission-based, ranging from SSS to D level. The higher the permission level, the more school goods you can buy. For example, with D-level permissions, you can only purchase combat techniques below the 3rd tier, but with S-level permissions, you can buy combat techniques below the 6th tier. Chu Zining explained in detail. Su Chen nodded slightly. So how can I upgrade my permission level? You can complete tasks issued by the school to increase your permission level, which also helps boost students' enthusiasm. I see. Well, this SSS level treatment sure sounds appealing. Of course, this year at Kyoto Ability Academy, only you and the child of another old Kyoto monster have SSS level treatment. Chu Zining raised her eyes to look at Su Chun, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning. Su Chun was unprecedented, not a new ability user from Kyoto or Shanghai, yet he managed to obtain SSS level permissions upon entering the school. Who was the other one? Can I give it a try? Su Chun leaned forward slightly. Chu Zining rolled her eyes at him. You'll meet them in a few days. A trace of disappointment flashed in Su Chen's eyes. All right, I'll look forward to it then. You brat, don't get too cocky. You may be fast at the start, but the road ahead is still uncertain. Chu Zining sighed lightly. This time, she was taking a gamble, hoping Su Chun could maintain his lead all the way. No, I will always be fast. If I have a system and my level is still lower than my peers, I might as well not live. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. Come find me 3 days later when school officially starts. Chu Zining patted Su Chen's shoulder and turned to leave. Yesterday's martial exam had ended, and at Kyoto Ability Academy, there was no such thing as summer vacation. Students directly reported for enrollment and started school immediately. Time is money. Thank you, Teacher Chu. She shook her head. No need to thank me. By the way, your dormitory is Villa number 1. Be prepared. With that, she left mysteriously. Su Chin scratched his head, a hint of confusion on his face. Be prepared? Prepared for what? Unable to figure it out, Su Chin decided not to dwell on it and turned toward the villa area. At this moment, the campus was bathed in sunlight, which illuminated the wide roads. The flowers, grass, and trees on both sides swayed gently in the breeze. From afar, the cheerful laughter of students could be heard, filling the campus with youthful vitality. Half an hour later, Su Chin finally found his dormitory. Damn it, this academy is huge. Su Chin stood at the edge of a lush forest, looking at the neatly arranged villa area ahead, and couldn't help but complain. From what he knew, Kyoto Ability Academy covered an area of 70,000 mu, approximately 46 square kilometers. Just the freshmen alone numbered over 20,000. Across all 4 grades, plus faculty and staff, there were tens of thousands of people. It was practically a small city. After searching for a long time, he finally found the dormitory area. And this so-called dormitory area was not the typical dormitory one would imagine, it was a villa area. Looking at the luxurious and grand villa number 1 in front of him, which occupied 500 square meters, with an intricately carved gate and neatly trimmed greenery surrounding it, Su Chin silently gave a thumbs up. He sincerely exclaimed, "Impressive." The entrance was equipped with facial recognition for access. Su Chin stepped forward, scanned his face, and the door slowly opened. A sweet voice greeted him. "Welcome home, Master Su Chun." Su Chun was slightly stunned. Entering the villa, a sense of luxury and opulence overwhelmed him. "Hello, Master Su Chun. I am your AI housekeeper, Xiaohua." At this moment, an AI robot dressed in a maid outfit walked over with light steps, her face as lifelike as a real person. Looking at the vivid robot before him, Su Chin couldn't help but sigh. Technology truly changes lives. Entering the villa, Su Chun instructed, "Help me search for dark-type combat techniques above Tier 4. "Yes, Master, searching for you now." Xiaohua slightly bowed, a glimmer of liveliness flashing in her eyes. "Hey, get out of villa number 1. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Hearing the yelling, Su Chin frowned, a wave of displeasure surging in his heart. "Who is it?" He walked out impatiently. Outside the villa, a man stood with a face full of anger. Earlier, he had noticed that the person entering villa number 1 was not young Master Jiang. Could there really be someone more qualified to live in villa number 1 than young Master Jiang? The villa number also symbolized strength. Number 1 meant the strongest. He refused to believe it. Moreover, he had never seen this person in Kyoto before. He must be from some second-rate school. Su Chin stepped out of the villa and looked at the man outside the gate, a trace of impatience on his face as he coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Get out. This villa is not for someone like you. I challenge you." The man stood with his hands on his hips, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Su Chen yawned and responded indifferently with an "oh." He raised his hand slightly and turned around. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a powerful energy wave erupted, and the man was instantly knocked to the ground by the shadow claw. Su Chen snorted coldly, closed the door, and said disdainfully, "Where did this fly come from?" Meanwhile, Xiaohua had completed the search and walked over. A blue light screen appeared in front of her. "Master, I have found a total of 126 dark-type combat techniques above Tier 4. Among them, with your S-level clearance, you can purchase 81 techniques below Tier 6. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, over 80 of them." He stepped forward and swiped his finger across the blue light screen. Instantly, the dark-type combat techniques and their descriptions appeared clearly before him. In the end, he chose a Tier 5 combat technique and a Tier 4 combat technique. "Help me purchase the Tier 5 combat technique, Nether 9 Slashes, and the Shadow Shield." "Understood. The cost is 4,000 credit points. You have 4,000 credit points remaining. The items are expected to be delivered by noon." Su Chen felt a pang of heartache and shook his head helplessly. There was no choice. Dark-type techniques were rare, and scythe-related combat techniques were even rarer, making them more expensive than regular lightning or fire techniques. However, spending where necessary was absolutely essential. How could he go without scythe-related combat techniques? Besides, the Shadow Shield was also an excellent means of self-protection. "How can I quickly earn credit points?" Su Chen asked. "Master, you can earn them through certain tasks. Additionally, you can climb the 100 Schools ladder ranking." "The 100 Schools ladder ranking? What's that? Explain it to me." The 100 Schools ladder ranking is a ladder that the top 100 ability academies in the Dragon Nation can climb. Here, you will compete in PK matches with students from your own academy or other academies of the same grade. Victors will earn points, and the higher the ranking, the more credits you receive. Points are settled and distributed every Monday. Su Chen's eyes were filled with excitement upon hearing this. Wasn't this specially prepared for him? "Help me check my current ranking among the freshmen of the 100 Schools." Since the master has not participated in any matches, the current ranking is 1,048,906. Su Chen froze for 2 seconds. What? Over a millionth place? Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, with 100 schools, having a million freshmen was normal. Su Chen stood up. It was time to climb the rankings. Su Chen thought to himself. Once he returned from climbing the rankings, the Netherworld 9 Slashes and Shadow Shield would have arrived. By then, he could study them, then head to the Demon Cavern or venture into the perilous wilderness outside the city for some trials. With this in mind, Su Chen moved and walked out of the villa. Meanwhile, the arrogant man who had been shouting earlier was just now struggling to get up from the ground. The man raised his eyes, looking at Su Chen with a face full of fear. "You, what are you going to do?" Just now, he hadn't seen anything clearly before being blasted to the ground by a powerful force. It must have been the person in front of him. But looking at the handsome young man before him, he was filled with confusion. In the capital, he had never seen such a figure before. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Nothing much. Just curious why you were shouting like that at the entrance of my villa." The man swallowed hard and stammered. Because I saw that the owner of Villa Number 1 wasn't young Master Jiang, so I thought I'd come to challenge. After all, this villa can be challenged." Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder Chu Zining was so secretive about arranging him to stay in Villa Number 1. It turned out there was such a reason. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a trace of annoyance. "Do you know who the owner of Villa Number 2 is? If I defeat him, will no one come to challenge me anymore?" Su Chen asked directly, staring at the man. He didn't want to be bothered by these trivial matters every day. If he could solve it once and for all, that would be best. "The owner of Villa Number 2 is young Master Jiang, named Jiang Shi. All right, help me deliver a message. Challenge him to a duel." "Thanks," Su Chen said, and then turned to leave. The man watched Su Chen's departing figure, his face full of confusion. Who exactly is this guy? He doesn't even know Jiang Shi's name. Although this guy doesn't seem weak, he can't possibly be stronger than Jiang Shi, right? Jiang Shi possesses an S-level ability, Purple Lightning Fury. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, He just needed to deliver the challenge message. By then, young Master Jiang would surely teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Inside the virtual simulation hall, the lights flickered, exuding a strong sense of technology. The vast venue, nearly the size of 2 football fields, had rows of sci-fi designed virtual combat pods neatly arranged at intervals. The surface of the cabin gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its streamlined design was full of futuristic vibes. Guys, I just climbed to 800,000th place. Isn't that awesome? Your brother Cohen is pretty amazing. TCH, that's it? I just had 3 consecutive wins and climbed to 500,000th place. You're still far behind. A bunch of trash. You're really embarrassing Kyoto Ability Academy. I've already reached 90,000th place. The group had just emerged from the virtual battle cabins and excitedly shared their achievements. Even though the school year had just started, the virtual simulation hall was already packed. After all, virtual battles were an excellent opportunity to hone one's skills. Not only could one climb the rankings, but also face different opponents and accumulate real combat experience. For this reason, the virtual simulation hall was bustling all year round. Su Chun weaved through the crowd and found an empty virtual battle simulation cabin. Stepping inside, the cabin door slowly closed, and in an instant, the lights inside dimmed. Soon, a blue light screen appeared in front of Su Chun, with clear data displayed on it. Name: Su Chun, grade, Freshman Realm, 2nd tier, 4th level ability. S-Class Shadow Monarch Freshman ranking, 1,048,906 remaining freshman attempts today. 20 sophomore ranking. None. Su Chun stared at the panel in front of him, frowning slightly. Only 20 challenges per day? A cold mechanical voice echoed within the cabin. Yes, the daily limit of 20 challenges is to prevent students from becoming overly addicted to virtual battles and neglecting real-world combat training. Su Chun nodded silently. It was understandable for games to have anti-addiction mechanisms, but he hadn't expected virtual battles to have similar restrictions. Then what's this sophomore ranking about? Su Chun continued to ask. This is part of the 100 schools ladder ranking rules, which include a system of challenging higher ranks. Simply put, freshmen can challenge sophomores, juniors, and seniors on the 100 schools ladder ranking. If successful, they can take their spot and earn points. However, upperclassmen cannot challenge lower-grade students. The 100 schools ladder ranking is designed this way to provide exceptionally talented students with more opportunities to showcase their abilities. For instance, if a freshman is extraordinarily skilled and ranks among the top in their grade, they can naturally challenge sophomores or even higher grades to seek greater breakthroughs. Su Chun nodded slightly. He then asked, "What are the weekly credit rewards for different rankings?" The mechanical voice answered methodically. Ranks 100,000, 50,000. 30 credits per week ranks 50,000, 10,000. 50 credits per week ranks 10,000, 1,000. 100 credits per week ranks 1,100. 200 credits per week ranks 110. 400 credits per week ranks 10,4. 500 credits per week. The third rank earns 600 credits per week. The second rank earns 800 credits per week. The first rank earns 1,000 credits per week. The rules are the same for every grade, and one person can occupy multiple rankings simultaneously. Listening to the detailed explanation in a mechanical voice, the rewards are indeed generous. It makes sense. Only by providing more resources to the powerful can they play a greater role. In this cruel world, the weak struggle to obtain resources, while the strong can easily have everything. It's just that brutal. Su Chun stared at the rankings in front of him, silently making up his mind. Strive to reach the top of both the freshman and sophomore rankings within a month, so he can earn an extra 2,000 credits weekly. Not only that, but he also aimed to have his name at the top of all 4 rankings within a year. Additionally, Su Chun noticed other information on the blue light screen in front of him, such as the consecutive wins leaderboard. The current highest consecutive win record for freshmen was 39 wins, set by a girl named Mu Schwerer from last year's Kyoto freshman class. She now occupies the top spot on the sophomore rankings. 39 consecutive wins? Then I'll break that record. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chun's eyes as he murmured, "Start matching opponents." As Su Chun issued the command, the space inside the cabin instantly distorted. After a dizzying whirl, Su Chun felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on the virtual simulation arena. At the same time, an opponent appeared across from him. "Hey, little brother, where are you from?" the opponent asked with a smile. Suchin merely raised his eyes slightly, his gaze cold, and waved his hand lightly. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow claw smashed the opponent into a pool of blood. Suchin had just checked the opponent's information. This person was from the People's Ability University, with a realm of only Tier 1, Level 3. For Suchin, such an opponent required no words, instant kill was enough. Next, matching a suitable opponent for you. The system's prompt sounded. Suchin's initial score was 1,000, and with this victory, his score instantly rose to 1,020, and his ranking jumped tens of thousands of places. Inside the People's Ability University, a male student stormed out of the virtual battle cabin, his face full of anger, cursing loudly. "Damn it, that fish dog killed me in one move. Damn it, don't let me run into you again, or I'll beat you to death." Unconvinced, he matched again. A second later, he appeared on the arena. When he saw Suchin across from him, he froze instantly. "No way, seriously?" I ran into him again. It's you again, you fish dog." He cursed furiously, then tried to check Suchin's information. However, when he saw the realm displayed at the top of the data, he was stunned. Tier 2? Tier 2, Level 4? He rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm. But before he could react, Suchin's shadow claw eliminated him again. Eliminated again, Zhang Xiaodian stood dumbfounded next to the virtual battle cabin, the number, Tier 2, Level 4, echoing repeatedly in his mind. But how is this possible? The semester has just started. How could someone reach such a level? He simply couldn't believe it at this early stage of entering the academy. Someone could possess such terrifying strength. "If this is true, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt," he gritted his teeth and said angrily. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaodian decided to match again. Meanwhile, Suchin sat in the virtual battle pod, slightly frowning, looking puzzled. "Why am I matched with the same person again?" he muttered softly, casually glancing at the rankings and noticing he had already climbed to over 800,000th place. Next, matching. Just 2 seconds later, Zhang Xiaodian appeared opposite Suchin again. The moment he saw Suchin, Zhang Xiaodian's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, "Wait a minute. Chato Mat." Suchin paused his attack preparation, looking at him with confusion. "This guy again? What's he up to now?" Zhang Xiaodian hurriedly lowered his head to check his opponent's profile. Suchin. Never heard of him. Second tier, 4th level. When he saw the realm column, his voice abruptly stopped, his eyes widening like copper bells. What the heck? It's really second tier, 4th level. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them repeatedly and confirming several times. In the end, he had to accept the harsh reality. Suchin before him was undeniably at the second tier, 4th level. "Bro, where did you buy your cultivation hack? Hook me up." Suchin's mouth twitched slightly, raising his hand to eliminate Zhang Xiaodian once again. After being eliminated, Zhang Xiaodian rushed out of the virtual simulation pod like a madman, shouting loudly, "Guys, can you believe it? That freshman on the other side is actually second tier, 4th level. Get out of here. What kind of freshman is second tier, 4th level nowadays?" "Exactly. Zhang Xiaodian, if you keep spouting nonsense, we'll shove you back into the pod." Zhang Xiaodian was on the verge of tears, his face full of grievance. To be fair, this was indeed hard to believe. After all, such cultivation speed was simply absurd, beyond imagination. That guy is really unlucky. Suchin looked at the empty virtual arena, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he muttered to himself. Being instantly defeated by him 3 times in a row, anyone would feel unlucky. "Next," he said again. As his words fell, the source energy within his body instantly recovered to its peak. This was virtual combat. As long as a new battle started, source energy and other states would reset immediately, unlike in reality, where recovery took time. 2 seconds later, another man appeared opposite Suchin. The man sized Suchin up and down, a sneer appearing on his face. Ranked 700,000th. Looks like you just got lucky with consecutive wins, huh?" Suchin glanced at the man's ranking 558,069. a difference of over 100,000 ranks. This was precisely the special matching mechanism of the ladder rankings. Generally, the rank difference between matched opponents wouldn't exceed 10,000. However, if someone achieved consecutive wins, they might be matched with a much higher-ranked player to test the streak holder's true strength, whether they genuinely had skill or were just bullying weaker opponents. This is quite similar to the matching mechanism of a certain popular four-character game. However, Suchin didn't care about it at all. He was absolutely confident. Even if the top-ranked player was matched against him, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Kid, admit defeat. Ranked 550,000 against your 700,000 plus. The advantage is mine. Suchin sneered. Next time, remember not to just look at rankings. A shadow claw descended like black lightning, striking fiercely. The man didn't even have time to react before he was reduced to a puddle of mud. Immediately after, another student from the Ability Academy angrily cursed, "Fish bomber." In the battles that followed, Suchin advanced like a hot knife through butter, winning continuously. In every fight, he used his absolute strength to defeat his opponents with a single move Shadow Claw. In the blink of an eye, Suchin had achieved 19 consecutive victories. With the double points bonus from the win streak, his ranking skyrocketed, reaching 140,000. Next, as a light screen flickered, a woman appeared on the opposite side. When she saw Suchin, her eyes lit up instantly, and she said with a face full of infatuation, "Wow, handsome guy, you're so good looking. And how did your rank of 140,000 match with my 50,000? 19 consecutive wins. Naturally, they have to match me with higher-ranked opponents." Zhang Lili froze for a moment. 19 consecutive wins? She then checked Suchin's profile, and upon seeing it, she was completely dumbfounded. The 19-win streak badge emitted a faint golden glow on his profile, standing out prominently. What shocked her the most was Suchin's level 2nd tier, 4th stage. "Handsome guy, I've fallen for you." Zhang Lili's voice was filled with obsession and admiration. 2nd tier, 4th stage. Reaching this level within just 10 days of starting university was simply monstrous. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. But now, the truth was right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe. It was well known that the virtual simulation pods of the 100 Schools ladder had never malfunctioned, so the Suchin before her was undoubtedly a genuine 2nd tier, 4th stage. "Stop with this nonsense. I'm about to make my move." Suchin shook his head helplessly, raising his hand to prepare his signature Shadow Claw. Zhang Lili quickly nodded, her face showing a hint of anticipation. She then turned her back, bent slightly, and said, "Come on." Handsome guy. Seeing her actions, Suchin couldn't help but feel speechless. This woman was way too crazy. Boom. With a loud noise, the Shadow Claw struck heavily, and Zhang Lili instantly turned into nothingness, disappearing from the virtual arena. Congratulations to contestant Suchin for achieving 20 consecutive victories. Your daily attempts have been used up. Please come back tomorrow. The AI voice sounded at the right moment, and Suchin saw a flash of white light before being forcibly teleported back to the virtual simulation pod. When Suchin opened the pod door, a melodious and resonant bell rang out in the virtual simulation hall. Dong! The bell instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the previously lively simulation hall fell silent. Damn, someone got 20 consecutive wins. Holy crap, which family's disciple is here to bomb fish again? So envious. Looks unfamiliar, but quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Everyone turned their gaze to Suchin, their eyes full of envy and amazement. After all, achieving 20 consecutive victories is no easy feat, enough to propel someone from rank 1 million directly to around rank 100,000. "Brother, why do you look familiar? Which province's genius are you?" A boy leaned over and asked curiously. Suchin shook his head and humbly replied, "I'm just a genius from a small city. By the way, what's the deal with this bell sound?" "Brother, you don't know? This bell is a symbol of honor. 1 chime means someone has achieved 20 consecutive victories, 2 chimes mean someone has broken the consecutive victory record, 3 chimes signify reaching the top, 6 chimes represent being first on both rankings, 9 chimes symbolize being first in the 4th year rankings. Although this bell represents supreme honor, The entire Kyoto Ability Academy has only ever seen the 3 chime scenario. After all, achieving 6 chimes requires surpassing higher grades and claiming first place on both rankings. As for 9 chimes, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven, requiring a first-year student to dominate all 4 rankings and nearly impossible feat. The age and cultivation time gap between 4th-year and 1st-year students is not something that can be bridged overnight. Su-chun listened to the introduction from the person beside him, and a surge of determination flooded his body like a tide. Currently, 4th-year students at Kyoto Ability Academy who graduate at the 6th stage are considered top-tier prodigies. Normally, they are around the 5th stage, 4th level. To dominate the 4th-year rankings, Su-chun must also reach the 6th stage. In other words, he has to reach the 6th stage within a year. Thinking about it carefully, this is no easy task. For others, it would be a pipe dream, absolutely impossible to achieve. But he is different. With the system in his possession, Su-chun is full of confidence. Having already transmigrated to this high martial world and bound to the system, how could he not accomplish an earth-shattering feat? Thanks, brother, Su-chun said sincerely. Ah, brother, you're really polite. The man waved his hand. Su-chun simply smiled faintly. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. By now, it was already afternoon, and the combat techniques he had purchased should have been delivered to the villa. It was time to go back and study them. Hey, little brother, can you tell me your name? He slowly turned back, Su-chun. After saying this, he walked straight out of the virtual simulation hall. The man watched Su-chun's departing figure and muttered to himself, Su-chun, huh? Most likely not a disciple of a noble family. After all, Su-chun gave him a calm and composed impression, completely different from those arrogant and domineering noble family disciples. Kyoto, Jiang family estate, luxurious and imposing. Within the estate were pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted rafters. I'm not in Villa Number 1. Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. How could there be someone more powerful than him? Even if there are other S-level abilities, as the second young master of the Jiang family in Kyoto, his current level has already reached the 1st stage, 6th level. He absolutely refuses to believe that anyone could cultivate faster than him or possess a power stronger than his unparalleled S-level ability, Purple Lightning Fury. At this moment, Jiang Jie, who had been instantly defeated by Su-chun in the villa earlier, quickly spoke up. Not only that, he wants to challenge you. Jiang Shi was even more puzzled. Does he not know my reputation? Seems like he doesn't, and he's from out of town. From Magic City? Jiang Shi asked further. No, I investigated thoroughly this afternoon. There's no such person as Su-chun in Magic City. Apparently, he comes from a small town. Upon hearing the words small town, Jiang Shi's face immediately showed disdain, and he sneered. People from the backwater countryside really don't know their limits. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand: why was Su-chun's villa ranked ahead of his? After all, Villa Number 1 represents the strongest freshman in this year's admissions. Could it be that the school has gone senile? He simply couldn't believe that a country bumpkin from a backwater place could be stronger than him, someone who possesses countless rare treasures. What about his strength? Not sure. Anyway, when I went to challenge him, I was instantly defeated, Jiang Jie said, his face flushing with embarrassment as he unconsciously lowered his head. Jiang Shi listened, his expression unchanged. Instantly defeating Jiang Jie? He could do that too. It seemed this Su-chun had some strength, enough to be his opponent for the first battle at Kyoto Ability Academy. All right, notify that ignorant Su-chun. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll meet at the Kyoto Arena. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes. A country bumpkin? He would make sure those out-of-town students saw how he would instantly defeat him. Otherwise, more ignorant out-of-town students might dare to challenge Kyoto's prodigies. Got it, young Master Jiang. Remember to hit him hard and help me vent my anger, Jiang Jie said flatteringly. Understood. Useless trash, go train properly. Jiang Shi waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Jie nodded and prepared to leave tactfully, but Jiang Shi called him back. Wait. Also help me investigate if there are any beautiful girls among this year's freshmen. Jiang Jie's face immediately showed a mischievous smile. Leave it to me. Inside Villa Number 1. Master, Here are the Netherworld 9 slashes and Shadow Shield you purchased. AI robot Xiaohua handed over 2 books emitting a dark glow. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, they were here. He reached out and steadily took the books. Learn. In an instant, knowledge and techniques related to the Netherworld 9 slashes and Shadow Shield surged into Su Chen's mind like a tide. Netherworld 9 slashes can be used with scythe-type weapons. The higher the proficiency, the more Nether Shadow blades can be unleashed, up to 9 blades. The damage of the Nether Shadow blades gradually increases, and there might be unique changes at the realm of true intent. Shadow Shield condenses dark elements in the hand to form a shadow shield around the body. The shield's strength increases with proficiency and the user's dark element ability strength. Su Chen looked at the descriptions of the 2 combat techniques and felt secretly delighted. Now he basically had both offense and defense covered. However, he was currently lacking slaughter points. He didn't have a single one, and there were still several dark-type combat techniques he and T mastered. Just as he finished studying, a crisp ringtone sounded in the room. Su Chen opened his phone and saw Chu Xining's call. Hello? Su Chen answered the call and spoke. How's Villa number 1? Is it all right? Chu Xining's voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of concern. Mentioning this, Su Chen felt a bit speechless and replied irritably, It's all right. Whoever dares to come, I'll claw them to death in seconds. Anyway, it's not my fault if they're seriously injured. Now it was Chu Xining's turn to fall silent. What's with this guy? Let us not talk about that. Starting today, I'm your dean. I've already added you to the Dark Department group chat and the Kyoto Ability Academy Fresham. This simple question mark was like a heavy bomb, causing a huge commotion in the group. Li Bufan, bro. I was wrong. No, Dad. I was wrong. Please cover me in the resource challenge competition. Zhang Kuan. Grandpa, are you the one who just achieved 20 consecutive wins on the 100 schools ladder? Su Chen. Han Xiaomei, husband. The 600 kids at home are all waiting for you to come back. Su Chen looked at the reactions in the group, feeling a bit surprised. Su Chen, is it really possible that I'm the only S-level dark type here in the group? Such a big commotion. It seems highly likely that he's the only S-level dark type ability user. Li Bufan. Grandpa, you guessed right. You're the only S-level dark type ability user. You're our boss. Li Bufan's reply confirmed Su Chen's suspicion. Su Chen, just me? Then what about S-level abilities in other departments? Su Chen felt speechless. Goodness, S-level abilities are way too rare. Almost wiped out completely. He couldn't understand it. Awakening S-level abilities in small places is indeed difficult, but in big cities, it shouldn't be this rare, right? Li Bufan. Hey, as far as I know, the Thunder Department has 1,600 people, and there are 2 students with S-level abilities. The Fire Department is the same. This time, we're going to get crushed in the Resource Challenge competition. This year, Kyoto Ability Academy has 21,000 freshmen, and Thunder and Fire account for 3,500 people. You have to know, there are over 20 departments in total. It's clear how powerful the Thunder and Fire departments are. It's not that there are no S-level abilities, it's that the S-level ability students are all in other departments. Su Chen, don't panic. Can you tell me the rules of the Department Resource Challenge competition? Li Bufan. Grandpa doesn't know yet. The qualification for the Resource Challenge competition is that each department sends 30 people to PK against other departments. The department whose people are eliminated first loses, and their resources for the year will be reduced, while the opposing department's resources will increase. Hearing the rules of the Department Resource Challenge competition, Su Chen felt relieved. Couldn't he just take out all 30 people on the opposing side by himself and win? One person taking on the entire department. Su Chen, thanks. After saying that, Su Chen looked again at the Kyoto Ability Academy freshman group chat. Thunder Department Zhang Debiao. In the department qualification competition the day after tomorrow, just admit defeat and avoid unnecessary suffering, especially the Dark Department and Earth Department. You've heard of my Master Zhang Shi, right? Fire Department Zhang Hai. Exactly, especially the Dark Department. Just now, someone from the Dark Department provoked me, saying I was bullying him because our department has S-level ability students. Well, so what? It's your fault for being too weak, Dark Department. Just lie down obediently the day after tomorrow. Gun Department Lu Zhang. Leave some room for others, so we can meet again in the future. Thunder and Fire Departments. Don't be too arrogant. Thunder Department Chu Chen. Humph. So what? Resources are meant to be taken. In a high martial world, weakness is the root cause. Earth Department Li Zhuang. Always bullying us, damn it. Enable Do Not Disturb. Exit the chat interface. Su Chun rubbed his temples. Engaging with them now is meaningless. Only crushing the opponents in the resource challenge match the day after tomorrow will matter. Arguing online. It's better to beat them down in person. Next, Su Chen logged into the official website of Kyoto Ability Academy, where there were plenty of trending topics and headlines. Shocking. Another strong contender with 20 consecutive wins in the 100 schools ladder appears. Image click to open. Explosive. This year, the number of S-level students at Kyoto Ability Academy hits a record high. Breaking. Blood Barbarian Bull Cave Riot urgently needs students to suppress it. Below the trending topics on the forum, various comments were densely arranged. Su Chen casually browsed a few before tossing his phone aside. At this moment, Jiang Jie's arrogant shouting came from outside. Su Chen, tomorrow afternoon, I, young Master Jiang, will be waiting for you at the arena. If you've got guts, don't be a coward and not show up. Su Chen frowned and walked out of the villa. Idiot, I accept your challenge. Shadows surged around him, and a sharp shadow claw appeared in the sky, fiercely smashing Jiang Jie into the ground. Jiang Jie was caught off guard by the sudden attack, left defenseless, and lay on the ground in a sorry state, silently lamenting, I'll never bark like a dog again. Su Chen clapped his hands and turned back into the villa. He lazily lay on the soft sofa, closed his eyes slightly, and began to think about his upcoming schedule. Tomorrow, I'll climb the tower first, then take on Jiang Shi's challenge. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony of Kyoto Ability Academy. Su Chen silently calculated in his mind. At that time, the principal of Kyoto Ability Academy, along with the high-level staff and family heads, will gather for a grand opening ceremony. And right after the opening ceremony, the resource challenge match will take place in the afternoon. I'm sure the principal and others will be watching on site. Thinking about the resource challenge match, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. As for the subsequent division into classes, whether it's Class 1 or Class 2, it didn't matter to him. He planned to dominate the freshman rankings at Kyoto Ability Academy, seize all the resources, and directly skip to sophomore year. In Su Chen's view, the strongest freshman now was only at the first-tier 6th level, while he was already at the second-tier 4th level. Competing with them was utterly meaningless. It would be better to jump directly to sophomore year and face off against experts of similar levels. That would be thrilling. However, he had heard that skipping grades required a special challenge, and the specific rules and requirements were still unclear. Forget it. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Su Chen shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Just as he organized his thoughts, a crisp ringtone suddenly rang out. Su Chen picked up his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Hello? Little Chenzi, do you miss me? On the other end of the line, Shi Yaoyao's sweet voice came through, carrying a hint of playfulness and coquettishness. Quite a bit. When are you coming? Tomorrow morning at 8. Remember to pick me up, or else you'll be in trouble. All right, no problem. From now on in Kyoto, I'll have your back. Su Chen patted his chest and assured, Humph, at least you know what's good for you. No one bullies you in the capital, right? Shi Yaoyao asked with concern. No, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to beat me. Humph, then I'm relieved. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. After saying that, Shi Yaoyao hung up the phone. Su Chen looked at his phone, the smile on his face not yet fading. He turned off the phone and then opened the system panel. Name, Su Chen, Realm, 2nd tier, 4th level. Ability, S-Class, Shadow Monarch. Bone Tempering, 9th cycle, Blood Condensation, not started, Companion Spirit Weapon, S-Class Death Scythe. Technique, Infinite Spirit Source Art, 1st level. Combat Skills, 3rd tier Dark Bat Assault Mastery, 3rd tier Shadow Flash Mastery, 2nd tier Shadow Claw Perfection, 2nd tier Dark Abyssal Pool Mastery, 6th tier instant hell shadow kill formation, not started. 5th tier nether 9 slashes, not started. 4th tier shadow shield, not started. 5th tier nether shadow claw beginner. Backpack. Mysterious egg hatching. Su Chen's gaze fell on the mysterious egg, and he quickly retrieved it from the system space. Counting the days, it had been 10 days since the incubation started, and today was about the 10th day. Mysterious egg. Hatching. The black egg in his hand now had several fine cracks on its surface. Su Chen stared at it intently, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Phew, it's coming. Crack, crack. A few faint sounds echoed as the mysterious egg suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, the eggshell shattered instantly. A surge of powerful and eerie dark light swept through the entire villa like a tide. Within the glow of dark elements, a winged creature roamed freely. The entire villa was enveloped in the glow of dark elements, immersed in a dim atmosphere. Su Chun smacked his lips and muttered softly, "Wow, it's just an egg hatching. Why all the fuss?" No one knew how much time had passed before the dense dark elements gradually dissipated. Su Chen looked up and saw a petite dark element sprite hovering above. She was only about the size of an adult's palm, her entire body seemingly crafted from the finest black jade, perfectly blended with the deep night and meticulously sculpted. She was so exquisite that she seemed almost unreal, like a porcelain doll. Her tiny face was delicate and stunning, her eyes like two bottomless dark springs. Her hair was not ordinary strands, but flowing shadow silk, cascading from the top of her head, softly draping over her shoulders, and reaching just below her pointed earlobes, swaying gently with her movements. The most captivating feature was the pair of nearly transparent butterfly wings on her back. The butterfly wings faintly glimmered with a dark hue, and their edges were outlined with an extremely fine, almost imperceptible dark golden pattern, adding an air of nobility and mystery to her. She floated quietly in the air, occasionally flapping her wings, scattering dark elemental light particles that swirled gently around her, forming a dreamlike veil of stardust, as if she were draped in a dazzling cloak. In simple terms, she was a miniature dark element sprite, as exquisite as a porcelain doll. What on earth has hatched here? Su Chun was full of curiosity and activated the investigation function. Name: Dark Elf Bloodline. King Level Realm. Tier 1. Level 1 Attributes. Darkness, Wind Growth Stage. Infant Note: a favored child of the dark elements of heaven and earth, born from dark elements. It can merge with the host to enhance the host's strength. Additionally, upon reaching the growth stage, it will have dual forms, combining offense and support. Su Chun was stunned for several seconds, marveling in his heart. Wow, this is practically a super cheat code. Dark Elf? A favored child of the dark elements of heaven and earth? King level bloodline. You have to know, in the hierarchy of beast bloodlines, the lowest level is ordinary bloodline, followed by top level bloodline, king level bloodline, and saint level bloodline. The higher the bloodline of a beast, the stronger its power. And this dark elf was born with a king level bloodline. If she grows to the mature stage, just how powerful will her bloodline become? Moreover, she can possess and amplify his strength. This is incredible. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart raced with excitement. At this moment, the dark elf blinked her lively big eyes, flapped her tiny wings, and flew towards Su Chen, affectionately rubbing her little head against Su Chen's body, her gaze full of dependence. Clearly, she regarded Su Chen as her father. A warm feeling surged in Su Chen's heart as he gently stroked her head, enjoying the warm, fluffy sensation. He couldn't help but laugh and think, is this the legendary suddenly becoming a dad? The dark elf raised her head, opened her little mouth, and made a few soft sounds, seemingly trying to express something. Are you saying you're hungry? Su Chen guessed. The dark elf nodded her tiny head, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. This left Su Chen a bit troubled. What exactly should the dark elf eat? Most likely something related to the dark element, right? Don't worry, I'll look it up for you later. Su Chen quickly called AI Xiaohua. Xiaohua, help me search for information on dark elves. Searching. 2 seconds later, some information about dark elves appeared before him. However, it was all random content, like the history and habits of the elf race, which had nothing to do with the little one in Su Chen's arms. Su Chen looked helpless. I have the kid, but where's the parenting manual? At this moment, the system notification sounded just in time. Dark Elf needs to consume treasures of heaven and earth containing dark elements, such as spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, or the meat of dark element beasts. The more dark elements the food contains, the faster the dark elf will grow, and the greater the amplification for the host. Listening to the system's introduction, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Goodness, directly eating spiritual herbs? This little one is really hard to please. Xiaohua, search for some dark element treasures of heaven and earth, Su Chen instructed. Master, please take a look. A blue light screen appeared in front of Xiaohua, densely packed with records of various dark element treasures of heaven and earth. Of course, most of them are priced but unavailable, completely impossible to buy. Only 2 items can still be found on the Kyoto market. One is shadow grass, which contains a certain amount of dark elements and can be used for alchemy. After consumption, it can enhance cultivation. The price is 1 credit point per plant, equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins per plant. The other is shadow crystal, a crystal formed by pure dark elements in places of absolute darkness. After consumption, it can quickly absorb dark elements and enhance cultivation. However, this item is much more expensive. A single shadow crystal costs 20 credits, equivalent to 200,000 blue star coins per piece. Looking at the price, Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. Then, glancing at his pitiful 4,000 credits in his account, he couldn't help but shiver. Su Chen collapsed onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. It seems credits are absolutely essential. Xiaohua, place an order for 50 shadow crystals and 500 shadow grass plants. Also, order the processing of 500 shadow grass plants into pills, expedited delivery. Su Chen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He couldn't just let the shadow grass be gnawed on by the dark elf, could he? Besides, refining it into pills would make the dark elf's absorption of dark elements more efficient and faster to digest. Understood, Master. The cost for 50 shadow crystals is 1,000 credits. 500 shadow grass plants cost 500 credits. Processing into pills costs 30 credits, and expedited delivery costs 20 credits. Estimated delivery in 2 hours. Total expenditure is 1,550 credits. Master, you have 2,450 credits remaining. AI Xiaohua quickly reported. Listening to Xiaohua's report, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He held the dark elf in his palm and said softly, "Little one, don't let me down. You must bring me enough returns." The dark elf seemed to understand Su Chen's words, affectionately rubbing its cheek against Su Chen's hand, as if saying, "You definitely won't regret raising me." Then, a dark crescent-shaped mark appeared on the back of Su Chen's hand. Ding! Dark elf has successfully initiated a contract binding with the host. Little one, you're quite sensible. Su Chen couldn't help but gently rub her little head with his finger. The dark elf opened her tiny mouth, pretending to bite Su Chen's finger. Su Chen quickly pulled his hand away, laughing as he said, "You can't eat this. The food will arrive soon." The dark elf seemed to understand Su Chen's words and nodded her little head. "Good girl, let me give you a name. How about Tuan Tuan? Do you like this name?" Tuan Tuan happily flapped her wings, flying joyfully in circles in the air, clearly very satisfied with the name. Su Chen felt relieved and softly said, "Tuan Tuan, take a rest for now." Tuan Tuan obediently flapped her wings, flew onto Su Chen's shoulder, lay down, blinked her eyes, and slowly closed them. Looking at her adorable appearance, Su Chen's lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile. Raise sons frugally, but daughters lavishly. Daughters should be pampered and raised well. From now on, he not only had to strive to become stronger, but also be a competent dad, take good care of Tuanshuan, and grow together with her. The next morning, Su Chen was woken up by the alarm clock on the bedside table. He yawned sleepily and stretched lazily. A new day. Tuanshuan was still quietly lying on Su Chen's chest, sound asleep. Her small body rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Sensing Su Chen's movement, Tuanshuan opened her eyes. She opened her mouth, her big watery eyes full of longing. "Hungry, huh?" Su Chen took out a shadow crystal and handed it to her. The crystal was slightly longer and wider than a piece of chewing gum, with a rich, deep black color. Tuanshuan reached out her small hand to take the shadow crystal, hugged it tightly, and eagerly started gnawing on it. With a crunch, she swallowed a bite, and her face instantly showed a satisfied expression. Her little mouth smacked, as if savoring the taste. Seeing Tuanshuan's satisfied look, Suchin also felt happy. He recalled that when the shadow crystals were delivered yesterday, the little one had devoured 10 of them in one go. This little one needed at least 10 crystals a day, costing a minimum of 200 credit points daily, equivalent to 2 million blue star coins. The 500 shadow herbs refined into 120 shadow pills were just considered her daily snacks. As Su Chun watched Tuanshuan eating bite after bite, the aura around her suddenly surged. Su Chun blinked and said in surprise, Tier 1, Level 2? Not bad, not bad. It wasn't he eaten in vain. Not only that, but as the little one's level advanced to Tier 1, Level 2, her body seemed to have grown a little, becoming even cuter. Suchin took out another shadow crystal and handed it to Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan held the previous crystal in one hand and took the new one with the other, happily continuing to feast. Come on, let us take you to see Kyoto. Outside the villa, they got into a car and headed toward Kyoto Airport. Half an hour later, Suchin got out of the car and arrived at Kyoto Airport. The waiting hall was bustling with people, and because of Tuanshuan's presence, almost everyone's attention was drawn to them. Wow, what is that following behind that guy? Damn, what kind of advanced technology is this? Wow, so cute and adorable, I really want to pet it. Ugh, I wonder if that handsome guy has a girlfriend. The little one following him is just too cute. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Tuanshuan, look at how popular you are, Su Chun said to Tuanshuan with a smile. As if understanding Su Chen's compliment, Tuanshuan happily flapped her wings. Su Chun. From a distance, Xiao Yao, who had just gotten off the plane, spotted Su Chun in the crowd and excitedly waved her hand. Su Chun also waved back, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Xiao Yao hopped over to Su Chun. At least you remembered to come pick me up, young master. Xiao Yao's eyes curved with joy, clearly very happy. Of course, I always keep my word, especially to beautiful ladies. You've gotten sweeter with your words after just a few days apart. Xiao Yao, she said with a playful pout, then noticed the little creature beside Su Chen's shoulder. Her eyes were full of curiosity. What is this little guy? How is it so cute? She reached out her hand to touch it, but the little creature immediately dodged cautiously, hiding behind Su Chen's shoulder, only revealing a small head and looking at Xiao Yao with its round eyes. Xiao Yao felt a bit discouraged and asked, Su Chun, where did you pick up this adorable little guy? Found an egg not long ago, hatched it, Su Chun replied with a smile. Well, the system gave it to him, so technically it was found. He wasn't lying. Xiao Yao clearly didn't believe him. Who would believe that? But then her eyes showed a hint of pleading. Su Chun, let me touch her just once. The little creature was just too cute and adorable, she couldn't resist. Tuanshuan, go say hi to your sister. Tuanshuan flapped its wings lightly, flew in front of Xiao Yao, waved its little hand, and showed a sweet smile. Xiao Yao's heart melted instantly. Come, let sister hold you. Tuanshuan shook its head and quickly returned to Su Chen's shoulder, snuggling closely against him. She's a bit shy, maybe next time. Xiao Yao pouted. Stupid Su Chun. If you keep calling me names, Tuanshuan will like you even less. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. You. All right, after I help you enroll, I need to climb the 100 Schools Sky Ladder leaderboard. He remembered breaking the 39-win streak record would earn him an extra 2,000 academic credits. He had to make money without it. He couldn't even afford baby formula. The two took a taxi back to Kyoto Ability Academy. Su Chun helped Xiao Yao complete her enrollment procedures and patiently introduced her to the school's various facilities and important notes along the way. He also explained the 100 Schools Sky Ladder leaderboard to her, and the two arrived at the virtual simulation hall. The virtual simulation hall was brightly lit, with various advanced equipment neatly arranged, and people coming and going. Su Chun, I'm going to climb the leaderboard first, Xiao Yao said excitedly, stepping into a virtual simulation pod. Tuanshuan, return to the mark, Su Chun said softly. He tossed 2 shadow crystals, and little Tuanshuan hugged the crystals, looked at Su Chun, then obediently returned to the crescent mark on Su Chen's hand. After settling Tuanshuan, Su Chun walked straight to another virtual simulation pod. As Su Chun appeared, the surrounding people began to cast their gazes toward him. Isn't that the Su Chun who had 20 consecutive wins yesterday? I heard he's an S-level dark ability user. Looks like the dark ability freshmen are going to shine this year, huh? What do you think his highest streak will be? Probably within 30 wins. After all, the more consecutive wins, the stronger the opponents he'll face. He might even encounter other S-level ability users. The dark ability can't compare to some of the other S-level abilities. The crowd speculated, and the already lively virtual simulation hall became even more bustling. Would you like to start matching? The system's voice echoed inside the virtual simulation pod. Yes. Matching in progress. A few seconds later, a B-level ability student from the Magic City Ability Academy, ranked 20,000th, appeared on the arena. Oh, 10W rank. You've been on quite a winning streak, huh? Too bad you've run into me, G. Boda. Too much nonsense, Suchin said coldly. Another shadow claw descended, and before G. Boda could react, he was directly reduced to nothingness. Magic City Ability Academy. What? I got taken out in one move? G. Boda's face was full of shock. Still a dark type? When did Kyoto Ability Academy produce a top-tier dark type expert? His face was blank, his heart filled with confusion and astonishment. Just like that, the next 9 matches were also one-move victories. His rank kept climbing, quickly reaching 9,890. Meanwhile, the 30-win streak above Su Chen's head radiated dazzling golden light, proclaiming his glorious achievements. Next, 2 seconds later, another person was teleported to the arena. This time, it was Xiao Tian from Guangwu Ability Academy, ranked 236. 30? A 30-win streak. Xiao Tian stared at the 30-win streak above Su Chen's head, stunned. He glanced at Su Chen's rank, in the 9,000s despite being ranked 200. Who exactly was this person before him? Brother, who are you? You're so strong. Xiao Tian asked, full of curiosity. Isn't it in the profile? Xiao Tian scratched his head with a silly smile. Oh, right. Then, his gaze fell on Su Chen's profile. With just a quick glance, he froze in place. What? Second tier? And it's even second tier, level 4? Is there a problem? Xiao Tian's expression instantly became incredibly colorful, his face covered in black lines. He had planned to break into the top 100 today, but the first opponent was like someone playing with cheats. What was the point of even trying? Who is still at second tier nowadays? I concede. Opponent concedes. Victory achieved. The AI's emotionless voice sounded at the right moment. Continue. Another round of 8 exhilarating victories followed, and Su Chen launched his assault on a 40-win streak. His rank soared to 256. Your opponent has arrived. As the voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from the virtual light and shadow. It was a student from Magic City Ability Academy, none other than Li Kuang, who possessed an S-level fire ability Scarlet Flame and was ranked 9th on the 100 schools ladder. 39? A 39-win streak. Li Kuang glanced at Su Chen's streak record, slightly stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Goodbye. In the next moment, Shadow Claw appeared above Li Kuang's head and struck down. Li Kuang dared not be careless, transforming into a blazing flame and swiftly dodging. Perfected combat technique. Li Kuang's pupils slightly contracted, his face full of disbelief. What was going on? How long had this person been awakened to their ability, and their combat technique was already perfected? Did we awaken our abilities at the same time? You should feel honored you're the only one who's lasted until my second move. Dark Pool Shadow Claw. He slammed his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the large area beneath Li Kuang's feet trembled violently, and the ground transformed into a deep, dark abyss. From the depths of the abyss, countless shadow claws emerged. What is this now? Li Kuang's face was filled with horror as he hurriedly spread his fiery wings, attempting to fly above the sky to escape the terrifying attack. However, countless shadow claws in the dark abyss clung to his fiery wings and body like maggots on a bone, desperately pulling him downward. Ah! Get off! Get off! Fear engulfed Li Kuang like a tidal wave as he struggled desperately to break free from the grip of the shadow claws. Flames burn. Li Kuang exerted all his strength, transforming into a massive blaze in an instant, trying to use the scorching flames to dispel the shadow claws. However, the shadow claws remained unmoved, instead pulling him even harder into the abyssal pool. The combat skill unleashed by a second-tier 4th-level opponent was far beyond what a first-tier 6th-level Li Kuang could withstand. Within seconds, amidst Li Kuang's desperate cries, he was dragged into the demonic pool by countless shadow claws. A chilling sound echoed from the pool, leaving behind only a set of eerie white bones. Congratulations to student Su Chun for achieving 40 consecutive victories. Your current rank is 106, and today's opportunities have been used up. The next moment, Su Chun was forcibly teleported out. Meanwhile, beside the virtual simulation pod at the Magic City Ability Academy, Li Kuang, even after exiting the pod, still looked pale and drenched in cold sweat. Too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Li Kuang muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly. Facing Su Chun, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He even began to doubt whether he was truly an S-class ability user. Inside the Kyoto Virtual Simulation Hall, the familiar sound rang out again. Dong, dong. Congratulations to freshman Su Chun in Pod 18 for breaking Mu Shuer's record of 39 consecutive victories, advancing to 40 consecutive victories. Reward of 2,000 credit points has been issued to your Kyoto Dragon card. The AI's voice echoed throughout the virtual simulation hall. As the voice fell, Su Chun slowly walked out of the virtual simulation pod. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards Su Chun. Oh my god, Mu Shuer's record has actually been broken? Is that Su Chun? He is pretty handsome. Does anyone know where he is from? Impressive. Could Su Chun achieve 40 consecutive victories in 2 days and climb to the top of the freshman 100 school ladder in 3 days? At this moment, Shi Yaoyao also walked out from the side. Hearing the discussions around her, she suddenly felt that her own 8 consecutive victories were no longer impressive. Wow, Su Chun has already reached 40 consecutive victories. She quickly walked over. Are you tired? Saying this, she took out a bottle of water and handed it over. Su Chun took the water, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp, nodding slightly. Not bad. This scene was witnessed by everyone around, with countless boys looking on enviously, while countless girls secretly felt heartbroken. Hi, hello. 2 beautiful girls nearby walked over, one of them blushing and speaking shyly. Su Chun turned his head, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. What is it? Are you two a couple? No. That female classmate's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this, and a trace of anticipation appeared on her face as she said, Su Chun, can I add you on WeChat? Su Chun was both handsome and strong. If she could add him on WeChat, who knows, there might be further developments. Su Chun took out his phone and said casually, sure. But Shi Yaoyao, standing nearby, was not having it. She directly stepped between the two and said loudly, no way. The female classmate immediately looked displeased and said angrily, you and Su Chun aren't a couple, so you have no right to interfere. Saying this, she bypassed Shi Yaoyao, scanned Su Chun's WeChat, then waved her phone triumphantly and walked away. Su Chun was left a bit stunned by the scene, while Shi Yaoyao looked like an angry little cat, her face full of fury and grievance. But upon thinking it over, she understood in her heart that she really had no right to control Su Chun. Su Chun was so dazzling, so outstanding. What right did she have to interfere? What's wrong? Feeling upset now, Su Chun asked softly, looking at Shi Yaoyao. I am not. Shi Yaoyao sniffled and stubbornly turned her back to him. Okay, just so you know, she actually added my buddy Han Xiaoli's WeChat just now. Su Chun waved the QR code in his hand, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Compared to being added on WeChat, Su Chun didn't think it was that necessary. These people were just impressed by his strength and wanted to add him as a friend, hoping for some benefits in the future. It was all too superficial. In his view, it was better to head to the demon lair and kill some alien races to improve his own strength. It felt more practical. Sigh. All one could say was that boys also needed to protect themselves when out in the world. Shi Yaoyao first glanced at the WeChat profile to confirm it really wasn't T Su Chen S, then snorted, "Humph, it's not like I care." "All right then, I'll let others add me in the future," Su Chan said as he started walking toward the door. "No way, no way. Those women are all bad. You're a young man in your prime, don't you know how to protect yourself?" Shi Yaoyao quickly chased after him, shouting loudly as she ran. In the conference room of Kyoto Ability Academy, the deans of all departments were gathered. The principal and vice principal of Kyoto Ability Academy were seated at the main table. Principal Zheng Tian and scanned the audience with his gaze. Tomorrow is the official start of the semester. Are all the department heads ready with their preparations? The department heads all nodded. "We're ready, just waiting for the semester to begin." Zheng Tian and nodded in satisfaction and continued. "This year, our Kyoto Ability Academy has 2 more S-rank freshmen compared to last year. This is something worth celebrating." As soon as he said this, the conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. At this moment, Vice Principal Bai Chonglin lightly tapped the table and spoke. "Principal, I have something to say." "Oh, old Bai, go ahead and speak your mind." Bai Chonglin looked at Chu Zining. "Dean Chu, if I remember correctly, didn't you offer an exorbitant price to recruit an S-rank dark ability freshman because your department didn't have one this year?" Chu Zining slightly raised her head, a trace of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. This old man Bai Chonglin was targeting her again. That S-level dark ability student has great potential. It's worth recruiting them, so why not offer a higher price? Chu Zining said calmly. Bai Chonglin's face showed a hint of disdain. An S-level dark ability student? How strong can they be? Moreover, the conditions you offered are at the SSS level treatment, along with a 6th-tier combat skill and the Lingyuan boundless technique. Isn't the cost too high? As soon as he said this, all the department heads turned their gazes to Chu Zining, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. It was well known that the value of the Lingyuan boundless technique was almost equivalent to an SSS level treatment. Chu Zining was essentially spending the resources to recruit 2 S-level ability prodigies, but only for 1 S-level dark ability student. In everyone's eyes, this was undoubtedly a losing deal. After all, the dark ability was already at a disadvantage among the various ability types. Even if they recruited an S-level student, what could it change? Dean Chu, you are really generous. Your dark department is already weak, and recruiting an S-level dark ability student is nothing but self-deception. Exactly. Even Jiang Shi from my Thunder department only enjoys SSS-level treatment. What qualifications does an S-level dark ability student have to compare with Jiang Shi? Indeed, the vice principal criticized you publicly, and it seems he was absolutely right. Everyone chimed in, pointing fingers at Chu Zining. Zheng Tianan frowned slightly. The resources allocated for recruiting Su Chun were approved by him. At the time, Chu Zining had confidently assured him that recruiting Su Chun, this S-level dark ability student, would be the wisest decision, though he hadn't paid much attention to it. But Bai Chonglin, the vice principal who held a grudge against Chu Zining, had clearly seized the opportunity this time to suppress her relentlessly. Bai Chonglin felt secretly pleased but maintained a serious expression on the surface. Dean Chu Zining, saying you are abusing your power for personal gain shouldn't be an exaggeration, right? Chu Zining's expression remained indifferent. Think whatever you want. Saying more would be pointless. Only if Su Chen displayed true strength could the situation be reversed. Since you admit it, then giving you a punishment and removing you from your position as the Dark Department Dean shouldn't be excessive, right? The department heads below exchanged glances. Although some wanted to speak up, they ultimately chose to remain silent. Bai Chonglin turned to Zheng Tianan. Principal Zheng, what do you think? Zheng Tianan found himself in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, a knock on the door sounded. Come in, Zheng Tianan said instinctively. The door slowly opened, and the virtual hall curator walked in quickly, heading straight to Zheng Tianan's side, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Principal Zheng, you asked me to keep an eye out for any record-breaking students. Today, one has finally appeared. Zheng Tianan's eyes lit up. So soon. He originally thought that although the awakening quality of this batch of students was high, breaking Mu Schwerer's record would not be easy. Unexpectedly, on the 3rd day of enrollment, Someone had already done it. Yes, principal. Who is it? For a moment, the vice principal and the deans of various departments all cast expectant glances, secretly hoping it was a student from their own department. If that were the case, not only would they receive rewards, but they could also boast in front of everyone. It's from the dark department, Su Chun. Over 2 consecutive days, with 20 opportunities, he achieved 40 consecutive victories. The virtual hall director announced loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in astonishment, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. No one had expected that the record breaker would not be a student from the Thunder or Fire departments, but rather an S-class Dark department student. Bai Chonglin's face instantly turned extremely grim, while Chu Xining's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. This kid really knows how to make a name for himself. Zheng Tian glanced at Chu Xining meaningfully, then burst into hearty laughter. Good, good. Humph. Maybe he just got matched with weaker opponents and relied on luck to climb up. Bai Chonglin thought indignantly, still refusing to concede verbally. In his view, how could a Dark department student possibly surpass the Thunder and Fire departments and break the record first? It must have been sheer luck. Zheng Tian noticed his reaction and asked, "Is there footage of that kid's last match?" Yes. The virtual simulation hall director quickly pulled out his phone and projected Su Chin's final match onto the large screen behind him. Everyone turned their attention to the screen. The footage first showed Su Chun, followed by Li Kuang, an S-class fire department ability user from Magic City, appearing on the screen. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel puzzled. Li Kuang was one of the top freshmen in Magic City. How could Su Chun, a Dark department student, possibly compete with him? The footage continued playing. Su Chun raised his hand, and a black shadow claw slammed down fiercely. Li Kuang reacted quickly, dodging the attack just in time. Not bad. Li Kuang's reflexes are fast. If he had been hit by that strike, it would have been troublesome. No, if that strike had landed, Li Kuang's life would have been in danger. Judging by the proficiency of that shadow claw, it has already reached the perfect stage. Upon hearing this, several department deans gasped audibly. To think that someone who had awakened just over 10 days ago had already mastered a combat technique to perfection, this talent was terrifying. Zheng Tian waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Stop talking, keep watching. The footage continued. Next, Su Chun unleashed the Netherpool Shadow Claw. Countless black shadow claws tightly restrained Li Kuang, rendering him immobile. Li Kuang struggled desperately, but it was futile. In the end, he was instantly defeated by Su Chun's move. The footage ended, and Su Chun's face showed no trace of excitement, only the demeanor of a true king. This Su Chun's realm must be above the first-tier 8th level, otherwise the Netherpool Shadow Claw wouldn't have been able to withstand the scorching flames. That's right, Su Chun's level must be quite high. The entire battle seemed too effortless. It wasn't that Li Kuang was weak, but that Su Chun was too strong. Indeed, this Su Chun, recruited by Dean Chu Xining, truly deserves the Lingyuan Boundless technique. I agree as well. Resources should be reserved for true prodigies. For a moment, most of the deans present changed their attitudes, expressing their approval and admiration for Su Chun. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xining's face. As expected, she hadn't misjudged him. This kid was even more extraordinary than before. She raised her eyes to look at Bai Chonglin. Vice Principal Bai, do you have anything else to say? Today, she was determined to use her student Su Chun to assert herself. Bai Chonglin's face turned ashen. He never expected the Dark department to produce such a monstrous student. Moreover, Su Chun's level was definitely at the 8th or even 9th stage of the first tier, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to defeat Li Kuang, who was at the 6th stage of the first tier, so easily. What shocked him even more was that Su Chun's combat skills had reached the state of perfection. But even so, he was unwilling to admit defeat. In tomorrow's Departmental Resource Challenge, I want to see if Su Chun from the Dark Department can truly turn the tide. As the Vice Principal and the Dean of the Fire Department, he had already conspired with the Dean of the Thunder Department. Tomorrow, their 2 departments would send out 60 elite students. He refused to believe that Su Chun alone could stand against them. Could he handle one S-class? What about 3 or 4? Or a whole group of A-class ability users? Vice Principal Bai, whether he can turn the tide or not is none of your concern, Chu Zining said with a faint smile. Some people just love to meddle too much. Be careful, or you'll overwork yourself and shorten your lifespan. Ever since her arrival, she had displaced the Dark Department Dean originally arranged by Bai Chonglin, and he had been targeting her covertly ever since. At first, she tolerated it, but today, he had gone too far, and there was no need to hold back anymore. Her words were sharp and unrestrained. Bai Chonglin's face instantly turned even darker. How dare Chu Zining speak to him like this? Xing Tianan, sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, let's leave it at that. Spending the resources of 2 SSS-level treatments to recruit Su Chun is absolutely worth it. Let's all look forward to tomorrow's resource competition. Meeting adjourned. How could it not be worth it? The Su Chun they had just witnessed on the screen was at least at the 8th stage of the first tier, and with his masterful combat skills at the state of perfection, he was undoubtedly a 1 in 10,000 prodigy. Initially, Xing Tianan had little interest in tomorrow's opening ceremony and resource competition. But now, he was filled with anticipation, eager to see if this young man named Su Chun could create another miracle on the battlefield. After the principal announced the end of the meeting, the deans of various departments began to whisper among themselves. Most of them were congratulating Chu Zining on recruiting such an outstanding student as Su Chun. Watching this scene, Bai Chonglin was consumed with jealousy, his eyes reddening with anger. He gestured for Jiang Dongming, the dean of the Thunder Department, to come over. Jiang Dongming quickly approached. Vice Principal Bai, what are your instructions? Are the 30 students from your department participating in the resource challenge ready? Rest assured, Vice Principal, they have been carefully selected. At the very least, they are all students with grade A abilities. Very good. Make sure they focus on their training. Also, help me ask the other department heads if any of them are willing to challenge the Dark Department. No matter how strong Su Chen is, the Dark Department must not win tomorrow's resource challenge. Moreover, the more departments challenging the Dark Department, the better. Let the Dark Department suffer as much as possible. Leave it to me, Vice Principal. The Thunder Department's leader wolf has already been cornered, and the other smaller wolves naturally want a share of the spoils. Simply put, the Dark Department is a piece of fat meat. Thunder and Fire have already taken a big bite, and the other departments will naturally follow suit to get their share. Who would complain about their department having too few resources? Kyoto Jiang family, what? Su Chun has already achieved 40 consecutive victories, breaking Mu Shuer's record. Jiang Shi nodded slightly. That's right. I heard he achieved 40 consecutive wins in just 2 days. Jiang Shi fell into deep thought. He had originally planned to challenge the rankings over the past 2 days and break Mu Shuer's record, but Su Chen beat him to it. Anyone who can achieve 40 consecutive victories must have formidable strength. Su Chen's abilities are likely among the top few of Kyoto's freshman class. He stretched his muscles, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He must take the afternoon match seriously. Prepare the S-grade Thunder Spear and the S-grade Dark Armor for me. Although Su Chun is strong, coming from a small place, his weapons and armor surely can't compare to his own. For victory, using some tactics is perfectly acceptable. Understood, boss. I'll prepare them right away. By the way, regarding the investigation you asked for about the beauties among this year's freshmen, there are 5 in total, each one top-notch. Among them, one has looks and temperament comparable to Mu Shuer. Jiang Jie's eyes lit up as he spoke about women. Jiang Shi also became interested. Tell me about the one comparable to Mu Shuer. That girl is named Luo Qingxue, an S-grade ice ability user. Like Mu Shuer, she's a cold and stunning beauty. Not bad. Since Mu Shuer is unattainable, this Luo Qingxue from a small place might just fall into my arms with a little effort. Jiang Shi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Many aloof women are just pretending to raise their value. Once he reveals his identity, many women will throw themselves at him. Of course, boss, you're mighty and charismatic. Jiang Jia quickly flattered. Go now and spread the word about my match with Su Chun this afternoon. How could his first battle at Kyoto Ability Academy go unnoticed? Let the freshman see how he defeats Su Chun, the one with 40 consecutive victories. Defeating Su Chun at his peak would truly highlight his strength. What dark department rise? They just haven't encountered him. Thunder God Jiang Shi. Got it, young master. I'll handle it right away. Jiang Jia accepted the order and left. Kyoto Ability Academy, Sophomore Virtual Simulation Hall. Sister Schwer, the record you set as a freshman last year has already been broken at the start of this school year, Jiang Luer said with a cheeky grin as he leaned toward Mu Schwer. Mu Schwer slightly raised her eyes, her gaze calm. Is it Jiang Shi? No, it's a prodigy from another region named Su Chun, an S-rank Dark Element student. An S-rank Dark Ability? Yeah, I heard he achieved 40 consecutive wins in just 2 days and is preparing to claim the top spot. This guy is no ordinary talent. He's got half the brilliance I had back in the day. Mu Schwer shot him a glance. Stop flattering yourself. Hee hee, I was just joking. I'm just curious, Sister Schwer, if you were the same age as him, who would be stronger? Jiang Luer scratched his head and asked. Mu Schwer's eyes narrowed slightly. Who would be stronger? Although her consecutive win record back then was only 39 matches, she believed that if she were the same age as Su Chun, she would still have a slight edge. After all, she had deliberately kept a low profile at the time, which was why she stopped at 39 wins. Now, as a sophomore, she had already achieved 54 consecutive wins on the 100 schools ladder ranking. As for who was stronger, it was hard to say. Su Chun was a freshman, and the 1-year gap in cultivation time was not something easily bridged, unless Su Chun advanced rapidly and skipped to sophomore level. But such an idea was clearly impossible. After thinking it through, she said, strength isn't determined by words. Go climb the tower already. Got it, sis. Jiang Luer stuck out his tongue helplessly and scurried into the virtual simulation pod. Afternoon. Tuan, you're amazing. You've already reached the 3rd level of the first stage. Su Chin's eyes were full of surprise and affection. After taking a nap and waking up, he discovered that Tuan had advanced another level and grown slightly larger in size. He was now increasingly looking forward to seeing how strong he could become when Tuan merged with him. At the moment, Tuan was his greatest trump card. After tomorrow's resource challenge, he planned to head to the Blood Barbarian Bull's demon lair to test the effects of the fusion. With the support of the Dark Elf, he was eager to see where his limits lay. Hearing Su Chin's praise, Tuan happily nuzzled his face. Then, with a wave of its tiny hand, a dense surge of dark energy enveloped Su Chun, and a black crescent moon appeared above his head. Su Chun looked up at the crescent moon above him. What is this thing? Ding. The Dark Elf is dual-skilled in support and offense. It is currently using a newly comprehended Dark Element skill on you. This skill allows you to continuously absorb source energy under the moonlight on nights when the moon is high, letting the moonlight dazzle your enemies. Hearing the system's notification, Su Chun couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the first skill is already this powerful. In simple terms, with this skill, his source energy at night would be nearly inexhaustible. Su Chun quickly placed the remaining shadow crystals and shadow grass into the shadow pills he had refined, then gently stored them in his storage ring. Afterward, he handed the storage ring to Tuan and said, this is all your delicious food. Eat to your heart's content. Raising Tuan is absolutely worthwhile. Tuan has already demonstrated strong support abilities, and if it reaches its growth phase and transforms into an attack form, how powerful would that be? Thinking of this, Su Chun secretly made up his mind raising his daughter is a matter of urgency. Even if he doesn't eat, Tuan must eat. Then, Su Chun softly called out, letting Tuan return to the crescent-shaped mark on his hand. He looked out the window. It's time to keep the appointment. He had never forgotten the match with Jiang Shi. Inside the arena, the contrast with the previous day's emptiness was stark. Today, it was bustling with people, lively, and even somewhat overcrowded. Due to Jiang Shi's extensive promotion efforts and the impending duel between Su Chun and Jiang Shi, 2 renowned figures of Kyoto University, the popularity here had skyrocketed, and the venue was packed. Guys, I heard that the undefeated King Su Chun, who has achieved 40 consecutive wins, is going to have an intense duel with Jiang Shi. Is this news true or false? Of course it's true. My girlfriend dressed up meticulously as the black and white duo and asked me to accompany her to the hotel, but I didn't go. I came here specifically to watch the peak duel between these two S-class prodigies. You're awesome, bro. But who do you think has a better chance of winning this match? I think Jiang Shi is stronger. He possesses powerful lightning abilities and could easily achieve 40 consecutive wins too. Indeed, S-class lightning abilities are no joke. As for S-class dark abilities, it seems there haven't been any particularly outstanding figures yet. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Jiang Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently walked into the arena. These people had good judgment, recognizing his formidable strength. Brother Shi, look, two of the most beautiful freshman girls have come to watch the match. Jiang Jie reminded Jiang Shi, pointing to Shi Yaoyao and another girl who were looking around in the distance. Following Jiang Jie's direction, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Not bad. With the attention and support of beauties, I must give my all in this match. I'll try to defeat Su Chun within 10 moves and show everyone my strength. In such a peak duel between strong contenders, whoever wins will undoubtedly attract even more attention from women. After all, what woman doesn't admire a strong and charismatic man? Jiang Shi adjusted his clothes and walked confidently onto the stage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and all eyes focused on him. Meanwhile, the referee, full of flattery, nodded and bowed to Jiang Shi respectfully, saying, "Young Master Jiang." Jiang Shi waved his hand lightly. No need for formalities. This was the special treatment he enjoyed as the second young master of the Jiang family in Kyoto, something a nobody like Su Chun could never compare to. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the arena, Su Chun walked in leisurely. Although some cheers erupted, they were significantly less enthusiastic compared to when Jiang Shi made his entrance. Shi Yaoyao saw this scene and felt a bit displeased. She took out a super mega loudspeaker and loudly broadcasted to the entire venue. Su Chun is awesome. Su Chun is the strongest. The sound of the loudspeaker swept across the venue like a powerful storm, drawing everyone's attention. Su Chun heard Shi Yaoyao's cheers, looked up at her, and gave her a big thumbs-up gesture. Seeing this, Shi Yaoyao's face lit up with a smug smile, and she proudly raised her head. Retracting his gaze, Su Chun stepped onto the arena and said calmly, "Come on, let's begin." He truly hadn't expected this arena match to become such a grand spectacle, with so many people attending, most likely the result of Jiang Shi's extensive promotion. "You are Su Chun?" Jiang Shi sized him up and down. "Is there a problem?" "No problem, but you've successfully angered me." A flash of crimson thunderous light appeared in Jiang Shi's eyes. Just now, Shi Yaoyao had been so enthusiastic and cheering for Su Chun, which clearly indicated that their relationship was not ordinary. If he could completely defeat Su Chun and humiliate him in front of everyone, Shi Yaoyao would surely recognize his strength and excellence. "Are you stupid? Do you have a problem with your brain? When did I ever provoke you? If you want to fight, fight properly, stop talking nonsense." Su Chun couldn't help but curse. He truly couldn't understand why Jiang Shi was inexplicably claiming to be angered by him. "Very well, I won't hold back today. Within 10 moves, I will end this match." Jiang Shi then turned to the referee and shouted, "You can start now." The referee quickly nodded and loudly announced, "Now, the match begins." However, at the exact moment the referee's words fell, a deep black shadow claw, resembling the talon of a giant dragon, instantly appeared above Jiang Shi's head and fiercely clawed down at him. So fast, Jiang Shi was startled. He had never expected Su Chun's attack speed to be so fast that he barely had time to react. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Shi prepared to rely on his S-grade shadow resistance armor to withstand the blow. With this powerful armor that provided resistance against dark element attacks, he was confident he could easily block Su Chun's strike. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and Jiang Shi, who had been standing upright, was directly knocked to the ground by the powerful shadow claw. The clothes on his body were completely torn apart by the immense impact, leaving only the shadow armor. However, to everyone's shock, the shadow armor was already covered in dense cracks. Jiang Shi stared at his shadow resistance armor in disbelief. "This S-grade shadow resistance armor is so trashy. Did I buy a counterfeit? How could it develop so many cracks from just one claw?" He slowly raised his head and looked at Su Chun. At that moment, Su Chin's aura was fully unleashed without reservation. Second tier, fourth level. Jiang Shi, who was already shocked, was now completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Su Chun has already reached the second tier, fourth level realm. No wonder that claw just now was so powerful it even caused cracks in the S-class shadow armor. I never expected Su Chun to hide his strength so deeply, far beyond my imagination. Almost like he's cheating. My goodness, is this really Su Chun? Could it be that Su Chun hired a substitute to fight for him? This is Su Chun himself. But how has his realm already reached the second tier, fourth level? Are we really freshmen in the same year? This is absurd. It's not just his high realm that Shadow Claw is even at the perfect level. Could he have bound himself to a system? Shut up about systems. Have you been reading too many tomato novels, thinking about unrealistic things? The faces of the audience were filled with shock and confusion. Jumping ahead, how is it that Su Chun, also a freshman, is so powerful? Is there even a point in living anymore? He's a monster. P.S. If you like it, leave a review. The author will update even more. On the arena, Su Chun looked at Jiang Shi, whose face was full of astonishment, and teased slightly. You scared me. I thought you were really going to defeat me in 10 moves. If it weren't for the S-class shadow armor on Jiang Shi, he would have already been carried off the arena, losing his ability to fight. Jiang Shi's face was full of anger. Su Chun, you haven't won yet. This match isn't over. He struggled to stand up, wanting to continue the battle that was nearing its end. On this stage, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how could he admit defeat so easily? His pride wouldn't allow it. If you had admitted defeat earlier, it would have been over. Why put yourself through this? Su Chun shook his head slightly in confusion, then raised his hand again. Shadow Claw slammed down fiercely from above Jiang Shi's head. Thunder flash. His body instantly transformed into a lightning shadow, quickly dodging away. Then take a look above you. Almost at the same moment Jiang Shi dodged, another shadow claw descended from the sky, directly striking him. With a loud bang, the expensive S-class shadow armor on Jiang Shi's body could no longer withstand the powerful attack. Like fragile glass, it shattered completely, with fragments scattering everywhere. Jiang Shi fell heavily to the ground, his body curled up, his face full of pain, losing the ability to resist. Admit defeat. The sooner the match ends, the sooner we can all go home. Su Chun, like a cold king, looked down at Jiang Shi. A trace of madness flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes as he pulled out another S-class shadow armor and quickly put it on. So what if your realm is high? This shadow armor, worth over $1 billion, can still withstand your attacks. He refused to believe that Su Chun, apart from his high realm and mastery of Shadow Claw, was equally strong in other aspects. As long as Su Chun only knew this one move, he still had a chance to win. Su Chun was silent for a few seconds. Over $1 billion for one. Did he just destroy something worth $2 billion earlier? Damn it, I hate rich people like you the most. 200 million. That could buy Tuan Tuan a pile of food to last for months. This time, Su Chun was truly furious. Shadow Pool Claw. He slammed his fist heavily onto the ground, and the entire arena instantly plunged into a shadowy demonic pool. What? What is this? Jiang Shi's face was filled with terror as lightning flickered around him, trying to resist the horrifying attack. However, giant shadow claws emerged from the demonic pool, grabbing him and forcefully dragging him into the pool. Surrender or turn into bones. Thinking about this spendthrift using a battle armor worth billions to fight him made Su Chun burn with rage. Damn it, if you have so much money, give me some. Jiang Shi felt countless ghostly claws dragging him bit by bit into the demonic pool, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I surrender, I surrender. He finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Face is nothing compared to life. With life, who cares about face? Su Chun waved his hand, and the shadowy demonic pool instantly disappeared. He cursed, why didn't you surrender earlier? Damn spendthrift. Ever since he had Tuan Tuan, he hated spendthrifts the most. Then, he turned to the still stunned referee, announced the victory. The referee froze for 2 seconds before coming back to his senses, cleared his throat, and loudly declared, Su Chun wins. Upon hearing this, Su Chen walked off the arena. The match was over, so there was no need to stay. Compared to the cold and quiet audience seats before Su Chen's appearance, the seats were now boiling with excitement. Thunderous applause and deafening cheers filled the air. What lightning abilities! What Jiangshi, the top heir of a prestigious family in the capital. In front of Su Chen, they're all trash. I thought it was going to be a battle between two strong opponents. But who knew it was a match between equipment and a monster? Jiangshi relied entirely on his equipment to last two moves, while Su Chen is just a monster. Who said shadow abilities are weak? For a moment, discussions erupted everywhere, and Su Chen's fame rose to another level. On the arena, Jiangshi watched Su Chen's departing figure with a face full of unwillingness. These cheers, this glory, should have belonged to him. Although he admitted defeat wholeheartedly in this match, the unwillingness in his heart grew like wild grass, spreading uncontrollably. He secretly vowed he would catch up to Su Chen and avenge his defeat. If he couldn't surpass him in cultivation level, then he would enhance his ability level. His family's ancestor had long told him about a secret lightning realm containing a lightning pool. Jumping into it and tempering oneself for 49 days could potentially elevate his S-level lightning ability by one level, though it was a life-threatening endeavor. At the time, he chose not to go, but now he had no choice. He would return for revenge. Su Chen, can you tell me your cultivation secrets? Xiaoyao walked down from the audience seats, her eyes full of longing. Over the past 10 days, she had been diligently cultivating, spending day and night in the training room. But her level had only risen to Stage 1, Level 4. In contrast, Su Chen, upon seeing him today, had already reached Stage 2, Level 4. If there weren't any cultivation secrets, she wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. There's no such thing as a cultivation manual. It's just the result of my hard work day and night. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Su Chen, her heart full of dissatisfaction. Hard work? She spent 20 hours a day in the cultivation room, and he still had the audacity to compare his effort to hers. Humph, comparing people really makes you angry. Why compare with me? You're already very impressive among your peers. Su Chen comforted her softly. Hearing Su Chen's reassurance, Xiaoyao's mood improved slightly. Humph, that's true. Why compare herself to this monster? That would just be asking for trouble. Even those prodigies in the imperial capital were ruthlessly trampled under his feet, let alone her. Feeling better now? If you are, I'll take you out for a meal. I want to try the cafeteria at Kyoto Ability Academy. Much better, but how could I let you treat me? I'll treat you, Xiao Chenzi. All right. Then I'll make sure to eat a lot and take advantage of you. Su Chen smiled faintly. Just as he and Shi Yaoyao were walking out, they saw Chu Zining approaching with a smile. Su Chen, you really know how to keep things hidden. Chu Zining chuckled as she spoke. She had been paying attention ever since she learned about Su Chen's challenge with Jiangshi, and she wasn't surprised by Su Chen's victory earlier. What surprised her was Su Chen's cultivation level. Second tier, 4th stage. In the history of the Dragon Nation, the highest starting level for freshmen, essentially tomorrow's incoming students, was 1st tier, 8th stage. But Su Chen was at 2nd tier, 4th stage. It was clear how extraordinary Su Chen's current level was. He had truly broken records. In this academy full of prodigies in Kyoto, how could I not keep a little something hidden? In fact, he had only hidden a little his life-bound spiritual weapon, and Tuan hadn't even been revealed yet. Chu Zining shook her head with a faint smile. You know, recruiting you at such a high cost was truly worth it. As an angel investor, this time her investment had been incredibly successful. Hee, you reap what you sow. By the way, Teacher Chu, I wanted to discuss something with you. What is it? I want to skip to the 2nd year. What do you think? The challenges from some of the first-year prodigies were already no challenge for him. He longed to enter the world of the 2nd year, where there were stronger opponents who could better hone his will and strength. Chu Zining furrowed her delicate brows. Skipping to the 2nd year? She repeated, as if confirming she hadn't misheard. Yes, I want to compete with those at the same level as me, or even those above my level. Only by constantly challenging higher levels can I prove myself. Chu Zining bit her lips slightly, her mind quickly analyzing the pros and cons. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. Have you really thought this through? In the first year, with your strength, you can easily dominate the academy's resources. Plus, in the upcoming 100 schools tournament, you're guaranteed to win the championship, gaining both fame and rewards. If you skip to the second year, not to mention the issues with rankings and resources, your cultivation level might not keep up in the tournament, and your ranking could plummet. Although Su Chin's cultivation level was already high for a first year, compared to second-year students, he was still a year behind in training time. Nowadays, the strongest sophomores have already reached the third stage, fifth level. The gap between them is not just a little. On the path of cultivation, the further you go, the slower the progress becomes. Catching up in a short time is easier said than done. I've thought it through, Teacher Chu. I want to go to sophomore year. Pressure brings motivation. Seeing Su Chin's determination, Chu Zining sighed softly. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't oppose it. However, skipping a grade isn't just a matter of words. You need to challenge 3 random students from the top 1,000 sophomores within this month. Only if you succeed can you advance to sophomore year. At Kyoto Academy of Abilities, skipping grades has always been allowed, but to this day, no one has succeeded. This is because the grade skipping challenge must begin within the first month of enrollment. This means Su Chun has to defeat 3 students from the top 1,000 sophomores within this month as a freshman. The difficulty of this challenge can be described as hell level. Su Chun pondered silently challenging the top 1,000 sophomores within a month. This difficulty seems significant, but it's not impossible. Currently, most of the top 1,000 sophomores are at the third stage, third level. If he can reach the third stage within this month, he will have a good chance of completing the challenge. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Are you still determined to skip grades? Chu Zining originally thought such difficulty would make Su Chin back down, but unexpectedly, this kid accepted it without hesitation. Yes, Teacher Chu. Rest assured, even if I skip grades, I won't forget your guidance. Chu Zining slightly raised her head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. That's unnecessary. Even in sophomore year, I will still be your teacher. Her tone carried a hint of mystery. Su Chin squinted slightly. Could it be that Chu Zining is the dean of the sophomore dark department? I'll have to look into it when I have time. Stop overthinking. When you're ready within this month, come find me, and I'll help you initiate the grade skipping challenge, Chu Zining said with a smile, seemingly seeing through Su Chin's thoughts. She seemed to have some faint expectations for whether this kid could break the record of Kyoto Academy of Abilities. Throughout history, there have been many students attempting to skip grades, but none have succeeded. Understood. It's mealtime now. Teacher, would you like to have a meal together? Chu Zining shook her head. I transferred 2,000 credit points to your card. I have other matters to attend to. Train while I look forward to you breaking records again. Thanks to this kid's inadvertent help, Bai Chonglin's matter was resolved. Su Chin scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did Teacher Chu give him 2,000 credit points for no reason? At this moment, Shi Yaoyao suddenly appeared in front of Su Chun, waving her hand in front of him. Su Chun, are you being kept by someone? Go, 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 stop talking nonsense. Su Chun glared at Shi Yaoyao irritably. Humph, giving you money for no reason, who knows? Shi Yaoyao pouted, paused for a few seconds, and then curiously asked, are you really planning to skip to sophomore year? That's right, people need to have dreams. Being a salted fish is reserved for the lazy. Humph, then wouldn't that mean I won't see you anymore? It's not like we're parting forever. How could you not see me? You're as dumb as a pig. Shi Yao's eyes lit up. That's right, it's not like they'll never see each other again. Then let's go? I want shrimp, I want fish. She excitedly pulled Su Chun and ran towards the cafeteria of Kyoto Ability Academy. Not being proactive about eating means there's a problem with your mindset. Being proactive about eating, chirp, 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 chirp. Night, as deep as ink. Vice Dean Bai, tomorrow's resource challenge is going to be tricky. Jiang Dongming's face was gloomy, with a hint of concern in his eyes. After the duel between Su Chun and Jiang Shi from the Dark Department in the afternoon, all the freshmen were discussing the name Su Chun. There was no helping it, Su Chun was simply too dazzling. Jiang Shi, who was hailed as the top prodigy of this year's freshmen, could only barely hold his ground with his battle armor in front of Su Chun. However, Su Chin's realm was like an insurmountable mountain before the freshman, making them feel awe and fear. Bai Chonglin naturally knew about Su Qin's matter in the afternoon. Originally, he thought Su Qin's realm was at most the peak of the first stage, 9th level. Unexpectedly, it had reached the second stage, 4th level. Such a level of realm. How could it not make students from other departments feel intimidated? No problem. How many departments have you united? Originally, it was your Thunderfire department and mine, plus 3 other departments. But just now, the Sword department decided to withdraw because of Su Qin's realm. Now it's down to 4 departments in total, Jiang Dongming reported truthfully. Bai Chonglin fell into thought. For departments, that's 120 people. No matter how strong Su Qin is, no matter how high his realm, it's impossible for him to challenge 120 students alone. As for the other students in the Dark department, he had investigated them, they were all mediocre in strength. That's enough. Let those students who can afford it buy battle armor resistant to dark elements. If we win the resource challenge tomorrow, I will reward them heavily. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Chonglin's eyes. No matter what, the Dark department would not have an easy time. The matter of Chu Zining humiliating him in public tomorrow, when the Dark department's resources are completely plundered, it will be his best revenge. All those rumors about Su Qin being undefeated, Su Qin being invincible, will be personally shattered by him tomorrow. Jiang Dongming nodded. Vice Dean Bai, I'll go give the orders now. He turned and left, and the room returned to silence, with only the sound of the wind outside gently whistling in the darkness. The next day, at the site of Kyoto Ability Academy's 250th freshman entrance ceremony, the atmosphere was lively. At the school gate, Kyoto Ability Academy. I'm here. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance of Kyoto Ability Academy, her once dim gaze gradually brightening. Although the Luo family had fallen into poverty, her expression did not reveal much sorrow. Compared to the tiresome schemes and intrigues among family powers, she yearned more for a life of freedom, unrestrained, and unnoticed solitude. She walked into the registration area and began handling the enrollment procedures. The surrounding chatter was incessant, with many of the topics revolving around one named Su Qin. Upon hearing the name Su Qin, Luo Kingsnow's red lips unconsciously pressed together lightly. She took out her phone and logged into the official website of Kyoto Ability Academy. What greeted her eyes was a series of trending headlines about Su Qin. Titles like Su Qin achieves an impressive 40 consecutive wins, dominates Kyoto Ability Academy's top freshman Jiang Shi, and can Su Qin turn the tide in the Departmental Resource Challenge, filled the page. Looking at the overwhelming reports, a faint bitter smile appeared on Luo Kingsnow's face. From beginning to end, the one unworthy of Su Qin had always been the Luo family, and herself, Luo Qingsnow. She sighed softly and closed her phone. Virtual Simulation Hall. Su Qin finished the last bite of his steamed bun, clapped his hands, and walked inside. Upon entering, he saw a large crowd gathered in the hall. They seemed to be waiting for something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. These people skipped the enrollment ceremony to play mahjong here. Su Qin muttered under his breath. Su Qin is here. Guys! Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, almost everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. Finally, he's here. Do you think he'll succeed in reaching the top today? Of course. Starting as a freshman and already reaching Tier 2 Level 4. That kind of strength, I can't even dream of it. Listening to the discussions, Su Qin finally understood that everyone had gathered here to wait for him. It made sense the enrollment ceremony was dull and boring, just a formality with a few speeches. It couldn't compare to the excitement of him breaking through challenges here. At this moment, a curious student approached him. Su God, can you achieve 60 consecutive wins today? Maybe, possibly, probably, perhaps. After saying this, he stepped into a nearby virtual simulation pod and officially began the challenge. As he entered the simulation pod, the surrounding students immediately swarmed closer like a tide. Inside the virtual simulation pod, the system's prompt sounded, "Start the challenge?" Yes. Immediately, a series of victory announcements followed one after another. Each battle ended in less than a minute. When Su Qin achieved his 54th consecutive win, he was matched against the current top-ranked player on the 100 Schools leaderboard Zhao Yun from the Magic City Ability Academy. Zhao Yun appeared on the arena. When he saw the dazzling 53-win streak badge above Su Chen's head, he couldn't help but freeze. 53? Consecutive wins? I've never heard of any powerful Su family in Kyoto. Holding his spear, he slightly cupped his hands and said, Su Chun, a pleasure to meet you. No need for formalities. Let's start directly. All right then, Zhao Yun responded, and his aura suddenly surged. He thrust his spear forward sharply, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Su Chun. Watch out, your ability is quite impressive. Before the battle began, Su Chun had already used a detection skill and learned that Zhao Yun's ability was an S-level spear breaks the void. Simply put, when Zhao Yun wields his spear weapon, he can instantly appear at any location, similar to a teleportation ability. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Su Chen's shadow shield instantly activated. Zhao Yun saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This shouldn't be possible. This spear strike of mine contains powerful supernatural energy, combined with the combat skill Cloud Breaking Strike. It shouldn't be something this seemingly ordinary shadow shield can withstand. He raised his head and carefully sensed Su Chen's aura. When he detected Su Chen's second tier, 4th level strength, he finally understood the reason. Second tier, 4th level? No wonder my supernatural energy combined with a combat skill couldn't even break his beginner-level shadow shield. Su Chen looked at Zhao Yun and said calmly, Do you think there's still a need to continue? Yes, I, Zhao Yun, would rather be defeated in battle than surrender. Zhao Yun suddenly withdrew his spear and retreated to a distance. 9 spears as one. He swung the spear in his hand, and countless spear phantoms appeared in front of him, eventually merging into one. His right arm muscles tightened, and with a burst of force, he thrust the spear forward. With the enhancement of supernatural energy, he instantly appeared in front of Su Chun, the spear striking heavily against the shadow shield. Crack! A few faint cracks appeared on the shadow shield, but beyond that, there was no other movement. Brother, you're already very strong, but unfortunately, today you encountered me. Su Chen quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Instant Hell Shadow Killing Array. In an instant, dark elements surged wildly, gathering like black tides and gradually forming a massive shadow killing array. Zhao Yun saw this and quickly swung his spear, using the supernatural ability Spear Breaks the Void to retreat to a distance. You can't touch me. Then you might want to take a closer look. Once the Instant Hell Shadow Killing Array fully formed, the entire arena plunged into darkness. Centered on Zhao Yun, shadows formed from dark elements appeared at 8 positions around him. Zhao Yun's eyes grew serious as he tried once again to use Spear Breaks the Void to escape, only to discover in horror that he couldn't move at all. Is this a restrictive combat skill? Zhao Yun speculated, but quickly shook his head. No, this isn't a restrictive combat skill, it's a control method similar to a formation. As long as there's enough power, it can be broken. Unfortunately, the gap between my level and his is too vast. I simply don't have that kind of power. He looked up at Su Chun, a trace of helplessness and admiration appearing on his face. A monster indeed. The next second, the shadow killing array activated. The 8 shadows struck simultaneously, their shadow daggers slicing through Zhao Yun's body like black lightning. Zhao Yun's vision went dark, and the system declared him eliminated. Congratulations to contestant Su Chun for successfully reaching the top. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. Since he had already come this far, he might as well aim for 60 consecutive victories. Inside Kyoto Supernatural Academy, Zhao Yun walked out of the virtual simulation pod with a dejected expression. Having reached the 8th level of the first stage within just a few days of the semester and possessing a powerful S-level ability, he had always been an invincible presence. However, today, facing Su Chun, he was utterly powerless. Zhao Tianyan looked at his closed-door disciple Zhao Yun, who appeared utterly dejected and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yunner, what's wrong? Did you encounter a strong opponent and lose the match? Zhao Yun slowly nodded. Yes, I won the first 19 matches consecutively, but in the last one, I faced a competitor named Su Chun and lost miserably. I failed to live up to your teachings. When Zhao Tianyan heard the name Su Chun, He froze for a few seconds and asked, "Who did you say?" "Su Chun." "What's wrong, teacher?" "Is he a dark-type ability user, tall and handsome?" "Yes, teacher, do you know him?" Zhao Yun grew even more puzzled. Zhao Tianyan shook his head with a bitter smile. "Know him? It's more than that. I truly failed to recognize a treasure." "Teacher, I don't quite understand what you mean." Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with confusion. Zhao Tianyan sighed deeply. "Back when we were recruiting new students early, I personally oversaw Su Chen's recruitment. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring him to our academy." Upon hearing his teacher's words, Zhao Yun suddenly realized and remarked, "No wonder you said you failed to recognize a treasure. Su Chun is indeed a rare genius, even a monstrous talent. I always thought I was top tier in terms of cultivation speed, but when I faced his second stage 4th level strength, I truly understood what it means to be an ant gazing at the heavens." Ah, Zhao Tianyan first let out a long sigh, but suddenly he seemed to realize something. "Wait, what did you say? Second stage 4th level?" He had initially thought that for Su Chun to defeat Zhao Yun, he would at most be at the 9th or 10th level of the first stage. But Zhao Yun actually said Su Chun was at the 4th level of the second stage? "Yes, teacher. I'm also very curious about how he managed to cultivate so quickly." Zhao Tianyun's face was filled with a bitter smile, and his regret deepened. Back then, he had confidently claimed that cultivation shouldn't be judged by temporary speed, but now reality had slapped him hard in the face. Su Chen's speed wasn't just temporary, it was unimaginably fast and accelerating. He couldn't help but recall that Chu Zining had offered Su Chen enrollment benefits, which he could have provided as well. If he had managed to recruit Su Chun into the Shanghai Ability Academy back then, the academy would have gained an unparalleled prodigy. But now, everything was missed. Thinking about the upcoming 100 Schools tournament, the freshman competition seemed hopeless. With Su Chen present, who could challenge this freshman king? Who would dare to challenge him? Ah, that kid is truly outrageous. "Teacher, don't worry. I will give it my all, strive to catch up to him, and absolutely won't bring shame to you." Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with determination. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Zhao Tianyun felt slightly better. "Good lad, ambitious. Come, I'll teach you the next gun technique." Inside the virtual simulation pod, congratulations to Su Chun for achieving 60 consecutive victories and once again breaking the freshman winning streak record. Since you have used up all your challenge opportunities for today, you will now be forcibly logged out. Su Chen first returned to the control room of the virtual simulation pod, then stepped out of it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deep chimes echoed, announcing the rise of a new king. He's out. My God. Achieving 60 consecutive victories and reaching the top in just 3 days, can a human even do that? It's simply beyond what ordinary people can achieve. 666. I struggled for an entire semester to climb to 100,000th place. And you're telling me you cleared the freshman top 100 schools leaderboard in just 3 days? For a moment, the crowd's wails rose and fell. Su Chun stretched lazily, loosened up his muscles, and prepared to attend the opening ceremony, just to make an appearance. "God Su, you've already reached the top with 60 consecutive victories. Don't you have anything to say?" a curious student nearby asked. "Nothing much to say. If I had to say something, it would be that I tested it for you all. To climb from a millionth place to the top of the top 100 schools leaderboard, it only takes 3 days and 54 consecutive victories." With that, Su Chun turned and left. For a moment, the surrounding students were stunned and speechless. "No way. Is that something a human would say? If I could achieve 54 consecutive victories, even my 108-year-old grandma could go clubbing with male models." Exactly. Su Chun is just too pretentious. It's infuriating. What the heck? You call that pretentious? If I had his strength, I'd be flaunting my aura every second outside. Your vision is too narrow. If I had his strength, I'd be broadcasting every day that I reached Tier 2 Level 4 and cleared the top 100 schools leaderboard in 3 days. If you have the strength and don't show off, what's the point of working hard to cultivate? At the opening ceremony, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Tens of thousands of students stood neatly on the field, resembling a vast black ocean. Principal Zheng Tianan stood on the podium, with the deans of various departments seated beside him. "Welcome, All of you, the pride of heaven from across the country, to Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities. I hope you will thrive here, continuously improve, and become strong individuals in the future to protect our shared homeland. Principal Zheng Tianan's voice was loud and powerful, echoing across the field. Many students' eyes sparkled with hope, brimming with vitality and energy. I won't waste words. According to the usual practice of Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities, you all now have one last chance to change departments. For example, if you are an ice ability user but excel at using sword weapons, you can apply to transfer to the sword department. Now, please proceed in an orderly manner to the department teachers beside me to complete the transfer procedures. As soon as the principal finished speaking, many students were eager to try and stepped forward one after another. Large departments and small departments each had their own advantages, but most students still leaned towards choosing the larger departments. Relying on a big tree for shade is vividly demonstrated here. Among the students transferring departments, most are from the dark, earth, and water departments. The abilities of these elemental departments are relatively weaker, and they don't want to lose too badly in the upcoming department competition, so they choose to transfer to other weapon departments. TSK. Teacher Chu, not many students transferred out of your dark department this year. You have Su Chin to thank for that. The ice department head said with a smile to Chu Zining from the dark department. Indeed, thanks to him. Many students are unwilling to transfer because the dark department has Su Chun, a powerful presence, giving them hope for survival in the resource challenge. It must be said, the stronger a person's abilities, the greater their influence. Looking at Bai Chonglin, his face was somewhat gloomy and unpleasant. Vice Principal Bai, I just received several transfer applications from your Thunder Department students. The Gun Department head said leisurely, seemingly with a hint of schadenfreude. Students who like guns are common, it's a normal phenomenon. Bai Chonglin forced himself to remain calm. I don't think so. Perhaps they fear the strength of Su Chun from the Dark Department. Director Zhang, don't overthink it. It's just normal transfers, Bai Chonglin replied, though his heart was filled with anger. In previous years, the Thunder Department was one of the school's major departments, with many students and strong capabilities. But this year, Thunder Department students are transferring out in droves, all because of Su Chun from the Dark Department. However, he quickly calmed down. It's no big deal. Su Chun may be hailed as a god, but one failure is enough to pull him down from the pedestal. People love to create gods, but once a god shows flaws, they will mercilessly destroy them. And today's resource challenge is the beginning of Su Chin's fall from grace. Indeed, this year's resource challenge is getting more interesting. Nearby, Principal Zheng Tianan listened to the report about Su Chin's rise and smiled with satisfaction. This year's resource challenge has become increasingly captivating because of Su Chin's presence. Will the Dark Department, as in previous years, be left with nothing after being plundered by other departments? Or will Su Chin single-handedly turn the tide and reverse the situation? Before long, the department transfer process was smoothly completed, and students from various departments returned to their respective teams in an orderly manner. Everyone quiet. Zheng Tianan gestured downward with his hand, signaling for silence. The previously noisy and bustling crowd instantly quieted down. The upcoming department resource challenge. I believe you all understand its significance, right? This world is far from as peaceful and simple as you imagine. Harsh reality tells us that resources are never freely given, they must be seized and fought for. Our Kyoto Academy of Abilities also adheres to this survival principle. Will you resign yourselves to being small fish in the mud, fighting over scraps, or dare to be a fierce beast, ruling the forest and enjoying the prey alone? Next, answer me with your battles. Prove your qualification to obtain resources through your opponent's crushing defeat. Now, I announce the annual departmental resource plundering battle will officially begin in the 10,000 Arena Hall in 1 hour. Please exit the venue in an orderly manner. This passionate speech completely ignited the fighting spirit within every student present. In this world, there has never been true peace. Brutal battles for territory and resources against beasts play out every day. Strike first with one punch to avoid 100 punches later. Only by continuously strengthening oneself Can one survive in this world of the strong preying on the weak? The once lively playground quickly emptied out as students surged like a tide toward the 10,000 arena hall. Standing still, Su Chen slightly clenched his fist. Today's battle would be fought with all his might. At that moment, the notification sound of his phone rang. Su Chen took out his phone and saw the screen displaying. Chu Xiening Dean. 30 students have been selected. Please arrive promptly at Su Chen. Following this, she tagged the names of the 30 representatives from the dark department one by one. After closing his phone, he looked down at the little creature in his hand. This little guy, nourished by money over the past few days, had already reached the 4th stage of the first tier, almost advancing 1 stage per day. Its size had grown from the size of a single palm to that of 2 palms. Tuan Tuan, do you think you'll have a chance to appear today? Ing. Tuan Tuan whimpered a few times, as if saying, I want to go on stage. I want to go on stage. Don't worry. When it's your turn to appear, you'll naturally have the chance to show off your skills. You're my greatest trump card. His death scythe had yet to be revealed to the public, and it would also serve as a major secret weapon in the competition. Su Chen, long time no see. While he was contemplating his battle strategy, a familiar yet slightly cold voice reached his ears. Su Chen looked up to see Luo Qingsno standing before him. Her face carried a trace of delicate weariness, and her aura had grown even colder. Long time no see. Su Chen didn't have any particular feelings toward Luo Qingsno, they were merely acquaintances. Are you going to compete later? Yes. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent attitude, Luo Qingsno remained silent for a few seconds before finally taking out a storage ring from her pocket and handing it to Su Chen. There are 5 spirit source fruits inside. Thank you for ensuring those recruitment mentors didn't look at me with strange eyes. No need. The fault isn't yours, it's your father's. Luo Qingsno herself hadn't done anything wrong, she was simply born into the wrong family. From beginning to end, she had never uttered a single mocking word toward him. Instead, she had repeatedly apologized, showing herself to be a kind-hearted girl. Unfortunately, her family background was far too complicated and repulsive. Luo Qingsno placed the storage ring firmly in Su Chen's hand. These spirit source fruits can help you release a few more skills. I hope they'll be of use to you. With that, she left. Su Chen looked at the storage ring in his hand and sighed helplessly. He took out the 5 spirit source fruits inside and consumed them all. After consuming them, the increase in source energy allowed him to use dark-type skills a few more times. Su Chen headed toward the arena hall, and shortly after stepping inside, he was stunned by the scene before him. The arena hall was already packed with a sea of people, bustling and lively, with no fewer than 50,000 spectators present. Due to the Kyoto Ability Academy specially constructing the arena hall to accommodate such large-scale competitions, it was built extremely spacious, capable of holding up to 100,000 people with ease. Despite the large crowd, there were still plenty of seats available. Brother Chun, surprised, aren't you? Han Xiaoli bounced over excitedly. Damn, you actually got into Kyoto Ability Academy? Su Chen looked at Han Xiaoli in surprise. Yep, I forgot to tell you, Brother Chun, my ability is B-level stealth. Alright, you really know how to keep things hidden. Now I've got a companion in Kyoto. Hee, I can adventure with Brother Chen again. Get out of here, what adventure? Come on, let us find a seat first. Su Chen and Han Xiaoli casually found 2 seats and sat down. At this moment, people were still pouring into the 10,000 capacity hall. Besides the students, there were also heads of various major forces in Kyoto, and even some officers from the Central War Zone had arrived at the scene. This resource challenge competition was an excellent opportunity to select talent. They all hoped to find some promising individuals here, sign contracts in advance, and have these talents join their forces or armies in the future to serve them. Hey, you 2 brothers, is anyone sitting here? Just as Su Chen and Han Xiaoli had sat down, a familiar voice sounded. No one, Su Chen replied casually, then discreetly used his probing skill to investigate Jiang Luer. Name: Jiang Luer Kyoto. Kyoto Mu Family Ability. A level Phantom of Light Realm. 3rd tier, level 3 note. Jiang Family of Magic City and Mu Family of Kyoto. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This person actively approaching him must have some purpose. Junior, staring at me like that makes me feel a bit embarrassed, Jiang Luer joked. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. A grown man, talking about embarrassment. By the way, can you tell me about the situation in the 5 war zones? Of course, no problem. The 5 war zones are East, South, West, North, and Central. Kyoto is located in the Central War Zone, mainly responsible for guarding against the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave and the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Each war zone has its own areas to guard and monitor. For example, Magic City is in the Eastern War Zone, where they need to guard against sea monsters and the Golden Flame Scorpion Demon Cave. Jiang Luer explained in detail. Thanks, brother, Su Chen said gratefully. He now had a clearer understanding of the world's structure. Although he had traveled through time, the shape of the Dragon Nation's territory remained the same as in his previous life. However, due to the influence of cosmic energy, the entire world's area was several times larger than before, and the positions of the 5 major war zones were identical to their previous counterparts. No problem, it's all minor stuff. Jiang Luer chuckled. Time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Principal Zheng Tianan stepped onto the central podium. Clearing his throat, he said, "Welcome to the representatives of all major forces in Kyoto for coming to watch the competition, and thank you to the people and soldiers of the Central War Zone for being present." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the audience, lasting for a long time. Next, we will begin the Kyoto Freshman Resource Challenge. The rules are simple. We will now draw the first department. If the selected department is challenged by others, the resource challenge will officially begin. Now, please look at the big screen. Principal Zheng Tianan waved his hand, and the massive silver screen above the stage lit up instantly. On the screen, the names of more than 20 departments began flashing one by one. The first department to appear would undoubtedly be the unluckiest, as all other departments maintained undefeated strength, making every battle a tough one. The names of the departments flickered on the screen, causing countless hearts to tighten with anticipation. Gradually, the flashing slowed down, and finally, the dark department's name froze on the screen. As soon as the result was revealed, the atmosphere on site became complex. Some faces lit up with joy, while others were filled with worry. Those who were pleased included by Chong Lin and others eager to see the dark department's misfortune, while the most concerned was Chu Zining, her brows furrowed and a trace of worry in her eyes. Being the first department to appear meant they would face opponents at full strength. Bai Chonglin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This result was entirely within his expectations. Only if the dark department appeared first would his department's chances of victory significantly increase. Zheng Tianan, seeing the result, first gave Bai Chonglin a meaningful glance, then cleared his throat. The first to appear is the Dark Department. Up to 5 departments can issue challenges. Departments wishing to challenge, please register now. My Thunder Department challenges the Dark Department for resources. My Wind Department challenges the Dark Department for resources. My Blade Department challenges the Dark Department for resources. 3 department heads stood up one after another to register. Finally, Bai Chonglin stood up unhurriedly. My Fire Department challenges the Dark Department for resources. 4 department heads stood up in unison, which meant the Dark Department would face challenges from 4 departments, totaling 120 elite students. In that case, all 5 departments, please prepare. The resource challenge will begin in 10 minutes. After Zheng Tianan finished speaking, the department heads headed to their respective preparation areas to begin strategizing intensely. At the preparation area of the Dark Department, Chu Jining walked over with a heavy expression. The 30 contestants were already in formation, yet their faces betrayed unease and panic, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. After all, they were about to face 4 powerful departments, each composed of elites among elites. How could they not feel anxious? Li Bufan, his face full of worry, asked nervously, "Dean, how are we supposed to fight this?" "Just go with the flow and do your best to defeat the opponents," Chu Jining said softly, though she herself felt uncertain. Although Su Chen's level was high, the opponents were hundreds of elite students from various departments. How could victory be easy? Hearing Chu Jining's words, the students couldn't help but show disappointment on their faces, hanging their heads low with morale plummeting. At that moment, Su Chen strode over. What are you guys afraid of? Do your best to deal with the opponents, and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, everyone raised their heads, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. In this desperate situation, Su Chen was the only ray of light. Su God, are you confident? Li Bufan asked curiously. Confidence? Not sure. You guys go first and leave the rest to me. Today, he had only one goal: defeat 100 opponents. All right, since Su God has spoken, brothers, let's give it our all. Taking down one opponent is worth it. Taking down two is a profit. Li Bufan shouted to the students behind him. Exactly. Taking down one is worth it. Two is a profit. Our dark department is not to be trifled with. Brothers, we will win. Let's go. In an instant, everyone's emotions were ignited, morale soaring. Even if they lost in the end, so what? They would still showcase the spirit and dignity of the dark department. Chu Jining watched this scene and smiled with relief. In her view, courage was important, but this fearless attitude was even more precious. Turning to Su Chun, Chu Jining said softly, "Win or lose, there will be rewards for you all." Regarding this departmental resource challenge, originally, due to Su Chen's presence, the Dark Department could have avoided being challenged by so many departments. However, Bai Chonglin's secret interference led to the current situation. Regardless of the final outcome, she would distribute rewards to the entire department, as this situation was caused by her involvement with the Dark Department. Well, since you said that, I won't hold back. I'll give it my all. Just do your best. Chu Jining nodded slightly. As the two exchanged words, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Dark Department students, please take the stage. Zheng Tianan announced loudly. Li Bufan was the first to stand up. Let me take the lead. He leapt onto the arena. Meanwhile, the deans of the 4 departments gathered together, and Bai Chonglin instructed, let the Thunder Department go first. Understood, Vice Principal Bai. The Thunder Department dean nodded and casually selected a student. The referee, seeing both sides ready, announced loudly, the first match of the Resource Challenge, Dark Department versus Thunder Department begins. As the referee's voice fell, the competition officially began. In front of the podium, various forces gathered together, whispering among themselves. It seems this year's Dark faction is going to be wiped out again, sighed the representative of the Li family from Kyoto, his tone filled with regret. I don't think so. Isn't there talk of a second-tier, 4th-level monster in the Dark faction? Let's see if he can turn the tide, said the head of the Mu family, one of Kyoto's top families, speaking calmly with a hint of expectation in his eyes. As his words fell, many people nodded in agreement. Mu Yinhai, you're making that young man sound too legendary, retorted Jiang Changhe of the Jiang family, another top family in Kyoto. Brother Changhe, don't be so absolute with your words. Humph. Even if his level is overwhelming, facing a bombardment from 100 people, his internal energy won't recover. What does he have to win with? Jiang Changhe snorted coldly. He naturally knew Su Chun, the person who had crushed his son, filling his heart with resentment. He only wanted to see Su Chun lose the competition to vent his anger. All right, gentlemen, in front of Deputy Commander Hua, why not listen to his opinion? Li Shanze, the head of the Li family, spoke up, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the two turned their gaze to Hua Zhanyong, the deputy commander of the Central War Zone. Hua Zhanyong stroked his chin and smiled, saying, looking at me won't help. I don't know either. Besides, I'm also looking forward to that kid's performance. Originally, he hadn't planned to attend this resource challenge competition, but there was news that a peerless prodigy had emerged in Kyoto's Ability Academy freshman class, breaking through to second tier, 4th level, in just over 10 days. This caught his attention, so he came to see for himself whether it was true. If it was true, then of course, he would act quickly to recruit him into the Central War Zone. Deputy Commander Hua is right. We'll know soon enough if he has what it takes. Jiang Changhe said with a hint of sarcasm. When? Today's protagonist does not belong to the Dark faction, nor does it belong to Su Chun. The competition was proceeding intensely. Li Bufan successfully eliminated 2 opponents, but was ultimately taken down by another. The remaining participants also gave it their all, some trading 1 for 1, others trading 1 for none. In the end, apart from Su Chun, The Dark Faction's 29 members managed to take out 19 members of the Lightning Faction. There was no choice. The Lightning Faction's 30 elite students were selected from 2,000 people, while the Dark Faction's 30 elite students were chosen from 500 people. There was bound to be a quality gap. Damn it, those bastards hit so hard. Li Bufan cursed under his breath, his body covered in scorched marks left by the lightning bombardment, looking utterly disheveled. Su Chen looked at the other students besides Li Bufan, each more severely injured than the last, lying on the ground in pain, waiting for treatment. A surge of anger rose in his heart. Brother Chun, avenge us. Those people kept hitting us even after we surrendered. Yeah, Brother Chun, at least knock the Lightning Faction out. I said friendship first, and they said screw that. We're here to crush the Dark Faction. I'm so mad. Listening to their words, Su Chen silently nodded. These people are like classmates being bullied by others from another class. How could the class monitor not seek revenge? At this moment, Zheng Tianan's voice rang out again. Let's welcome the last contestant from the Dark Department, Su Chen. Su Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a sharp, killing intent. It's time for a massacre. The students from the Dark Department behind him fixed their gazes on Su Chen's figure, each clenching their fists tightly, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. The big boss is here. Su Chen walked toward the arena. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire venue was ignited, and almost everyone's curiosity was piqued. After all, the biggest highlight of this showdown between the Dark Department and other departments had always been Su Chen, the unfathomably powerful big boss. Brothers, do you think Su Chen can take down 101 opponents? Maybe, possibly. With a gap in levels, there might be a chance. I don't think it's possible. Even with a level gap advantage, challenging 101 people involves energy consumption on one hand and sustained depletion during the fight on the other. True, it's like a game boss. With enough people, they can always take it down. In the front row of the audience seats, Hua Zhanxiong asked softly, Principal Zheng, is this the Su Chen you mentioned, at the second-tier 4th level? Looking at the young man before him, he felt a sense of steadiness combined with a mysterious aura of immense strength. That's right, this is Su Chen. Not only has this kid reached the second-tier 4th level, but his combat skills have also been cultivated to perfection. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhanxiong's eyes lit up instantly. Such rapid cultivation speed and high proficiency in combat skills, this kid must be recruited into the central war zone. Do you think he can defeat these 101 people? Hua Zhanxiong pressed further. Zheng Tianan's face showed a trace of solemnity. I don't know. I can only say it's very, very difficult. He won't win. Although his strength is formidable, being bombarded by 100 elite fighters at once, what can he do? Bai Chonglin couldn't help but interject, his tone full of disdain. In his view, Su Chen winning? He would need to use at least 2 combat skills per person. With the source energy of a second-tier 4th level, using 200 combat skills? That's simply wishful thinking. Today's protagonist is definitely not the Dark Department. Hua Zhanxiong listened to Bai Chonglin's words and squinted slightly. It seemed this vice principal had quite a grudge against the Dark Department. All right, let's watch and see. Hua Zhanxiong interrupted, putting an end to the debate. On the arena, Su Chen stood in black attire, fluttering in the wind, his hem billowing, exuding an air of heroic elegance. His opponent was none other than the Thunder Department expert who had previously defeated the Dark Department MOAO. I heard everyone surrendered, yet you're still fighting? Su Chen's gaze was icy. Oh, Su God, I didn't hear them surrender. Besides, injuries in competitions are inevitable, MOAO said with a faint smile. All right, you have a point, Su Chen replied, then looked at the referee. Can we start now? The referee nodded slightly and announced loudly, Resource Challenge, Dark Department's 30th ranked student Su Chen versus Thunder Department's 20th ranked contestant. The match begins now. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. With a raise of his hand, a pitch-black shadow claw smashed directly toward MOAO. Thunder Shield. MOAO, already prepared, quickly activated the Thunder Shield. A shield flickering with lightning appeared in front of him. However, in the face of absolute power, all defenses are futile. With a loud boom, the Thunder Shield shattered instantly, and the powerful impact force slammed Moao directly to the ground. Moao's clothes were torn apart, revealing the equally shattered a grade shadow resistance armor underneath. Su Chun frowned slightly at the sight. Another piece of armor resistant to shadows? Moao spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the A-grade armor on his body that had been blasted to pieces, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Without personally experiencing the power of this perfected combat technique, one could never understand how strong it was. If he hadn't been wearing this shadow-resistant armor, wouldn't the technique have left his body in shreds? I surrender. Moao, knowing when to yield, quickly shouted. However, Su Chun sneered coldly. Raising his hand again, a massive shadow claw formed in the sky, descending with a world-destroying momentum. Moao was struck by the claw, his entire body left bloodied and mangled, blood gushing uncontrollably as he instantly fell unconscious. Su Chun, he already surrendered. Why did you still attack? In the front row, Bai Chonglin suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. Su Chun dug at his ear and said innocently, "Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. I didn't catch that. Not my fault, right? Didn't hear?" Daring to go so hard on a student from his own dark department and thinking surrender would settle it? If he didn't beat the crap out of him today, it would already be merciful. Bai Chonglin was momentarily speechless. I hope you keep this up. The more Su Chun unleashed his combat techniques, the faster his source energy would deplete, and the sooner he would lose. He didn't believe this kid could keep using techniques so freely. Well, that's great. My hearing's been bad all day, Su Chun said with a slight smirk, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Then, he looked at the referee. Take him away for treatment. Next, the referee was momentarily stunned. Next, Meimu stepped forward. Meimu trembled as he walked onto the stage. Grandpa, please go easy on me. A cunning enemy, pretending to be my grandson just to win? Su Chen's eyes turned cold. With a loud boom, Meimu's body was left bloodied and mangled, collapsing miserably to the ground. Call the next one. Su Chen immediately said coldly. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth. The next 10 contestants from the Thunder Department were all instantly defeated by Su Chun in just 1 or 2 moves. The absolute power crush left his opponents with no chance to fight back, utterly defenseless. Impressive. This kid is indeed, as Principal Zheng said, truly formidable. Hua Zhanxiong's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. How about Commander Hua? I didn't lie to you, did I? This kid, give him some time, and he'll definitely become a formidable figure in the future. A hint of pride appeared on Zheng Tianan's face. That's true, but I wonder what this kid's limit is. If he keeps going like this, I'm afraid his source energy won't last long. A trace of worry flashed in Hua Zhanxiong's eyes. This kid really suited his taste, especially the scene where he avenged the students of his department's dark faction and the moment he stood up to Bai Chonglin. It matched his temperament perfectly. He liked this kind of young man with guts and a fiery spirit. Let's hope he creates a miracle. Zheng Tianan sighed helplessly. How could he not know that this was all orchestrated by Bai Chonglin? On the arena, Su Chen's clothes were slightly disheveled. The last one, it's Jiang Shi, right? The referee checked the list and nodded slightly. Yes, please welcome the last student from the Thunder Department, Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's face was grim as he slowly walked onto the stage. Su Chun, I will force you to reveal your other techniques. Cut the nonsense, defeated opponent. In an instant, a massive abyssal dark pool appeared beneath Jiang Shi's feet. At the same time, Shadow Claw whistled toward Jiang Shi in an attack. One offensive and one restrictive skill were activated simultaneously. Jiang Shi had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Crack under this strike, his S-grade battle armor shattered instantly. How about that? I can take 2 of your moves casually. Jiang Shi looked at his shattered armor and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Idiot, you take pride in enduring 2 of my moves. Su Chen's anger surged uncontrollably. This spoiled brat's demeanor made him even more repulsive. So what? Let me tell you, your Shadow Claw won't work on me next. As Jiang Shi spoke, he took out a thunder orb and smashed it hard onto the ground. A layer of lightning quickly formed beneath his feet, isolating him from the ground. TSK, going to such lengths just to endure a few more moves. Truly a waste of money and effort. So what? The wealth of the Jiang family is something a country bumpkin like you could never see in your lifetime. Jiang Shi's face was full of arrogance. Su Chen's face still carried a faint smile, but his gaze grew colder. I never said I was going to use that move against you. In his hand, dark elements rapidly condensed like black mist, gradually forming a massive shadow bat. Su Chen tossed it upward, and the enormous bat instantly transformed into countless tiny bats, surging like a black tide toward Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's pupils shrank sharply. What is this thing? He shouted in panic and quickly summoned heavenly thunder, attempting to disperse the bats. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky with a destructive force, striking the swarm of bats. However, to everyone's surprise, the powerful thunder had no effect on the bats, not even causing a ripple. What? What the hell is this? Jiang Shi's face was filled with fear and shock. Before he could react, the shadow bats had already swarmed onto him. They used their sharp claws and razor-sharp teeth to frantically tear through every inch of Jiang Shi's skin. In an instant, Jiang Shi was enveloped by a swarm of bats, and he let out a desperate scream. I admit. Shut his mouth for me. The bats seemed to understand Su Chen's command and swarmed into Jiang Shi's mouth, preventing him from uttering the words, I surrender. Ah! Ah! Jiang Shi screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. His body was covered in wounds, with no intact skin left, bloodied and mangled, resembling a peeled orange, horrifying to behold. Su Chen, how dare you treat my son like this? Jiang Changjiang, sitting below the stage, could no longer remain seated. He stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. How could he just sit and watch his son being tortured like this? Su Chen remained unfazed. So what? Good. A junior dares to act so arrogantly. Jiang Changjiang trembled with rage, pointing at Su Chen and gritting his teeth. Patriarch Jiang, what's the matter? A duel between juniors, and you want to interfere? Hua Zhanyong frowned, his voice cold and filled with undeniable authority. Jiang Changjiang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly sobering up. Vice Commander Hua, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a father concerned for his son. A fight between juniors, and no one is dead, what's the big deal? Hua Zhanyong snorted coldly. He had heard Jiang Shi's earlier insults towards Su Chen, calling him a country bumpkin. Hua Zhanyong himself had risen step by step from a small place to become the vice commander of the Central War Zone. Wasn't he Jiang Shi essentially calling him a country bumpkin too? Su Chen giving him a lesson was already lenient. Jiang Changjiang broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Why had Vice Commander Hua suddenly turned hostile? Meanwhile, Su Chen gave Hua Zhanyong a grateful look. Hua Zhanyong nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly saying, with me here, no one will dare to bully you. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the shadow bats vanished without a trace, leaving behind Jiang Shi, whose face was now unrecognizable. Take him away and wrap him up like a mummy. Su Chen showed no concern for any potential retaliation from the Jiang family. With Principal Zheng and Hua Zhanyong as his powerful backers, he had nothing to fear. The referee swallowed hard, looking at Jiang Shi's horrifying state. Take him away. Then, he loudly announced, the Thunder Department student has failed the challenge. This year, 10% of the resources will go to the Dark Department. Damn, Su Chen is so fierce, taking down 11 people in a row. Finally, he is forced to reveal another skill. It's like fighting a boss. It's fine, guys. Every boss runs out of mana eventually. Let us take down Su Chen. The students discussed among themselves. To them, forcing Su Chen to reveal a new skill was already considered progress. On the stage, the referee continued. Next department, the Wind Department. Will the first contestant from the Wind Department please step forward? Another round of battles began. Su Chen defeated his opponents one by one, and they kept climbing back up to challenge him again. During this time, Su Chen's other combat techniques were continuously unleashed, each causing an uproar among the crowd. In less than an hour, Su Chen had already defeated 39 opponents in succession. At this moment, Su Chun had become completely famous throughout the Kyoto Ability Academy. On the Academy's forum, posts about Su Chun flooded in like a tide. Posts such as Su Chun, the big boss, defeats 39 opponents in a row, the Thunder and Wind departments are doomed, and another major combat technique revealed by Su Chun. Just how many major techniques does he have? Dominated the forum. Out of the top 10 trending posts, 9 were about Su Chun. In the sophomore training room, almost everyone was discussing the name Su Chun. Mu Shuier quietly listened to the chatter around her, watching Su Chun effortlessly defeat his opponents, and sighed softly, a hint of longing in her eyes. I really want to have a duel with you. Not only the sophomores, but the juniors, and even the usually reclusive seniors were all stirred and rushed to the 10,000-seat arena to witness Su Chun's spectacular performance. The arena, which could originally accommodate 100,000 people, was now packed to capacity, the crowd bustling, and the atmosphere electric. So strong. Luo Qingxue watched the confident Su Chun on the stage, a trace of dimness flashing in her eyes. If she were to face these opponents, she probably wouldn't even be able to defeat 3 of them. She sighed heavily, suppressing the restlessness in her heart. Su Chun, you're amazing. Go Su Chun. Little Chun, crush the opponents. Compared to Luo Qingxue's calm demeanor, Shi Yaoyao was much more lively and cheerful. She excitedly waved her hands, loudly cheering for Su Chun. Watching Su Chun crush his opponents was a kind of enjoyment for her too. Time quietly passed, and when Su Chun defeated the Wind department and faced his 54th opponent from the Blade department, he was slightly panting, sweat covering his forehead, and the source energy within him was starting to struggle to keep up with the high-intensity exertion. Wow, 54 consecutive victories already. Is Su Chun made of iron? His second-level source energy is almost catching up to third-level source energy. Exactly, it's ridiculous. Luckily, he's starting to falter now. This boss is about to fall. Hey, even bosses in games have a second phase. Do you think Su Chun has won? On the stage, after defeating his 54th opponent, Su Chun slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and began accelerating his source energy recovery. Bai Chonglin, seeing this scene, finally revealed a look of joy on his face. He had originally thought Su Chun's source energy would falter after defeating around 30 opponents. But unexpectedly, it was only after nearly 60 opponents that Su Chun's source energy began to show signs of depletion. This young man was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he was still going to fall. Su Chun, admit defeat. Without source energy, you're nothing. If you surrender now, apologize to our 4 departments, and admit that the Dark Department is useless and inferior to the other departments. I'll spare you from physical suffering. Bai Chonglin said in a tone full of condescension, a smug smile on his face. Kid, don't push yourself too hard. Hua Zhanxiong also said with concern. He didn't want this treasure to get hurt. Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. Old Biden, I don't need your charity. Call the next one. Thus, the second phase begins. Bai Chonglin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Very well. Referee, continue. He wanted to see what Su Chun could rely on to fight without source energy. Could it really be just those fists? Next, Blade Department Li Changming. Li Changming leapt onto the stage at the call. Su Chun, surrender. I must admit, you're indeed strong, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. Su Chun weak. That was the most absurd joke in the world. Su Chun slowly raised his head. Want me to surrender? Then show me your strength first. Humph. I kindly advised you, but since you won't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Changming snorted coldly and suddenly pulled out an S-class battle weapon, the bloodthirsty demon blade. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his entire body soaring into the air like a nimble eagle, the long blade in his hand raised high. Sky-splitting slash. This move was aimed to kill. Taking advantage of Su Chun's lack of source energy was the perfect opportunity for a fatal strike. However, Su Chun remained unmoved. He raised his gaze, his black eyes deep and calm, without a trace of panic. His right hand slowly extended, dark elements rapidly converging and surging in his palm like black mist. It was time to enter the second phase and showcase the power of the Death Scythe. Dark elements surged wildly, and in Su Chun's right hand, a massive Death Scythe slowly materialized. Su Chun gently swung it, slashing toward the bloodthirsty demon blade. Clang! A crisp collision sound echoed throughout the arena, followed by a crack. The bloodthirsty demon blade shattered into two pieces. Li Changming's face was filled with shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the broken blade in his hand, momentarily frozen in place. What kind of weapon is that in your hand? His S-class battle weapon was so easily destroyed. Wanna know? Then beat me first. Su Chen said coldly, activating Shadow Flash. In an instant, his figure appeared before Li Changming, the scythe in his hand swinging heavily. Li Changming reacted quickly, hurriedly raising the remaining half of his blade to block. However, another crisp sound rang out, and the blade instantly shattered into several pieces. The scythe was unstoppable, forcibly cutting into his body. Fortunately, he was wearing battle armor, preventing him from being directly cleaved in two. A second phase 4th tier against a first phase 6th tier, the gap in strength was like a chasm. This was a one-sided crushing. Li Changming looked at the deep wound on his body, his face pale as paper. I surrender. How could he continue fighting? Without the battle armor, he might have already been split in two. Su Chun coldly withdrew the scythe and kicked Li Changming off the stage. Next, call the next one. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, coldly glancing at Bai Chonglin. At this moment, Bai Chonglin's face was as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly. He never expected Su Chun to awaken a companion spirit weapon. You must know, the probability of awakening a companion spirit weapon is 1 in a billion. How is this kid so lucky? He lowered his head powerlessly. With the aid of the companion spirit weapon, Su Chun will undoubtedly win this match without suspense. Thinking of his previous arrogance and looking at the current situation, it's utterly ridiculous. Chu Ji's eyes were filled with satisfaction. This kid, only now does he bring out his trump card. She was naturally aware of Su Chen's companion spirit weapon. She just hadn't expected Su Chen's source energy to be so abundant. It seems there's only one possibility. He has already cultivated the infinite spirit sea technique to the first level. What a freak, such a difficult technique to cultivate. Yet he reached the first level in just a few days. At this moment, the more she looked at Su Chun, the more satisfied she felt. Ha! Good kid, still hiding this move. Hua Zhanxiong clapped his hands excitedly. Su Chen's lifebound spirit weapon is at least S-grade. Spirit weapons and battle arms are worlds apart. Even an SSS-grade battle arm can't compare to an S-grade spirit weapon. This kid, he's a sure bet. Xing Tianan couldn't help but be a little surprised. A companion spirit weapon Kyoto Ability Academy hasn't had a student awaken one in years. With Su Chun, the 100 Schools tournament in a month is secured. In the following matches, Su Chun wielded the Death Scythe, almost sweeping through effortlessly. Many students didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, Su Chun had already defeated 99 opponents. The next two come up together. I'm in a hurry. I concede. The two immediately spoke up without hesitation. They had no desire to experience the taste of being struck by the Death Scythe. Only a fool would walk into their own demise. The referee's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Chun. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a dominant, overwhelming prodigy. He announced loudly, "The winner of this Dark Department Resource Challenge is the defender." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. This Su Chun is just unplayable. And there's still a second phase, it's insane. Exactly. Do you think he has a third phase? Get lost. If there's a third phase, what's the point of us even playing? Wah, he's too strong. This year, the Dark Department has finally risen. Cheers and more cheers. Because this young man truly achieved it. 101 victories. His appearance brought pride to the Dark Department, overshadowing the 4 major departments. One person suppressing the 4 departments, leaving them scrambling. Su Chun waved his hand, and the Death Scythe instantly disappeared. He looked at Bai Chonglin, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery. Vice Dean Bai, if your department students are incompetent, don't assume others are just as incapable. He hadn't even activated the third phase yet. If Tuan were to possess him, everyone would be wiped out. Bai Chonglin clenched his fists, rendered speechless by the rebuke, unable to utter a single word. From the initial arrogance to the current humiliation, He never dreamed it would end like this. As Suchin slowly stepped off the stage, the entire crowd spontaneously began chanting the name, God Su. He is said not to be a god, yet he creates miracles in the ring like one. Zheng Tianan stepped onto the stage. Thanks to Su Chun for bringing us such a wonderful performance. This also shows us that the strength of one person can indeed change everything. Next, the resource challenge continues. The next department will start randomly. Below the stage, Su Chun returned to the preparation area of the dark department. The god is back. The students of the dark department were full of excitement, gathering around him and lifting Su Chun high into the air, tossing him up. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Hee hee, Su God. We have to celebrate properly. For a moment, they tossed him higher and higher, laughter and cheers echoing throughout the preparation area. Chu Zining watched them making a commotion, a faint smile appearing on her face. All right, stop messing around, she interrupted, and everyone finally stopped their antics. Su Chen adjusted his clothes and asked with a smile. So, how was it? I did it right. She nodded lightly, her eyes full of admiration. You certainly did, and you truly surprised me. This kid, his mastery of combat techniques, is as if it costs him nothing, so many perfected skills, truly astonishing. Su Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands together. So, Teacher Chu, about my reward. Chu Zining smiled and shook her head. Such a money grubber. Don't worry, you won't miss out. I've already prepared it for you. Su Chen coughed lightly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I wonder what reward the teacher has prepared this time. Chu Zining took out a tattered manual from her chest and said slowly, This manual has been studied by my family and me for a long time, but we couldn't decipher its mysteries. We only know it is related to the dark element, and perhaps it will be of help to you. Su Chen reached out to take the manual and activated his detection skill. In an instant, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes. 9 Nether Immortal Body. This manual is divided into 9 levels. Upon mastering the first level, one can greatly enhance physical strength and speed, while deepening the understanding of shadows. Upon mastering the second level, one can integrate dark elements into the blood, significantly improving perception. Upon mastering the third level, one can condense dark patterns, enhancing the power of abilities and physical strength. Upon mastering the sixth level, one can transform into the Undying Reaper form. Upon mastering the 9th level, one can forge an immortal body, existing eternally in extinction. Looking at the description on the screen, Su Chen's breathing quickened, and an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. This manual is simply heaven-defying. To reach the 6th level and transform into the Undying Reaper, what kind of powerful existence would that be? At that moment, a prompt appeared on the screen. Learn? Yes. Hesitating for even a second would be a desecration of this manual. In an instant, information on how to cultivate this manual flooded into Su Chen's mind like a torrent. Simply put, it requires the essence blood of dark element beasts and absorption and refinement in areas rich in dark elements. However, the easiest method is naturally through system points. How is it? Does this manual not suit your taste? Chu Zining looked at Su Chen, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. That's perfect. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Su Chen's face was full of gratitude. Chu Zining felt a bit puzzled in her heart. Could this kid really have seen the extraordinary nature of this technique? She had once shown this technique to the top experts of the dark element, but none of them could discern anything unusual. Yet this kid managed to grasp something in just a moment. Thinking about it, she gently shook her head. Is this the legendary hexagonal prodigy? Not only a prodigy in one aspect, but in all aspects? As long as you like it. There are also some rewards that I will distribute to you uniformly after the resource challenge ends. These include access to the Dark Element Secret Realm and the opportunity to train in the Shadow Pool at Kyoto Ability Academy. Thank you very much, Teacher Chu. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen paused for a few seconds and then asked, how much of the resources can we take away in this resource challenge? Your own resources are 100%, and you can take 100% of others as well. Why? Are you planning to participate personally? Chu Zining looked at him curiously. This is a free opportunity. Right now, defending victory only earns 40% of the resources. We also need to teach those 4 departments a lesson. And while we're at it, challenge 2 more departments. We must take it all. Su Chen's eyes were full of determination. Chu Zining lightly tapped him with her finger and smiled. You really are hard-working, kid. Su Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, I have my own difficulties. Tuan Tuan eats at least 60 million blue star coins a month, and in the future, during its growth phase, the consumption will definitely be even greater. I have to find a way to make money. What kind of difficulties? Chu Zining was a bit curious. Could it be saving money to get married? Su Chan was just about to speak when Zheng Tianan's voice rang out. Next up, the second department is the Fire Element Department. Departments wishing to challenge, please register. Su Chun turned around, a hint of mystery in his eyes, and said, Well, teacher, you'll find out in the future. As for now, I only know that I have to go on stage again. Chu Zining was speechless. This kid was acting all mysterious. Watching Su Chen's back, she thought, what a battle-obsessed guy. In the afternoon, the entire resource challenge for all departments finally concluded. Zheng Tianan stepped onto the podium and announced loudly, this year's resource challenge has successfully concluded. The top freshman department Dark Element. 4 defenses, 6 battles, 10 battles, 10 victories. Let us congratulate the Dark Element Department for becoming the top freshman department. This year, due to Su Chen's arrival, the entire freshman department rankings were completely rewritten. No longer was it the era of dominance by the thunder, fire, gun, and sword departments. Instead, the Dark Element Department rose to the top, breaking the decades-long shame of the Dark Element Department having no top department. Simply put, Su Chen single-handedly suppressed 26 departments. After Zheng Tianan finished speaking, he glanced at Su Chen and smiled with satisfaction. Su Chen also smiled and nodded in response. Then, Zheng Tianan spoke again. The top freshman individual has also been decided, and that is, before he could finish, the entire audience shouted in unison. Su Chen. No one opposed, no one doubted. The top freshman individual, who else but Su Chen? Ha ha ha. Not bad. This is exactly how a freshman should be, full of vitality. All right, this year's resource challenge is officially over. Everyone, go work hard, go strive. As the words fell, the resource challenge officially concluded. This year was destined to be the most special one yet, as Su Chen once again broke records, achieving 100 victories in the resource challenge. His name resounded throughout Kyoto. Now, kid, you're going to be a household name across all of Kyoto. Chu Zining teased. Next, Su Chan would undoubtedly receive frenzied invitations from various factions. After all, which faction wouldn't want to have such a top-tier prodigy? Not necessarily. Some old folks who don't go online might not know. Oh, still quite humble, huh? At this moment, Hua Zhanyong walked over. Su Chen looked at him, seeing him dressed in military uniform, adorned with the rank of lieutenant general. His tall and sturdy figure, along with faint scars on his face, exuded the iron-blooded aura and authority of a soldier. This is Deputy Commander Hua of our Central Theater Command, Chu Zining reminded. Su Chen quickly saluted respectfully and said, Hello, Deputy Commander Hua. Hua Zhanyong waved his hand and laughed heartily. Hey, why are you being so polite, kid? I like your proud and unyielding spirit. One should still maintain respect when dealing with heroes like Deputy Commander Hua, Su Chan said with a faint smile. The man before him was a 10th-tier powerhouse, the first one he had ever seen. Even the principal of Kyoto Ability Academy, Zheng Tianan, was only at the 9th tier. Good kid. You know when to advance and retreat. Not bad. So what do you think? Are you interested in joining my Central Theater Command and fighting alongside us? Hua Zhanyong asked directly. Su Chun hesitated for a few seconds before seriously replying. Deputy Commander Hua. To be honest, I still want to focus on formal studies at the academy for now, to improve my strength. Once I have enough self-defense capabilities, I'll join the military and eliminate all foreign races. Hua Zhanyong nodded with a smile, not the least bit upset by the rejection. All right, I'll wait for you. When you have enough strength, we'll fight together to eliminate foreign races and protect our country. As he spoke, he took out 2 items, one in each hand. Consider these my gifts for meeting you. Pick one. Forcing someone into something is never ideal. If Su Chun were hastily pulled into the military now, it might be a mistake. After all, the battlefield filled with smoke and slaughter was incomparable in danger to the peaceful academy. Presenting a gift now was naturally a way to lay the groundwork for Su Chun to join the military after graduation. Su Chun rubbed his hands together. Deputy Commander Hua, as the ancient said, the more, the better. Ha ha ha. Good kid. I like your straightforwardness. Take them both. Hua Zhanyong laughed heartily and shoved the two items into Su Chen's hands. Thank you so much, Deputy Commander. Su Chen's face lit up with joy, and he immediately asked, Deputy Commander Hua, could you tell me about the uses of these two treasures? This fruit that looks like an orange is an ability-enhancing fruit. After taking it, there is a certain chance to enhance your ability level. As for this golden dragon-shaped jade stone, it is a sensing stone. Once you crush it, I can immediately know your location and come to protect you. Additionally, it is also a symbol of status, not something that just anyone can possess. Su Chen's potential is like an unpolished gem that must be carefully protected. Giving him a dragon token is absolutely worth it. Moreover, he genuinely admires Su Chun. This kid is just like him back in the day, stubborn and unyielding, and both came from small places, climbing step by step. This shared sentiment makes him particularly fond of Su Chun. The surrounding forces looked at Hua Zhanxiong handing the dragon token to Su Chun, their eyes widening in shock, involuntarily swallowing hard. That's a dragon token. In Dragon Nation, only military officers ranked Major General or above, or the heads of extremely powerful forces, are qualified to possess one. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there are only 36 of them. Hua Zhanxiong, after meeting Su Chun just once, gave him such a precious dragon token? How could this not be shocking? Listening to Hua Zhanxiong's introduction, Su Chun was secretly delighted. These are rare treasures. He carefully put them away and gratefully said, Thank you, Deputy Commander Hua, for your kindness. When I join the army in the future, my first choice will definitely be the Central War Zone. Hua Zhanxiong patted his shoulder. I'll be waiting for that, kid. When the time comes, the two of us, uncle and nephew, will sweep through the blood-savage bull demon lair and leave no trace of them. All right, it's a deal. Su Chun responded loudly. Hua Zhanxiong smiled with satisfaction. All right, it's getting late. I should return to guard the demon lair. I hope that the next time we meet, your growth will surprise me. With that, he turned and, accompanied by several guards in military uniforms, walked toward the military vehicle. The vehicle started, kicking up a cloud of dust, and roared away. This Deputy Commander Hua is really a good person. Su Chun muttered to himself as he watched the military vehicle disappear into the distance. Chu Zining, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at him. You, kid, really hit the jackpot. Su Chun was slightly stunned. What do you mean by that? That ability-enhancing fruit is priceless, something many people want but can't buy. And that dragon token, there are only 36 in the entire Dragon Nation. Such precious items were both given to you. Wouldn't you say you hit the jackpot? Listening to Chu Zining's explanation, Su Chun suddenly understood. So that it he really did hit the jackpot. His luck was too good, wasn't he it? However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Why did Hua Zhanxiong value him so much upon their first meeting? Are you wondering why you're so lucky? Chu Zining seemed to have read his mind. Yeah, I'm really curious. Tell me about it. Most likely because of the strength and potential you've shown, and also because you're so similar to Hua Zhanxiong when he was young. Deputy Commander Hua also came from a small place. Back then, facing others' doubts and ridicule, he was unyielding and climbed step by step to his current position. Simply put, Hua Zhanyong saw a more dazzling reflection of his younger self in Su Chun, and his admiration for talent naturally arose. Giving him these two items might be Hua's way of ensuring Su Chun doesn't face the same hardships he did in his youth, hoping to make his path a bit smoother. It must be said, Hua Zhanyong's ability to become the deputy commander of the Central War Zone truly speaks to his exceptional qualities. Since he trusts me so much, I definitely won't let him down. Su Chun clenched his fist slightly. Wasn't Hua Zhanyong expecting him to show significant growth by their next meeting? Starting tomorrow, he would head to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave to hunt, striving to improve himself and live up to Deputy Commander Hua's expectations. I hope you keep your word, and I believe in you. Chu Zining said with a faint smile, a trace of comfort flashing in her eyes. If there's nothing else, Teacher Chu, I'll head back now. Su Chun was already eager to test the effects of the ability level enhancement fruit. If it could help him elevate his ability to SS level, he could save 100,000 ability points. Go ahead. As for skipping grades, prepare yourself within this month and come find me again. Su Chun nodded, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Jiang family. Father, I can't accept this. Jiang Shi was wrapped tightly like a mummy, tears of unwillingness streaming down his face. Jiang Changhe's expression was dark and grim as he shouted angrily, "Useless thing! Who told you to provoke Su Chen? Now, even if you're unwilling, what can you do? He has Hua Zhanyong's protection. Do you want me to do something disgraceful for you?" In the past, if someone dared to offend Jiang Shi, the Jiang family could easily handle it behind the scenes. But this time was different. Su Chun was now widely renowned, and more importantly, he had the backing of the formidable Hua Zhanyong, making him untouchable. Father, do I have to swallow this humiliation? Jiang Changhe sighed. Don't worry, you're not the only one holding this grudge. Do you think I don't feel the same? But the timing isn't right yet. A peculiar glint flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes. Father, do you have a plan? Tell me. That's not for you to worry about. For now, shouldn't you be heading to the Thunder Element secret realm for the baptism? I will, Father. I must become an SS-level ability user and crush Su Chen underfoot, making him wish he were dead. Jiang Shi gritted his teeth and said, Now that's more like a man. Stop crying like a child. Once you've recovered, go ahead. Yes, Father. After enduring the 49 days of baptism, he was determined to become an SS-level Thunder Element ability user and make Su Chen pay for his actions today. Jiang Changhe looked at his son and shook his head slightly, then gazed at the distant starry sky. Hua Zhanyong, let's see if you can escape this calamity. Villa number 1. Su Chen picked up the ability level enhancement fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. A warm current slowly flowed through his body. He felt a slight heat in his body, and his source energy seemed to have increased a bit, but beyond that, there were no other noticeable effects. Could it be that the awakening failed? Su Chen looked up at the little flower robot beside him. Xiaohua, help me check for cases where the ability level enhancement fruit successfully increased ability levels. Ding. Search completed. In the past 300 years, only one person has successfully enhanced their ability level using the ability level enhancement fruit. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, the probability is ridiculously low, isn't it? Giving up on the idea of using the ability level enhancement fruit to boost his abilities, Su Chen spent 1,000 credits to buy some shadow crystals as food for Tuan Tuan. Afterward, he lay on the bed, ready to sleep. The exhaustion from today's battle had left him so drained that he could fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next morning, Su Chen arrived early at the mission hall. The hall was bustling with people, and the noise was constant. On the massive screen, various missions were displayed, attracting the attention of numerous ability users. These missions were divided into private and official tasks, with rewards varying in credit points. Su Chen's gaze swept across the screen, and a private mission caught his eye. Private mission E-level. Big brothers, I have a pile of black and white stockings that I'm too lazy to wash. Can someone help me wash them? Reward, 1 credit point. Su Chen stared at the mission for a few seconds, wondering if it was serious. After hesitating for just a second, the mission was snatched up by someone else. Su Chen didn't mind, it might as well be a scam. You see how high I jump, and that's the end of it. Additionally, these missions were categorized by levels. The higher the difficulty, the more credits one could earn. Moreover, mission levels corresponded to purchase permissions. Completing an S-level mission granted S-level permissions, while SS-level missions corresponded to SS-level permissions, and so on. Currently, Su Chen already had S-level permissions. To obtain SS-level permissions, he would need to complete an SS-level mission. However, Su Chen had no interest in SS-level missions. Throughout the history of Kyoto Ability Academy, only 2 or 3 people had successfully completed SS-level missions, and no one had ever succeeded in an SSS-level mission. These were not matters for a freshman like him to worry about. Finally, Su Chen's gaze locked onto a private mission. Private mission C-level. The Lee family in Kyoto needs a large number of blood barbarian bull corpses. We'll take as many as you can provide at a fair price note. Requires blood barbarian bulls of Tier 2, Level 5, or above. It's you, he said decisively. He quickly stepped forward, operated the system, and accepted the mission. Then, he called the mission's contact person. Hello, is this the person who posted the mission to collect blood barbarian bull corpses? A cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, buddy. Did you take my mission? Yes. I wanted to ask, where should we meet for the handover after the mission is completed? After the mission is completed, let's meet at the campus mission hall. Just give me a call when you're there. The person was Lee Jinshin, who checked the mobile mission app while speaking. When he saw that the person taking the task was Su Chun, his hand trembled slightly. What the heck? The freshman top student Su Chun actually took my task and is going to work for me. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Su Chun prepared to end the call. Wait a minute. Are you that freshman Su Chun? Lee Jinshin hurriedly shouted. What? Is there a problem? How could I dare have a problem? It's just that, Su God, this task is thankless and exhausting. Are you really planning to do it? Lee Jinshin's voice carried a hint of confusion. The strength of the second-tier, 5th-level Blood Barbarian Bull was not to be underestimated. Although Su Chun could challenge opponents above his level, it would undoubtedly be very difficult, a thankless and exhausting task. Su Chun chuckled lightly. I do plan to do it. Let me make it clear in advance. When I bring back the Blood Barbarian Bull's corpse, you better not refuse to take it. Being able to earn academic credits by hunting Blood Barbarian Bulls and gaining precious slaughter points to enhance himself was a win-win situation. Why not do it? Su God, you're joking. If you bring it back, I'll definitely take it. As much as you bring, I'll take it all. Lee Jinshin quickly replied. Although he said this, he secretly thought to himself, no matter how strong Su Chun is, he probably won't bring back much. At most, a dozen or so dozens would already be the limit. As for bringing back a pile, that's impossible. All right, I'll contact you then. Su Chun hung up the phone. This time, his goal wasn't just to complete the task. He planned to hunt at least 200 blood barbarian bulls, achieve the Golden Bone Realm, cultivate the first layer of the 9 Nether Immortal Body, and elevate his own level. Next, Su Chun headed to the Academy's resource area to purchase some spiritual source potions and a detailed map. After making preparations, Su Chun set off for the Blood Barbarian Bull's lair. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blood Beast Church, it was a massive palace hidden underground. Inside the palace, it was dimly lit, with only a few lamps emitting a ghostly green glow illuminating the passageways. Following the passageway led to a spacious hall. In the center of the hall was a long row of seats, with 2 rows of 8 people each sitting on either side. Their expressions varied, and they exuded a powerful and eerie aura. These 8 individuals were the bishops of the Blood Beast Church, the church's top forces. Each of them possessed terrifying strength and oversaw the church's vast influence in different regions. In the hierarchy of the Blood Beast Church, the lowest level consisted of ordinary members and elite members who carried out basic tasks. Above them were the envoys, the church's mid-level forces responsible for assigning tasks and managing affairs. Higher up were the high priests, who mastered the church's secret techniques and could perform special rituals for those who joined the church, granting them the power of beasts and turning them into half-human, half-beast beings. The bishops, however, were the core combat power of the church, holding esteemed positions. As for the church's leader, they were shrouded in mystery, wielding supreme authority and terrifying strength. What do you think the leader called us here for today? The third-ranking bishop, known as the Bloodthirsty Demon, asked. Not sure, probably something about this year's Awakeners. Another bishop responded. As the group whispered among themselves, a sudden flash of light appeared at the main seat, and a man in a black robe materialized out of thin air. His figure was shrouded in the robe, his face obscured, but an overwhelming and oppressive aura emanated from him. The 8 people present changed their expressions and quickly stood up. Commander! The commander waved his hand lightly. Report on any outstanding individuals among this year's Awakeners. The second bishop stepped forward and handed over several documents. Commander, please take a look. These are the strongest individuals among this year's newly awakened. with one named Su Chun being the most formidable. The commander took the documents and scanned them one by one. When he saw Su Chin's information, a rare trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He pondered for a moment. Old 3, you're in charge of the Kyoto area. Find some time to approach this Su Chun and try to recruit him. If recruitment fails, eliminate him. The bloodthirsty demon licked his lips. Understood. The blood of such a prodigy must taste extraordinary. The commander then turned his gaze to the second bishop. Notify all high priests to begin this year's member beastification fusion. Our blood beast church needs to add a batch of fresh blood. Yes, boss. I'll notify them shortly. How's the progress on the blood fusion experiment? At this, the second bishop's eyes lit up with excitement. Commander, the experiment is proceeding smoothly. It may not be long before the fusion potion of 2 types of beast blood can begin human trials. Once the experiment succeeds, the original limitation of blood beast church members being able to fuse with only 1 type of beast blood will be broken. Members will be able to fuse with 2 types of beast blood. The resulting half-human, half-beast state will be even more powerful, allowing one person to harness the full advantages of 2 beasts. At that time, the strength of the blood beast church will be greatly enhanced. Good. Add the infection plan to the schedule as well. The commander said, and with a flash, disappeared from the spot. The 8 bishops exchanged glances, stood up, and left one by one, preparing to return to their respective jurisdictions. As they departed, the room plunged back into darkness and silence, with only the eerie green light flickering in the dim hall. After hours of arduous travel, Su Chin finally arrived at the entrance of the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave. After undergoing strict identity verification and inspection, he successfully entered this place filled with danger and opportunity. Upon entering the cave, the scene before him was bustling. Many people were gathered here, hunting blood barbarian bulls with all their might. It was currently the peak hunting period on the first level of the Demon Cave for 2 reasons. First, the new semester had just begun, and for freshmen, the first level of the cave was undoubtedly an excellent place to practice. Second, the corpses of blood barbarian bulls were highly valuable, attracting many adventurers. Wow, isn't that Su Chun? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone turned their heads, their gazes all directed at Su Chun. Whoa, it really is Su Chun. He's my idol. I never thought my idol would come to hunt blood savage bulls too. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in the videos. The Resource Challenge of Kyoto Ability Academy was highly anticipated throughout Kyoto. So many people recognized Su Chun. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Chun was about to leave but was surrounded by the crowd. Su God, take us with you. Yeah, Su God, we'll follow you, and all the blood savage bulls we kill will be yours. We don't want any rewards. Su God, take us along. I can even let you touch me. Su Chin's mouth twitched slightly. Take a group of freeloaders? He would only do that if he had lost his mind. Sorry, I'm heading to the 3rd level. If you have the guts, follow me. Su Chin walked toward the teleport vortex leading to the 2nd level. Upon hearing this, the crowd stopped in their tracks. The 3rd level was no joke. It had 3rd-tier blood savage bulls, and going there was practically a death wish. Having shaken off the crowd, Su Chun entered the teleport vortex. As soon as he stepped into the 2nd level, he immediately noticed that there were far fewer people here compared to the 1st level. Su Chun summoned the Death Scythe, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes, ready to go all out. Killed 2nd tier, level 2 blood savage bull, slaughter points plus 400. Killed 2nd tier, level 5 blood savage bull, slaughter points plus 600. Killed 2nd tier, level 3 blood savage bull, slaughter points plus 500. The delightful sound of slaughter points notifications kept ringing in Su Chin's ears, making him feel incredibly exhilarated. In the distance of the demon lair, a burst of furious shouting could be heard. Damn you! You two have no sense of honor. Li Wen's face was full of grief and indignation, on the verge of tears. He never expected to encounter robbers in this demon lair. Was there no justice left in the world? Cut the crap. Hand over anything valuable you have, or today will be your last. What if I don't hand it over? Li Wen tried to feign composure. Kid, don't think you can act recklessly in front of me just because I'm happy my mom died today. My dad's still alive, and if he dies too, Then you can try not handing over your stuff. Li Wen's mind went blank instantly. What kind of nonsensical logic was this? Happy about a dead mom, but unhappy about a living dad? Was this normal language logic on Blue Star? In the end, under their threats, Li Wen had no choice but to obediently hand over all his valuables. Smart move. My buddy's happy his mom died today, so we'll spare your life. The two thugs laughed loudly as they turned and left with the loot. Li Wen stared at their backs, filled with anger and hatred, yet utterly helpless. He sighed and quickly prepared to return to the first level. Along the way, he muttered curses under his breath. After walking for just a few minutes, he spotted Su Chun holding the death scythe. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he said, "Su Chun? Well, I didn't expect to run into you here. What's this? Are you playing a one-underwear wilderness survival game?" Su Chun looked at Li Wen, who was left with nothing but a pair of sheep-patterned underwear, and teased him. Li Wen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "To be honest, I was robbed." As he spoke, a few tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes, and he moved forward, seemingly ready to hug Su Chun. Su Chun blocked him with one hand and said disdainfully, "Don't do that. I'm not into men." Li Wen immediately became serious upon hearing this. "What the heck? Shouldn't you let me lean on your shoulder to deepen the bond between us?" Su Chun slapped him directly. "If you were a girl, maybe. Besides, bro, you're not even attractive. Stop joking around and tell me what happened." Li Wen sighed and said, "I've been hunting blood wild bulls in the second layer of the Blood Demon Cave these past 2 days. Just as I was about to head back, I was targeted by 2 second-tier, 6th-level thugs. They took everything I had. Luckily, those 2 thugs were happy their moms died, so they let me go." Su Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this. "What kind of nonsense was that? Do you know where they are? I'll help you get revenge." Li Wen touched Su Chun's forehead. "No fever, huh? I remember a few days ago you were only second-tier, 1st or 2nd level. You definitely can't beat those 2 second-tier, 6th-level guys. Don't take risks. Stop talking nonsense. Take me there." Li Wen was about to dissuade him when a familiar voice came from behind. Oh, what's this? Not satisfied and found a helper?" Li Wen broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, quickly turned around, and plastered a flattering smile on his face. "Oh, 2 big brothers. This guy is just passing by. Please let me go again. I wish you all the best." "Not bad. I like hearing that. But do you really have the face to ask me to let you go again?" Li Wen clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we run together. 3, 2. Hey. Before he could finish counting, Su Chun stepped forward. "So it's you 2 Blood Beast Church members bullying my brother?" After probing just now, Su Chun discovered that these 2 were members of the Blood Beast Church. One possessed wolf soul abilities, and the other had perception abilities. Su Chun had always had no goodwill toward the Blood Beast Church. The 2 men's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. "Since you've figured out our identity, then die." Before they could finish speaking, Su Chun instantly activated Shadow Flash. The magic scythe in his hand gleamed coldly, and before the man could react, that man let out a miserable scream, his eyes full of fear. "Die!" The shadow claw descended from the sky, catching the man off guard and smashing him heavily to the ground. Immediately after, Su Chun stepped forward, swung the demon scythe in his hand fiercely, and sliced him into 2. "Kill. Dare to bully my brother? Pathetic." Behind him, Li Wen was already staring in shock. "Su Chun, you're so damn cool." This was simply too cool, wasn't it? A second-tier 4th level crushing a second-tier 6th level? Wait, when did he? Su Chun was covered in goosebumps from Li Wen's infatuated expression. "I hope to fight with a blade, not something else." "Relax, I'm not like that. But you were seriously cool just now." Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly spoke. "Su Chun, can your current strength take on a second-tier 7th level Blood Barbarian Bull?" "Yes. That's good. I found a gathering spot for Blood Barbarian Bulls in the 2nd Valley layer. They seem to be guarding something. Want to go for it? What are we waiting for? Let's go. P.S. Sending a little gift. Please give a 5-star review. Begging you, babes." "Brother, aren't you even a little scared?" Li Wen asked cautiously. "Scared of what? Didn't you say the strongest here is just a second-tier 7th level beast? For me, I can handle it easily with one hand." Li Wen shook his head helplessly at first, then nodded. The highest level is indeed second tier 7th level. But don't forget, there are dozens of second tier 3rd level and 4th level Blood Barbarian Bulls. A single second tier 7th level Blood Barbarian Bull might not be terrifying, but dozens of them gathered together, that scene alone is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Are you serious? You're not lying to me, right? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Hundreds of kill points for one. Dozens of them would mean tens of thousands of kill points. Li Wen scratched his head, looking at Su Chen with confusion. Why are you so excited? This isn't exactly good news. Don't worry about it. I'm just asking if you're lying to me or not. I'm really not lying. I've been hunting beasts in this second layer for the past 2 days and discovered quite a few Blood Barbarian Bulls. They're all gathered in that ravine over there, seemingly guarding something. I was just about to notify the military to come and clear them out, but I got robbed halfway and then ran into you. Li Wen explained truthfully. Is that so? Asking the military is too much trouble. I can handle it myself. Are you really sure? Li Wen confirmed again. Absolutely. All right then. If you can't beat them, I'll buy you a nice coffin and burn extra paper money for you. Li Wen joked half seriously, though his face still showed concern. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, ignoring Li Wen's teasing. He then took all 3 storage rings from the Blood Beast cult members. These storage rings and the items inside should be yours, right? Su Chen handed one of the storage rings to Li Wen. Yes, thank you so much, brother. Li Wen took the storage ring and then grabbed the clothes inside to put them back on. Now can you take me there? No problem. Let's move quietly, no shooting. Li Wen stepped forward lightly. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and followed along. The second layer, within the Blood Bowl Mountain. Boss, what exactly are these monster beasts' essence blood used for? A small underling sidled up to the leader of the group, Tian Kuang, and asked with a face full of curiosity. Tian Kuang glared at him. Idiot. This monster beast's essence blood is a treasure of great nourishment. Not only is it delicious, but it can also temper one's physique. What do you think it's for? So that is how it is, boss. Then can we try a little bit? Are you trying to lose your bullhead? This essence blood is for the king. Later, once everyone is gathered, we'll head straight to the 3rd layer to meet up with the clansmen over there. Thinking about the delicious essence blood, Tian Kuang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ever since arriving on this wretched planet, they hadn't had a single good day. Every day was spent hiding and evading. Tian Kuang silently swore to himself that one day he would kill all the humans on this planet and enslave them. With this thought, his mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Su Chen and Li Wen were observing the situation below. Su Chen silently calculated in his mind. 2 at the 2nd rank, 7th level, a few at the 2nd rank, 6th level, and the majority at the 2nd rank, 5th level. Altogether, there were over 50 of them. I didn't lie to you, did I? Yeah, you didn't. Once we're out, I'll find you 5 pretty girls. You better keep your word. So what do you think we should do? Should we come up with some kind of plan or something? Li Wen scratched his chin, his eyes darting around as he thought. In this kind of situation, they definitely needed a thorough strategy. Thinking this, he grinned smugly, feeling quite clever. But Su Chen directly stood up. In the face of absolute power, any plan is pointless. He hefted the scythe of death in his hand and strode boldly toward the camp of the blood-savage bulls. Li Wen was stunned. Wait, has this guy always been this fearless? Gritting his teeth, and for the sake of those 5 girls, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Wait for me. Li Wen hurriedly followed. The 2 of them swaggered toward the camp where the blood-savage bulls were gathered. The underground world of this demonic cave was like an independent miniature world on every layer, with winding rivers and undulating hills. The only difference was that the size of each layer varied. The blood-savage bulls, who had been gathering, immediately grew alert upon seeing the 2 figures approaching from a distance. They all assumed battle stances. Boss, another group of people has come. A little blood-savage bull quickly reported to Tian Kuang, who was resting. Tian Kuang rose slowly, looking at Su Chen and Li Wen in the distance. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. 2 ignorant fools. Nothing to worry about. He stretched, his muscles tightening and cracking loudly. Then, he got up, ready to deal with the 2 uninvited guests. Hey kid, Can't you see how many of us there are? And you still dare to come over? Tian Kuang carried a massive axe on his shoulder, his gaze full of mockery. It's precisely because there are so many of you that I came here on purpose. Ha ha. I think you must be lost your mind. Tribesmen, play with him. Tian Kuang laughed wildly, waving his hand. Several blood barbarian bulls immediately charged forward, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, locking onto Su Chun. Su Chun smiled faintly. The hunt begins. Activating Shadow Flash, he instantly appeared in front of the blood barbarian bulls. The death scythe traced a graceful arc through the air, and the heads of the blood barbarian bulls fell one after another. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red and splattering all over Su Chun. A second-tier, fourth-level cultivator with such terrifying strength. Tian Kuang froze for a few seconds, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid must not be allowed to live. He shouted, Tian Zhan, come out. Let's take him on together. At Tian Kuang's call, a nearly 3-meter-tall blood barbarian bull, with a bull's head and a human body, emerged from the tent. It held a silver axe in its hand, exuding a powerful aura. Tian Kuang, you can't even handle a second-tier, fourth-level piece of trash? Tian Zhan looked at Tian Kuang, his tone laced with mockery. This kid is very strong, most likely a human prodigy. If we kill him, we can split the credit. Tian Zhan's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Let me see how many moves this human brat can withstand against me. Behind Su Chun, Li Wen was now filled with terror, his voice trembling as he said, Su Chun, run. I'll hold them off. He's an elite second-tier, 7th-level blood barbarian bull. He was filled with regret, never expecting such a powerful blood barbarian bull to be hidden here. An elite blood barbarian bull was vastly different from an ordinary one. Ha ha ha. You think you can run after coming here? Stay and be our whetstone. Run? Who said that? Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He then summoned the dark elf Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, let's try fusion for the first time. Thanks to Su Chen's meticulous care, Tuan Tuan had now reached the first tier, 5th-level realm, enough to support fusion combat. Tuan Tuan nodded its little head, then leaped into the air and merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's form transformed, becoming taller and more imposing. The dark elements in his eyes no longer swirled aimlessly but rotated slowly like abyssal vortices, taking on a noble amethyst hue. A lightning mark of shadow elements appeared on his forehead. The most striking change was the pair of wings that unfolded behind him. No longer merely a condensation of dark elements. They were composed of countless fine shadow feathers, their edges shimmering with the faint light of stars extinguishing. With a gentle flap of his wings, not only did dark starlight scatter, but a heart-palpitating pressure also spread like a tide, dimming and subduing the surrounding light. Hovering in mid-air, Su Chun felt the surging new power within him, a cold smile curving his lips. He looked down at the two blood barbarian bulls, his voice low and commanding, like a judgment. I shall execute you. Fraudulent trickster, today you will pay the price. Get down here. Blood-red energy surged around Tian Kuang as he leaped into the air, wielding his bronze axe with the force to split mountains and stones, slashing fiercely at Su Chun. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as he gently swung the death scythe in his hand. That seemingly casual swing contained terrifying power. Weapons collided with a crisp clang, and the bronze axe shattered like glass, scattering countless copper fragments in all directions. Immediately after, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Shadow Claw. A massive black claw descended from the void like a meteor crashing toward Tian Kuang. Petty tricks. Watch me use my copper skin and iron bones to withstand your attack. Tian Kuang's entire body emitted a strange crimson hue, which made his already muscular physique appear even deeper red and solid. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth and mountains, sending dust flying everywhere. Tian Kuang had thought he could easily withstand the attack, but to his shock, the Shadow Claw forcefully smashed him into the ground, leaving a massive crater. His body was covered in horrifying wounds, with blood gushing out. So strong, such powerful force. Could this be an SS-level ability? Nearby, Tianjin furrowed his brows, a trace of shock and apprehension flashing in his eyes. The power of this ability was no weaker than SS level. Who exactly was this young man? Su Chun, however, was unsurprised. After merging with the Dark Elf, his control over dark elements had become more adept, naturally enhancing the power of his abilities. Moreover, the source energy within his body had doubled, elevating his strength to a new level. Tianjin, save me. Tian Kuang struggled in the crater, crying out in despair. Tianjin's face darkened like ink. Kid, no matter how strong you are, the gap of 3 realms is not something you can easily bridge. With that, he gripped his battle axe tightly, his entire body surging with blood energy. Sky-splitting axe. The battle axe radiated intense blood-red light, and a powerful crimson axe blade shot towards Su Chun like lightning. TSK. So this is the combat technique of your Blood Bowl clan? It's nothing special. The biggest difference between alien races and beasts is that beasts remain in their most primitive forms unless they cultivate to a certain level to transform. As for alien races, take the Blood Bowl clan for example. They are humanoid but retain the characteristics of the Blood Bowl, such as blood-red skin, bull heads, and tails. Similarly, the Dragon clan is mostly humanoid but retains dragon horns, tails, and scales. Of course, these alien races can also learn combat techniques, though each race has different names for them. Facing the attack, Su Chen's wings gently fluttered behind him, allowing him to easily evade. At the same time, the death scythe turned into a streak of black light, slashing toward Tianjin. I refuse to believe you can shatter my battle axe. Tianjin wrapped his blood energy around the silver battle axe, turning it completely blood-red in an instant. He swung the battle axe, clashing fiercely with Su Chen's death scythe. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The two forces collided intensely in midair, creating a powerful shockwave. The strength of my Blood Bowl clan far surpasses that of your human race. You are destined to lose today. As Tianjin spoke, the blood energy on the silver battle axe grew even more intense, gradually gaining the upper hand and suppressing Su Chen's death scythe. Unfortunately, your weapon is still too weak in the end. Su Chen's wings suddenly flapped, and with the force of the impact, his power erupted instantly. Shatter for me. The death scythe, with an overwhelming momentum, forcibly shattered the silver axe and then deeply pierced into Tianjin's body. Tianjin's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared fixedly at the death scythe, glowing with a cold, eerie light in his chest. However, he did not yield. Almost instantly, he stretched out both hands, gripping the death scythe tightly, and with a fierce struggle, retreated swiftly to the distance. Now, without that scythe, let's see what you'll use to defeat me. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. My true methods are far more than just this. With that, he silently chanted in his heart, System, upgrade the instant Hell Shadow Kill array to entry level. Ding. Consumed 3,000 slaughter points. Instant Hell Shadow Kill array successfully upgraded to entry level. In an instant, a peculiar sensation surged through Su Chen's heart. The instant Hell Shadow Kill array was directly elevated to entry level, and the feeling of mastery and ease greatly boosted his confidence. I don't believe you can do anything to me without that scythe. Su Chen did not respond, but quickly formed a hand seal. Instant Hell Shadow Kill array activate. In a flash, around Tianjin, dark elements surged wildly, and the dense aura of darkness spread like a tangible substance. In 10 directions around him, 10 pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared. Due to Su Chen's fusion with the Dark Elf, after the instant Hell Shadow Kill array reached entry level, not only were 2 additional shadows created, but these shadows also became more solid and lifelike. The daggers they originally held had transformed into shadow scimitars. What are these things? A trace of fear flashed in Tianjin's eyes as he stared in horror at the 10 shadows, instinctively sensing a massive threat. The 10 shadows let out low growls in unison and charged at Tianjin. Tianjin swung his fists desperately, trying to disperse the shadows, but his attacks were like striking air, completely ineffective. These shadows were formed from dark elements, intangible and formless. How could his fists possibly dispel them? The sound of screams, accompanied by the chilling noise of blades slicing into flesh, echoed continuously, sending shivers down the spine. Under this frenzied assault, Tianjong's body was covered with wounds, blood splattering everywhere. Finally, after enduring countless attacks, Tianjong collapsed heavily to the ground, and the instant Hell Shadow kill array dissipated along with him. Elite Blood Barbarian Bull, Tier 2 Level 7, killed. Slaughter points plus 1,000. Su Chun gently clenched his hand, and the death scythe, as if alive, flew back into his grasp. He then disengaged the fusion state with the Dark Elf. Su Chun slowly descended from the sky, while Tuan Tuan appeared somewhat pale and weak. Tuan Tuan, go back and rest. Su Chun gently stroked her little head and said softly. Tuan Tuan nodded, nuzzled Su Chun affectionately, and then transformed into a beam of light, returning to the crescent-shaped space in his hand. Watching Tuan Tuan return, Su Chun felt a slight sense of relief. He was very satisfied with the results of this first fusion. The stronger Tuan Tuan becomes, the more powerful he will be after merging with him, and the higher the enhancement. Moreover, Tuan Tuan is still in his juvenile stage. If the fusion occurs during his growth stage, the power increase would be unimaginable. Of course, Tuan Tuan's current level is still somewhat low, and the fusion time cannot be too long, which is a problem he needs to solve. Organizing his thoughts, Su Chun held the death scythe and placed it against Tian Kuang's neck. Speak, what exactly are you all gathering here for? Human, even if you kill me today, I will never reveal a single word. To hell with you. If I kill you, I can just ask someone else. The death scythe slashed across Tian Kuang's neck, and a bright red spray instantly burst forth. Tian Kuang didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before collapsing straight to the ground, lifeless. After dealing with Tian Kuang, Su Chen's gaze swept over the dozens of trembling blood barbarian bulls around him. You all should be on your way too. Hearing this, the blood barbarian bulls panicked, falling to their knees with a thud and letting out pleading roars. Spare us. Spare us. A trace of anger flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Spare you? When you invaded my dragon nation and slaughtered my people, did you show them any mercy when they begged for their lives? On the battlefield, there can be no room for compassion. As soon as he finished speaking, the death scythe in his hand transformed into a Blackly and began to explain. The situation of the other races is roughly similar to us humans. They can also use the essence blood of demonic beasts to temper their bodies. Moreover, for them, this essence blood is highly nourishing. I see, that's really enlightening. But this trip, we've made a huge profit. This journey was quite fruitful, not only earning 20,000 slaughter points, but also obtaining so much demonic beast essence blood. Among the essence blood in that box, the highest grade was level 6, and the lowest was level 3. A rough estimate showed there were nearly dozens of vials, which was quite a significant value. However, amidst the surprise, a question quietly arose in Su Chen's mind. He looked at Li Wen and asked, how exactly did the Blood Barbarian Bull tribe obtain this demonic beast essence blood? Li Wen pondered for a moment before replying. There are roughly 2 ways to acquire it. One is that someone has defected to the Blood Barbarian Bull tribe, secretly bringing it in after purchasing it outside. The other is that the Blood Barbarian Bulls disguise themselves, escape outside, hunt demonic beasts in secret, and bring the essence blood back. Su Chen's brows furrowed even tighter, a trace of unease rising in his heart. Regardless of the method, it was definitely not good news for them. Most likely, there are traitors among humans. Exactly. The benefits offered by the Blood Barbarian Bulls are too tempting, which might lead some people to succumb to greed and choose to betray. Li Wen nodded helplessly, his face showing a hint of indignation. Su Chen didn't want to dwell too much on this unpleasant topic and said, how should we divide this essence blood? Divide? Of course, it should all belong to you, Brother Chen. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten this essence blood. At the very least, you provided me with the location. You should take some as well. If I take it all, that would be too unfair. Without you, I wouldn't have discovered this place. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Li Wen took a few vials of demonic beast essence blood from the box. This is enough, Brother Chen. I'll use these to temper my body when I return. All right, I'll take the rest then. Suchin carefully stored the remaining demonic beast essence blood into his storage ring. Brother Chun, what should we do next? Naturally, hunt the blood barbarian bulls. With that, Suchin stored all the blood barbarian bull corpses into his storage ring, then set the camp ablaze and headed to the next hunting location. One day later, the 10th level of the Blood Barbarian Bull underground world. The Blood Barbarian Bull leader, Tu Kwang, sat in the grand hall and coldly asked, "Have all the demonic beast essence blood for cooperation with those humans been delivered?" A subordinate of the Blood Barbarian Bull tribe cautiously replied, reporting to the king, there were a total of 10 batches of demonic beast essence blood, but only 8 batches were successfully delivered. One batch was seized by the human military, and another batch was intercepted by the newly rising human prodigy, Su Chun. The newly rising human prodigy, Su Chun? Yes, it is said that he possesses S-level abilities and has an extremely fast cultivation speed, currently reaching the 4th stage of the 2nd tier. Tu Kwang suddenly stood up. What? His cultivation speed is that fast. Such cultivation speed, how could such a person appear on this small blue planet? Moreover, his combat skill proficiency is exceptionally high. Your Majesty, should we consider adding him to the must-kill list? The subordinate tentatively asked. The human must-kill list was a roster specifically established by the Blood Barbarian Bull clan for humans from Blue Star, containing a total of 100 names. Any member of the Blood Barbarian Bull clan who successfully killed someone on the list would receive extremely generous rewards. Tu Kwang pondered slightly. Add him to the must-kill list and directly elevate his rank to 20th. Your Majesty, 20th place might be a bit too high, don't you think? The subordinate was startled and couldn't help but voice his concern. The reward corresponding to the 20th rank was extraordinarily generous, likely driving the clan members into a frenzy. Humph, are you daring to defy my decision? Your subordinate wouldn't dare. The subordinate was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. Also contact those humans and have them purchase a batch of high-grade beast blood. In the face of sufficient benefits, no one can resist. Understood. Your subordinate will update the must-kill list and contact those humans immediately. The subordinate nervously retreated from the Grand Hall. Second layer of the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cavern. Li Wen looked at Su Chun, who had been slaughtering madly for an entire day, with a hint of helplessness and speechlessness on his face. Brother Chun, you've been killing all day. Aren't you tired? For a whole day, Su Chun had been like a god of slaughter, killing relentlessly and turning the world upside down. Tired? Those Blood Barbarian Bulls are my source of cultivation energy. After the frenzied slaughter from yesterday until now, Su Chun's kill points had already reached 45,000. And you ask me if I'm tired? Li Wen pursed his lips and muttered, "Well, can we go back now?" "Sure. I've just run out of the source energy potions I brought. I'll come back next time." Li Wen looked at Su Chun, full of doubt in his heart. Other S-class ability users were all thinking about how to enjoy life, but Su Chun just loved chopping down Blood Barbarian Bulls here. Anyone unaware might think the Blood Barbarian Bulls had stolen Su Chun's wife. "I don't admire anyone, but I admire you," Li Wen said with a bitter smile, walking toward the exit with Su Chun. The two reached the surface, chatted a bit more, and then went their separate ways. Su Chun returned to Kyoto alone, preparing to start adding points to enhance himself. System, upgrade my bone tempering to the 10th cycle of golden bones. Now that he had reached the 2nd tier, he was about to begin condensing vital blood. The sooner he completed bone tempering, the sooner he could enjoy the benefits of the enhancement. The 2nd tier, also known as the blood condensation realm, required ability users to guide their chi and blood to circulate throughout the body, gathering the essence in the dantian. As cultivation deepened, the vital blood would become increasingly concentrated, not only nourishing the body, enhancing physical fitness, senses, and mental strength, but also improving recovery abilities. It could even grant night vision, the ability to detect positions by sound, and senses as sharp as a beast's. Only by circulating the vital blood throughout the body and gathering the essence in the dantian could one complete a cycle of blood condensation. As for the maximum number of cycles achievable, no one knew. However, Legends claim that reaching 18 cycles of blood condensation could unlock mental strength cultivation. Generally speaking, spiritual power cultivation typically begins at the 5th tier or with the aid of certain rare treasures containing spiritual power to start earlier. If one can begin spiritual power cultivation at the 2nd tier, they will be far ahead of others. Ding. Consumed 20,000 slaughter points. The 10th round of bone tempering is complete. Golden bones achieved. In an instant, Su Chan felt his bones shattered by a powerful force, only to begin restructuring afterward. The pain was 100 times more intense than the previous rounds of bone tempering, and Su Chen's face showed a pained expression, but he gritted his teeth and endured the agony. As his bones restructured, Su Chan felt a lightness throughout his body, followed by his bones emitting a dazzling golden glow. At this moment, his bones were far harder than gold, indestructible, and their toughness and other aspects had greatly improved. Most importantly, Su Chen became the first person in the Dragon Kingdom to possess golden bones. Achieving golden bones. Su Chen clenched his fist, a sense of unprecedented exhilaration coursing through his body like an electric current. Awesome. Afterward, he prepared for the next round of upgrades. Raise my realm to the 2nd tier, 7th level. Consumed 20,000 slaughter points, successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, 7th level immediately after. He gave another command. Upgrade the 9 nether undying body to the 1st level. Consumed 5,000 slaughter points. 9 nether undying body upgraded to the 1st level. With the upgrade of the 9 nether undying body to the 1st level, Su Chen clearly felt a dramatic transformation in his physique. His originally strong body became even more robust, while his movements also became more agile and flexible. This technique is practically tailor-made for me. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Not only did it enhance the strength of his physique, but it also improved his agility and flexibility, undoubtedly giving him a significant edge in combat. However, when he saw that his slaughter points had dwindled to 0, he lightly shook his head. But soon, a relieved smile appeared on his face. This trip was still worth it. Once I complete the mission and train at the Dark Element Sacred Pool, next time I come back, I can initiate the tier skipping challenge. Of course, he had an even grander plan, which was to evolve the Death Scythe into an SS-grade scythe on his next trip. System? What changes will occur when the Death Scythe evolves into an SS-grade Slaughter Scythe? Ding. S-grade Death Scythe possesses the characteristics of cutting through iron like mud and being indestructible, while the SS-grade Death Scythe will unlock the Slaughter trait, allowing the scythe to enhance the power of its combat techniques and overall power by slaughtering any creature. Hearing the system's response, Su Chen's breathing quickened, slaying beasts to gain points and grow stronger, then using the Death Scythe to slay beasts to enhance its power? 66. Not even pretending anymore. Thinking about it, it made sense he was already cheating, so what if he exceeded the limits a bit? He was inherently an overpowered anomaly. Moreover, he was looking forward to his next visit here, where he could accumulate 100,000 slaughter points. Accumulating 10,000 slaughter points earned him the Dark Elf, so what would 100,000 bring? Truly exciting. Thinking of this, he was filled with anticipation for the next trip to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave. However, at this moment, Su Chen also felt a bit exhausted, and all the source energy potions had been used up. He needed to go back and replenish them. Afterward, he hailed a car and returned to the villa at Kyoto Ability Academy. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, in the mission hall, Su Chen quietly waited for Li Jinxin to arrive, preparing to complete the transaction and head to the Shadow Sacred Pool for training. Early in the morning, Su Chen received a call from Chu Zining, informing him that the Shadow Sacred Pool, the reward from the Resource Challenge competition, could be accessed for training starting today. There were 3 opportunities, each lasting only 3 hours. Additionally, Su Chen was rewarded with 5,000 academic credits and 2 opportunities to enter the Dark Element Secret Realm. However, the Secret Realm was not yet open and would require a few days of waiting. This prompted Su Chen to call Li Jinxin early in the morning, arranging to meet in the hall for the Blood Barbarian Bull Corpse transaction mission. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw a young man wearing slippers, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt. with slightly messy hair, leisurely walking toward him from the entrance of the mission hall. "Are you Li Jinxin?" Suchin asked uncertainly. Li Jinxin rubbed his sleepy eyes. "That's me. You called me here so early in the morning. If you weren't Su Shun, I wouldn't have come." Suchin's mouth twitched slightly. "All right, can we proceed with the transaction now?" "Sure. Hand me the storage ring where you kept the Blood Barbarian Bulls." Suchun handed over the storage ring containing the Blood Barbarian Bulls to him. Inside were nearly 200 Blood Barbarian Bulls that Suchun had hunted himself, along with almost 100 more that had been looted from the 2 members of the Blood Beast Church. Li Jinxin casually took the storage ring, yawned, and checked it indifferently. But upon seeing its contents, his eyes instantly widened, and he became completely alert. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Nearly 300? No way. Did Suchin raid a bull's nest?" In less than 2 days, he had killed 300 Blood Barbarian Bulls. He had originally thought Suchun could kill at most a few dozen in 2 days, but the reality far exceeded his expectations. "What is wrong? You're not able to take them all, are you?" Li Jinxin secretly lamented. Indeed, his family only needed 100 Blood Barbarian Bulls, and these 300 were definitely over the limit. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "I can take them all." There was no choice. The other party was Suchun. Even if there were more Blood Barbarian Bulls, he had to accept them. Besides, he had confidently claimed earlier that he would take as many as there were. He couldn't go back on his word now. He could only sacrifice his little treasury. "All right then, calculate the total price," Suchin said. Li Jinxin began counting with tears in his eyes. A few minutes later, he looked up and said with a bitter smile, "Altogether, it's 15 million Blue Star coins. I'll give you 16 million as a gesture of friendship. Rest assured, this is absolutely the highest market price." Suchun estimated in his heart and felt that this price was about right. He nodded and said, 2,000 W it is. "I'm definitely making friends with you." Everything was for Tuan's food supply, every bit counts. Li Jinxin remained silent for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. Finally, he said, "All right, 2,000 W Blue Star coins it is." Spending an extra 500 W to make friends with Suchun was absolutely worth it. He had just seen with his own eyes the corpse of a second-tier, 7th-level elite Blood Barbarian Bull inside. And Suchun's level was only second-tier, 4th level, yet he could kill a second-tier, 7th-level elite Blood Barbarian Bull. Who else could achieve such strength? "I like dealing with people like you. Straightforward." Li Jinxin sighed helplessly and handed over a card. "Here." Suchin reached out to take it, but noticed Li Jinxin's hand trembling slightly, his face showing reluctance. Suchun directly snatched it with force. "Thanks. If there are similar tasks, keep me in mind. I'll find you for a drink when I have time." Suchun dashed off, preparing to head to the Shadow Sacred Pool for training. Li Jinxin looked at the storage ring in his hand, feeling a pang of heartache and wanting to cry but having no tears. That was my little savings stash I had been accumulating for so long. After thinking for a while, a sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly called his sister Li Qingqing. "Sis, tomorrow night I'll introduce you to someone. Try to make him your boyfriend, okay?" Before Li Qingqing could respond, Li Jinxin hung up the phone. He secretly calculated in his heart. If Suchun could become his brother-in-law, wouldn't he have to give a few 100 million as a meeting gift? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh smugly. "Heh. I'm so clever." Shadow Sacred Pool Training Ground. Many first-year students of the Dark Element had arrived early, their faces filled with anticipation as they prepared to enter for training. Many second- and third-year students who had the opportunity to enter also arrived one after another. Suchin arrived and looked at the long queue, sighing helplessly before choosing to line up and wait. "Hey, isn't that Sushun? Make way for Sushun." A sudden exclamation came from the front of the line. "Oh my, it really is Sushun. Make way." Without Sushun, we wouldn't even have the chance to train in the Shadow Sacred Pool. Everyone turned around, and upon seeing Suchun, their faces immediately showed expressions of reverence, and they quickly made way in the line. If it weren't for Suchun turning the tide and saving them during the Dark Element Resource Challenge, how would they have the opportunity to train in the Shadow Sacred Pool? Always remember the one who dug the well when drinking water. Su-chin felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. He walked straight to the elder at the front desk. Hello, I'm here for Shadow Sacred Pool training. The elder adjusted his glasses, looked Su-chin up and down, and smiled, saying, Su-chun, right? You have 3 opportunities, each lasting 3 hours. Do you want to use them all at once or separately? Su-chin thought for a moment. Separately. Naturally, it had to be separate. He still needed the dark elf to absorb together. If it drained everything, wouldn't it waste 2 opportunities? The old man nodded and pointed to the large door behind him. Go in and come out on your own in 3 hours. Su-chin hesitated for a moment and still asked, if I drain it dry, will I get into trouble? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? Draining it dry is impossible. In the 250 years since the founding of Kyoto Ability Academy, the strongest dark element user only managed to absorb 10%. Su-chin was still a bit uneasy. Are you sure about that? The old man confidently replied, absolutely. Absorb as much as you want. Although this kid was the top dark element user and hailed as a peerless genius, the old man simply didn't believe Su-chin could drain the Shadow Sacred Pool dry. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing the old man guarantee it so firmly, Su-chin no longer hesitated and walked toward the door of the sacred pool. With a creak, the door to the Shadow Sacred Pool opened, revealing a passage paved with dozens of steps. At the end of the staircase stood a tranquil sacred pool, with countless dark elements surging wildly above its surface. Tuan Tuan, come out, Su-chin called softly. A small figure flew out from the crescent mark on the back of Su-chin's hand. Tuan Tuan was no longer the palm-sized adorable creature she once was. Now, she was nearly a meter tall, and her cultivation level had broken through to the 6th stage of the first tier. Her appearance had become even more delicate and lovely. Daddy, where is this? Tuan Tuan opened her small mouth and uttered a few clumsy syllables, clearly still not used to speaking. Tuan Tuan, you can talk now. A hint of surprise flashed in Su-chin's eyes. Tuan Tuan stammered, a little, just a little. Well, that's a huge improvement. But Tuan Tuan, just call me brother. Having her call him daddy always felt a bit strange to him. Brother? That's right. In a moment, when we go into the sacred pool, you can absorb as much dark element as you want. After all, the old man had said there was no need to worry, and they could absorb freely without blame, even if it was drained dry. Okay, Su-chin led Tuan Tuan step by step toward the staircase. When they reached the edge of the sacred pool, Su-chin couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. The entire sacred pool resembled a black lake, filled to the brim with dark elements so dense they were almost tangible. As far as Su-chin knew, the value of this pool of dark elements was worth billions. It was all refined and concentrated essence, created from rare dark element treasures that the Academy had spent a fortune to acquire. All right, Tuan Tuan, let's begin. He and Tuan Tuan stepped into the sacred pool together. As soon as they touched the water, the dense dark elements surged into their bodies like a tidal wave. Shadow Ability Cultivation Technique. Su-chin activated his cultivation technique, and several shadows identical to him separated from his body, beginning to frantically absorb the surrounding dark elements. Over the past few days, Su-chin's cultivation technique had been continuously improving. Now, he could condense several shadows, greatly enhancing his cultivation efficiency. As for Tuan Tuan, being in the sacred pool felt like returning to her homeland. A look of pure bliss appeared on her face. The dark elemental essence in the sacred pool began to pour frantically into Tuan Tuan's body. Holy crap, Su-chin suddenly opened his eyes, unable to suppress an exclamation. He saw the dark elemental essence forming a massive tornado around Tuan Tuan, tightly enveloping her and being absorbed at an astonishing speed. The essence in the pool was visibly depleting at a rapid pace. The once brimming sacred pool now showed a significant drop in level. Oh my, I can't fall behind either. Su-chin quickly intensified his cultivation efforts, fully activating the Shadow Ability Cultivation method and controlling his shadow to absorb energy like mad. Time ticked by, and less than 2 hours later, Su-chin slightly opened his eyes, his entire aura surging. Second tier, level 8. Phew, This sacred shadow pool with its billions worth of dark essence really speeds up cultivation. Suchin couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he turned to check Tuan Tuan's level, and what he saw left him stunned. First tier, level 10? And how is there not a single drop of dark elemental essence left in the sacred pool? The once shimmering sacred pool was now nothing but a barren ground, completely drained. Tuan Tuan, was this your doing? Tuan Tuan blinked her big watery eyes. MHM. For a moment, Su Chun didn't know what to say. Goodness, she really drained it dry. This sacred shadow pool, worth billions, is usually enough for dark element students to cultivate for half a year, yet in less than 2 hours, it was completely emptied still. The gains this time were significant. Not only did he advance by 1 level, but little Tuan Tuan also directly reached first tier, level 10, and was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Tuan Tuan, go rest for now. I'll bring you back next time. Su Chin patted Tuan Tuan's little head. After all, there were still 2 more chances left. Okay, big brother Tuan Tuan obediently flew back into the crescent moon on Su Chin's arm. Su Chun tidied his clothes, brushed off the dark elemental residue on himself, and turned to leave through the sacred shadow pool's main gate. Outside, a group of dark element students was gathered, chatting animatedly. How much dark elemental essence do you think Su God can absorb? Su God can probably absorb at least 20%, right? I mean, he is a god after all. Just then, the sacred pool's door slowly opened, and Su Chin walked out. The elder saw Su Chun and looked slightly puzzled. Why are you out so soon? There's still over an hour left of the allotted 3 hours. Su Chin's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He couldn't exactly say he drained the pool and got bored, could he? Ahem, I have some matters to attend to, so I decided to leave early, he said with a faint smile before turning to leave. The elder watched his departing figure and sighed helplessly. Ah, such arrogance. Wasting such a precious opportunity like this. He muttered a few words to himself before calling out. Next, a male student stepped forward, confirmed his slot, and entered. The elder then leisurely reclined on his rattan chair, ready to take a nap. But just 2 minutes after he lay down, the male student hurriedly rushed back out. That teacher. It seems like the shadow sacred pool forgot to replenish the dark element essence, right? The elder frowned. How is that possible? The shadow sacred pool was just refilled 2 days ago. The student was speechless. Teacher, you can go check for yourself. The elder snorted. Humph, I don't believe it. Saying this, he stood up and strode into the grand doors of the sacred pool hall. When the elder reached the edge of the pool and saw the completely empty sacred pool, he was stunned. Where did such a large pool of dark element essence go? Could it have been taken away? But that doesn't make sense. The essence of the shadow sacred pool can't be taken away. It can only be absorbed for cultivation. Suddenly, the elder remembered what Su Chun had said earlier, combined with the fact that Su Chun had left so early, and he immediately realized the truth. Did that kid really drain it dry? The amount meant for half a year's use by dark element students, and that kid drained it all in one go? Does that kid have a bottomless stomach? The elder's face showed a helpless expression, feeling like Su Chun was bullying him, a 79-year-old man. With no other choice, the elder called the principal, Zheng Tianan. Hello, Tianan. What's the matter, Elder Qian? Nothing much, just that the shadow sacred pool has been drained by that kid. You'll need to refill it again, the elder said with a bitter smile. What? Wasn't the shadow sacred pool just refilled? How did Su Chen drain it dry? Zheng Tianan's voice was filled with shock. Sigh. I didn't expect him to be so outrageous either. The elder shook his head helplessly. Zheng Tianan was stunned for a moment. Then his heart filled with joy. No problem, Elder Qian. Notify the other students and let them come back tomorrow. The fact that this kid could drain it dry shows his immense potential. Being able to drain the essence of the shadow sacred pool could only mean possessing top-tier cultivation methods, and Su Chen's realm must have made a significant leap forward. A peerless prodigy is rising. Isn't that a great thing? The elder thought for a moment and felt that Zheng Tianan's words made sense, so he snorted coldly. But that kid is really a freak. Ha ha ha, the freakier the better. The more outstanding the talent, the better. As long as he becomes a student of our Kyoto Ability Academy, it will be a win-win situation. The two chatted casually for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. The elder sighed lightly, then went out to explain the situation to the students waiting in line, telling them to come back tomorrow. After leaving the sacred pool, Suchin quickly returned to the villa. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to start searching for dark element combat techniques. Xiaohua, list all the dark element combat techniques for me. Whether they can be purchased or not, don't leave out a single one. With the previous credits, plus the reward credits, I can buy another one now. Master, searching for you now. Xiaohua's electronic voice echoed in the air. 2 minutes later, the search was complete, and a blue light screen slowly appeared in front of Suchin. Suchin stepped forward and carefully browsed through it. Looking at the dazzling array of dark element combat techniques on the screen, he couldn't help but drool. Army of Shadows. Unexpectedly, it can create countless armies formed by shadow elements to attack. This is incredible. And this shadow execution ground directly executes and strangles enemies marked by shadows, truly killing without a trace. Suchin exclaimed as he watched. This ancient shadow dragon technique can actually summon the legendary shadow dragon from ancient myths. Damn it, who said the dark element is weak? Which of these combat techniques isn't earth-shattering and ghost-weeping? Suchin secretly vowed to himself that he must acquire all these dark element combat techniques. But when he saw the level requirements for these techniques, the smile on his face instantly froze. These combat techniques were at least 8th tier, starting with SS level permissions, and his current permissions were insufficient, not to mention his academic credits were far from enough. Xiaohua, spend 6,000 academic credits to purchase the 6th tier combat technique Shadow Sword Dance, and use the remaining credits to buy shadow crystals. Shadow Sword Dance. Harness the power of dark elements to weave sharp shadow swords around the user. The shadow swords move as if part of the user's body, precisely attacking with the user's intent. When perfected, 18 shadow swords strike simultaneously, greatly amplifying their power. This combat technique is quite suitable for him at the moment and pairs well with Shadow Claw. It might even produce unexpected results. Understood. Delivery expected this afternoon. After completing the purchase, Suchin took out his phone and called Chu Zining. Hello, Teacher Chu. I wanted to ask if I can initiate a level jumping challenge in a week. Suchin asked directly. Chu Zining was a bit surprised. So soon? Are you really ready? She hadn't expected Suchin to apply so quickly, originally thinking it would be at the end of the month. Not yet. I just wanted to make an early reservation. Is a week from now okay for you? All right, since you're so determined, I'm willing to trust you. Chu Zining hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Seeing her agree, Suchin chuckled. Teacher Chu, if I succeed in the level jumping challenge, breaking the history of Kyoto Ability Academy, can you give me a combat technique? Sure, if you succeed in the challenge, I'll buy you a combat technique below 8th tier and even cover half the cost. If Suchin truly succeeded in the level jumping challenge, it would be a monumental achievement for her as well. As Suchin's teacher, her own value would also soar. Of course, it sounds simple, but a level jumping challenge is no easy feat. It's as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Really, Teacher Chu? Really? I have SS level permissions to buy it for you. Great. It's a deal. Let's start the level jumping challenge in a week. I'm looking forward to your performance, Chu Zining said with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. After hanging up, Suchin looked at the batch of essence blood and couldn't help but frown. Who should I sell this batch of essence blood to? After a long while, he thought of Li Jinshin from the morning. Maybe that guy has a way. So, Suchin dialed Li Jinshin's number. Hey, buddy, are you interested in buying essence blood? Accept them all, as many as you have. Li Jinshin's voice was filled with excitement. Still meeting at the usual place? Then the transaction. No. Come to the Pinnacle Grand Hotel tonight at 8. We'll make the transaction there. Originally planning to introduce him to his sister Li Qingqing tomorrow night. It seems it has to be moved up. All right, I'll find you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Suchin sat cross-legged, began circulating his cultivation technique, and entered a state of cultivation. Inside the sophomore dean's office, Suchin wants to initiate a level jumping challenge in a week. Should we prepare in advance on the sophomore side? The sophomore dean, Chu Xiangyang, spoke with a hint of doubt in his tone. That's right. Is there a problem? Chu Xiangyang chuckled lightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although Su Chen's strength is indeed impressive, even to the point of being called a prodigy, wanting to initiate a level jumping challenge without third-tier strength is pointless. Do you think his 10-plus days of cultivation can catch up to others' progress over more than a year? Chu Zining gently shook her head. No, he can't catch up. But for a level jumping challenge, there's no rule that it must be initiated at the third tier, right? Chu Xiangyang adjusted his glasses, a trace of impatience in his gaze. Fine, if you want to initiate it, go ahead. See you at the sophomore dueling arena in a week. If he gets crushed, it'll only be his own face he's losing. I'm just being kind. Su Chun was only at the second tier, fourth level a couple of days ago. Even with this week's time, at most, he might reach the second tier, sixth or seventh level. Against third-tier sophomores, what does he have to fight with? He'll probably just get crushed, and it might even cause him to lose confidence after this failure. Chu Xining's face turned slightly cold. My student doesn't need Dean Chu's comments. The results of the level jumping challenge will naturally be revealed in a week. Ha ha ha, fine. See you in a week. Chu Xiangyang laughed heartily. Now, this will be entertaining. He looked at Chu Zining, secretly thinking, Chu Zining must have been completely fooled by Su Chun. That kid defeated students weaker than himself and got a bit arrogant, thinking that level jumping challenges are easy. But level jumping challenges are often the hardest. Even surpassing 1 or 2 levels is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. How could a second-tier kid possibly defeat third-tier students? Since he's so arrogant, let him suffer a bit in the sophomore year. Let him understand that the gap of over a year of cultivation can't be bridged in just 10-plus days. Seeing that the level jumping challenge was confirmed, Chu Zining turned and left. Although she was also worried about whether Su Chen could succeed as his teacher, if even she didn't believe in her student, who else would? No matter what, she chose to believe in Su Chun. Even if he lost this time, it would serve as a lesson, helping Su Chun understand his shortcomings and work harder in the future. She sighed. Su Chun, don't let your teacher down. Night quietly fell, and the capital was ignited by dazzling lights, presenting a scene of extravagant and intoxicating prosperity. In front of the Pinnacle Grand Hotel, luxury cars were densely lined up like stars, shining brightly. As a renowned hotel in Kyoto, this place has always been the first choice for the wealthy to indulge in pleasure. Standing outside the hotel, Su Chen glanced at the extremely luxurious exterior of the building and couldn't help but click his tongue. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. However, doubts swirled in his mind. What was Li Jinxin's purpose in calling him here for a transaction? With questions lingering, Su Chen stepped forward to enter, only to be greeted by 2 men in work uniforms at the entrance who smiled and said, Hello, sir. May we see your dance party invitation? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. I don't have an invitation. Does that mean I can't go in? Apologies, sir, but yes. Su Chen nodded lightly, not making things difficult for them. After all, these two were polite and courteous, completely different from the snobbish characters he'd read about in tomato novels before his transmigration. He had originally thought he might have the chance to experience a novel-like scenario where he'd be mocked, only to reveal a dragon token and slap faces hard. But reality was not a novel that lacked such dramatic conflicts. At that moment, Li Jinxin ran out of the hotel in a suit. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Su Chen said irritably. You actually remembered to come out and get me? My apologies, I got so busy I forgot. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? No, their attitude was quite good. Hearing this, the 2 guards at the entrance secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For someone to be greeted so respectfully by the young master of the Li family, they must have significant status. Luckily, they hadn't made any mistakes earlier. That's good. Come on, I'll take you inside to have some fun. Su Chen was a bit speechless. Didn't we agree to come here for a transaction? Why are we at this place? Don't be so uptight. You need to relax and enjoy yourself sometimes. Today, I specifically arranged for Brother Chen to meet a stunning beauty. A beauty? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Tempted? Su Chen shook his head. What's there to be tempted about? You can't kiss or touch her, so what's the point? A beauty you can kiss and touch is worth being tempted by. Just looking? No thanks. Li Jinxin's mouth twitched slightly. Feelings need to develop gradually. Let me introduce you. The two entered the hotel, where a lively dance party was taking place in the first-floor hall. Multicolored lights flashed and intertwined, and countless men and women dressed in luxurious designer outfits were twisting their bodies passionately on the dance floor. Li Jinxin said proudly, "What do you think, Brother Chen? Plenty of beauties, right?" Su Chen looked indifferent, not interested. No matter how good-looking, you can't touch them. Li Jinxin was momentarily speechless. Don't be such a buzzkill. Look, how about the beauty sitting by the table in the corner? Let me introduce you. Whatever, but make it quick. After this, let's get to the transaction. I have important things to do tomorrow. Tomorrow, he still needed to earn slaughter points to evolve the Death Scythe. All right, let's meet the beauty first, and we'll talk about the transaction later. Li Jinxin pulled Su Chun toward the beauty. When they reached her, "Sis, this is the person I told you about, the handsome, extraordinary Su Chun. Brother Su, what do you think?" The originally somewhat bored Li Qingqing slowly turned her head upon hearing the voice. When her gaze fell on Su Chun, a flash of surprise and delight immediately appeared in her eyes. "Oh, it's you, little handsome guy." Su Chun was also slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "It's actually you." However, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was completely different from the Li Qingqing he remembered meeting for the first time. The woman before him was wearing a pair of exquisite high heels that accentuated her tall and slender figure. A form-fitting purple cheongsam, seemingly tailored just for her, perfectly outlined her slim waist and full, curvaceous hips, exuding elegance and sensuality. Her face was as delicate as a meticulously crafted work of art, with fair and smooth skin that seemed flawless. Her long, dark hair was slightly curled, cascading like a waterfall over her fragrant shoulders. Su Chun marveled inwardly. Was this really the same girl he had met before, who had dressed so plainly? Just as Su Chun was lost in thought, a sharp and arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. "These 2 seats are taken. Get out of here now." Su Chun turned to look and saw a greasy-faced man standing there arrogantly. This man was none other than Ji Buduan. Li Jinxin immediately flew into a rage. "Are you blind, you bastard? Trying to hit on my sister without even finding out who I am? How dare you try to kick us out?" Ji Buduan was momentarily stunned, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Oh, so it's my little brother-in-law. I didn't recognize you." But then he turned to Su Chun and said rudely, "You, get out of here now. This seat isn't for someone like you." Su Chen's gaze turned cold. "Idiot. How much have you paid me to think you can make me leave? Wow, this pretty boy has some guts, huh? Who do you think you are, sitting here? Believe me, I'll break your legs." Ji Buduan sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Li Qingqing took a light sip of her drink and said nonchalantly, "He's my boyfriend." Ji Buduan was stunned at first, then quickly reacted with a cold laugh. "Humph, don't try to fool me. He must have just arrived here, right? How could he be your boyfriend? Then how about this? Does this qualify to shut you up?" Su Chun revealed the dragon token in his hand, a symbol of supreme authority. The moment Ji Buduan saw the dragon token, his face turned deathly pale, and his legs gave out as he fell to his knees with a thud. "Grandfather, I was blind and failed to recognize you. Please, have mercy and forgive me." There were only 36 dragon tokens in the entire Dragon Nation, and every holder was a person of immense status and power. Ji Buduan had just entered and, seeing Su Chen's ordinary attire, assumed he was a nobody trying to pick up girls. He had planned to show off, but he never expected to kick an unyielding iron plate, practically running into a loaded gun. As a nouveau riche, how could he possibly go head-to-head with someone holding a dragon token? Blind, are you? Then there's no need for you to keep those eyes. A pitch-black shadow claw appeared out of nowhere and struck Ji Buduan heavily. Ji Buduan let out a piercing scream of agony, collapsed to the ground, and lay motionless, his body covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Immediately after, Su Chun waved his hands, conjuring 2 streams of dark elements that shot forward like black arrows, piercing straight through Ji Buduan's eyes. For someone who bullied others and relied on power to oppress the weak, Su Chun showed no mercy. This combo of attacks would likely leave him with little time to live. The fewer villains, the better. Aren't you going to thank Su Shin for sparing your life? Li Jinxin added fuel to the fire from the side. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jibo Duan weakly muttered, Thank you, Su Shun." At this moment, his heart was filled with regret and fear. He finally recognized the person before him as the renowned freshman top student, Su Chun. He hated himself for not realizing it sooner, but it was already too late. "Take him away, no treatment allowed. Where are the staff? Why are you standing there? Hurry up and carry him off. Anyone who dares to treat him is going against the Leaf family," Li Jinxin quickly ordered. With those words, Jibo Duan's death sentence was effectively sealed. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, the death of a small-time upstart was insignificant, and no one would care. Jibo Duan screamed in despair, "No!" As this scene unfolded, many onlookers turned their attention to the commotion. Isn't that Jibo Duan? Serves him right. Just the other day, I saw him bullying a little girl. These nouveau riche think they can do whatever they want just because they have money, but they didn't expect to run into Su Chun, this immovable mountain. As expected of the top freshman, if I had the dragon token, I'd kill people like him without hesitation too. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, Li Jinxin turned to Su Chun with a grin and said, "Brother Chun, how did I handle this?" Su Chun nodded slightly, approvingly. "Not bad, decisive enough." "Hee. Then I'll leave you to chat with my sister. I won't disturb you." Li Jinxin tactfully stepped aside. Li Qingqing's lips curved into a slight smile, her tone teasing as she said, "What a coincidence. I thought my brother was introducing me to someone random, but I didn't expect it to be you." Su Chen also smiled. "Yeah, it really is quite a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be you either." He hadn't expected it to be Li Qingqing, nor had he expected her to be so beautiful. "Well, it seems we really are fated, handsome. How about a dance with me?" Li Qingqing said, extending her hand. "I might not be very good at dancing, so don't laugh at me." Li Qingqing gently took his hand. "It's okay, I'll teach you." The two stepped into the center of the dance floor. Su Chen clumsily followed Li Qingqing's steps, a bit helpless as he said, "I really don't think I'm good at this." In his past life, he was just a regular college student. How could he possibly know how to dance? Li Qingqing smiled and reassured him, "It's fine. Take your time. Once I teach you, will you agree to one request of mine?" Su Chen paused slightly, curious, and asked, "What request?" Li Qingqing leaned in close, her voice soft and alluring as she whispered in his ear, "Spend a night with me." Su Chen's dance movements suddenly froze, his face full of astonishment. "What did you say? You want me to spend a night with you?" He suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. How could such a good thing fall into his lap? Could there be some hidden, unspeakable scheme behind it? Or perhaps, was Li Qingqing in front of him just a carefree and casual person? "Hey, handsome, why are you so surprised? Do you think I'm not good-looking enough?" Li Qingqing puffed out her chest, trying to show off her assets. Su Chen steadied himself. "Good-looking, yes, but I feel like there's some other reason behind what you're doing, isn't there?" Although Li Qingqing's first impression seemed a bit frivolous and carefree, Su Chun had a gut feeling that deep down, she was hiding some kind of plan. "You're such a clever little handsome guy. I just want to give my first time to someone worth trusting." A faint trace of sadness and helplessness flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes, almost imperceptible. If she weren't at her wit's end, how could she resort to such a desperate measure? Su Chen frowned slightly. In his understanding, a girl's first time was incredibly precious and should never be handled so casually. "If you're facing any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help," he said firmly, convinced that Li Qingqing must be in trouble, though he had no idea what it was yet. Li Qingqing saw that Su Chen seemed to have guessed a bit and gently shook her head. "No difficulties. I was just joking earlier, testing if you're the kind of guy who takes things lightly." "Is it really that simple?" Su Chen asked again. "Really? Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, I'll teach you how to dance." Li Qingqing skillfully changed the subject, her face returning to its faint smile. In the end, she chose not to confide in him. Perhaps she had resigned herself to fate. Next, Li Qingqing patiently taught Su Chun how to dance. Under the soft lighting, the music flowed gently, and their figures moved to the rhythm. A few minutes later, the dance ended. and they left the stage hand in hand. Handsome guy, you learn so fast. You really have a talent for dancing. Li Qingqing smiled charmingly, then walked upstairs, leaving Su Chun standing alone. Su Chun watched her departing figure and turned to approach Li Jinxin, who was flirting with a girl nearby, intending to extract some valuable information from him. Yo, already hit it off so quickly? Li Jinxin turned around with a mischievous grin. Brother Chun, weren't you just flirting with my sister earlier? And my sister even took the initiative to teach you how to dance. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had originally just wanted to introduce Su Chun to his elder sister, Li Qingqing, but he hadn't expected his sister to actually take a liking to Su Chun. This guy really hit the jackpot. What do you mean? Your sister seems like a carefree and open person, Su Chun probed. Li Jinxin quickly waved his hand, his expression serious. Brother Chun, don't say that. My sister is definitely not that kind of person. She's very resistant to contact with men. From childhood to now, she hasn't even been in a relationship. As for why she treats you so specially, I can't figure it out either. Based on past experiences, when Li Jinxin introduced guys to his elder sister, she would at most show up out of courtesy and then find an excuse to leave. But this time, not only did she take the initiative to invite Su Chun to dance, she even let him hold her waist. This was truly unusual. Could it be that his elder sister was really mesmerized by Su Chun's good looks? Su Chun fell into deep thought. Based on Li Jinxin's words, one conclusion could be drawn. Li Qingqing approaching him definitely had some kind of purpose or request. After all, what kind of beautiful woman would want to get close to someone after just meeting twice? Unless she was a dangerous person. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Can we talk about the deal now? Business was important, and tomorrow he still had to go to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Lair to earn slaughter points and evolve the Death Scythe. Li Jinxin helplessly glanced at the girl beside him. Little sister, I'll teach you the 36 poses later, okay? Then he turned to Su Chun. The person for the deal is the manager of Pinnacle Hotel. I'll take you to meet him. Reluctantly leaving the girl, Li Jinxin led Su Chun into the elevator, heading to the 3rd floor of Pinnacle Hotel. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and standing at the entrance was a slightly overweight man in a neatly tailored suit. Upon seeing them, the man's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he respectfully said, "A distinguished guest has arrived, yet I failed to greet you properly. My apologies for the poor reception. I hope you can forgive me." His subordinates had already reported the events downstairs to him in a timely manner. He was just about to go down to greet Su Chun, but unexpectedly, Su Chun came up on his own. "All right, I'll leave this to you guys. I'm off to chase girls again." As soon as Li Jinxin finished speaking, he dashed off in a flash. Su Chun watched his departing figure. His face darkened. This was way too unreliable. He turned and asked, "Do you purchase beast essence blood here?" "Of course we do. You can call me Li Fugawei. Let's go inside and talk." He gestured invitingly, his eyes showing a hint of respect. Su Chun possessed the dragon token, and coupled with his unparalleled talent, he naturally deserved proper treatment. All right. Su Chun followed him into the office. As soon as he sat down, he directly took out a storage ring and straightforwardly said, "Take a look at these and tell me how much they're worth." Li Fugawei put on his glasses and carefully examined the contents. When he saw the beast essence blood inside the storage ring, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. There was even essence blood from 6th-tier beasts. Initially, he thought Su Chun had just gone out to hunt some ordinary beasts and brought back some essence blood to sell. He hadn't expected such high-tier essence blood. His expression instantly became serious. There are several vials of 6th-tier beast essence blood in here, worth 30 million. The rest, consisting of 5th-tier and 4th-tier essence blood, are worth over 10 million. How about this? I'll offer you a total of 50 million blue star coins. What do you think? Su Chun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the beast essence blood to be so valuable, earning him 50 million blue star coins in one go. Deal. If I have more next time, Bosley, will you still take it? Anyway, you've already robbed me once, so robbing me a few more times won't matter, right? What do you mean it's yours? Nonsense, whatever I see is mine. Robbery. Li Fugawei felt a bit puzzled in his heart. How could this ordinary civilian, Su Chun, possess such high-grade essence blood? But he didn't think much about it, and immediately agreed cheerfully. No problem. How about this? I'll give Brother Sue 60 million blue star coins, and you help me capture a top-tier bloodline beast. At that time, I'll give you a dark element technique as a reward. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Since Su Chun has the ability to obtain high-grade beast essence blood, he might also be able to find a top-tier bloodline beast. A trace of confusion flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What do you need a living top-tier bloodline beast for? Li Fugawei shook his head, a faint helpless smile appearing on his face. It's not for my personal needs. To be honest, I was entrusted by the Beast Alliance to search for a top-tier bloodline beast for them to form a contract. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of imperceptible curiosity flashing in his gaze. He had only heard a little about the Beast Alliance and didn't know much about it. He couldn't help but ask, "Bossly, could you tell me more about this Beast Alliance? I'm quite interested." Of course. Li Fugawei took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and began to explain. The Beast Alliance is a civilian organization. Any member who joins can learn the Alliance's unique beast-taming secret techniques. However, obtaining these techniques is not without cost. It requires giving up one's own abilities in exchange for the ability to control beasts. Of course, under normal circumstances, members can only control beasts of the same level as their own. Only a very few exceptionally gifted individuals can control beasts beyond their level. For example, the leader of the Beast Alliance, Hai Buobei, controls a beast with a king-level bloodline. His strength is truly formidable. Then, aside from losing abilities, are there other costs to controlling beasts? Su Chun felt that losing abilities was too small a price, considering there were plenty of useless abilities. Li Fugawei revealed a meaningful smile and said, "The cost is not small. Once a contract is formed with a beast, the master and the beast share life and death. Moreover, if the beast's growth rate is too fast while the master's growth is too slow, the beast might become uncontrollable and even kill the master. This is also why the Beast Alliance's strength has always been in an awkward position, not too weak, but not strong either." Su Chen's expression changed slightly. The cost was indeed too high. Not only would one lose their abilities, but they would also share life and death with the beast, and there was even the risk of being killed by the beast in the middle of the night without warning. Additionally, a significant amount of resources would be required to nurture the beast. But after a brief moment of thought, he still agreed. "Thank you, Bossly, for the explanation. I accept this request. I've been to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave twice before. This time, heading to the wilderness around Kyoto to hunt demonic beasts and search for top-tier bloodline beasts is truly killing two birds with one stone. Plus, obtaining a dark element technique, why not? Ha ha, Brother Su, you're indeed straightforward." Li Fugawei laughed heartily, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Su Chun. "There's 60 million in here. The password is 6 zeros. Happy cooperation." Su Chun reached out to take the bank card. "Thank you, Bossly. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely come to you again." "Good. Absolutely." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Chun left the office. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. It was time to go back and get a good night's sleep. Kyoto, Beast Alliance headquarters. The Alliance's deputy leader, Wu Hengji, was beaming with pride, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, my son truly has the bearing of an emperor. To be able to successfully control a top-tier bloodline beast at the second stage, 4th level, with his first stage, 9th level cultivation, such talent is truly rare in this world." Beside him, Wu Erfan slightly lowered his head, his face showing a respectful expression. "I must thank Father for going to great lengths to find this top-tier bloodline beast, the White Feather Thunder Eagle. Without Father's support, I wouldn't have achieved this accomplishment." The White Feather Thunder Eagle, a top-tier bloodline beast mastering wind and thunder elements, filled Wu Erfan with confidence. Tomorrow, when he challenges Kyoto Ability Academy, he is certain no one will be able to stop him. He had heard of Su Chen's legend, but now, with the White Feather Thunder Eagle by his side, what was there to fear? He clearly remembered that Su Chen's cultivation level 2 days ago was at the second stage, 4th level. Even if there had been some improvement in the past 2 days, it would at most be at the second stage, 5th level. And his second stage, 4th-level top-tier bloodline White Feather Thunder Eagle absolutely had the strength to defeat Su Chun. Demonic beasts are inherently stronger than humans, especially such powerful top-tier bloodline beings. Unless Su Chin's cultivation level could soar to the 2nd stage, 8th, or even 9th level within just 2 days. But that was clearly an impossible path of cultivation. How could it be so easy? Wu Hengji nodded in satisfaction. While this is indeed thanks to my efforts as a father, the more important factor is your own exceptional talent. Tomorrow, during the challenge, don't hold back. Let the freshmen at Kyoto Ability Academy truly witness the strength of our Beast Alliance. The challenge, of course, was to confront the freshmen of Kyoto Ability Academy. Like the academy, the Beast Alliance conducts annual promotional recruitment. However, the high cost of beast taming has always led to unsatisfactory recruitment results, and the annual challenge matches often end in close contests. But this year, Wu Hengji believed the situation would be completely rewritten. What if Kyoto Ability Academy had Su Chun? Their Beast Alliance had the exceptionally talented Wu Erfan. Tomorrow's challenge would be the best promotional opportunity for the Beast Alliance. Wu Erfan's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit as he said, "Father, rest assured, I will give it my all." After the challenge at Kyoto Ability Academy, I also plan to head to Magic City to vigorously promote our Beast Alliance and attract more freshmen to join. Our Beast Alliance should not remain lukewarm like this. Tomorrow is the day we rise. It is also the day when Kyoto Ability Academy's freshmen, especially Su Shun, who is hailed as the first of this legendary generation, will be pulled down from the pedestal. I will prove with my actions that abilities are ultimately inferior to beast mastery. I, Wu Erfan, am the true number 1 of this new generation. Su Chen, he is only fit to be crushed by me. Ha. Ambitious. Ambitious. Tomorrow, your father looks forward to your brilliant performance. I will not disappoint you, father. Wu Hengji's smile grew even brighter, his heart filled with anticipation. The Beast Alliance will usher in a new glory tomorrow, and it's time for the first of this generation to change hands. The next day, Kyoto Ability Academy Arena Hall. The freshman teaching director, Zhang Shuiyo, frowned slightly as he watched the imposing arrival of the Beast Alliance members. Wu Hengji, wearing a fake smile, was the first to speak. Director Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Shuiyo responded indifferently. Indeed, it's been a while, Vice Leader. May I ask what brings these people behind you here? Could it be that you're here to challenge my freshmen this year? He was somewhat puzzled. This year's freshmen included the monstrous Su Chun, yet the Beast Alliance dared to challenge them. Could it be that they had produced a formidable figure as well? Wu Hengji smiled confidently, a hint of provocation in his eyes. That's right, Director Zhang. What is the matter? Are the freshmen under your leadership afraid to accept the challenge? Why would they be afraid? Zhang Shuiyo snorted lightly, a flash of anger in his eyes. He immediately called the deans of various departments, especially Chu Zining from the Dark Department, asking them to send their department's elites to prepare for the Beast Alliance's challenge. His confidence stemmed from Su Chen's presence. Seeing Zhang Shuiyo agree to the challenge, Wu Hengji felt secretly pleased and spoke again. How about we add a wager? If you win, our Beast Alliance will follow your orders once. If we win, allow our Beast Alliance's freshman disciples to openly come to Kyoto Ability Academy's Arena Hall for sparring and training. How about that? If the Beast Alliance's freshmen could train at Kyoto Ability Academy's Arena Hall, some Academy freshmen would surely be attracted to the power of Beast Mastery and join their alliance. This would be a win-win situation. As for losing, impossible. Su Chen will also be defeated. With top-tier beast bloodlines, unparalleled strength, Su Chen is no match. Fine, I accept. Zhang Shuiyo agreed decisively. He thought to himself, could the Beast Alliance's freshmen possibly be stronger than Su Chen? After all, he strictly adhered to the principle. With Su Chen, bet on Su Chen. Without Su Chen, bet randomly. Seeing Zhang Shuiyo fall into his trap, Wu Hengji waved his hand. Erfan, onto the stage. Wu Erfan leapt onto the stage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he arrogantly shouted, "Anyone who wants to challenge me, line up properly, one at a time." Today his chest burned with fierce determination, vowing to emulate Su Chun and slay 100 people on this arena. What Su Chun could do, Wu Erfan could also do. What Su Chun couldn't do, Wu Erfan could still do. He wanted everyone to know that Wu Erfan was stronger than Su Chun. The surrounding students, upon seeing this, all tensed up, their expressions cautious. The Beast Alliance, knowing Su Chin's reputation, still dared to be so arrogant. Surely they had some real skills. Erfan bro, look at those students, each one as timid as a mouse. Seeing you step onto the stage, they don't even have the courage to challenge you. Exactly, this Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities is nothing special, just a bunch of misfits. Ah, don't say that. Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities still has its reputation to uphold. The freshmen of the Beast Alliance gathered together, their tone full of disdain. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Below the stage, a young man suddenly erupted, his figure flashing as he leapt onto the arena. A long spear in his hand gleamed coldly, pointing directly at Wu Erfan. Spear Department Su Ming, please enlighten me. Finally, someone dares to step up. I thought you were all cowards. Wu Erfan's lips curled into a cold smile, his aura instantly erupting, revealing the powerful realm of first-tier 9th level. Su Ming frowned slightly upon seeing this. He prided himself on possessing an A-grade ability in a first-tier 6th level realm, making him outstanding among his peers. But he hadn't expected Wu Erfan's realm to have reached first-tier 9th level. It was truly terrifying. Phantom. Su Ming activated his ability. In an instant, several illusory shadows appeared behind him, attacking Wu Erfan together like streaks of black lightning, their speed astonishing. Wu Erfan's expression remained indifferent, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Come out, White Feather Thunder Eagle. Suddenly, the mysterious mark of the beast's space, opened within his body through secret techniques, lit up on his brow. Immediately, a massive white feather thunder eagle broke free from the mark, soaring into the sky. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. The white feather thunder eagle merely flapped its wings lightly, and two massive tornadoes instantly formed, like two black dragons roaring as they swept towards Su Ming. Su Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him, completely unable to resist. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Struggling to get up, Su Ming looked at the massive white feather thunder eagle with eyes full of shock, muttering to himself, second-tier 4th level top-grade beast. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed, unable to stand. Wu Erfan stood on the arena, a victorious smile on his face. What a worthless weakling. The rest of you, come up 10 or 20 at a time. You bunch of trash, fighting one by one makes no difference. The crowd below the stage was filled with terror. Even Li Shuiyo was no exception. Oh my, that's a second-tier 4th level top-grade bloodline white feather thunder eagle. Wasn't it said that the Beast Alliance's strength was mediocre? How are we supposed to fight this? I fear none of us freshmen can match him. No, there's one more person. Hurry and invite the Buddha? No, hurry and invite Su Shan. Zhang Shuiyo, standing nearby, had a dark expression, looking extremely grim. Wu Hengji noticed and curled his lips into a cold smile. Director Zhang, how about it? Do you still have confidence? Zhang Shuiyo remained silent for a long time. If Su Chin's level was still stuck at the second tier, 4th stage, the odds of winning were truly slim. Beasts were inherently powerful, let alone a top-tier bloodline beast, which was incredibly formidable. Could it be that Kyoto Ability Academy would really have to open its doors to the Beast Alliance? Of course I have confidence. Su Chan is not someone you can easily shake. Zhang Shuiyo forced himself to say. Wu Hengji sneered. Won't cry until you see the coffin. I just hope that so-called Su Shen doesn't turn into a cowardly turtle. He deliberately emphasized the words Su Shun with disdain in his tone. Villain number 1. Su Chun, if you don't get up now, your 36D beautiful wife is going to run off with a little virgin. Inside the room, Shi Yaoyao was straddling Su Chun, holding a loudspeaker and shouting at the top of her lungs. Su Chun jolted awake from his sleep. What are you doing? Since when do I have a wife? If I didn't say that, would you wake up? Stop messing around. Let me sleep a bit longer. Hunting beasts later was a physically demanding task. How could he manage without proper rest? Get up already. The Beast Alliance people are here to challenge us. If you don't get up, you'll be a useless, cowardly turtle. Shi Yaoyao said anxiously. Hearing the words, Beast Alliance, Su Chen instantly woke up and sat up abruptly. What? They're here to challenge us. Yeah, the new recruits from the Beast Alliance came to spar with the freshmen of Kyoto Ability Academy. To put it bluntly, they're here to provoke us. As Shi Yaoyao spoke, she pulled out her phone, the screen filled with trending headlines about Wu Erfan. Shocking. Beast Alliance challenges. Wu Erfan's strength is unparalleled. Breaking. A second-tier, fourth-stage top-tier bloodline beast? Who can defeat it? Surprising. Freshman leader Su Chen absent? Is he hiding in fear? Su Chen frowned, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. What kind of riffraff dares to cause trouble at my Kyoto Ability Academy? With a flicker of shadow, Su Chen got up instantly. In just 1 minute, he had washed up, brushed his teeth, and dressed. Shi Yaoyao was stunned by Su Chen's speed. No way. That fast. Of course. They're already bullying us at our doorstep. How can I not hurry to deal with them? Su Chen said, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Of course, he had another thought in mind. That second-tier, fourth-stage top-tier bloodline beast if he killed it. Who knew how many slaughter points he could earn? Can you beat him? About 1/9 chance. Shi Yaoyao asked in confusion. You mean you won him 9? She originally thought Su Chen would at least be evenly matched with Wu Erfan. She didn't expect him to say that, leaving her a bit surprised. Su Chen shook his head. I mean, I make one move, and he falls 9 times. With the possession of the Dark Elf, the realm crushes everything. One move, and that White Feather Thunder Eagle wouldn't survive even if it had 9 lives. Of course, for such a small competition, there's no need to use the Dark Elf. You're just bragging. Shi Yaoyao pouted, clearly not believing Su Chen's words. Winning might not be a problem, but defeating 9 times in one move seemed a bit excessive. How about we make a bet? Sure. What do you want to bet on? Shi Yaoyao became interested. Su Chen thought for a moment. If I win, you have to agree to one request of mine. Shi Yaoyao didn't think much about it. All right. But if I win, you have to wash my socks for a week. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Washing socks for a loli, does that even count as a punishment? For some people, it might even be considered a reward. But he didn't dwell on it and agreed directly. Deal. It's a promise. After all, he was absolutely confident he wouldn't lose. This was a sure-win deal. Let's go. Shi Yaoyao hooked her arm around Su Chen's as the two headed toward the arena hall. Inside the arena hall, the atmosphere was tense. What is the matter? Could it be that all of Kyoto Ability Academy's students are cowards, and only one person dares to step onto this stage? Wu Erfan scanned the densely packed crowd of students below, his tone full of disdain and mockery. Erfan, at least leave some face for Kyoto Ability Academy, Wu Hengji pretended to advise. I understand, father, Wu Erfan responded, then turned his gaze back to the group of students. Abilities can never compare to Beast Mastery. If you know what's good for you, join my Beast Mastery Alliance. Here, everyone has the chance to become a mighty Beast Master, instead of being like you all now cowardly turtles with no backbone. Zhang Shuiyo's eyes flashed with anger. Nonsense. If you're a student of Kyoto Ability Academy, stand up bravely and show them our strength. Following Director Zhang's command, many students' eyes burned with determination, and they leapt onto the stage one after another. Thunder Department Mei Yodiao, ready to spar. Ice Department Zhang Xiaoli, ready to spar. Dark Department Li Wenjia, ready to spar. In an instant, nearly a dozen students had stepped onto the stage one after another. Remember, attack the person, not the beast. Zhang Shuiyo loudly reminded. The students nodded in unison and launched their attacks. As the saying goes, capture the leader first to break the enemy. Their target was clear. They aimed directly at Wu Erfan. Seeing this, Wu Erfan's face showed even more mockery. Utterly foolish, he flashed his figure and leapt onto the back of the White Feather Thunder Eagle. White Feather Thunder Eagle, show these ignorant fools what true power is. The White Feather Thunder Eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and soared to the highest point. Then, it spat out a massive thunderball from its mouth. The thunderball instantly transformed into countless smaller thunderballs in the air, raining down on the stage below in a frenzied bombardment. Boom, boom, Boom. The deafening explosions echoed continuously. After the bombardment, not a single one of the dozen students remained standing. All had fallen heavily to the ground. They were severely injured, blood continuously gushing from their mouths, their faces filled with pain. What a bunch of weaklings. Isn't there a freshman named Su Chun in your Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could it be that he's hiding like a coward, too scared to face me? Wu Erfan's face was full of smugness as he shouted arrogantly. Looking for me? Do you even deserve it? A shadow flickered, and Su Chun appeared on the stage. His cold gaze swept over his injured classmates around the arena, and a blazing fury ignited in his eyes. Su Chun, be careful. He's strong. Yeah, be cautious, avenge us. Go for it. We'll always support you. Seeing his severely injured classmates still cheering him on, Su Chin's anger burned even more fiercely. Everyone, focus on recovering. Leave this to me. Su Chin glanced back, his gaze sharp. Are you the one who injured them? So what if I am? A bunch of weaklings. If they're hurt, they're hurt. What can you do about it? Su Chun sneered coldly. Do you think you're impressive? That you're strong? Of course I have the strength. Otherwise, why would I say so? I know who you are, Su Chin. Today, I'll replace you and become the new generation's strongest. Your so-called strength is nothing but trash in front of my white-feathered thunderhawk. Su Chin said nothing. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment, he suddenly opened them. At this moment, his eyes were no longer deep black, but a swirling purple gold, like an abyssal vortex. Noble and mysterious, like a king of the night. He lightly tapped his toes, and wings unfolded behind him as a scythe of death materialized in his hands. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Wu Erfan's pupils shrank sharply, and a wave of intense fear surged in his heart. Too fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Thunderhawk, crush him for me. The massive talons of the hawk, accompanied by a howling wind, clawed fiercely at Su Chun. However, in the face of Su Chin's death scythe, infused with the immense power of the dark elves, the talons were as fragile as paper. With a light touch, they were instantly split in two. Blood rained down like droplets, and the white-feathered thunderhawk let out a piercing wail. Su Chun gave it no chance to recover. His hands, like iron clamps, tightly gripped its two massive wings. So what if you're a top-tier bloodline beast? Without using any supernatural abilities, I can tear you apart with just my bare hands. In Su Chen's eyes, the purple gold vortex spun rapidly. Veins bulged on his arms, and his muscles swelled. Rip apart. With a furious roar, his hands exerted immense force, and the white-feathered thunderhawk's wings were brutally torn off. A deafening scream echoed throughout the arena. The white-feathered thunderhawk, now wingless, plummeted like a kite with a broken string. Su Chun immediately appeared beside the falling Wu Erfan, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him like a helpless chick. Did I say you could leave? Dark elements surged wildly in his hand, and a shadow claw radiating black light forcefully pressed against Wu Erfan's chest. Thud! Blood spurted out wildly, and Wu Erfan's body was torn apart by the shadow claw, leaving him a bloody mess. If not for the battle armor he was wearing, he would have already lost his life. Su Chun grabbed the unconscious Wu Erfan and threw him heavily onto the arena like he was discarding trash. Then, he turned his gaze to the remaining challengers. You continue. At this moment, the entire arena was stunned into silence by the scene. Me? Am I seeing things? That white feather thunder eagle, which was so majestic and unstoppable just now, was actually torn apart by Su Chun. No, you're not seeing things. It really was torn apart. Damn it, I even doubted Su Chun's strength before the match. From now on, Su Chun is absolutely my top choice in my heart. That was so damn cool, tearing apart the white feather thunder eagle. Damn it, why isn't the Beast Alliance shouting now? Shout, come on. How satisfying. Didn't you notice that Su Chun has already reached the second-tier 8th level? Who said Su Chun was a coward? I'll fight them. Zhang Shuiyo was also stunned for a long time by the scene. A dark element ability user actually tore apart a top-tier bloodline beast? This was simply unbelievable. But when he saw Su Chen's second-tier 8th level realm, his breathing became slightly rapid. This cultivation speed, who could match it? The number one of this generation, none other than Su Chun. He is truly deserving. Ah, Su Chun went a bit heavy-handed. The deputy alliance leader won't blame him, right? Zhang Shuiyo said sarcastically. Humph, weren't you being sarcastic to me just now? Now I have to return the favor. I have a student like Su Chun. What do you have? My student is so amazing. I must bask in his glory. I must be proud. Wu Hengji's body trembled slightly, his face full of fear. This Su Chun, he was simply too terrifying, truly too terrifying. But your student shouldn't have gone so heavy-handed. Wu Hengji forced himself to suppress the fear and anger in his heart and spoke. What? It's fine for your student to injure my people, but it's not fine for my student to injure yours. Zhang Shuiyo's 8th tier, first-level aura instantly erupted, and the powerful pressure surged toward Wu Hengji like a tide. Wu Hengji closed his eyes slightly, his heart filled with helplessness and resentment. This humiliation, he had no choice but to endure. Go and take Erfan and that white feather thunder eagle away, he coldly ordered the students behind him. Those students' legs trembled uncontrollably as they looked at Su Chun, their eyes filled with fear. They were scared that if they went up, they would be torn apart by Su Chun. If you don't go, get out of the Beast Alliance. Wu Hengji suppressed his anger and shouted loudly. Yes, yes, yes. Only then did those students nervously prepare to step onto the arena to take Wu Erfan and the white feather thunder eagle away. Did I say you could take them? Those students looked at Su Chun with tears in their eyes. Brother, we're just following orders. Fine, but that white feather thunder eagle seems to be in a lot of pain. I'll be a good person to the end and put it out of its misery. The shadow claw descended like lightning, and the white feather thunder eagle didn't even have time to let out a scream before it perished instantly. Killed a Tier 2 Level 4 white feather thunder eagle, slaughter points plus 1,200. Su Chun was overjoyed in his heart. This feeling was simply exhilarating. If only the beasts of the Beast Alliance could line up one by one for him to kill. Bro, you. Oh, I know I'm a good person, no need to thank me. Just remember to clean up properly, alright? Thanks. Su Chun said with a gentle smile. The group exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. You call yourself a good person? If Su Chun is a good person, then Satan would wake up and become second on the list. Even so, the group reluctantly replied, All right, bro. They dared not delay, quickly lifting Wu Erfan off the stage and then swiftly cleaning up the remains of the white feather thunder eagle. After a long while, they finally finished cleaning up. Wu Hengji glared fiercely at Su Chun and said coldly, We're leaving. Don't go, why leave? You've already challenged us, so shouldn't Kyoto return the favor? Su Chun said unhurriedly, stepping forward slowly. Wu Hengji closed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists tightly, and suppressed his anger as he said, What do you want? 3 days later, I, Su Chun, will visit your place. Vice Alliance Leader Wu, please be prepared. Su Chun said word by word. Returning the favor, of course. How could you get beaten and not strike back? Naturally, he wanted to kill a few more beasts. Fine. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for your visit. Wu Hengji said through gritted teeth, then left angrily with his group. This challenge was an absolute loss for him. Not only did he lose a top-tier bloodline beast, but his precious son was also seriously injured. How could he swallow this humiliation? But for now, he could only endure it. 3 days later, he would make Su Chun pay back 100-fold. Humph, daring to challenge us? Truly ignorant of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Everyone in the Beast Alliance is not to be trifled with. Su Chun watched his departing figure, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. If only the Beast Alliance allowed each person to control 2 beasts, then he could kill 2 at once and earn double the slaughter points. God Chun is awesome, the first person to tear apart a beast with his bare hands. So cool. By the way, God Chun, what was up with the wings behind you just now? Hey. Stop asking. That's his secret. The surrounding students swarmed forward. Zhang Shuiyo quickly stepped up to help Su Chun escape the crowd. Director Zhang. No need to be polite. By the way, Su Chun, what's the deal with the wings behind you? He was curious about that too. Su Chun. Just some secrets. Earlier, he had fused with the Dark Elf, which not only enhanced the power of dark elements, but also increased his strength. Coupled with the advantage of being at the 4th level, he was able to tear apart the white feather thunder eagle with his bare hands. Ha ha, good. The more secrets, the stronger you are. Zhang Xueyo laughed heartily, then coughed twice and said, "Remember to call me for the challenge in 3 days." He had to mock them back in person. Su Chun was a bit speechless, his mouth twitching slightly. This director sure holds grudges. No problem. I remember Director Zhang won a chance to deploy them through a bet, right? That's right. If you need, I can let you deploy them too. Su Chun nodded. I do need it. Oh, just say it. I'll fulfill whatever I can. Su Chun rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Can you let the Beast Alliance line up and send the beasts over for me to chop? I don't need much, just a few tens of thousands. Zhang Shuiyo felt his brain freeze for a moment. Line up for him to chop? Not much, just tens of thousands? Is this even human speech? Zhang Shuiyo rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, If you do that, the Beast Alliance might fight you to the death. Su Chen chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Just kidding. I should get to serious business now. After chatting for a bit more, Su Chen left the crowd. From afar, he saw Shi Yaoyao looking downcast, her head lowered, and her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Little girl, did you see it? Su Chen walked up with a smile and asked. Shi Yaoyao pouted. I saw it. What's wrong? Feeling upset because you lost the bet? Su Chen asked with interest. Shi Yaoyao gently shook her head. It's because the gap between you and me keeps growing. Then, as if making a firm decision, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Yes, I've decided I will train hard. With that, she turned and left, her steps hurried, disappearing from Su Chen's sight in a flash. Su Chen frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. It took him a while to react. Could it be that Shi Yaoyao doesn't want to fulfill the bet? He shook his head. You can run, but the temple won't run. As for now, it's time to head to the beast area outside Kyoto to hunt beasts and evolve the Death Scythe. The wilderness outside Kyoto was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of the wind and distant roars of beasts, sending chills down one's spine. Following the map's guidance, Su Chun arrived at Bear Mountain Forest. The area was characterized by dense bamboo forests and rolling hills. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of dappled light and shadow. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, exuding a mixed scent of earth and grass. Upon entering, he saw several hunting teams working together to hunt beasts. Compared to the demon cave, there were more people here. The noisy shouts and the roars of beasts intertwined, breaking the forest's tranquility. Hey, brother. New here. Su Chun heard a voice and turned around to see a sturdy man smiling at him. And you are? Su Chun frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Ergu, 3rd tier, 1st level. I saw you alone and wanted to invite you to hunt a nest of elite fire barbarian bears together. Li Ergu said enthusiastically, his face showing a simple and honest smile. Su Chen secretly probed his information name, level, everything matched only, then did he lower his guard slightly. Why are you looking for me? Li Ergu sighed, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Our team has 5 members. While hunting, we discovered a cave with several elite bloodline flame bear beasts inside. But we don't have enough manpower and are worried that if we return to the city to call for help, someone else might snatch the opportunity. So, I was sent out to find someone willing to join us for the hunt, and we'll split the rewards based on contribution. Su Chen pondered for a moment before saying, All right, take me there first. He decided to go and check it out. If it turned out to be a trap with dark elves, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he still had the dragon token. Great, brother. By the way, what's your cultivation level? Li Ergu asked curiously. 2nd tier, 8th level. Hearing this, Li Ergu frowned slightly, then waved his hand dismissively. That works, but your share might be smaller since your level is lower, and your contribution will naturally be less. No problem. Su Chen agreed readily. His true intentions lay elsewhere. All right, let's go. I'll take you there. Li Ergu said with a smile, then led Su Chen forward, chatting incessantly along the way. After crossing several hills and passing through a dense bamboo forest, they finally arrived at their destination. Ahead was a cave, with faint heat emanating from its entrance. Outside the cave, several massive flame bear beasts were napping. Their enormous bodies resembled small mountains, and their fur was a vibrant red. Suchin took a quick look. They were all second tier, 9th or 10th level, or even third tier, 1st level. It seemed Li Ergu was telling the truth. This could be a profitable venture. Kill. Ergu, you're finally back. Li DePeo from the team quickly ran over. What's wrong, DePeo? Nothing. Ergu. Just worried something might happen to you. Then he turned to look at Su Chun. Ergu, what's the cultivation level of this brother you brought back? Second tier, 8th level. Li DePeo's expression instantly dimmed, and he sighed lightly. Then it will still be difficult to kill those flame bear beasts. With second tier, 8th level strength, in such a dangerous hunt, he could at most play a supporting role. Li Ergu patted his shoulder. More people means more strength. Having one more is better than none. Get ready for the hunt. You're right, Ergu. Li Ergu then turned to Su Chun, his face showing a kind smile. Brother, later on, just help out as much as you can. Su Chun was slightly surprised by his warm attitude. All right. Seeing Su Chun agree, Li Ergu turned back to the team, his gaze sharp. Begin the hunt. The group divided their tasks and silently approached the 3 flame bear beasts. With the tight cooperation of the 6, the originally fierce flame bear beasts gradually showed signs of being suppressed. Su Chun stood to the side, watching the scene with interest. He thought to himself about stepping in later to finish off one and claim the kill points. Just as he was pondering, he heard extremely light footsteps coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw 5 people stealthily approaching through the bamboo forest. They were all dressed in black, resembling Jiahao style. Name: Yingqi Realm, 2nd tier, 10th level ability. Grade C poison infusion bone tempering, 4th cycle note. Infamous, likes to snatch others' spoils. Yo, brother Chi. Look, this time Li Ergu and his gang have gotten smarter. They even sent someone to keep watch, one of them whispered. Ying Chi's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. The ones keeping watch are usually the weakest. Su Chin frowned slightly. These people don't seem to go online, do they? They don't even recognize him? But after thinking about it, he figured it was fine. Why not take the free kill points? What if I don't? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ying Chi's eyes as he activated his ability, coating his dagger with green poison. Not leaving? In this desolate wilderness, killing you won't even be noticed. Su Chin's eyes were filled with fervor. Really? Ying Chi looked at Su Chin's excited expression and felt a bit puzzled. Kid, what's there to be excited about? You're at death's door. Are you still hoping someone will save you? Su Chin grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I'm excited because in this desolate wilderness, if I kill you all, no one will notice either. Tuanchuan. Su Chan shouted angrily, and Tuanchuan understood instantly, merging with him. Seeing the changes in Su Chin's body, Ying Chi frowned. Humph, playing cosplay at death's door? Fine, I'll indulge you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chin's wings behind him flapped fiercely, paired with shadow flash. Ying Chi didn't even have time to react before he was sliced in half by the death scythe. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining the fallen leaves on the ground red. Kill 2nd tier, 10th level Ying Chi. Kill points plus 2,000. Listening to the system notification, Su Chun turned his gaze to the other 4, his eyes filled with fervent killing intent. These aren't bad guys, they're treasures. The 4 were instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't the one keeping watch supposed to be the weakest? How could he be instantly killed? Did they pick the strongest one? The 4 knelt down simultaneously, their faces full of fear. Brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Please don't kill us. If you kill us, someone will come to investigate. Their leader was killed in one move. They weren't stupid. Investigate? Do you think I care? In a flash, the death scythe swept across the 4's necks like the blade of the Grim Reaper. The 4 stared wide-eyed as they slowly fell to the ground. Kill. They all wanted to kill him, so why show mercy? Letting the dogs return to the mountain? Better to take the kill points instead. After looting the corpses, Su Chun carried the death scythe and headed toward the Fire Barbarian Bear's location. The battle there was nearing its end. The Fire Barbarian Bear, under the siege of the group, was already at its last gasp. Su Chun rushed forward, wielding the death scythe, finishing off each one cleanly and efficiently. Kill 3rd tier, 1st level Fire Barbarian Bear. Kill points plus 3,003 consecutive system notifications sounded, and Su Chen's kill points had reached 21,000. Little brother, what do you mean by this? Li Ergo asked, somewhat puzzled. Just finishing them off. You guys can split the fire barbarian bear, or whatever. Then he pointed to the bamboo forest not far away. Earlier, a group came intending to ambush. I took care of them. Go see if you recognize them. Li Ergu was stunned for a moment, then ordered, DePeo, go check if it's the Shadow Gang. Li DePeo quickly ran over, and when he saw the corpses on the ground, he lifted their masks, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Shadow Chi is actually dead? Confused, he returned and reported, Brother Ergu, it's the 5 members of the Shadow Gang who stole our spoils last time. This time, they probably wanted to repeat their trick and rob us while we were struggling in battle. Li Ergu frowned and looked at Su Chun. Was it you, little brother? A casual act, Su Chun replied. Li Ergu cupped his hands, a grateful smile appearing on his face. Thank you, little brother. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble again. He was actually a bit puzzled. This little brother managed to defeat those 5 people, surpassing levels, in such a short time with his 2nd-tier 8th level strength. His power must be extraordinary. Thinking back to when he initially asked Su Chun to assist them, he couldn't help but laugh. Using a powerhouse like him as a helper. By the way, what's this Shadow Gang you mentioned? Su Chun asked curiously. Li Ergu sighed. People like us who hunt monsters usually form groups, and the Shadow Gang is like an underground criminal organization. It's a gang that has recently emerged, specializing in robbing others. Sometimes, they even resort to murder or carry out dirty deeds for others. They're notorious for their evil deeds. A gang like that, no one deals with them. Su Chen asked. Li Ergu shook his head helplessly. No one can deal with them. The leader of the Shadow Gang is said to have 3rd-tier 5th level strength, but apparently, he has connections above him. If you're robbed, you can only accept it. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Now he understood the situation. Gripping the death scythe in his hand, it seemed his recent performance was about to double. No matter who they have backing them, he'll deal with the Shadow Gang first. Wipe them all out. Even if they have someone behind them, Su Chun has his own backing too. Fear doesn't exist. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary college student struggling for money, not much different from Li Ergu and his group. But now, since he had crossed into this world and bound to the system, no matter how strong he became, he must not forget his original self. Stay true to his heart. Remember his mission. He can't look down on his once ordinary self just because he's become powerful, right? A person must not forget their roots. Brother Ergu, maybe in a few days, the Shadow Gang will disappear. Besides, the Shadow Gang tried to assassinate him. It's perfectly reasonable for him to destroy them, right? Not reasonable. Then it has to be reasonable. He'll just treat them as offering their lives for his growth points. Li Ergu's face was full of bitterness. It's hard for us. We're just a group of poor souls out hunting. How could we dare offend them? They could only swallow their anger when robbed. They had no background and no strength. Some people had reported the Shadow Gang before, but it was like a stone sinking into the lake, without causing any ripples. Moreover, those who reported them were secretly targeted by the Shadow Gang. Su Chen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Brother Ergu. I forgot to tell you, my name is Su Chun. Li Ergu listened to the familiar name, his thoughts swirling in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Could it be that you are Su Chun, the one who outshone the prodigies of the capital and is renowned far and wide? Yes, but I'm not as impressive as you make me out to be, Su Chun replied. Li Ergu suddenly realized, his face full of regret and admiration. So that's it. I was blind not to recognize that you, little brother, are Su Chun. Now, there was finally hope to eradicate the notorious Black Shadow Gang. Brother Ergu, you're exaggerating, Su Chun said with a smile, shaking his head. Not at all, not at all. To be able to team up with someone who outshone the capital's prodigies for a hunt when I go back, I could brag about this over a plate of peanuts for 3 years. Li Ergu said, his face brimming with pride. Su Chun shook his head with a smile. All right, Brother Ergu, let's clean up the battlefield first. All right, let's clean up the battlefield, Li Ergu responded. After a pause, he added, Brother Su, you should take the corpses of these fire savage bears. If it weren't for you, we would have been robbed again. Grateful and reciprocating kindness. They, though living a hard life, understood the importance of principles. No need to take them. The few strikes I made earlier can count as my reward, Suchin replied. The corpses of a few fire savage bears were insignificant to him and wouldn't sell for much. But for Li Ergu and his group, these corpses were the hard-earned result of several days of effort and struggle. With the money from selling the beast corpses, their wives and children waiting at home could have a good meal and wear new clothes. Li Ergu was about to say something more, but noticed Su Chun frowning slightly, a hint of displeasure on his face. Understanding the cue, he tactfully dropped the subject and said instead, "Brother Su, if you ever need our help in the future, just say the word. We'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Suchin made an okay gesture and gave a faint smile. Roar! Just as they were cleaning up the battlefield, a fire savage bear the size of a small mountain emerged from the cave, drawn by the scent of blood. Its massive body was wreathed in flames, its limbs surrounded by fire, and its body encased in thick layers of rock and soil, resembling armor. Suchin glanced at it and quickly assessed the situation. Name: Fire Savage Bear Realm. Tier 3, Level 2 Bloodline. Top-tier bloodline attributes. Fire, Earth Note. The leader of the nearby beasts seeing this, Li Ergu's pupils instantly dilated. Runt, a Tier 3, Level 2 beast with a top-tier bloodline was not something they could handle. Even with Su Qin present, it was impossible. Fighting across tiers was far more difficult than defeating an opponent of a higher level. The gap between major tiers was like an insurmountable chasm. Li Ergu took the lead, urgently protecting the group as they retreated. The fire savage bear snorted heavily, and its massive paw slammed into the ground. In an instant, a towering earth wall rose, blocking their retreat. Clenching his fists, Li Ergu turned to Su Chun. "Brother Su, we'll cover you. You must leave quickly. Your life is more valuable than ours. Remember, you must do your best to eliminate the Black Shadow Gang." Su Chun was their hope, a future powerhouse. Their lives were insignificant compared to the limitless potential of Su Chen's. Besides, if it weren't for Su Chen earlier, they would have been robbed again. Now that escape was impossible, they would give him the chance to survive. He looked at the people around him. "Brothers, hold them off." "All right." Everyone responded in unison. Su Chen saw this scene and quickly stopped them. "Leave this to me. There is no distinction of high or low among people, and life has no measure of worth." He truly hadn't expected that in this world of survival of the fittest, Li Ergu and his companions would have such kind hearts. He stepped forward. "System, boost me to Tier 2, Level 10. 21,000 slaughter points consumed. Realm upgraded to Tier 2. Level 10." The Death Scythe in Su Chen's hand pointed directly at the top-tier bloodline Fire Barbarian Bear. His wings behind him flapped fiercely as he flew toward it. "Today, I will cross tiers to slay you." The Fire Barbarian Bear roared in fury, not expecting this tiny human to dare resist. Its eyes burned with rage as its massive, fire-covered paw slammed towards Su Chun, bringing with it a scorching gust of wind. Su Chun swung his scythe to block. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Then, Su Chen's figure flashed, instantly appearing in the distance, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Who fights you head-on like a proper person?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow Claw and Netherpool Shadow Claw were unleashed simultaneously. Black Claw shadows bombarded the Fire Barbarian Bear, with Netherpool Shadow Claw forcibly restraining it. "Tuan Tuan, activate your latest amplification skill for me." Tuan Tuan understood immediately, and above Su Chen's head appeared a seductive yet eerie flower. This was the second skill Tuan Tuan had learned, though Su Chen didn't know its exact effect. Roar! The Fire Barbarian Bear was battered by this sudden barrage of attacks, left in a sorry state. Its fur was scorched, and its skin was marked with numerous wounds. However, its earth defense was too thick, coupled with the boost from its top-tier bloodline, so it hadn't suffered significant damage. Its eyes were full of disdain as it looked at Su Chun, as if saying, "Hit me. Go ahead, hit me." That arrogant demeanor made Su Chen's anger surge uncontrollably. Another few rounds of Shadow Claw struck. This time, it wasn't just minor damage. Shadow Claw first hit its body, and then the dark elements began to erode and corrode the earth armor on the Fire Barbarian Bear. Roar! Feeling the corrosion and erosion of the dark elements, the Fire Barbarian Bear panicked. It struggled frantically, trying to rid itself of the terrifying dark element corrosion, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Su Chun was delighted. It seemed Tuan Tuan's amplification gave his dark elements the ability to corrode and erode. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about facing those hard-shelled beasts in the future. Why aren't you roaring anymore? You can't escape, Su Chun said coldly. Corrosive Dark Bat Strike. The perfected Corrosive Dark Bat Strike, combined with Tuan Tuan's amplification corrosion effect, instantly turned the Fire Barbarian Bear's once impenetrable earth armor into nothingness. The Fire Barbarian Bear's body was exposed before Su Chun, completely defenseless. Finally, Su Chun finished it off with a shadow prison killing array. 10 black lights flashed, and the Fire Barbarian Bear collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Killed Tier 3, Level 2 Top-Tier Bloodline Beast. Slaughter points plus 5,000 hiss. Top-tier Bloodline Beasts are really valuable. Su Chun looked at the system notification, secretly marveling. As for the matter of finding a top-tier beast for Li Fuguei, he had long forgotten about it. The Beast Alliance wants to challenge, and still demands top-tier bloodline beasts? Give them 2 marbles to play with. The people behind Li Ergu were dumbfounded, staring at Su Chun's back. Us? It seems we don't have to die? Remove seems. Li Ergu's eyes were full of relief, looking at Su Chun with gratitude and admiration. Su Chun was completely different from all the disciples of the aristocratic families he had encountered. Most of the aristocratic family disciples gave him a feeling of superiority, an aloof demeanor. But Su Chun was very approachable and upright in character. For Dragon Country to have someone like Su Chun, upright in character and with limitless potential, it was truly fortunate. He would undoubtedly become a beloved and powerful figure in the future. Brother Su Chun is truly unparalleled. Li Ergu stepped forward and said, "We're all trying hard to survive. If he doesn't die, then we will. This world doesn't allow even a shred of mercy. True, this world is indeed one where the weak are prey to the strong. Brother Su's life-saving grace will never be forgotten. If you ever need anything, we will go through fire and water for you." Li Ergu clasped his fists, his expression solemn. Su Chun revealed a carefree smile. "Why so formal? Just treat me to a few drinks someday." "Ha ha ha, sure. Come to my house then, and I'll have my wife cook some of her best dishes. We won't stop until we're drunk." Su Chun nodded. "All right, Brother Ergu, let's leave it at that for now. I have some matters to attend to." Next, it was time to hunt beasts like crazy and evolve the Death Scythe. Only by continuously growing stronger could one survive in this cruel world. "All right, Brother Su, stay safe. Wishing you smooth travels." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. Su Chun walked off into the distance and coldly uttered 2 words. "Start killing." Killed 2nd tier level 10. Killed 3rd tier level 1. Killed 3rd tier level 1. Beast Alliance headquarters in Kyoto. Alliance leader Hai Buobei's face was full of anger as he roared. "Wu Hengji, what crime should you be held accountable for? Do you realize your reckless actions nearly brought disaster to the Alliance?" "Alliance leader, I acknowledge my guilt, but I was only trying to recruit more newcomers into our Beast Alliance." Who would have thought Su Chun would be so formidable? It completely exceeded my expectations. Su Chun's strength truly surpassed his imagination. "Humph, you know the crime you've committed, don't you?" Knowing full well that Su Chun is not someone to provoke, yet you recklessly challenged him. Where does that leave the safety of the Alliance? Hai Buobei's face turned livid with anger. "Please punish me, Alliance leader. It was my lack of consideration, and I deserve to die 1,000 times." Wu Hengji lowered his head. Hai Buobei let out a long sigh. "Enough. Tell me about Su Chun's challenge. Explain it in detail." Wu Hengji raised his head, reporting to the Alliance leader. "Su Chun said he would come to challenge us in 3 days, as a courtesy. He's determined to disgrace our alliance. Oh, this time, our Beast Alliance is going to suffer a major loss. Su Chun's strength is unfathomable. We can only make peace with him, not become his enemy." "Well, you went ahead and provoked the other side first. This is all karma." Hai Buobei shook his head helplessly. his eyes full of worry. Pitiful people always have something detestable about them. Wu Hengji, however, was indifferent. Leader, isn't Zhao Shan capable of contracting two beasts, and at the third stage, fourth level? He might be able to compete with Su Chun. What? You can't possibly let Zhao Shan fight Su Chun, can you? How old is Zhao Shan? How old is Su Chun? So what? He doesn't know Zhao Shan's age, and besides, Zhao Shan has a rock giant beast. Su Chen's dark element destructive power is insufficient to defeat it. As long as we plan carefully, we can definitely succeed. Wu Hengji grew more excited as he spoke. There's no rule that says only freshmen can compete. The dark element's destructive power is definitely insufficient. The rock giant beast can easily crush Su Chun. Ridiculous. Doing this will only ruin the reputation of our beast alliance. For the sake of a single victory, using unscrupulous means how can our alliance maintain its standing if word gets out? Haiba Bei slammed the table in anger. Do you, as the leader, want to watch our beast alliance lose face in this challenge? We can't just sit and wait for defeat. And isn't this all caused by you? If you hadn't acted recklessly, how would we be in this mess today? Wu Hengji raised his head. Leader, so what if I caused this? Sometimes, for survival and development, resorting to unscrupulous means is inevitable. We initiated the challenge to promote the Beast Alliance, and now that the other side is challenging us back, we must use every means to stop them. Enough. I will handle this matter. I am the leader of the Beast Alliance. Take good care of your son's injuries and stop coming up with crooked ideas. Haiba Bei stormed out, leaving Wu Hengji alone in the room, his expression shifting between light and dark. Wu Hengji secretly made up his mind. This matter is already set in stone. For the reputation of the Beast Alliance, this is the only way it must be done. Su Chen's challenge in 3 days will end in victory. The next day, in the wilderness. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 slaughter points. Special reward issued. Life-bound spiritual treasure 12-petal world destroying Black Lotus having just dealt with a cat demon. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the system notification, and his face showed an expression of ecstatic joy. The special reward for 100,000 slaughter points has been issued. This is great. System, what is this life-bound spiritual treasure? I've never heard of it before. 7th tier ability users can collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refine and absorb them, storing them within their source energy to become life-bound spiritual treasures. Nourished by source energy, life-bound spiritual treasures can amplify the entire body and can also be used for attacks. Additionally, these treasures are divided into 12 grades, with higher grades being more precious. Su Chen's breathing quickened. You can only collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures to create life-bound spiritual treasures after reaching the 7th tier? Then I can do it now? This is truly an unexpected surprise. Thinking this, he retrieved the 12-petal world destroying Black Lotus from the system space 0.4-petal world destroying Black Lotus, currently at the level of a 3rd grade life-bound spiritual treasure. Upgrading to 8 petals will make it 6th grade, 16 petals will make it 9th grade, and 32 petals will reach the peak 12th grade life-bound spiritual treasure. Su Chun looked at the 4-petal world destroying Black Lotus before him, entirely deep black in color. Just touching its powerful destructive force made Su Chun shudder. A surge of immense power instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. System, what exactly is the function of this world destroying Black Lotus? Quickly give me a detailed explanation. Ding. Now providing detailed data for you. 3rd grade 4-petal world destroying Black Lotus can enhance one's dark element destruction, destructive power, and potency by 100%, increase the absorption speed of dark elements. The higher the number of petals, the stronger the amplification. Additionally, each petal of the Black Lotus can be extracted to unleash the strongest strike at critical moments. Looking at the description of the world destroying Black Lotus, Su Chun felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Damn, enhancing destructive power and destruction greatly compensates for the weakness of dark element destructive power. Moreover, increasing the potency of dark elements equals doubling the amplification. This is simply a divine artifact tailor-made for me. System, How do I increase the number of petals on the world-destroying Black Lotus? The higher the number of petals, the higher the grade, and the stronger the amplification. Ding. First, it needs to be refined into the source energy within your body. After that, you can enhance it by absorbing dark element treasures from heaven and earth, or by nourishing it with source energy over time. Suchin nodded slowly. This was pretty much what he had expected. It seems that dark element treasures from heaven and earth will become his daily sustenance in the future. System, how many points do I need to accumulate for the next stage's special reward? He wanted to know in advance to have a clear goal. Ding. The next stage requires accumulating 1 million slaughter points. Hearing this astronomical figure, Su Chun immediately felt deflated. Looks like it will take some time. However, he was still very much looking forward to it. The two special rewards so far, a Dark Elf and a 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, were both absolutely incredible. He couldn't wait to test the power of his abilities after refining them. Placing the world-destroying Black Lotus back into his storage ring, Su Chun prepared to return and refine it. Finally, he took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Next, it's time to upgrade the Death Scythe to SS grade. He looked at the slaughter points 75800 and waved his hand decisively. System, spend 50,000 slaughter points to upgrade my Death Scythe to SS grade. Ding. Deducting 50,000 slaughter points, the Death Scythe is undergoing transformation and evolution. As the system notification sound faded, the Death Scythe in Su Chin's hand flew into the air and began to transform slowly. The scythe's shape elongated slightly, and on its originally deep purple-black body, strands of crimson spread out like blood threads. Death and slaughter perfectly merged. Ding. Death Scythe has been upgraded to SS level. Slaughter Scythe successfully advanced. Now opening the detailed attribute panel for USS Slaughter Scythe. Trait: indestructible, capable of cutting through hair with a breeze. Trait: enhances the power of the Slaughter Scythe with every living being slain, as well as amplifies the power of scythe-related combat techniques. Currently, it increases the Slaughter Scythe's power by 100% and amplifies scythe-related combat techniques by 100%. Su Chun reached out and grasped the scythe, which returned to his hand, exuding a dense aura of death and slaughter. Feeling the new yet familiar Slaughter Scythe, he murmured to himself, "So this is the power of an SS-level companion artifact." It was worth noting that in the entire Dragon Nation, no one had ever possessed a companion artifact above SS level. The highest level recorded was merely S level. And yet, he had first obtained the world-destroying Black Lotus, a life-bound spiritual treasure with a potential of 12 grades. Now he also possessed this SS-level Slaughter Scythe. A surge of uncontrollable pride welled up in his heart. Since he had unlocked such power, he might as well aim big. Go all out. Su Chun clenched his fist. Next, I need to accumulate 100,000 slaughter points to advance my Dark-type ability to SS level. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and began allocating points again. System, upgrade Shadow Claw to the True Intent realm. Spent 5,000 slaughter points. Shadow Claw, a second-tier combat technique, successfully advanced to the True Intent realm. In an instant, Su Chun felt himself being pulled into a mysterious and strange illusion. Here, time and space lost all meaning as he immersed himself in a profound understanding of the essence of Shadow Claw. This was no longer a simple increase in proficiency, but an elevation of the skill's essence, a deep resonance that touched his very soul. After a long while, Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. Shadow Claw in the True Intent realm. Terrifying beyond words. The gap between the True Intent realm and the Perfect realm was like night and day. It was not something that could be achieved through mere repetitive practice. It required countless uses of the skill, capturing that fleeting moment of inspiration to grasp its true essence. System, allocate points to bring Shadow Blade Dance to the beginner level. Ding. Spent 3,000 points. Shadow Blade Dance, a 6th-tier combat technique, successfully advanced to the beginner level. Now directly upgrade my Nether 9 slashes to the mastery level. The slaughter trait of the Slaughter Scythe perfectly complemented scythe-related combat techniques. Su Chun planned to learn more related techniques to elevate his strength to a new level. Ding. Spent 15,000 points. Nether 9 Slashes, a 5th-tier combat technique, advanced from uninitiated to mastery level. In an instant, the proficiency of Nether 9 Slashes leaped across 3 stages, reaching the mastery level. Now, when Su Chun used Nether 9 Slashes, he could unleash 6 sharp slashes in one go. Seeing that his slaughter points were almost depleted, Su Chun closed the system panel and felt the surging power within him. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "My current strength is terrifyingly powerful." The only pity was the lack of an opponent who could push him to fight with all his might, especially to test the changes brought by Shadow Claw in the True Intent realm. What a pity it couldn't be found, but it's okay. Maybe visiting the Shadow Gang in the next few days might work. Afterwards, Su Chun gripped the slaughter scythe and casually selected a few demonic beasts to hunt. Each time he killed a beast, the slaughter attribute of the scythe would slightly increase. Although the growth was slow, from 100% to 100.09%, small increments add up over time. Moreover, the higher the level of the beast, the greater the permanent boost the slaughter scythe would gain. After completing his tests, Su Chun stretched contentedly. It's time to go back and fuse the world-destroying Black Lotus. What others could only achieve at the 7th tier, he could accomplish before even reaching the 3rd tier. All of this was thanks to his hard work. Evening, in Shanghai City, next to Kyoto. Inside the headquarters of the Shadow Gang. Boss, old 18, Ing Chi has been killed. The leader of the Shadow Gang, Zhang Bubi, who had a scar across his face, was enjoying the attentive service of 2 women by his side. Upon hearing this news, his face instantly turned ashen. What? Old 18 was killed? Which blind hunting team did it? Do they not want to survive in this area anymore? Zhang Bubi's face was full of rage as he slammed the table and stood up. According to the scout's report, it was Su Chun, who has recently gained quite a reputation in Kyoto. Li Kai reported truthfully. Zhang Bubi frowned, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Chun. He had heard of Su Chun before. This young man had single-handedly suppressed the prodigies of Kyoto, leaving them unable to lift their heads. He hadn't expected it to be him who killed Ing Chi. "Yes, boss. What should we do now?" Li Kai asked hesitantly. Zhang Bubi snorted coldly, stood up, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Gather evidence of Su Chun killing Ing Chi and send it to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. Let them handle it." "But, boss, Su Chun's identity." Li Kai hesitated. Su Chun's strength and background were not to be underestimated. "I'm not stupid. Provoking Su Chun would definitely end badly. You just need to have someone else deliver the evidence to Su Xiao at the Ability Management Bureau. Leave the rest alone," Zhang Bubi said with a smug smile. Li Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. "You mean the daughter of the incorruptible director Su Xiao?" Su Xiao had left an impression on him as someone who was upright and impartial, to the point of being naive and oblivious to social nuances. Zhang Bubi nodded. "Exactly. Killing my brother without paying a price? No way. Let that woman Su Xiao go and entangle Su Chun. That'll be enough to give him a hard time." This scheme was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It could use official power to put Su Chun in a difficult position while also distancing the Shadow Gang from any involvement. Even if Su Chun investigated, they would have evidence proving that he was the one who killed first. Li Kai's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up. "Boss, you're brilliant. Not only do we avoid provoking Su Chun, but we also make things tough for that kid. It's perfect. All right, go handle it quickly. And call over Li Ergo. I think he's been getting too bold lately and needs to be put in his place." According to insider information, Li Ergo was also present at the scene at the time. Not only did he fail to stop Su Chun from killing Ing Chi, but he even gloated on the sidelines. This made Zhang Bubi extremely furious. "Isn't this a sign of rebellion?" "Understood. I'll go call Li Ergo right away." Li Kai quickly retreated. Zhang Bubi then smiled leisurely and dialed a phone number, speaking in a flattering tone. "Hello, Master. I'll deliver the resources we recently seized to you later. Thank you for always taking care of the Shadow Gang." As his voice gradually faded away, the atmosphere in the Shadow Gang headquarters fell silent once again. Only the dim light reflected the darkness of this underground world. Kyoto Ability Academy, Villa Number 1. After a few hours of rest, Su Chen ate a simple meal and eagerly prepared to fuse the Doomsday Black Lotus. He took out the Doomsday Black Lotus. System, how should I refine and fuse this Doomsday Black Lotus? Simply use source energy and mobilize your own dark elemental power to envelop it, gradually refining it into the source energy within your body. So that's how it works. After understanding the refining method, Su Chen stared at the Doomsday Black Lotus floating in front of him, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Source energy surged within him, and dark power, like black satin, slowly overflowed, tightly wrapping the Doomsday Black Lotus as he began to refine it cautiously. As the refining process continued, strands of black essence were extracted from the Doomsday Black Lotus, like black threads, slowly merging into the lake like source energy within Su Chen's body. However, the not yet fully refined Doomsday Black Lotus appeared somewhat transparent within Su Chen's body. Seeing this, Su Chen took a deep breath and fully activated his source energy and dark elements, intensifying the refining process. At the moment he was fully refining, a shocking transformation suddenly occurred over Villa Number 1 and the sky above it. In the sky, a complete 12-grade, 36-petal Doomsday Black Lotus slowly emerged. The Black Lotus covered the sky, its massive petals radiating intense black light, and countless dark elements surged wildly in the air like black tides, enveloping the entire Villa Number 1 in this terrifying dark energy. Many students around the villa saw this scene, their faces filled with confusion. What on earth is that? Why did such a huge lotus suddenly appear? 666. Playing with lanterns without inviting me? Do you think this might be some kind of phenomenon? No. This is definitely a phenomenon. Who's showing off here? This is way too flashy. Not only were the students of Kyoto Ability Academy shocked by this scene, but the ancestors of various major forces in Kyoto also noticed the anomaly and looked toward the sky covering Doomsday Black Lotus. In the back garden of the Jiang family, an elderly man with white hair was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, looking up at the Black Lotus with a hint of shock in his gaze. What terrifying destructive power! Just observing from afar, one can directly feel the immense destructive force contained within this Black Lotus. The old man murmured to himself, his face showing a trace of solemnity. Inside the Mu family, several elders sat together, looking at the Black Lotus in the sky with puzzled expressions. Is this an anomaly? But the awakening ceremony is already over, so where did this phenomenon come from? Similar scenes were unfolding among the major forces in Kyoto, with everyone equally confused and bewildered. In the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cavern Military District, General Hua Zhanyong stood by the window, gazing at the apocalyptic Black Lotus in the sky, his brows tightly furrowed. The Black Lotus gave him a feeling of ultimate destructive power and extreme dark energy, capable of obliterating everything with ease. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that kid Su Chen's doing? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Su Chen awakened his abilities long ago. How could such a thing happen now? As he pondered, a joyful smile appeared on his face. No matter who caused this, it seems our human race has produced another prodigy. And so, this terrifying anomaly continued. No one knew how much time had passed when the phenomenon suddenly changed. The Black Lotus erupted with a dazzling black light, and a phantom battlefield appeared in the sky. On the battlefield, a king sat on a throne. With a slight wave of his hand, countless shadow soldiers surged forth like a black torrent. Then, countless shadow dragons roared and soared into the sky, and the entire battlefield was instantly filled with deafening sounds of slaughter, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The powerful figure on the throne slightly raised his head. Though his face was indistinct, his noble amethyst vortex-like eyes, slowly rotating, were vividly clear. With just one glance, all shadows submitted, and the entire world seemed to be under his control. Soon, all the anomalies abruptly ceased, and the apocalyptic Black Lotus vanished without a trace. However, Su Chen in the villa was completely unaware of this. He was immersed in the wondrous sensation of the apocalyptic Black Lotus above the source energy lake within his body being nourished by the source energy. At the moment of fusion, the power of the dark elements within him doubled, and his affinity for dark elements greatly increased. Not only that, but his cultivation level unknowingly broke through to Tier 3, Level 1. Tier 3, Level 1, right at the start of the school term. Then, he noticed the dense dark elements around him and heard the commotion outside, feeling a bit puzzled. He walked out of the villa, only to see a crowd gathered around, discussing animatedly. What happened? Su-Chen, are you okay? Shi Yao Yao sneaked in using facial recognition, looking concerned as she asked. I'm fine. What's everyone gathering here for? Don't you know? Just now, there was an anomaly above your villa, a terrifying black lotus and a phantom battlefield. She paused, then added, and you know, the man on the throne in the battlefield phantom looked quite a bit like you. Su-Chen was stunned for a few seconds. At this moment, he finally understood why so many people had gathered here. He had previously researched the fusion and refinement of a life-bound treasure, and it clearly stated that no anomalies would occur. Life-bound treasures below grade 10 will not produce anomalies, while those above grade 10 will. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Su-Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! He coughed twice. Everyone disperse. We were just filming a movie. The group of students looked unconvinced. Filming a movie? What kind of movie involves interaction, especially the final glance from the king on the throne, which directly made them all kneel involuntarily? Instead of cultivating properly, what are you all gathering here for? Disperse now. At this moment, Principal Zheng Tianan and Chu Zining walked over. With their arrival, the students reluctantly dispersed. Zheng Tianan approached Su-Chen. Won't you invite me in for a sit? Please, Principal Zheng, Su-Chen said politely, leading the group into the villa. After everyone was seated, Zheng Tianan scrutinized Su-Chen from head to toe. Feeling a bit creeped out by the stare, Su-Chen couldn't help but speak. Principal Zheng, you wouldn't have come here because of the anomaly earlier, would you? Indeed. Tell me, what have you done this time? Su-Chen was speechless. If I told you I refined a life-bound treasure, would you believe me? Don't joke around like that. Life-bound treasures can only be refined at grade 7, and even then, refining one wouldn't cause an anomaly. He had cultivated for decades and had never seen anyone at grade 2 find heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refine them into a life-bound treasure, and cause an anomaly. Of course, unless Su-Chen was like a protagonist in an online novel with cheats, but that was clearly unrealistic. Su-Chen shrugged helplessly. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Seeing this, Zheng Tianan stopped pressing him. Fine, I won't pursue your secrets. Focus on your cultivation. After Zheng Tianan left, Su-Chen turned to Chu Zining. Teacher, don't you have anything to ask? Principal Zheng already asked the questions I was curious about. She had also come because of the anomaly. Su-Chen nodded, then asked, Teacher Chu, if I remember correctly, you're grade 7. You should have refined a life-bound treasure, right? Chu Zining nodded. Yes, I recently refined and fused one. Su-Chen rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation on his face. Can I take a look? Chu Zining nodded slightly, closed her eyes gently, and dark elements surged wildly around her. In an instant, a crescent-shaped pitch-black gemstone spun out from her source energy. Su-Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stared at the gemstone and activated his probing skill. Grade 5 Moon Crystal, grown in regions rich in dark elements, nurtured by moonlight over countless days and nights, and transformed during a once-in-a-century full moon night into this magnificent moon crystal. Possessing this stone as a life-bound treasure allows one to increase agility by 100% under moonlight and enhances the power of dark elements by 50%. Su-Chen gazed at the grade 5 moon crystal, feeling that this treasure still couldn't compare to his grade 3 4-petal doomsday black lotus. After a brief moment of thought, he felt it was reasonable after all. The true potential of the world-destroying black lotus could reach the peak of the 12th grade. Is this a 5th grade natal spiritual treasure? You can actually discern its grade? In this world, most people are unable to see through the grade of a natal spiritual treasure. Su-Chen's ability to do so was likely because he was no ordinary person. I can tell. By the way, Teacher Chu, What grade is the natal spiritual treasure of the strongest person in our dragon nation? Suchin asked. 7th grade. Only 7th grade. Isn't the highest grade for natal spiritual treasures 12th grade? Chu Xiening shot him a glare. Only 7th grade. Do you think 7th grade natal spiritual treasures are easy to obtain? 7th grade is already the highest level that natal spiritual treasures in our dragon nation can reach. Besides, who told you the highest grade for natal spiritual treasures is 12th grade? Currently, the highest grade of spiritual treasures encountered by Dragon Nation and the entire Blue Star is 7th grade. Therefore, the grades of natal spiritual treasures are only divided from 1 to 7. For an average 7th tier expert, possessing a 3rd grade natal spiritual treasure is already quite impressive. 5th grade is considered top tier, while 6th and 7th grade natal spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Seeing Chu Xiening's explanation, Su Chun frowned slightly. It seemed that the entire Blue Star was still unaware that the highest grade of spiritual treasures was actually 12th grade. Noticing Su Chin's puzzled expression, Chu Xiening felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Why are you asking about this? These things are still beyond your reach." "Teacher Chu, didn't I already tell you? I've already fused with a natal spiritual treasure," Su Chun explained helplessly. "Oh, if you have the ability, take out the spiritual treasure and let me see it," Chu Xiening said disdainfully. She didn't believe for a second that Su Chun, a mere second-tier kid, could refine a natal spiritual treasure. How could such a thing be possible? Just as she was full of disbelief, Su Chun slowly closed his eyes, and dark elements and source energy surged within his body. Immediately, the world-destroying Black Lotus, radiating unparalleled destructive power, appeared on his chest. The black petals shimmered with an eerie light. "Here, do you believe me now?" Su Chun said calmly. Chu Xiening had already spoken to this extent, she couldn't possibly continue pretending, could she? Chu Xiening's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with shock. You? You really fused with a natal spiritual treasure?" She had originally thought this kid was just talking nonsense, but it turned out to be true. Fusing with a natal spiritual treasure at the 2nd tier, this was unprecedented. Moreover, this natal spiritual treasure gave her a terrifying feeling, as if it could destroy everything. This kid was a freak. "By sheer luck," Su Chin said. Chu Xiening's lips twitched slightly. "Sheer luck could lead to this?" She asked again, "What grade is your natal spiritual treasure?" 3rd grade. Her eyes were filled with regret. "What a pity. With your potential, you could have fused with a 6th or even 7th grade natal spiritual treasure." However, another doubt arose in her mind. This natal spiritual treasure seemed to have some connection to the anomaly that had appeared earlier. She carefully sensed that this spiritual treasure indeed only had the aura of a 3rd grade item. But why would a 3rd grade spiritual treasure cause such an astonishing phenomenon? Early fusion means early enjoyment. Su Chun said nonchalantly. 3rd grade. No, no, no. This was a peak 12th grade existence. However, he didn't want to explain too much. Everything would become clear when it advanced to 6th grade and 9th grade later. Chu Xiening looked at Su Chun in confusion. If the limit of this life-bound spiritual treasure was truly only 3rd grade, he shouldn't be so calm and composed. Perhaps the true grade of this treasure was far higher than it appeared on the surface? After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped pondering. "You've created a miracle here. Train while there is not much time left for you to challenge higher levels." With that, she stood up, turned, and left. Su Chun, on the other hand, had a completely indifferent expression. Perhaps it was the opponents who didn't have much time left? "Su Chun, tell me quickly, what grade is your life-bound spiritual treasure?" Shi Yaoyao asked, looking unconvinced. She didn't believe Su Chun's claim of 3rd grade at all. "Peak 12th grade," Su Chun replied casually. Shi Yaoyao glared at him and said coyly, "Min's lies. Not a single word is true." Then, she switched to a playful tone and said, "There's a masked social event at the playground tonight. Want to go and have some fun?" She had been cooped up in the villa, training hard for the past few days, and it was driving her crazy. Su Chun shook his head. "I don't want to go." Shi Yaoyao quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes and shook it. "Come with me." Seeing her adorable, playful demeanor, Su Chun reluctantly nodded. All right then. Having been in constant tension and slaughter, a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. Shi Yao Yao snorted lightly and said smugly, see? Women who know how to act cute have the best lives. Su Chun's personality was one to yield to softness rather than force sometimes. He had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Who taught you this? You've learned all the bad things, Su Chun said with a smile. Blah, none of your business. I'll come find you tonight. Shi Yao Yao skipped away happily. Su Chun stretched lazily, preparing to check out the strong opponents among the second-year students and plan his upcoming challenges. Shanghai City. Su Xiao held the case file in her hand, looking at the irrefutable evidence, her anger burning like a volcanic eruption. An S-class gifted individual dares to kill people without reason and even dump the bodies in the wilderness? Absolutely lawless. Captain Su, please seek justice for our brothers. Li Kai cried bitterly, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. Of course, the entire incident had already been maliciously distorted by him. In his account, Su Chun had become a heinous murderer who killed and dumped bodies at will just because he was in a bad mood. Su Xiao looked at him and nodded slightly. Don't worry. If things are truly as you say, I will definitely uphold justice for you. Su Xiao wasn't foolish. She wouldn't easily become a pawn in someone else's game before understanding the true reasons behind this matter. For now, the priority was to bring Su Chun back and clarify the situation. Her father had always taught her that no matter who it was, as long as they committed a crime, they must face a fair and just trial. She had always upheld this principle and strictly enforced it. Of course it's true, Captain Su. Thank you for your trouble. Li Kai secretly felt pleased no matter what. His goal had been achieved. Letting Su Xiao, this woman, pester Su Chun was also a form of torment. Su Xiao gave him a cold glance. You all better be careful. Don't let me catch any real evidence. With that, she stood up resolutely, preparing to head to the Magic City. Li Kai, on the other hand, was full of disdain, cursing inwardly. The so-called justice in your heart, is it really justice? What a stubborn fool. At 8 p.m., the playground of Kyoto Ability Academy was bathed in colorful lights, filled with laughter and joy. Compared to the usual high-intensity training, the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere at this moment was even more delightful. Under the soft lights, students gathered in small groups, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Su Chun, why did you only bring a clown mask? I couldn't find any other suitable mask, so I had to settle for this clown mask. Su Chun shrugged, leisurely walking to a nearby seat and sitting down. He casually picked up some fruit from the table and began tasting it. Shi Yao Yao followed closely and sat beside him, asking softly, have you really decided to skip a grade? The news of his decision to skip a grade had already spread like wildfire throughout Kyoto Ability Academy. Now his fame was at its peak, even surpassing the top talents from various factions within the academy. Freshman year doesn't suit me. The freshman stage posed no challenge for him without pressure. Where would the motivation come from? So next up was sophomore year. But soon enough, he would dominate the entire Kyoto Ability Academy. We all come from the same place, so why are you so amazing? Shi Yao Yao pouted slightly, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. Su Chin's brilliance was too dazzling, while she, in this talent-filled Kyoto Ability Academy, apart from her relatively outstanding looks, seemed rather ordinary. Seeing this, Su Chin gently patted her head and comforted her. Don't be sad. I always remember that moment in Chuan City when you stood by my side without hesitation. In his heart, true friendship was about sincerity, not quantity. Shi Yao Yao's face immediately lit up with a happy smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. At least you remember. Her heart was sweet, surprised that Su Chun had always remembered that incident. Just as the two were happily chatting, a sudden commotion arose from the crowd. Oh my gosh, it's Mu Shuer, the top of the sophomore 100 schools ladder ranking. Why is she here? Could she be looking for someone? Could it be Su Chun? How is that possible? Didn't you see her being dragged here by her brother Jiang Luer? Mu Shuer frowned slightly. Why did you drag me here? Jiang Luer chuckled. Here to find a boyfriend for you, sis. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the room and finally landed on Su Chun, who was sitting on a chair. Excitedly, he pointed at him and said, "It's him." Mu Xuer followed the direction of his finger and saw a boy wearing a clown mask. His comical appearance made her frown slightly. "Stop joking. I need to go back and train." "Sis, he's Su Chun." Hearing the name Su Chun, Mu Xuer's steps, which were about to turn away, paused. A peculiar glint flashed in her eyes as she walked towards Su Chun. "Are you Su Chun?" Mu Xuer stood in front of Su Chun. Su Chun raised his head, looking at the extraordinary woman before him. He frowned slightly and asked, "What is it? Can you take off the mask?" No way." Shi Yaoyao quickly interjected. Looking at the beautiful Mu Xuer in front of her, Shi Yaoyao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She didn't know why, but she just felt uneasy. Seeing this, Mu Xuer didn't insist further and continued to ask, "I heard you're planning to challenge the higher grade?" "Yes, I want to train myself on the stage of the second-year students." Mu Xuer nodded. "I'm looking forward to a battle with you in the same realm." She was full of interest in Su Chun. Recently, Su Chun had become a prominent figure at Kyoto Ability Academy. His growth speed and strength were astonishing. Originally, she thought she would never have the chance to fight him in the same realm in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, he was planning to challenge the higher grade, which reignited her hope. She enjoyed battling strong opponents, and Su Chun happened to meet her standard of a strong opponent. "Then look forward to me drawing you in the challenge." The higher grade challenge required drawing 3 opponents from the top 1,000 second-year students. There was a chance he might draw Mu Xuer. Mu Xuer shook her head. "No, if you draw me during the challenge, it would only count as me bullying someone weaker. You wouldn't stand a chance." Her current realm was Tier 3, Level 6, and with only a few days left until the challenge, Su Chin's realm definitely wouldn't reach Tier 3. In the world of ability users, each major tier was a nearly insurmountable barrier. By the day of the challenge, Su Chin's highest possible realm would be Tier 2, Level 10. If he really drew her, the battle would be meaningless. What she wanted was a fair fight in the same realm. Only then could they truly determine who was stronger. "Well, sorry, but I really hope to draw you." Su Chin revealed a slightly defiant smile. Bullying the weak? No, no, no. He was already at Tier 3, Level 1. As long as he went to the Shadow Gang in the next few days to grind some achievements and raise his realm, none of the second-year students would be his match. Besides, with Mu Xuer saying this, how could he back down? A man without some fighting spirit is no man at all. Seeing Su Chin's arrogance, Mu Xuer sighed softly, a hint of disappointment appearing on her face. Farewell. In her eyes, Su Chin's current attitude seemed overly arrogant, which greatly diminished her impression of him. Of course, all of this was a misunderstanding caused by her not knowing Su Chin's true level of strength. Watching Mu Xuer's departing figure, Su Chun stretched lazily. This little girl still seems unconvinced. But it didn't matter strength would prove everything. What he said wasn't arrogance. Those with strength have the right to say things that may seem arrogant, but speaking boastfully without strength that's true conceit and arrogance. Shi Yaoyao saw this and pinched Su Chun's arm, scolding. "Was it nice to look at? Your eyes were glued to her." "Not at all, but she is indeed quite pretty," Su Chun answered honestly. "You," Shi Yaoyao glared at him angrily. "But in my eyes, you're still the prettiest," Su Chun quickly added. Hearing this, Shi Yaoyao immediately softened, a smug smile appearing on her face. That's more like it. I like hearing that." Looking at her adorable expression, Su Chin also showed a faint smile. Girls are sometimes so easy to appease. "Are you Su Chin?" At that moment, a female voice rang out. Su Chin turned his head and saw a woman in the uniform of the Ability Management Bureau standing in front of him. "And you are?" Su Xiao showed her credentials and said sternly, "I'm Su Xiao, captain of Team 1 of the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. Someone has reported you for murder and dumping a body in the wilderness. Come with me." The Ability Management Bureau specializes in handling conflicts between ability users. Su Chin frowned slightly. This was most likely the work of the Shadow Gang, wasn't it? He wondered where the Shadow Gang had found this reckless fool. "And what if I don't go?" Su Chin asked fearlessly. "If you don't go, I can arrest you by force." Although Su Chun was an S-class ability user and a prominent figure, if he had indeed committed murder, there could be no leniency. Otherwise, the entire ability user society would descend into chaos. Su Chun sneered coldly. This woman was truly a complete fool, an absolute idiot. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since the Shadow Gang was so reckless, he might as well wipe them out tonight. Eliminate them all. Fine, let us go. I'm curious to see how your bureau chief will react when you bring me to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, Su Chin said with a playful smirk. It was a good opportunity to hitch a ride to Shanghai City and uproot the Shadow Gang. He hadn't even gone looking for trouble with them, yet they had sent such a fool. All right, please come with me. Su Xiao pointed expressionlessly at the official vehicle not far away. You wicked woman, what right do you have to take him away? Who do you think you are? Shi Yaoyao's eyes were filled with anger. This woman was simply a fool. Did she not understand what it meant to take Su Chen away? If anything happened to Su Chen, not only would the head of the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau lose his position, but the entire Shanghai City would suffer. Su Chen stopped Shi Yaoyao and gently patted her head. Don't worry, I just happen to have some business in Shanghai City. Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but remind him. You must be careful. Su Chun made an okay gesture, then boarded the official vehicle with Su Xiao, heading toward the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. After this small episode, the originally lively masquerade ball instantly erupted into chaos, with everyone talking animatedly. Su Chen's luck with women is really strong today. Several beauties approached him one after another. If you had this kind of luck, would you want it? Didn't you see the last woman who came to arrest Su Chen? Arrest Su Chen? I suspect that woman must have water in her brain to dare arrest Su Chen. This is hilarious. Shanghai City is going to be so much fun now. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. As Su Chen was taken away by the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, the entire capital instantly boiled over. Meanwhile, in the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, Director Su Zhouan was leisurely sitting in his office, sipping tea. Just as he was enjoying this moment of relaxation, the ringing of the office phone broke the tranquility. Su Zhouan frowned slightly, put down his teacup, and answered the phone with a hint of impatience in his tone. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Zheng Tianan, the principal of Kyoto Ability Academy. Upon hearing Zheng Tianan's voice, Su Zhouan's expression instantly changed, and his previously relaxed posture straightened up. Oh, Principal Zheng, what brings you here today? Your Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau actually arrested Su Chen, the top freshman of my academy, in public. What kind of win do you think that is? At first, Zheng Tianan couldn't believe the news. He thought, surely no one in the Ability Management Bureau would be so blind as to dare arrest Su Chen, right? But when he saw the undeniable photos and evidence, he had no choice but to believe that someone really had done such a foolish thing. Initially, he thought Su Chen must have committed some heinous crime, but upon closer investigation, it turned out he was merely accused of murder and dumping a body in the wilderness. He couldn't help but think to himself, is this even a big deal? Besides, based on his understanding of Su Chen was definitely not someone who would kill proactively. After hearing Zheng Tianan's words, Su Zhouan broke out in a cold sweat, his mind going blank. He cursed inwardly, wondering how someone in his bureau could be so foolish, not even considering the other party's identity before acting. Su Chen, he was a peerless prodigy, the leading figure of the younger generation in Dragon Country, and had even earned the favor and recognition of Deputy Commander Hua Zhanxiong. Principal Zheng, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Su Zhouan quickly assured. All right, let's see how you perform. Beep, beep. The sound of the phone hanging up was particularly jarring in the quiet office. Su Zhouan slumped powerlessly onto the sofa, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. Someone come here. Su Zhouan shouted loudly. A guard, hearing the call, hurried in. Director, what are your orders? Go investigate. Who on earth had the audacity to arrest Su Chen? He had to find out who the reckless fool was that did such a stupid thing. Damn it, when he finds out who it is, he'll make them pay. Arresting Su Chen of all people. Yes. The guard responded and quickly ran out. Just as the guard left, the phone rang again. Su Zhouan's heart tightened, and with trembling hands, he reached for the phone. Hello, who is this? Shaoan, are you trying to lose your position as director? Hearing Chu Zhendong's voice, Su Zhou felt like crying but had no tears. The head of the Chu family in the capital was calling this matter had clearly blown up. After being scolded for a few more minutes, he hung up the phone helplessly. Just as he was feeling utterly dejected, the phone rang once more. Su Zhou swallowed nervously. "Hello. Deputy Commander Hua asked me to pass on a message. If Su Qin suffers any harm, the entire Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau will be wiped off the map." The caller finished speaking and hung up without mercy. Su Zhou's hand fell limply, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, the guard rushed back in. "Director, we found out who arrested Su Chun," the guard said, panting heavily. Su Zhou, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, rushed over and grabbed the guard by the collar. "Who?" He had to see for himself who dared to be so bold. The guard hesitated, stammering. It was Su Qianjin." "What?" Su Zhou's pupils instantly dilated, his face full of shock and disbelief. His own daughter was the reckless one? The person who arrested Su Chun was his own daughter? Wasn't this pushing her own father into the fire? "Quick! Stop the vehicles entering the city." Su Zhou shouted urgently, but as soon as he said it, he realized it wasn't enough. "No, I'll go myself." This matter had to be handled properly. If not, the entire Shanghai City Ability Bureau would be wiped out, and he couldn't bear that responsibility. On the way to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, "Captain Su, can I ask you something?" Su Xiao glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "Ask, where's the Black Shadow Gang located? I'm an old acquaintance of their leader and want to have a chat with him." 36th Street, Datong Road. "Thanks," Su Qin replied, leaning back in his seat leisurely and closing his eyes to rest. "You're about to be taken into custody, yet you remain so calm. You're the first person I've ever seen like this." Su Xiao couldn't help but mock. Su Qin opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "How about a bet?" "A bet on what?" "Let's bet whether the director of the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau is already sweating profusely and panicking right now." News of his capture had already spread throughout Kyoto. The ones who should be panicking were in Shanghai City. She couldn't quite understand how Su Xiao managed to become the team leader. Was her brain eaten by a dog? "To be honest with you, the director is my father. His character has always been fair and strict. Even if you're a peerless prodigy, if you've committed a crime, you'll still face fair and just punishment. The one who should be sweating profusely is you," Su Xiao said proudly. Her adherence to fairness was entirely due to her father's teachings. Having such a father made her proud. Su Chun chuckled lightly. No wonder someone with underdeveloped brain functions could become a team leader. Turns out there's a director father backing her up. "You dare insult the personnel of the Ability Management Bureau?" "I didn't insult anyone. I insulted an idiot." With a flicker of shadow, he moved outside the car. "I will personally visit the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau." As the shadows flickered, several afterimages tore through the void as he sped toward the direction of the Black Shadow Gang. First, he would eliminate the Black Shadow Gang, then pay a visit to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. Inviting a god is easy, but sending one away is hard. Su Xiao watched Su Qin disappear in an instant, a look of shock flashing across her face. His mastery of combat techniques is so high. No wonder he's hailed as a peerless prodigy. Looks like I need to return to the Ability Management Bureau to gather some manpower. The car sped along the highway, and within minutes, it arrived at the city gates of Shanghai City. Su Zhou watched the Ability Management Bureau's car slowly approach, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and quickly stepped forward, loudly saying, "Welcome, Su Chun, to Shanghai City for a visit." However, the car stopped, the door opened, and only Su Xiao stepped out with a complicated expression. "Father, Su Qin just ran away. Hurry and chase him," Su Xiao shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Su Zhou's eyes instantly filled with endless despair. The carefully prepared welcoming ceremony had now turned into a farce, and he didn't even get the chance to properly communicate with Su Chun. Furious, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped Su Xiao hard across the face, shouting angrily, "Unfilial daughter!" The crisp sound of the slap echoed sharply at the bustling city gate. Su Xiao was stunned, covering her cheek, her eyes full of grievance and confusion. "Dad? Why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Do you know Su Qin's status? Even if he killed me, you wouldn't be allowed to seek revenge." and he merely killed a few people in self-defense, yet you publicly declared you wanted to arrest him. Su Zhoan was trembling with anger, his voice quivering. But father, didn't you say that as official personnel, we must act with fairness and justice? Was I wrong? Su Xiao asked stubbornly. Su Zhoan was so enraged he couldn't speak for a moment, his heart filled with bitterness. If this world could truly be fair and just, how could there be so many suffering people? Unfilial daughter. Someone, arrest her and bring her to Su Chen to apologize. Su Zhou ordered angrily. Was Su Chen wrong? He wasn't wrong, he was acting in self-defense. What's wrong with killing in self-defense? The one who's wrong is Su Zhoan. He shouldn't have taught his daughter to handle cases with only fairness and justice, without understanding the complexities of this world. This world isn't that simple. The waters here are too deep, far too deep. Moreover, he shouldn't have spoiled her since childhood, letting her live in luxury and think that anyone could bully her at will. Su Xiao was stunned. She stood frozen in place, her heart filled with confusion. Was it really her fault? Director Su, what should we do next? A subordinate asked cautiously. Suppressing the irritation in his heart, Su Zhou calmed himself down. Daughter, who gave you this evidence back then? Su Xiao hesitantly replied. It was someone from the Shadow Gang. Upon hearing the word Shadow Gang, Su Zhou's face changed drastically. His body swayed, almost falling over. It's over, everything is over, everyone. Head to the Shadow Gang immediately. Su Zhou ordered loudly, praying in his heart that Su Chen wouldn't clash with the Shadow Gang. As long as Su Chen couldn't defeat them, they wouldn't expose him. Using the address Su Xiao had given him, Su Chen quickly arrived at a secluded alley. Hey, buddy, where's the Shadow Gang? Su Chen stopped a man who had just walked out of the alley. Why are you looking for the Shadow Gang? That group of people are beasts. The man looked at Su Chen warily, his eyes full of disgust. They owe me money, and I'm here to collect it. Hey, buddy, I advise you not to go. If you do, you'll definitely lose an arm or a leg. That's not right. Just tell me where they are. Seeing Su Chen's persistence, the man sighed helplessly. At the end of the alley, turn right to number 18. All right, thanks, buddy. The man watched Su Chen's back and shook his head helplessly. Another reckless fool who doesn't know his limits. After walking a few steps, Su Chen arrived at the door of number 18. On the door, the words Shadow Gang were boldly written. Su Chen kicked the door hard, and with a loud bang, the door swung open. As the door opened, a strong aroma of alcohol and meat wafted out. Inside, many members of the Shadow Gang were sitting together, drinking and eating, laughing and joking freely, celebrating something. Amidst the noise, there were occasional cries of pain. With the commotion caused by Su Chen's kick, the members of the Shadow Gang turned their heads in unison, their eyes full of hostility. Who is this kid, daring to barge into our Shadow Gang? Humph, since he is here, let us teach him the rules of trespassing into our gang. Does no one here have any sense? Don't you recognize me, Su Chen, the renowned prodigy? Zhang Bubi, sitting at the main seat, took a big bite of meat and reminded coldly. As soon as he spoke, the previously restless crowd immediately stopped, showing a hint of fear on their faces. To provoke Su Chen would be seeking death. Zhang Bubi, life has been good for you, hasn't it? Guess why I'm here today? Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhang Bubi said with a forced smile, Our Shadow Gang hasn't provoked Su Chen. You must be here to drink and eat meat, right? Su Chen wouldn't act without reason, especially since his current level wouldn't allow him to act recklessly here. The Shadow Gang has been hostile to me, that's one. Sending a complete idiot to trouble me is two. He then raised 3 fingers. 3 seconds. Leave and live, stay and die. Zhang Bubi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Chen, you're really blowing your own horn. A man who hasn't even reached the 3rd tier dares to say such things to him. A 3rd tier 6th level expert? It seems Su Chen is not only a prodigy, but also a reckless fool. If it weren't for the fear of Hua Deputy Commander behind him, he would have killed him long ago. For a moment, everyone in the Shadow Gang looked at Su Chen mockingly. They thought Su Chen's reasoning was far from enough to justify their deaths here. Just as Su Chen was about to lower his first finger, 2 men from the backyard carried over a bloodied man. Boss, this Li Erga has a tough mouth. We've been beating him for ages. and he still won't tell us where the storage ring is hidden. I say we just kill him. Li Ergu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Bubi, your shadow gang will face retribution. His eyes dimmed. This time, he would never see his wife and daughter waiting at home for him to bring back wine and meat. He hated the injustice of this world. Zhang Buba, when he saw Su Qin's realm clearly, his eyes instantly filled with terror. Third tier, first level, and that shadow claw that has reached the true intent realm. Su Qin, enough. You've already killed many of my Black Shadow Gang members. Zhang Bubi swallowed hard, suppressing the shock in his heart, and shouted loudly. I said it. Leave no one alive. Shadow Sword Dance activated, and dozens of shadow swords formed from dark elements whistled out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each shadow sword precisely pierced a fleeing Black Shadow Gang member, striking their throats cleanly and decisively. Those who had originally hoped to escape instantly lost their vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In just a moment, the entire Black Shadow Gang was reduced to Zhang Bubi alone. Zhang Bubi was completely panicked. The Su Qin before him, how could he be human? He was clearly a death god controlling life and death, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Su Qin, I'm not someone to mess with either. Zhang Bubi roared in anger and shame, unleashing his B-level ability, demonic armorization. His figure suddenly grew taller, his entire body tightly encased in a layer of hard black rock. System, upgrade me to third tier, third level. After killing dozens of people, I should have enough 30,000 slaughter points. Spent 30,000 slaughter points. Realm successfully upgraded to third tier, third level. Su Qin's aura surged dramatically, instantly rising to third tier, third level. His figure flickered, shadow flash activated, and he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Bubi, grabbing his neck. Do you think you're tough? Oomph, you can't break through my defense. Zhang Bubi forced himself to stay calm, snorting coldly. However, Su Qin's hand pressed directly onto his head, dark elements surging wildly. The first strike of Shadow Claw landed, and the hard black rock instantly shattered. Then, dozens, hundreds of Shadow Claw strikes rained down like a storm, each strike accompanied by the release of Su Qin's inner fury. Zhang Bubi's entire face and head quickly became a bloody mess, utterly unrecognizable. After a long time, seeing that he had lost all vitality, Su Qin threw Zhang Bubi aside like trash, coldly spitting out 2 words, trash. At that moment, the Black Shadow Gang's main door was pushed open with a loud boom, and Suzhou and others rushed in. Everyone saw dozens of Black Shadow Gang members lying in pools of blood. After experiencing this series of events, Su Qin understood a lot. From now on, his mercy would be completely gone. How could the Shadow Gang, who could team up to rob others, possibly have any good people? Mercy would be forever estranged from him. Li Ergu slowly opened his eyes, looked at Su Qin, and weakly said, Su? Brother Su. Su Qin quickly took out a recovery potion and fed it to Li Ergu. Don't speak, focus on healing. Then, he slowly stood up and looked at the group of people outside the door. Director Su, long time no see. Hearing Su Qin's voice, Su Zhouan felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, and his whole body was covered in goosebumps. Brother Su Qin, it was my daughter who was blind and ignorant. Please don't take offense. I'll have her apologize to you. Su Zhouan hurriedly pulled Su Xiao in front of Su Qin and sternly commanded, kneel down. Apologize. The last glimmer of light disappeared from Su Zhao's eyes. She only felt that she was utterly ridiculous. All the teachings about fairness and justice from her father, all the claims of treating everyone equally regardless of who they were, turns out it was all fake. She was the only one kept in the dark, like a fool. She even felt proud of her father. Thinking about it now, it was truly disgusting. I'm sorry, Su Qin. She knelt down hard, her forehead instantly bleeding. The pain on her forehead made her deeply realize the cruelty of this world and the hypocrisy of her father. Su Qin lifted her face and straightened it, then suddenly slapped her with a crisp and clear sound. Let this slap be your lesson, otherwise you won't even know how you'll die in the future. It's hard to get angry with a fool because it's already laughable. You say she has a bad heart? Not really. She's just a bit stupid. Besides, What's wrong with someone who wholeheartedly pursues fairness and justice in handling matters? Simply put, she is new to society, full of ideals to achieve great things, but clueless about human relationships and worldly wisdom. She hasn't experienced the harsh beatings of society yet. But the root of all this lies in her father and this unjust world. What true fairness exists in this world anyway? Su Xiao felt the burning pain on her face, but didn't get angry. Instead, she softly said, "Thank you." The pain would remind her why it hurt. Su Chen was a bit speechless. This woman got slapped and still said thank you. What's wrong with her? He ignored Su Xiao and turned to Su Zhouan. "Director Su, do you think this matter ends here?" Su Zhouan quickly forced a smile and said, "God Su, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, you can punish my daughter." Su Chun felt a surge of disgust in his heart. This father was truly revolting to the extreme. He turned around, fiddled with Zhang Bubi's phone, and also found a notebook. Then he looked at Su Zhouan with a faint smile and said, "Director Su, do you think the Shadow Gang can rob so freely? Who do you think is protecting them behind the scenes?" Li Ergu had once said that the Shadow Gang had someone above them. So, who exactly was that person who allowed the Shadow Gang to rob and kill so recklessly? This was truly an interesting puzzle. So hard to guess. Su Zhouan was shocked. Could it be that Su Chun had already realized he was the one secretly protecting the Shadow Gang? Since Brother Su Chun has said so, as the director, I will thoroughly investigate and give you an explanation. Su Zhouan forced himself to remain calm and stepped forward, preparing to snatch the phone and notebook. Su Chen dodged and directly opened the notebook, starting to read aloud. Spring of new calendar year 295, I was approached by Su Zhouan. He asked me to establish a gang to rob the spoils of nearby demon hunting teams, splitting them 70-30. I agreed. Grain rain season of new calendar year 295. That old man is truly ruthless. This time, he took 80% of the spoils. I must jot this down in case he denies it in the future. New calendar year. One record after another, like sharp knives, mercilessly exposing Su Zhouan's various crimes. Su Zhouan trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed hysterically, "This isn't me. This is Zhang Bubi's fabricated nonsense." As he spoke, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Su Chen chuckled lightly. "What's the matter, Director Su? Are you planning to kill me to silence me?" Su Zhouan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the force, veins bulging. In that instant, a surge of resolute killing intent rose in his heart, but ultimately, his hands slowly loosened, like a deflated balloon. He had indeed entertained such a crazy thought just now, but reason ultimately prevailed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. If he killed Su Chun, his wife and daughter would also suffer, becoming innocent victims. He still had a shred of conscience left in his heart. His wife, parents, and daughter were innocent. They shouldn't have to pay for his mistakes. One wrong step leads to another. He sighed inwardly. When he chose to shelter the gang's crimes of arson, murder, and robbery, and took a share of the profits, he should have foreseen this outcome. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Of course, he owed it all to his precious daughter. He let out a deep sigh, his voice full of weariness. All the actions of sheltering the Shadow Gang and other related matters were done by me alone. They have nothing to do with my wife and daughter. The moment he said this, he seemed to age instantly, as if he had grown 10 years older in an instant. At this moment, Su Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly collapsed, as if her body had lost all support. Her eyes were filled with shock and realization. Only now did she finally understand why she had repeatedly tried to investigate the Shadow Gang's criminal records, but always came up empty-handed. Why every time someone reported the Shadow Gang, she wanted to intervene, only to have the investigation rights taken away and everything returned to calm. It turned out that the mastermind behind all this was her own father. Thinking of this, Su Xiao felt a strong wave of nausea surge up, her stomach churning. He himself was deeply mired in filth, yet he wanted her to remain pure and untainted. "You're absolutely disgusting." She glared at Su Zhouan with eyes full of hatred. Su Zhouan looked at the undisguised hatred in his daughter's eyes and felt as if his heart was being mercilessly twisted by a sharp knife, the pain unbearable. "Daughter, I have wronged you. His voice carried a hint of pleading, yet it sounded so powerless. Su Xiao closed her eyes slightly, as if trying to erase the image of her utterly disappointing father from her sight. Then, she stood up, staggered away, her back filled with loneliness and disappointment. Su Chen watched this scene and gently shook his head. The father was so ruthless, yet he raised such a righteous daughter. This family was truly full of drama. Su Cheng gave an order. Someone, take Su Zhouan to the Ability Management Bureau for processing. The members of the Ability Management Bureau who had originally followed Su Zhouan were still immersed in shock and confusion. Upon hearing Su Chen's command, they seemed to wake up from a dream and stepped forward. Director Su? Please come with us. Their tone carried a hint of caution, clearly still not recovered from the earlier shock. After all, they never expected that Su Zhouan, who usually appeared so dignified, would commit such acts. Su Zhouan looked at Su Chen, his eyes full of pleading. I only ask that my wife and daughter not be implicated. They are innocent. Su Chen's expression remained calm. We'll see. Words can bring trouble, and no promises could be made before the matter was thoroughly investigated. If there was a connection, wouldn't it be redundant? Su Zhouan lowered his head helplessly and was escorted into the car by several people, leaving slowly. Su Chen called over a few more people to send Li Ergu to the hospital, then headed together to the Ability Management Bureau in Shanghai City. Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. The bureau building at night appeared somewhat eerie under the dim lights. At the entrance of the building, Deputy Director Liang Chongning greeted him with a beaming smile and quick steps. Welcome, Su Shun. You should know what happened, right? Of course I know. I am truly heartbroken over my superior's actions. Shouldn't you be happy? As the Deputy Director, shouldn't you be hoping for his downfall? Su Chen teased with a half-smile. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Liang Chongning's face. Not at all. I am wholeheartedly for the people. Whether big or small, it's all the same. All right. Everything will be investigated thoroughly, and the truth will be revealed tomorrow. After saying this, Su Chen no longer paid attention to Liang Chongning and walked straight into the Ability Management Bureau. As soon as he entered, a guard holding a phone hurriedly approached. A call from Deputy Commander Hua. Su Chen took the phone and heard Hua Zhanxiong's hearty voice. You did well, kid. Do you need some practice handling the follow-up? No, I'm not suited for cleaning up messes. Better for Deputy Commander Hua to send someone. He had no interest in the follow-up tasks like accounting, sentencing, or investigations. He preferred straightforward and direct killing, that clean and decisive feeling. Ha, just like my temper, I've already sent someone over to handle the follow-up matters. If you want to watch, you can stay and take a look. If not, you can return to Kyoto. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I want to watch, but I still have some things to do in Shanghai City. What is the point of watching? It's not like I can take away the money they've been covering up. Oh, I see. That works. By the way, when did you break through to the 3rd tier? You really gave me a scare. Half an hour ago, the informant arranged by Hua Zhanxiong told him that Su Chen single-handedly wiped out the Shadow Gang, and his level had reached the 1st stage of the 3rd tier. This made him almost unable to believe his ears. It wasn't until he saw the footage sent back that he completely believed it. Su Chen, this kid, is a freak. Just started his freshman year, and his level is already catching up to second-year students. How are the second-year students supposed to survive? At this rate, will he speedrun the entire Kyoto Ability Academy in 2 years? I just reached it not long ago, Su Chen said casually. Huh, not long ago? You make it sound like it's a game. Do you know how many people envy your cultivation speed? I know you have secrets, but make sure to protect yourself. Everyone has secrets, and so does he. But Su Chen's secret is quite significant. However, to be fair, Su Chen's potential is enormous. A once-in-a-decade, or even once-in-a-century, or millennium, extraordinary talent. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Hua. What Deputy Commander Hua? Call me Uncle Hua. Hello, Uncle Hua. Su Chen responded, feeling a bit delighted. It's always good to have a strong backer. Ah, that is better. I want to say much more. I've sent my people over. You've done well tonight. Once the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau finishes handling things, they'll reward you based on your contributions. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Reward based on contributions? Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Hua. Stop flattering me. Hanging up now. Hua Zhanxiong laughed and ended the call. Su Chen looked at the phone in his hand, feeling a bit better. He glanced at the time. It was already early morning. Looks like he'll have to spend the night in Shanghai City. Tomorrow, he'll visit Li Ergu, and then it'll be time to challenge the Beast Alliance. The next day, Ability Management Bureau Hospital. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. In the hospital room, a plainly dressed woman with a little girl under 10 years old looked at Su Chen with gratitude in her eyes, about to kneel to thank him. Su Chen quickly held them up with both hands. No need for this. Brother Ergu is my friend. This is what I should do. The woman, Bai Jinmin, wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. No matter what, you are our family's benefactor. If it weren't for Su Chen, Li Ergu wouldn't have survived, and their family would have been shattered. Then, as your benefactor, I order you to sit over there. Bai Jinmin hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Su Chen's words and sat on a chair nearby. Su Chen looked at Li Ergu on the hospital bed and asked with concern, Brother Ergu, how are you feeling? Any better? Li Ergu grinned. Though his face was still pale, his spirit seemed much improved. Much better. He waved his fist, trying to prove he was fine, but his movements were weak. Su Chen felt slightly relieved. At this moment, the door of the ward was gently knocked, and the director walked in. The director was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking refined and courteous. Are you Su Chen, the top freshman of Kyoto Ability Academy? The director's voice carried a hint of respect. Su Chen turned his head. That's me. It's my fault as the director for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. Su Chen waved his hand. No need to be so polite. This patient is my friend. Please take good care of him. Of course. Of course. The director nodded quickly, his face full of smiles. Seeing his agreement, Su Chen looked at Li Ergu again. Brother Ergu, I have other matters to attend to. Let's talk another day. It was getting late. It was time to return to Kyoto and head to the Beast Alliance for a challenge. Reciprocity is a beautiful virtue of the Dragon Nation. He must carry it forward. All right then, Jinmin, see Su brother off, Li Ergu quickly said to Bai Jinmin beside him. Bai Jinmin was about to get up when Su Chen's voice sounded. No need to see me off. Just take good care of Brother Ergu. With a faint smile on his lips, he turned and walked out of the ward. Bai Jinmin watched his back, a trace of admiration in her eyes, and said softly, What a good young man. Handsome and capable. Indeed, if our daughter were a few years older, maybe we could become in-laws. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Leaving the ward, Su Chen strolled through the hospital corridor. He took out his phone, quickly swiping through the screen to check the latest hot topics in Shanghai City. Breaking. Former director of Shanghai City Ability Bureau, Su Zhouan, sheltered gangs involved in arson, murder, and robbery, now sent to the alien demon cave for a death battle. Shocking. Kyoto Academy's top freshman Su Chen single-handedly caused a major reshuffle in Shanghai City's Ability Management Bureau. Black Shadow Gang wiped out overnight? Is this a collapse of morality or a distortion of humanity? The first few hot news topics were almost all centered around him and the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. As for Su Zhouan being transported to the alien demon cave battlefield, it was undoubtedly a dead end. The alien demon cave battlefield, as the most brutal frontline, left almost no chance of survival for criminals sent there. It could only be said that he deserved it. Su Chen. At this moment, a voice came. Su Chen was slightly startled and looked up, only to see Su Xiao standing quietly not far away, her eyes filled with complex emotions. What are you doing here? Nothing. Just wanted to say thank you. Su Chen was a bit speechless. Thank me? He had sent her father to the alien demon cave battlefield, and she still wanted to thank him? Yes, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recognized my hypocritical father, nor would I have continued to live in the fantasy that everything in this world could be fair. Huh? I sent your father to the alien demon cave battlefield, and you don't hate me? This is the punishment he deserves. Su Xiao gently bit her lip. She had just glanced at the hot news. The comments below were almost all positive, praising Su Chen for doing the right thing and condemning her father as deserving of death. After all, the Shadow Gang her father sheltered once wantonly slaughtered, leaving countless families shattered. The pain still lingers in the hearts of the victims' families to this day. Su Chen sighed softly. So, what are you planning to do next? Go hunt monsters to earn money and compensate the families harmed by the Shadow Gang. Su Chun was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Xiao to have such determination and courage. That's great. Looking forward to seeing you next time. With that, he waved his hand and turned to walk toward the military vehicle of the Ability Management Bureau parked at the hospital entrance. Su Xiao stood quietly in place, watching the car gradually drive away, her eyes growing more resolute. Kyoto Beast Alliance Headquarters. Director Zhang, are you bringing students here for sightseeing? Haibo asked knowingly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Zhang Shueyo snorted lightly. Naturally, it's a reciprocal challenge. The experience of being challenged last time was like a thorn in his heart, vivid and unforgettable. This time, he was determined to rely on Su Chun to turn the tables. To feel triumphant again, why not step aside for a private chat? Haibo squinted slightly, signaling Zhang Shueyo to follow him. Zhang Shueyo saw this and followed him to the side. Director Zhang, name your price. What will it take for Su Chun not to challenge us? Zhang Shueyo chuckled, I wouldn't know. Anyway, Su Chun's appetite is usually quite large. With a student like Su Chun, he felt utterly elated. I have Su Chun. You don't, that's my reason for being confident. Oomph. Zhang Shueyo, don't push your luck. If Su Chun wants to challenge us, let him come. Wu Hengji stormed over, his face full of anger. Zhang Shueyo glanced at him slightly. What? Could it be that Deputy Alliance Leader Wu has someone stronger than that freshman with the cross-level contracted beast? That's none of your business. You'll find out during the challenge. To win, he felt justified in using any means necessary. If people could be fake, then what harm was there in faking age? Ridiculous. I am the Alliance Leader. Haibo was extremely dissatisfied with Wu Hengji's actions. He was destroying the entire Kyoto Beast Alliance. Wu Hengji remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping over the elders around him. Elders, do you prefer to apologize and evade, or face the challenge head-on? He clapped his hands, and several elders stepped forward to stand beside him, nodding in agreement. Haibo sighed deeply at the scene, his face full of disappointment. Foolish, utterly foolish. His heart was completely disillusioned with the Beast Alliance. How utterly stupid. Alliance Leader, just wait and watch the show. I am fully confident in this battle. Isn't that right, Zhao Shan? Wu Hengji looked smugly at the burly man beside him. Zhao Shan nodded. Rest assured, Alliance Leader, I will win this battle. For this fight, he had made thorough preparations, even resorting to forbidden drugs. In his view, as long as he could win, using some drugs was no big deal. On the battlefield, the best soldiers are those who can kill the enemy. Besides, since they weren't part of the Beast Alliance, they wouldn't be able to tell he had used drugs to enhance the beasts. Haibo closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that after this battle, the Kyoto Beast Tamer Alliance headquarters might really need to be re-established. Even if they won, it wouldn't be a fair victory. As for the possibility of losing, it seemed unlikely. After all, Zhao Shan could control two third-tier, fifth-level beasts, one of elite rank and the other possessing top-tier bloodline. Together, these two beasts could even take down an average third-tier, seventh-level expert. As for Su Chun, no matter how strong he was, with his second-tier strength, it would be very difficult to defeat these two powerful beasts. Time ticked by, and after more than 10 minutes, an official military vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Su Chun stepped out of the car, only to see the entrance crowded with members of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Among the crowd were Director Zhang and some students. Su Chun, you're finally here. Zhang Shueyo, upon seeing Su Chun get out of the car, quickly jogged over, his face full of excitement. I'm here. So, can we start the challenge now? Su Chun's gaze swept over the crowd. Of course, we've been waiting for you. Zhang Shueyo sighed inwardly, marveling at the fact that even as a director, he now had to rely on a student. All right. Su Chun stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Wu Hengji. Vice Alliance Leader Wu, have you chosen my opponent? Wu Hengji sneered. Newcomer Zhao Shan, prepare to face Su Chun. Zhao Shan stepped out from the crowd. Su Chun, do you dare to fight me? Seeing this, Zhang Shueyo immediately flew into a rage. He stepped forward and questioned angrily. Wu Hengji, if I'm not mistaken, Zhao Shan joined the Beast Tamer Alliance last year, didn't he? Do you have no shame? The surrounding crowd also began to murmur, their emotions running high. This Beast Tamer Alliance is outrageous. Letting someone with over a year of experience fight someone who has only been training for half a month. Shameless. They should rename it the Shameless Alliance. I was considering having my child join the Beast Tamer Alliance. Thank goodness I didn't. Exactly. I never thought the Beast Tamer Alliance could be this disgraceful. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, their voices of condemnation rising one after another. Wu Hengji, however, merely smirked, his face showing no trace of guilt. Zhao Shan didn't learn well when he first joined, so he is now studying alongside our new recruits. How does that not make him a newcomer? Besides, on the battlefield, if there are no strict rules or limitations, isn't winning all that matters? Don't you agree, Director Zhang? As long as they won, reputation would belong to the victor. Zhang Shuiyo was so furious he wanted to curse. He had never encountered someone so shameless, someone who could justify their actions so brazenly. It was well known that Zhao Shan's strength was such that not even most second-year students at Kyoto's Ability Academy could defeat him, let alone Su Chen. Wu Hengji, you shameless scoundrel, I'll curse your ancestors. Zhang Shuiyo finally couldn't hold back and burst into a tirade. After venting, he grabbed Su Chen, ready to leave. We're leaving. In his view, with such a shameless opponent, he couldn't afford to lose face by staying. Su Chen remained motionless. Don't rush, Director Zhang. I think Zhao Shan might not be unbeatable. Jackie Chung was momentarily stunned and blurted out. Su Chen, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Of course not. Since the opponent is playing dirty, we'll crush them completely with absolute strength. What does cheating matter? As long as you overpower them with immense strength, you can surely expose their true colors and make them look utterly ridiculous. Jackie Chung paused slightly, secretly speculating in his heart. Could it be that Su Chen has already broken through to the third-tier realm? Otherwise, how could he dare to take on this seemingly unwinnable challenge so recklessly? But upon closer thought, it seemed utterly unbelievable. It had only been a few short days. Could Su Chen really have crossed that massive threshold between the second and third tiers? Humph, since you're so determined to bring this upon yourself, don't come crying to us saying we bullied you when you lose. Wu Hengji's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had thought this challenge would end here, but unexpectedly, Su Chen was actively seeking to fight. What if I win? Su Chen countered. Win? Huh. If you really have the ability to beat me, I'll kneel down right here, knock my head 3 times, and respectfully call you Master Su. Wu Hengji sneered. Win? Easier said than done. Unless Su Chen had reached the third tier, and not just the third tier but the second or third level within it, he wouldn't stand a chance. It had only been 3 days since the last challenge. Forget reaching the third tier. If Su Chen could even break through to the 10th level of the second tier, his cultivation speed would be considered unprecedented and unparalleled. Fine, since Vice Alliance leader Wu is so eager to recognize a new father, I won't stop you. By the way, where's the arena? Follow me. Wu Hengji turned and led the group to the arena. Compared to the arena at the Ability Academy, this one was relatively small. Please. Wu Hengji gestured invitingly. Su Chen leapt onto the arena. Come fight. Zhao Shan stretched his muscles. Since this Su Chen was so ignorant of his own limits, today he would show him the true gap in strength and give him a lesson he'd never forget. He jumped onto the arena and slightly cupped his hands. Brother Su Chen, please. The elders below exchanged glances, all looking puzzled. What on earth was Su Chen up to? Where did he get such confidence and boldness? Match. Begin. Wu Hengji commanded. In an instant, a flash of light appeared between Zhao Shan's brows, and an extreme lightning thousand bird shot out, surrounded by crackling electricity. Immediately after, a massive rock giant slowly emerged, towering like a mountain and exuding an intense sense of oppression. One was a flying beast, incredibly fast. The other was a land beast, with formidable defense. Su Chen raised his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing within them. Perfect, he could take down 2 opponents at once. He activated the probing function and quickly examined the 2 beasts. Name: Thunderclap's Swiftbird Bloodline, Elite Realm, 3rd Tier, 5th level attributes. Lightning, Wind Note, extremely fast. Name, Rock Giant Bloodline. Top tier realm. 3rd tier, 5th level attributes. Rock, Earth Note, exceptionally strong defense. Su Chun, to be honest, you are indeed very strong. For someone your age to achieve such accomplishments, you are truly a prodigy. If you surrender now, we can let bygones be bygones, as if nothing ever happened. Zhao Shan secretly admired Su Chin's current strength, which far exceeded his expectations and was almost on par with the results of his own year-long cultivation. It was worth noting that Su Chun had reached such heights in just over 10 days. Su Chun shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I really have my eyes on these two beasts. As long as he dealt with them, he could earn thousands of slaughter points. This deal was too good to pass up. Your eyes on them. Zhao Shan was slightly stunned. That's right. Watch closely, here I come. As his voice fell, several black shadow claws suddenly appeared in the sky, like black lightning striking toward the two beasts. Dodge! Zhao Shan's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted. The thunderclap's swift bird reacted swiftly, instantly flashing away to avoid the attack. However, the rock giant wasn't so lucky. Several shadow claws struck it fiercely, and the powerful impact was like a landslide, causing the rock giant to collapse to the ground. The rocks on its body shattered and scattered everywhere. How could this happen? Zhao Shan stared at the fallen rock giant, his face full of confusion. This rock giant was a beast with top-tier bloodline, its defense so strong that even the S-class lightning abilities, known for their destructive power, would struggle to shatter its rocks in such a short time. At this moment, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Whoever said dark abilities had weak destructive power was clearly spouting nonsense. Meanwhile, the audience had already erupted into chaos, with exclamations echoing one after another. Holy crap! When did this kid break through to the 3rd tier, 3rd level realm, and even master the true intent level of Shadow Claw? Zhang Shuiyo couldn't help but curse, his eyes full of shock. 3 days ago, Su Chun was only at the 2nd tier, 8th level realm, but now he had reached the 3rd tier, 3rd level. This cultivation speed, even for an S-class prodigy of the same level, would take at least half a year to achieve. And Su Chun had done it in just 3 days. By this calculation, Su Chin's cultivation speed was 60 times faster than that of an S-class prodigy of the same level. Hiss! What was even more unbelievable was that Su Chun, at such a young age, had managed to comprehend a battle technique to the true intent level. Thinking about how he himself had lived for decades without mastering a single battle technique to the true intent level, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Wu Hengji's eyes were wide open. Larger than the sun, was this even human? This cultivation speed was simply monstrous. But this match absolutely couldn't be lost. Having already resorted to some underhanded tactics earlier, if they lost now, the Beast Alliance's reputation would be utterly ruined. Zhao Shan, take this seriously. Zhao Shan naturally understood Wu Hengji's meaning. This was asking him to use forbidden drugs. Initially, he had been reluctant to resort to such underhanded methods, but the current situation left him no choice but to use this final trump card. Qin Yao Tank Catch. He took out 2 pills, one red and one green, and forcefully threw them toward Extreme Lightning Qin Yao and the rock giant. The 2 beasts caught the pills simultaneously and swallowed them in one gulp. Within seconds, the lightning surrounding Extreme Lightning Qin Yao grew even more intense, and its size increased by a whole circle. Meanwhile, the rock giant's entire body turned blood red, and its height surged to 4 meters, standing like a small mountain on the arena. Su Chun felt the sudden surge in the aura of the 2 beasts and was slightly startled. Did they just eat a Snickers? How did they suddenly become so fierce? Whoosh! Extreme Lightning Qin Yao transformed into a streak of lightning, diving down at an incredible speed, aiming to claw at Su Chen's head. Su Chun immediately summoned the Slaughter Demon Scythe, blocking it in front of him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed along with a powerful impact, forcing Su Chun to take several steps back involuntarily. Rock Giant, crush him for me. The rock giant roared furiously, leaping into the air, its thick arms like massive stone pillars, smashing down fiercely towards Su Chun. Tuan Tuan. Su Chen called out, and Tuan Tuan instantly fused with him successfully. Su Chen spread his wings, soaring into the air to evade while glancing at Extreme Lightning Qian Yao. Didn't expect this, did you? I can fly too. Su Chen activated Shadow Flash, instantly appearing behind Extreme Lightning Qian Yao, swinging the Slaughter Demon Scythe to slash at its body. However, Extreme Lightning Qian Yao reacted swiftly, dodging effortlessly with a sidestep, its gaze carrying a hint of mockery, as if saying, "You can't hit me." "Oh, running fast, huh? Then try this." Around Su Chen, dark elements surged and roared wildly. The entire ground instantly transformed into a sinister and terrifying dark elemental demon pool. Within the pool, the dense dark elements churned like black sludge. Countless dark elemental ghost claws suddenly shot out from the bottom of the pool, reaching straight for Extreme Lightning Qian Yao. Extreme Lightning Qian Yao let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings in an attempt to evade the overwhelming dark elemental ghost claws. However, the ghost claws followed relentlessly, forcibly grabbing Extreme Lightning Qian Yao and dragging it fiercely into the demon pool. Extreme Lightning Qian Yao was furious, lightning flashing across its body, with several thick bolts of lightning darting around, trying to dispel the repulsive dark elemental ghost claws. Yet no matter how it struggled, the ghost claws remained unmoving, rendering Extreme Lightning Qian Yao's resistance utterly futile. "Where can you run now?" With a flash of his figure, Su Chen swung his blade, and the Slaughter Demon Scythe directly sliced Extreme Lightning Qian Yao into two halves. Killed Tier 3 Level 5 Elite Bloodline Beast. Slaughter points plus 3,000 hiss. 3,000. Su Chen took a sharp breath, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. Not only that, the amplification of the Slaughter Demon Scythe also increased by 0.5%. "No!" Zhao Shan's eyes widened in rage, letting out a desperate roar. His Extreme Lightning Qian Yao was dead just like that. "Rock Giant, smash him flat for me." The Rock Giant received the command, its massive body leaping high into the air like a mountain, crashing down fiercely towards Su Chen, aiming to deliver a powerful and heavy slam. "Let us see if your rock is harder, or my magic scythe." He swung the death scythe, triggering the Nether 9 slashes, as 6 dark elemental slashes forcefully struck the Rock Giant. Boom crack! The immense impact and terrifying power, like an invisible force, directly shattered the rock on the Rock Giant's chest. A deep wound appeared on its chest, with debris flying and dust billowing. Su Chen was somewhat surprised by this. Although he was one realm lower than the Rock Giant shouldn't be this fragile, right? He activated his probing skill again, and this time he finally understood the reason. It was because of the drugs. 666, can't win? Then take drugs. With a dull thud, the Rock Giant collapsed to the ground. This scene left Zhao Shan in utter disbelief. Why was Su Chen's dark destruction power so strong? "Su Chen, I admit defeat." If Su Chen attacked a few more times, the Rock Giant would definitely be split in two. "You can admit defeat, but this beast must die." Zhao Shan hurriedly stood in front of the Rock Giant. "If you want to kill it, you'll have to kill me first." Su Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that this man and beast had already developed feelings for each other, hadn't they? A thought flashed through his mind. Would there be a little Rock Giant in the future? Not killing it is fine, unless your beast alliance finds me a few more third-tier beasts to chop. A few third-tier beasts would just about make up for the slaughter point difference of this top-tier beast. "All right, I agree. Fine." Su Chen then looked at Wu Hengji, a playful smile appearing on his face. "Good son, come and kowtow 3 times to your dad." Wu Hengji's face turned blue and purple. "I never said that." "Oh, but I recorded it." Su Chen pulled out his phone, and Wu Hengji's voice played clearly. "Is the Beast Alliance really this sore about losing? Can't even kowtow." "Exactly. Seems like there's no point in joining the Beast Alliance." The surrounding people pointed and whispered, their discussions forming an invisible pressure that made Wu Hengji's face look even worse. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with humiliation. "Fine, I'll kowtow. I can afford to lose." He walked up to Su Chen. "Master Su." He knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times loudly. "Ah, good son, so obedient." Wu Hengji stood up and loudly announced, "Our Beast Alliance admits defeat." He truly had no other choice. Opposing Su Chun would only lead to an even worse outcome. You can't defy the heavens, and you definitely can't defy Su Chun. He always manages to catch you off guard. Don't rush, Vice Leader Wu. What about the matter of using forbidden drugs? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Beast Alliance was shocked, their hearts filled with astonishment and fear. How did Su Chun figure it out? Su Chun, what's this about forbidden drugs? Zhang Shuiyo stepped forward and asked. Oh, just now Zhao Shan used some forbidden pills for espers on the rock giant and extreme electric thousand birds, which can greatly enhance overall strength in a short time. Frenzy pills. Frenzy pills can enhance a person's strength, but after the effects wear off, they are likely to become insane. As for using them on beasts, it is highly likely to make the beasts go berserk and harm the innocent. So they have always been classified as banned drugs. Zhang Shuiyo pointed at the Beast Alliance members. Well, you dare to violate the rules and use prohibited items? Quite bold. Director Zhang, student Su Chun, how about giving this old man some face? Hai Boubei spoke up at this moment, his face showing a trace of helplessness and pleading. At this point, he couldn't let the situation worsen further, otherwise, the entire Kyoto Beast Alliance would fall into an irreparable disaster. Zhang Shuiyo hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Chun. What do you say? Su Chun was just about to speak when Hai Boubei stepped forward and handed over a card. Here is 50 million. Consider it the fee for inviting student Su Chun to the battle. Additionally, later I will also give 23rd tier beasts from the Beast Alliance's reserves to student Su Chun for hunting. This is so embarrassing. Although he said this, his hands quickly pocketed the card. The card must have fallen into his pocket on its own. Besides, this was something he deserved, wasting so much of his time. Compensating him with some money was only fair. The most important thing was that the crime of using banned drugs wasn't severe. It was akin to using performance-enhancing drugs in a competition, which would lead to the person being scorned for being unable to accept defeat, darkening their future prospects. Seeing Su Chun accept the card, Hai Boubei breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to the elders of the Beast Alliance and announced, "From now on, I will leave the Beast Alliance and rebuild a new Kyoto Beast Alliance headquarters. Everyone, today I resign from this position." If he didn't leave, the entire Kyoto Beast Alliance would be finished. Its reputation would be ruined. But Hai Boubei's reputation couldn't be tarnished. He could still make a comeback. Alliance leader Wu Hengji directly knelt on the ground, his eyes full of regret and pain. If it weren't for his insistence, how could things have turned out this way? He hated himself. He hated that in a moment of ambition to make the Beast Alliance famous, he lost his head and made such a grave mistake. Hai Boubei sighed. "Xiao Hong, I know everything you did was for the Alliance, but you were too impatient." He turned and left, his figure somewhat desolate. Wu Hengji lowered his head, trembling all over. Without Hai Boubei, what was the point of his existence as the deputy Alliance leader? He slowly stood up. Today's incident, I, Wu Hengji, will bear all the blame alone. You can scold me, report me, whatever you want, but it has nothing to do with the Beast Alliance. Seeing this scene, Su Chun could only say, "You reap what you sow. If you had known this earlier, why bother now? If you hadn't provoked me, would I have crushed you?" Pitiful people always have something detestable about them. All right, standing up now, do you think doing this has any meaning? Su Chun was a bit speechless. It was a typical case of realizing filial piety only after one's mother had passed away. Wu Hengji lowered his head deeply, unable to say a word after being rebuked by Su Chun. Su Chun no longer paid attention to Wu Hengji and turned his gaze to Zhao Shan. "Brother, I want to ask, where in the Beast Taming Alliance can I hunt 23rd tier beasts?" The value of 23rd tier beasts was no small matter. It could at least exchange for tens of thousands of slaughter points. "Follow me." Zhao Shan led him into the depths of the Beast Taming Alliance. At this moment, Zhang Shuiyo walked forward with a smug expression. "Oh, isn't this Wu Hengji? How come you look so miserable after just a short while?" Years ago, when the Kyoto Ability Academy lost during a challenge, he had also suffered such ridicule. Today, he finally had the chance to return the humiliation. Just relying on the old to bully the young. I'm relying on Su Chun. What can you do about it? Zhang Xueyo crossed his arms, his face full of pride. Having a student like Su Chun makes me so happy. I could wake up laughing from my dreams. Wu Hengji turned his head away, ignoring him. The helplessness and frustration of a loser were fully revealed at this moment. 51,000 slaughter points. After hunting 23rd tier beasts and adding the previously accumulated slaughter points, Su Chin's total slaughter points had now reached 51,000. System, upgrade my realm by 1 level. Consumes 20,000 slaughter points. Realm upgraded to 3rd tier, 4th level. In an instant, Su Chin's aura changed dramatically. The surrounding dark elements surged wildly, like disturbed undercurrents, churning incessantly. Ah, comfortable. Su Chun let out a long breath. System, how many slaughter points are needed for blood condensation at 10 cycles? He was currently at the 2nd tier blood condensation realm, but he hadn't made much progress in blood condensation yet. Now, he was about to enter the 3rd tier spirit vein realm. Ability users have 108 spirit veins in their bodies. The more veins they open, the faster they can absorb source energy from the air. Additionally, the more veins opened, the faster the recovery of internal source energy. The 3rd tier spirit vein realm is a crucial stage, marking a significant difference in cultivation speed among ability users of the same age. Ding. Requires 10,000 slaughter points. Su Chun stroked his chin. Could it be that, like bone tempering, the last cycle consumes the most slaughter points? System, how many slaughter points are needed for blood condensation at 18 cycles? Requires 70,000 slaughter points. Blood condensation cycles max out at 18. Normal individuals reach 10 cycles. Prodigies reach 14 cycles. Additionally, after completing 18 cycles, mental power cultivation will be unlocked. So that's it. As expected, blood condensation at 18 cycles unlocks mental power cultivation. If he could achieve blood condensation at 18 cycles, wouldn't that mean he could start mental power cultivation at the 3rd tier, while others would have to wait until the 5th tier? That would be a significant lead. System, upgrade blood condensation to 10 cycles. He decided to first upgrade to 10 cycles, and then enhance to 18 cycles later when he had enough slaughter points to unlock mental power cultivation. Besides, he didn't even have a method for mental power cultivation yet. Consumes 10,000 slaughter points. Blood condensation successfully upgraded to the 10th cycle. As soon as the system notification sounded, a wave of scorching changes surged within Su Chen's body. Vital blood flowed from his limbs and bones, condensing into countless tiny blood beads. The blood beads intertwined and merged with each other, gradually converging into several thick blood threads, continuously surging toward the core deep within the Dantian. Time passed by second, and finally, after a long while, the first round of blood condensation was completed. Immediately afterward, this miraculous transformation continued for 9 more rounds until the 10th round of blood condensation was successfully completed. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with golden light, and an indescribable sense of comfort swept through his entire body, as if every pore was breathing freely. His mental strength surged dramatically, as though a refreshing spring had been injected into it. Moreover, his vision became incredibly clear. Not only could he see distant scenes, but even the tiny dust particles floating in the air were visible with perfect clarity. If I reach the 18-round blood condensation stage, what kind of astonishing transformation would that bring? Su Chen muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. Then, he turned his attention to the remaining 21,000 slaughter points, preparing to upgrade the Shadow Claw of the Dark Pool first. This combat skill was extremely practical in real battles. System, how many slaughter points are needed to upgrade the Shadow Claw of the Dark Pool to perfection? Ding. 20,000 slaughter points are required to reach perfection. Upgrade. Following the command, the Shadow Claw of the Dark Pool was instantly upgraded to the state of perfection. At this moment, the attack range of the Shadow Claw of the Dark Pool expanded several times, and the dark elemental ghost claws condensed within the magic pool became even stronger. System, open the system panel. Name, Su Chun Realm. 3rd tier, 4th level ability. S-Class Shadow Monarch Cultivation Method. Shadow Ability Cultivation Method Bone Tempering. 10th round Golden Bone Blood Condensation. 10th round companion spirit weapon. SS class slaughter demon, scythe life spirit treasure. 12th grade world, destroying Black Lotus techniques. Infinite spirit source art, first level. 9 nether immortal body, first level combat skills. 3rd tier corrosive dark bat strike mastery. 3rd tier shadow flash mastery. 2nd tier shadow claw true intent. 2nd tier abyssal dark pool mastery. 6th tier instant prison shadow kill formation beginner. 5th tier nether 9 slashes mastery. 4th tier shadow shield uninitiated. 5th tier shadow claw of the dark pool perfection. 6th tier shadow blade dance beginner PS. If anything is incorrect, at me and I'll fix it. After closing the panel, Su Chun smiled with satisfaction, already formulating his next plan. The next step was to first upgrade the level of his ability. Once the S-class ability was upgraded to SS class, he would then elevate all combat skills to the true intent stage. By that time, every move would be a combat skill at the true intent stage. How would anyone counter that? After finishing the upgrades, Su Chun walked out of the beast taming room and saw Zhao Shan waiting outside. Brother, this batch of beasts is pretty good. Next time, if there are new ones, remember to let me know. Su Chun said with a hint of teasing in his tone. Zhao Shan's face instantly darkened, his mouth twitching slightly. Look at what he's saying. These aren't some girls from a fireworks district, these are beasts meticulously cultivated by our beast taming alliance. But what could he do? Disagree? Disagree and still can't beat him. Su Chun walked further outside and saw a group of people clamoring to leave the beast taming alliance. Su Chun had long anticipated this scene. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be lived through. Serves them right. Damn. Su Chun, how was the experience of hunting beasts? Zhang Shuiyo walked over with a big smile and asked. Director Zhang, I went to hunt beasts, not to visit a brothel. Oh, haha, I was just too excited and didn't pay attention to my wording. Come on, I'll take you for a drink. No need. Dean Chu just informed me to go back and draw my opponent for the leap challenge. Is that so? I really can't wait to see the look on your opponent's face when they're drawn by you, first ecstatic, then begging for mercy after being defeated by you. Ha! Zhang Shuiyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Su Chen's current level, there weren't many in the top 1,000 of the second year who could be his match. I am looking forward to it too. Su Chen clenched his fist, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Come on, I'll drive you back. Zhang Shuiyo enthusiastically offered. The two got into the car, which sped off toward the Kyoto Academy of Abilities. Inside the second-year training room, Director Chu, has Su Chun been notified? He has been informed. He should arrive in a few minutes, Chu Zining replied. As the two were conversing, several second-year students from the Shanghai Academy of Abilities, dressed in their school uniforms, walked over. Leading the group was Qian Ming, who wore a respectful expression. Director Chu, Dean Chu, greetings. Qian Ming, why are you here all of a sudden? Director Chu, have you forgotten? In a week, our two schools will have a secret realm confrontation match. I'm here today to exchange the participant lists between the two schools. As Qian Ming spoke, he took out a list from his pocket and handed it over. Chu Xiangyang took the list and carefully scanned it. When his eyes landed on a name he didn't want to see, his expression turned grave. He looked up and said, Our list hasn't been finalized yet. I'll confirm it today and hand it over to you. All right, Director Chu, I'll wait for your update. As soon as Qian Ming finished speaking, Su Chun's voice echoed in the training room. Dean Chu, I'm here. Chu Zining turned toward the sound and said, Su Chun, come and draw your opponent for the leap challenge. Su Chun had just taken a few steps forward when Qian Ming approached him. You re Su Chun, right? Of course, he recognized Su Chun. Who didn't he know Su Chun? Among all the first-year prodigies in the Dragon Nation's universities, they paled in comparison to him. That's me. And you are? Let me introduce myself. I'm Qian Ming, a second-year student at the Shanghai Academy of Abilities. Oh, if there's nothing else, please step aside. Qian Ming frowned slightly, but still politely moved out of the way. Su Chun walked up to the drawing platform. How do I draw? Chu Xiangyang pointed to a button on the platform. Press this button, and you'll randomly draw opponents from the top 1,000 second-year students. Without hesitation, Su Chun pressed the button 3 times in succession. Soon, 3 names appeared clearly on the screen: Zhang Bai, Lu Shengli, Mu Shui'er. Seeing the results, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but shake his head. Looks like your luck isn't great. In the leap challenge, you'll have to face the top second-year student, Mu Shui-er. I advise you to give up. This is too difficult. You must know that challenging a higher grade is already as hard as climbing to the heavens, and now you've drawn Mu Shui-er, making it even harder. Mu Shui-er just broke through to Tier 3 Level 7 yesterday, and the gap in realm alone is enough to crush Su Chun. However, Su Chin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was very satisfied with this result. Going straight to challenge the strongest in sophomore year now, that's interesting. You're strong? Sorry, I'm just stronger. Director, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm very satisfied with this result. Chu Xiangyang was stunned. Satisfied? You drew the strongest opponent, and you're saying you're satisfied? He was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand Su Chen's thoughts. Qian Ming, who had been watching from behind, understood the situation and stepped forward. Su Chen, you're really bold to challenge a higher grade. But, Junior, let me give you some advice. Mu Shui-er is not someone you can easily defeat. Even our sophomore top student can only barely beat her. However, if you train for another year, you'll definitely be able to do it. Good thing you're not in the same grade as us. If Su Chun were in the same grade, he would have surpassed them long ago. Su Chun was simply abnormal to the extreme. As for him succeeding in the grade skipping challenge to sophomore year, wouldn't that make them in the same grade? You wanted to say, how is that possible? Could Su Chun, after training for just over half a month, crush Mu Shui-er, the sophomore top prodigy who has trained for over a year? The likelihood of that happening is lower than a Sao handcrafting an atomic bomb. Su Chen chuckled lightly, reached out, and patted Qian Ming's shoulder. In a few days, we might really be in the same grade. Junior, don't joke around. Do you really think you can defeat Mu Shui-er? Qian Ming asked, full of doubt. More or less, Su Chen replied calmly. Qian Ming almost wanted to refute him directly. Aren't you just bragging? But he held back, only shaking his head silently in his heart. All right, Su Chen, are you really not listening to my advice and insisting on initiating the grade skipping challenge? Chu Xianyang confirmed again. Yes, Director Chu. Seeing Su Chen's determination, Chu Xianyang had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Since he wouldn't listen to advice, let Mu Shui-er teach him a lesson and show him the vastness of the world. If he won't heed kind words, then don't blame him for losing the match and being humiliated in public. Fine. In that case, the grade skipping challenge will be held tomorrow. Don't embarrass yourself when you lose. At this moment, Chu Zining spoke up. Director Chu, if Su Chen wins, add a spot for him in the two-school secret realm competition. Humph, that's naturally not a problem, provided he can win. Chu Xianyang snorted coldly. Mentioning the two-school secret realm competition made him feel quite troubled. The competition is actually a rehearsal for the 100-school league. However, last year, when Mu Shui-er's cohort participated, they failed to win the championship. And this year, the situation seems even less optimistic. It's said that the sophomore top student at the Magic City Ability Academy has already advanced their ability to SS level. You must know, SS level abilities are not comparable to S level abilities. Even Mu Shui-er is powerless against such an opponent. Thinking about losing again in this year's secret realm competition between the two schools, Chu Xianyang felt a headache coming on. Seeing Chu Xianyang agree, Chu Zining looked at Su Chen. Kid, do your best, okay? For some reason, she inexplicably believed that Su Chen could do it. Moreover, the second-year students urgently needed someone stronger than Mu Shui-er to confront the prodigy from the Magic City Ability Academy, who was rumored to possess SS-level fire abilities. Since Mu Shui-er couldn't do it, they could only see if Su Chen could. Dean Shu, rest assured, I will do my best. By the way, what exactly is the secret realm competition between the two schools? The secret realm competition between the two schools is a simulation exercise before the second-year 100-school league. I see. Are the opponents strong? I noticed Director Chu looked worried when mentioning this. Su Chen keenly observed Chu Xianyang's expression and asked curiously. Of course, Junior Su Chen, I'm not exaggerating, but the chief of our Magic City Ability Academy is rumored to have already advanced his fire abilities to SS level. Moreover, he was last year's champion of the 100-school league and even defeated Mu Shui-er. Qian Ming said proudly, his face brimming with pride. A trace of amusement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. SS-level fire abilities? Interesting. Su Chen, don't take it too seriously. It's just a rumor, Chu Zining quickly said, worried that Su Chen might feel pressured after seeing his expression. I'm not taking it seriously. Why take it seriously? After tomorrow's level-up competition, I'll go hunting in the wilderness, and my abilities can also advance to SS level. Chu Zining looked at Su Chen's calm demeanor and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is he really this composed when facing someone with SS-level abilities? Surely, Su Chen won't suddenly elevate his abilities to SS-level dark abilities, right? As the matter settled, Chu Xiangyang slowly spoke. Qianming, stay here for another day. After tomorrow's level-up challenge ends, come back to retrieve the list. He was certain that the list wouldn't change. There was absolutely no chance Su Chen could succeed in the challenge. However, since he had already promised Chu Zining, he naturally had to give Su Chen this seemingly meaningless opportunity. Qianming quickly responded, "All right, I was just thinking about watching Junior Su Chen's performance tomorrow. It would be perfect to see Su Chen's embarrassed failure. Who told him to be so arrogant and not listen to advice?" Thinking about how Su Chen would be harshly slapped by reality tomorrow, an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. The two turned and left, leaving Chu Zining and Su Chen standing in place. Chu Zining softly asked, "Do you have confidence?" "I never do anything I'm not confident about." A flash of curiosity appeared in Chu Zining's eyes. Su Chen was so certain, but what exactly would he rely on to defeat the powerful Mu Shuer? After all, Mu Shuer, as the second-year chief, was no pushover. "I believe in you. Your battle skill above the 7th tier is waiting for your triumphant return." Su Chen's eyes were full of anticipation. "Then it's a deal, huh?" This battle skill above the 7th tier could develop towards the summoning system. After exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways. As night fell, Jiang Luer rushed into Mu Xuaner's room in a whirlwind. "Sis, did you see? Tomorrow's level jumping challenge. Your opponent is Su Chen." Mu Xuer frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of surprise and doubt. Was she really drawn to face Su Chen? She sighed softly, feeling somewhat resistant to this match. After all, they weren't at the same level. Even if she won, what would it mean? "Sis, do you still think Su Chen is stuck at the 2nd tier?" Jiang Luer couldn't help but ask when he saw Mu Xuer showing little reaction. Mu Xuer raised her eyes. "What? Has he already broken through to the 3rd tier?" "More than just the 3rd tier. He's already at the 3rd tier, 3rd level," Jiang Luer said as he quickly pulled up the video of Su Chen's battle against Zhao Shan in the Beast Alliance. Mu Xuer stared at the phone screen, watching Su Chen display his 3rd tier, 3rd level realm in the video, along with the battle skill exuding true intent and the scythe that seemed to have undergone a strange transformation. A surge of indescribable shock rose in her heart. How could it be so fast? Mu Xuer murmured to herself. She couldn't understand how Su Chen, who had been cultivating for less than a month, was already catching up to her, who had been cultivating for over a year. This terrifying cultivation speed left her feeling far behind. Yeah, he's a freak. And that battle skill is actually in the realm of true intent, capable of transforming into another form. The power of his dark-type ability is just absurd, Jiang Luer muttered as he watched the video of Su Chen's transformed state. This form seemed to greatly enhance Su Chen's combat power, and the destructive force of his dark-type ability was unbelievably strong. How could the destructive power of a dark-type ability surpass that of a lightning type? As Jiang Luer described, Mu Xuer grew increasingly alarmed. What was this mysterious transformation? Where did the terrifying destructive power of the dark type come from? All of it felt like a series of riddles, lingering in her mind. "Sis, do you think there's a chance you'll lose tomorrow?" Jiang Luer suddenly asked. No. If it were a battle at the same level, she might not last 2 moves against Su Chen. But with a 4-level difference, she was confident she could defeat him. Maybe you'll lose." Jiang Luer had just finished speaking when he felt a chill sweep over him, making him shiver involuntarily. He looked up to see the entire room covered in a thin layer of ice. All right, sis will definitely win tomorrow." Jiang Luer quickly changed his tune. Mu Xuer sighed helplessly and slowly closed her eyes. Tomorrow's battle she would give it her all and absolutely could not lose. 2nd tier, First level, Tuan Tuan. I'll take you to soak in that multi-billion dark shadow sacred pool another day. Suchin looked at Tuan Tuan in front of him with a face full of joy. Just now, Tuan Tuan had successfully broken through to the first level of the second tier. Good. Awesome. Tomorrow I'll let you show off in front of everyone. The previous attempts to merge with Tuan Tuan had failed to summon her, but tomorrow it was finally time to let everyone witness Tuan Tuan's power. Moreover, after reaching the first level of the second tier, the two amplification skills Tuan Tuan mastered had also improved. According to the system, when Tuan Tuan reaches the seventh tier and enters her growth phase, the power she can exert when possessed will be incredibly strong. Additionally, in the growth phase of the seventh tier, Tuan Tuan can unlock her second form. Who knows how stunning that will look. Suchin spent another 20 million to purchase Tuan Tuan's food, and then, feeling bored, started playing on his phone. While he was engrossed, a message suddenly popped up. Li Qingqing, wanna hang out? Suchun was slightly stunned when he saw the message, then replied, Question mark. Li Qingqing. Just kidding. I read online that sending this kind of message to guys makes them reply instantly. Suchun, that's not wrong. It was indeed true. Anyone who received such a message would find it hard not to reply. Li Qingqing, are you free tomorrow night? I have something to talk to you about. Suchin, can't you say it now? Li Qingqing, nope. Handsome, meet me at the Peak Hotel tomorrow. If you don't come, you might never see me again. After sending this message, no matter what Suchin replied, Li Qingqing didn't he respond. Suchin scratched his head in confusion. It seemed that Li Qingqing planned to confess something in person and ask for his help. He wondered what kind of trouble she had encountered that required his assistance. After playing on his phone for a while longer, Suchin yawned and fell asleep. The next day, the second-year arena was already packed with people, with many students gathered and discussing animatedly. I really don't get it. Why is our first-year Shadow God challenging a second-year student? Exactly. If Shadow God stayed in the first year, he'd definitely crush the opponents during the 100 Schools tournament. Why does he have to go to the second year and get himself humiliated? Sigh, we mere mortals really can't understand the thoughts of gods. No, no, no. It's not that he might lose, he is definitely going to lose, because Shadow God's opponent is Mu Shui. 666. This is literally a clash of titans. Let us see who is stronger. The entire audience was abuzz with discussions, and without exception, everyone expressed their confusion over Su Chin's actions. Chu Xiangyang stood to the side, snorting coldly. This Su Chin wouldn't listen to advice, so he could just wait to embarrass himself. As time ticked by, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, a dark shadow flashed past the entrance, and Su Chin stepped onto the arena. He said coldly, Let us begin. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand. Lu Xingli, go up and teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Upon hearing the command, Lu Xingli leaped onto the arena with a contemptuous smile on his face. A first-year freshman should just stay in the first year. Why act so arrogant and skip levels? I am ranked 109 among the sophomores. If you can't even beat me, then step down obediently. Suchin raised his eyes. One move is enough. Apart from Mu Shui, he had no interest in the other two. Crushing them as quickly as possible would suffice. Tuan Tuan. A look of disdain appeared on Lu Xingli's face as he sneered. Defeat me in one move? Are you daydreaming? He was at the third stage, 5th level. He wasn't made of paper to be defeated in one move, was he? However, just as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed by. A dark elf flapped her tiny wings and flew out. She gently raised her hand, summoning a surge of dark elemental power. In an instant, above Su Chin's head, a stunningly beautiful purple-black rose slowly appeared. Immediately after, the dark elf merged with Su Chen like a wisp of purple smoke. As they fused, a powerful aura erupted from Su Chen, centered on him. Su Chen's eyes instantly turned a deep purple, and a black lightning mark flickered on his forehead. At the same time, a pair of massive black wings extended from his back. Hovering in midair, Su Chen looked down with his glowing purple eyes. I said one move, so it will be one move. With that, he raised his hand, and the entire arena was instantly shrouded in a dark power, forming a pool of dark elemental magic in the blink of an eye. Within the magic pool, dark elements churned and surged, emitting low, demonic roars. Seeing this, Lu Xingli's face showed a smug smile. Perfect, my ability is flight. What can you do to me in one move? A pair of cyan wings quickly unfolded behind him, and he leapt into the air. Su Chun smirked slightly. Why don't you look down? Instinctively, Lu Xingli looked down, only to see countless massive black, ghostly claws suddenly emerging from the dark elemental magic pool. These claws were the perfect form netherpool shadow claws, each as large as a tiger's paw. They resembled demons crawling out of hell, all reaching for Lu Xingli in the air. What are these things? He tried to dodge the attacks of the ghostly claws, but the dense and thick claws instantly surrounded him, leaving him no chance to escape. The claws gripped his body tightly, dragging him into the dark elemental magic pool, ready to tear him apart and reduce him to a pile of bones. I surrender. Lu Xingli struggled desperately in the magic pool, shouting. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the dark elemental magic pool vanished without a trace. He looked at Lu Xingli coldly. If you're useless, don't assume others are as worthless as you. Lu Xingli lowered his head and swallowed hard. In that moment when he was dragged into the magic pool, he felt the breath of death. Every second was filled with endless pain and fear. He looked at Su Chun in front of him. Who was the real sophomore here? He had actually been defeated in one move? The once lively crowd below the stage fell into a dead silence after Su Chen's series of astonishing moves. It was a long time before someone finally broke the silence. Are you kidding me? Did I see that right? A freshman actually defeated around 100 sophomores in seconds? This is just too outrageous. And what exactly is that adorable elf? Damn, I was hesitating earlier, but from now on, even if Su Shun fights the King of Heaven, I'll bet on Su Shin to win. Dean Chu, you've really kept me in the dark, Chu Xiangyang said with a face full of despair. Chu Zining was equally shocked. Are you talking about that dark elf? Surely you don't mean you also don't know that Su Chun has contracted that dark elf. Chu Zining was a bit helpless. She really didn't know Su Chun had contracted the dark elf. But how did he manage to contract it? And where did he get it from? Could Su Chun possibly be a dual ability user? Otherwise, it would be impossible to contract a dark elf. Moreover, where exactly did this dark elf come from? Dark elves are the darlings of dark elements, with amplification effects on dark elements that are beyond imagination. They are the ultimate treasure that dark ability users dream of. Director Chu, to be honest with you, I really don't know. Chu Xiangyang's mouth twitched slightly. Well, now he had spoken too soon. But leaving aside the matter of the dark elf, how did Su Chun achieve 3rd-tier 4th-level strength and master 5th-tier combat techniques to perfection? Perfect mastery of 5th-tier combat techniques would take even S-level ability geniuses years or even decades to achieve. And Su Chun managed it in just 20 days? Beside him, Mu Shuer furrowed her brows tightly. He had grown stronger again. Yesterday, he was only 3rd-tier 3rd level, and today he was already 3rd-tier 4th level. The opponent she was about to face, was he even human? Moreover, the biggest surprise was still the sudden appearance of the dark elf. She took a deep breath. Even if Su Chun had a dark elf, she absolutely couldn't lose. On the arena, Su Chen's gaze was icy cold. Next, Chu Xiangyang looked at Zhang Bai beside him and said in a deep voice, "You, go first." Zhang Bai pointed at himself, his face full of shock. I still have to go. What kind of joke is this? He was ranked 985 among sophomores, and Lu Xingli, ranked 109, had been defeated by Su Chun in one move. If he went up, wouldn't he last less than half a move? Chu Xiangyang thought for a moment and felt Zhang Bai had a point. Zhang Bai conceded. Finally, he turned his gaze to Mu Shuer and said earnestly, Mu Shuer, you are our only hope among the sophomores. Letting a freshman successfully skip grades was undoubtedly a huge slap in the face for the sophomores. After all, with just a year's difference, a freshman could successfully skip grades. Wouldn't that mean the sophomores were incompetent? Not being able to defeat a freshman also indirectly reflected his incompetence as the teaching director. One's honor is everyone's honor, and one's loss is everyone's loss. Mu Shuer closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened them. Her originally black pupils instantly turned blue, and a powerful chill emanated from her body. With every step she took, the ground beneath her feet quickly froze into a thick layer of frost. My sister is serious. Go, sis. Zhang Luer shouted excitedly from the audience, cheering them on. The duel between Mu Shuer and Su Chun was undoubtedly the most captivating highlight of this arena challenge. A showdown between the top student of the first year and the top student of the second year who would have the last laugh. I'm so nervous. Su Xin from the first year and Mu Shuer, the top student of the second year, who will win? I don't care. I'm blindly supporting Su Shan. Hard to say, Mu Shuer is also a prodigy. Plus, Su Chun is at stage 3, level 4, while Mu Shuer is at stage 3, level 7. Mu Shuer seems to have a better chance of winning. Whatever. The cool and aloof goddess is forever divine. I support Mu Shuer. Mu Shuer stepped onto the arena. With a light stomp on the ground, a powerful chill instantly erupted. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. The icy surface shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, exuding a piercing coldness. Seeing this, Su Chun was slightly startled, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. What was going on? Ding. This is the characteristic of Mu Shuer's ice ability, Absolute Zero. It can alter the surrounding environment, spreading ice wherever it goes, bone-chilling cold. Su Chin nodded slightly and asked, System, what about the characteristic of my dark ability? Since awakening, he had yet to figure out the characteristic of his dark ability. However, after a few seconds, the system still did not respond. Damn it, Su Chin couldn't help but curse. At that moment, Mu Shuer spoke. I hope you give it your all. Su Chin chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Then let's see if you have what it takes to push me to that point. If he truly went all out and summoned the Doomsday Black Lotus, wouldn't that be like using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito? Mu Shuer nodded. I certainly will. She then turned to the referee. Can we start now? The referee stepped forward and loudly announced, the final match of the Leap Year Challenge, Su Chun versus Mu Shuer, begins now. As soon as the referee's voice fell, a dazzling SS-grade ice sword emitting a ghostly blue glow appeared in Mu Shuer's hand, the ice glass sword. Ice/ninefold. Mu Shuer launched the first attack. The ice glass sword enveloped in endless cold, slashing out 6 fierce sword beams. Su Chin's eyes sharpened, and the slaughter scythe instantly materialized in his hand. The black scythe was wrapped in dense dark elements. He held the scythe horizontally in front of him, blocking the fierce attack. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the 6 icy sword beams collided violently with the scythe, the powerful impact forcing Su Chun back several meters. The residual ice clung like a bone-deep curse, instantly forming a thick layer of frost on the scythe, encasing it tightly. Wow! Truly worthy of Absolute Zero. Su Chin's lips curled into a cold smile. He swung the slaughter scythe forcefully, and the ice layer shattered on impact, scattering into countless icy shards. Then try mine. With a swing of the scythe, the perfected nether/ninefold was unleashed. 6 dark element scythe shadow blades tore through the air, whistling as they charged toward Mu Shuer. Mu Shuer was startled, her left hand surging with the power of ice. A second-tier perfected ice shield instantly formed. She was confident that this shield could withstand Su Chin's attack. The massive ice shield stood before her like a mountain, radiating a cold blue light. However, the first 2 strikes of the 6 shadow blades slammed into the ice shield. With a crisp crack, the shield shattered into countless ice shards in an instant. Mu Shuer's heart filled with shock. She hurriedly raised her long sword horizontally in front of her, attempting to block the remaining 4 shadow blades. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds rang out in succession. The powerful impact forced Mu Shuer back over 10 meters, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She steadied herself, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Both of them had S-rank abilities, and Su Chun was 3 levels below her. How could his ability be so overwhelmingly powerful? Su Chin's ability gave her a feeling that it wasn't just an S-rank ability, it felt like something beyond S-rank. Su Chin, you're strong, but I absolutely cannot lose. Mu Shuer gritted her teeth, cold air emanating from her body as the ice amplification activated instantly. A pair of massive ice wings grew behind her, as clear and crystalline as an ice sculpture, shimmering with a cold light. Gripping her longsword, she charged towards Su Chun. You really want to fight me in close combat? Su Chun showed no fear, wielding the slaughter scythe as he engaged in an intense battle with Mu Shuer. The clashing of weapons echoed like a passionate symphony, reverberating above the arena. However, after only a few exchanges, a crisp sound rang out. Mu Shuer's ice glass sword was directly severed by Su Chen's slaughter scythe. The slaughter scythe's characteristic of being indestructible and cutting through iron like mud was unmatched by ordinary weapons. Breaking a weapon was a simple feat. Looking at the slaughter scythe in Su Chen's hand, Mu Shuer fell silent for a moment, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Again, she shouted angrily. Using ice to forge a sword, a new ice blade formed in her hands. One sword, Heaven Splitter. She stepped back, gripping the ice sword with both hands and raising it high above her head. The ice sword in her hands grew larger and larger until it blocked out the sky. Seeing this, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. Was this the power of a pay-to-win player? No doubt about it. This combat skill had to be at least 7th tier or higher. A pay-to-win player indeed. Of course, the main issue was that Mu Shuer had frozen the arena, preventing him from using his Netherpool Shadow Claw. Otherwise, this battle would have been much easier. Fall. The massive ice slash descended straight towards Su Chun, carrying a world-destroying momentum, as if it could shatter everything in its path. Seeing this, Su Chun dared not be careless. A shadow shield instantly formed around him. Then, he swung the slaughter scythe, unleashing several Nether 9 slashes in succession, attempting to block the enormous ice slash. However, it was all in vain. The massive ice slash, like Mount Tai descending, slammed heavily onto Su Chen's slaughter scythe. Using the power of the wings behind him, Su Chun flapped them fiercely, trying to resist the overwhelming force. But even so, the ice slash forcefully pressed Su Chun from the air to the ground. Boom! A loud bang echoed as the ground beneath Su Chen's feet shattered, forming a shallow pit. After a long while, the ice slash finally broke apart, dissolving into countless ice crystals and disappearing. Su Chen slowly raised his head, a trace of dishevelment on his face, but his eyes were filled with determination. Not bad. This pay-to-win combat skill is truly powerful. Fortunately, the first stage of the 9 Nether Undying Body greatly enhanced his physique, combined with Tuan Tuan's fusion, which further strengthened his physical endurance, and the perfect golden bones allowed him to withstand this strike. Mu Shuer, seeing Su Chun endure the attack, had a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Why was Su Chun so tough? It was one thing for his abilities to be powerful, but why was he so resilient? She took a deep breath and pointed her finger to the sky. 9th tier combat skill Phoenix Fall. She refused to believe he could withstand this strike. In an instant, snowflakes began to drift across the arena, and in the sky above, an ice phoenix formed entirely of frost slowly emerged and solidified. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's mouth twitched. A 9th tier combat skill. Every 9th tier combat skill was a priceless treasure. Damn it, Mu Shuer truly lived up to being the daughter of a top-tier faction. However, before he could react, Absolute Zero instantly froze him into an ice block. Even with the terrain limiting the shadow claw of the Nether Pool and the gap of 3 realms, Su Chen still managed to push Mu Shuer to use a 9th tier combat skill. He's done very well. Below the stage, Chu Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this match would end with Mu Shuer taking the upper hand. However, Su Chun was terrifyingly strong, he just lacked powerful combat skills. If Su Chun had a few strong combat skills, even with the gap of 3 realms, Mu Shuer would have been instantly defeated. Chu Xining's eyes showed some concern. It seemed Su Chun was about to lose. This strike, even if his body could endure it, his bones wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, sometimes the body can be incredibly tough, but the bones are fragile and prone to collapse. Unless Su Chun had golden bones. But no one in this world had ever achieved golden bones. Su Chun, admit defeat. You can't withstand this strike, Chu Xiangyang said. Su Chun merely gave him a cold glance. The word defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary. You'll die from this strike. Chu Xiangyang was somewhat anxious. Suchin couldn't afford to get hurt. Thank you for your concern, Director Chu, but I must advance to sophomore year. Chu Xiangyang's face turned red with anger. Fine, go ahead and endure it. Overestimating yourself will only hinder your future achievements. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ice Phoenix fully formed, carrying an unmatched momentum as it crashed heavily towards Su Chun. In an instant, ice shards flew across the arena, forming a massive crater, with mist billowing everywhere. Mu Shuer, having exhausted all her strength to unleash such a powerful strike, collapsed to the ground. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. Did I win? Sigh? Could it be that the saying, if Su God votes, Su God wins, is about to be disproven today? What else could be done? Mu Shuer directly unleashed a 9th-tier combat skill. Who could withstand that? As expected, pay-to-win players are truly powerful. If Su Chun had a 9th-tier combat skill, there'd be no question he could instantly defeat Mu Shuer. Just as everyone was discussing and feeling down, dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from the thick mist. The mist gradually receded, and the brilliant golden light slowly faded. Everyone focused their gaze and saw Su Chun quietly standing there. His body bore several shocking wounds and was covered with a layer of frost, yet golden light still occasionally emanated from him. Mu Shuer saw this scene, and a trace of dimness flashed in her eyes, as if the stars had suddenly lost their brilliance. Her heart was filled with unwillingness had she still failed to win. Why, even with her full force strike, could she not defeat Su Chun standing before her? Su Chun stepped forward and placed the slaughter scythe against Mu Shuer's neck. You lost. Mu Shuer smiled with relief, her smile carrying a hint of liberation and a touch of regret. I lost. As soon as she finished speaking, her vision went dark due to overexertion, and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Su Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the overwhelming power of the Ice Phoenix's fall earlier, he had no way to dodge and could only brace himself to endure it. At the critical moment, Tuan unexpectedly comprehended a new skill: night armor. This armor could form from dark elements, attaching to others to create protective armor. Simply put, it was like instantly transforming into an armored warrior. Of course, the key factor was still his golden bones. If his bones weren't strong enough, they would have shattered under the powerful impact of the 9th-tier combat technique, and he would have suffered severe injuries. However, with his golden bones, combined with the physical enhancement brought by Tuan's attachment, the 9 Nether Immortal Body, and the protection of the Shadow Armor and Shadow Shield, he managed to withstand Mu Shuer's terrifying strike. It can only be said that 9th-tier combat techniques are truly terrifying. Mu Xiangyang stood nearby, stunned for a long time, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Wasn't Su Chun a dark element ability user? How could he rely on his physical body to endure a 9th-tier combat technique? To those unaware, it might seem like he possessed an S-level physical type ability. And what was the faint golden light emanating from his body? Could it be the legendary golden bones? In the end, Chu Xiangyang sighed, realizing that from now on, Su Chun alone would dominate and suppress the skies of the sophomore year. Chu Zining, witnessing this scene, also breathed a sigh of relief, though her heart was still full of questions. She couldn't understand how Su Chun managed to withstand the strike without suffering serious injuries. Looking at the faint golden light emerging from Su Chun's wounds, could it really be golden bones? But wasn't it rumored that no native-born person in the Dragon Nation could possess golden bones within 300 years? Decades ago, a powerful figure had gone to Mount Kunlun to divine a prophecy, asserting that within 300 years, no one in the Dragon Nation would be born with golden bones. And the divination from Mount Kunlun had never been wrong to this day. Could it be that Su Chun had broken this prophecy? Thinking about it, she gently shook her head. Perhaps in a few days, during the inter-school secret realm competition and the unified student strength assessment, the truth would be revealed whether he truly possessed golden bones. On the stage, the referee jumped up and loudly announced, "In this leapfrog challenge, Su Chun wins and successfully advances to sophomore year." As soon as the result was announced, the audience erupted in excitement, with everyone standing up and cheering. Su Chun had done it. He had once again made history, successfully skipping a grade. He became the first person in the history of Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities, and even the entire Dragon Nation, to successfully leapfrog a grade. At this moment, Zhang Luer rushed onto the stage in a flurry, anxiously shouting, "Quick, take my sister down for treatment." Only then did the medical staff and the audience react, hurrying forward to carry Mu Shuer away. Zhang Luer then turned to Su Chun, his face full of admiration, and said, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You withstood a 9th-tier combat technique with just your body. This is incredible." It had to be said, Su Chun was truly impressive. To those unaware, they might even think he was on the verge of achieving sainthood with his physical body. "Stop trying to get close to me. Who's your brother-in-law?" Su Chun said irritably. "It's you, brother-in-law. Do you know why my sister couldn't afford to lose?" "What? Could it be that if she lost, she'd have to marry the winner?" Zhang Luer first shook his head, then nodded, and said, "You're half right. If she loses to someone younger and at a lower level than her, they can propose marriage, and it's guaranteed to succeed." He didn't believe that Su Chun could remain unmoved by his sister, such a stunning beauty. If the proposal succeeded, Su Chun would not only marry a great beauty, but also gain the backing of the top-tier Mu family in Kyoto. Ridiculous. What kind of absurd rule is that? How is it absurd? Are you saying my sister isn't beautiful? Zhang Luer asked anxiously. "She is. Doesn't she have a strong background?" "She does. Doesn't she have a great figure?" Zhang Luer pressed on. "I wouldn't know." Zhang Luer grew impatient. "You can tell just by looking. I haven't seen her naked, and I haven't touched her, so how would I know?" Su Chun replied bluntly. At these words, Zhang Luer was left speechless. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to argue further, but Su Chun had already turned and walked off the stage. Off stage, Su Chun looked at Chu Xiangyang with a faint smile and said, "Director Chu, it seems I disappointed you. I still won." Chu Xiangyang quickly shook his head, his face plastered with a smile. "Ha ha ha, I'm thrilled. How could I be disappointed? It was my mistake, my short-sightedness. I was blind. Su Chun, don't take it to heart. I only suggested you concede earlier because I was worried you'd get hurt." At this moment, he was overjoyed. This was great now that Su Chun had advanced to sophomore year. Perhaps their cohort truly had the potential to compete with that SS-level fire ability student from the Magic Capital. He was so happy that disappointment was the last thing on his mind. Shared glory and shared loss. He didn't care about his own pride as long as Su Chun succeeded. Seeing Chu Xiangyang's sudden change in attitude, Su Chun felt a bit speechless. This man could really change his tune quickly. "Director Chu, I feel like my resolve is a bit shaken. I saw that 9th-tier combat technique, and it's a pity I don't have it. I'm envious. I think I want to go back to freshman year." Su Chun said deliberately. Today, he was determined to make the director pay up. Chu Xiangyang's eyes darted around. "Oh, Su Chun, I happen to have a 6th-tier dark-type battle technique in my hands." "Director Chu, forget it. Our Dean Chu Zining is going to reward me with a battle technique above the 7th tier. I think I'll head back to the 1st year." "Su Chun, you can't go back. Wait here. I'll go get you a dark-type technique that will definitely satisfy you," Chu Xiangyang said, then bolted away. Su Chun came to the 2nd year. He was the hope for winning the championship in the 2nd year 100 School League. He didn't want to be suppressed by the 2nd year of Magic City for another 3 years. Even if Su Chun was a big shot, they had to treat him well. Treat him like a king. Seeing his goal achieved, Su Chun looked at Chu Zining and lightly coughed twice. "Ahem. Dean Chu, you promised me." Chu Zining shook her head with a gentle smile and said, "What I promised you won't be missing." She took out an 8th-tier dark-type battle technique and handed it to Su Chun. "Take a look at this dark-type battle technique. Do you like it?" Su Chun's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take the battle technique book. Almost at the same moment, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected 8th-tier battle technique Shadow. Thousands of troops and horses. Learn it? Learn. In an instant, the battle technique book in his hand transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Immediately, detailed information about Shadow, thousands of troops and horses surged into his mind like a tide. Shadow, thousands of troops and horses. Condense dark elements to form thousands of troops and horses. At the entry level, You can condense generals of the same realm to lead the troops. As proficiency increases, the strength of the summoned troops improves. Upon reaching the true intent realm, it undergoes a massive transformation, achieving the true thousands of troops and horses. Looking at the battle technique introduction before him, Su Chen's breathing involuntarily quickened. Hiss, an 8th-tier battle technique. Moreover, what excited him the most was that upon reaching the true intent realm, he could truly possess thousands of troops and horses. With a single thought, he could command an army. Do you like it? Chu Zining asked softly. Su Chen slowly raised his gaze, his eyes full of gratitude. I love it, Teacher Chu. The development of the shadow element in the summoning direction has boundless potential, as long as you like it. This is the reward you earned through your own efforts and immense strength. Chu Zining's lips curved into a gratified smile. Since Su Chun arrived at Kyoto Ability Academy, he was like a dazzling meteor, breaking multiple unprecedented records one after another. His astonishing feats were truly awe-inspiring. Back then, she spared no expense to recruit Su Chun, and now it seemed that decision was incredibly wise. The leap year challenge is over? At this moment, Zhang Shuio hurried over, looking at the scene of countless students cheering and celebrating. There was no need to guess Su Chun had definitely succeeded in the leap year challenge. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was genuinely happy for Su Chen's immense strength and limitless potential. Su Chen's power was enough to dominate among second-year students. But he also felt sadness and regret for the first-year students once Su Chun moved to the second year. The first-year 100 School League Championship candidate would become uncertain. Originally, with Su Chun in the first year, they could have directly handed the championship to him. Director Zhang, you're a step late. Jackie Chung's face showed an expression of wanting to cry but having no tears as he pleaded, Su Chun, can you wait until the 100 Schools tournament is over before transferring your academic status to sophomore year? Honestly, Director, I really can't bear to see you leave. No way. Before Su Chun could respond, Chu Xiangyang rushed back from behind, speaking firmly and loudly. Jackie Chung turned around abruptly, glaring at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang, this isn't something you can decide. I remember you didn't even believe Su Chun could successfully skip a grade at first. Back then I was blind to his talent. Now I understand. From now on, if anyone dares to say Su Chun isn't capable, I'll be the first to argue with them. Your change of attitude is really fast, but you lack sincerity. Su Chun, I won't let you go so easily. There was no choice. Su Chen's successful grade skipping to sophomore year was already a done deal. Even though they were reluctant, they couldn't change this fact. But no matter what, Chu Xiangyang had to pay up. Who said I lack sincerity? Chu Xiangyang hurriedly walked to Su Chen's side. Take a look at this spell manual. Do you like it? Su Chun took the spell manual, his heart stirred, and his skill probe activated instantly. Nightmare Weaving Technique. This spell is divided into 6 realms. First realm. Dream Touch requires physical contact with the target to enter their dream. Second realm. Dream Thought, no contact needed. Simply lock onto the target with your mind to freely enter their dreams. Third realm. Dream Weaving can freely craft dream content, trapping the target in a fabricated illusion. Fourth realm. Dream Devour, able to weave demonic shadows into the dreamer's mind, using terrifying illusions to destroy their mental will, causing complete collapse. Fifth realm. Dream Theft, through the connection of dreams. Fragments of memory can be stolen from the target's consciousness, revealing their hidden past. Ultimate realm. Dream Execution, using one's soul as a guide, personally entering the dreamer's dream to take their life invisibly, killing them in their sleep without leaving a trace. Su Chen stared at the spell description, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Killing in dreams, invisible and intangible. This spell was way too heaven-defying. Ding. Would the host like to learn this spell? Learn. In an instant, all the information about the nightmare weaving technique flooded into his mind like a torrent. Teacher Chu, this spell does look very powerful, but is there any hidden trap? Su Chen asked with some doubt. Chu Xiangyang awkwardly scratched his head and coughed twice. Ahem. To be honest, this spell is indeed extremely powerful, but advancing through each realm is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Among those known to have practiced this spell, The highest achievement took decades to reach the second realm, Dream Thought. The abilities of the first two realms of this spell were relatively ordinary, but the later realms became increasingly heaven-defying. However, no one had ever managed to cultivate beyond the third realm. Su Chun, however, didn't care at all. So what if cultivation was as difficult as climbing to the heavens? One-click upgrade is the way to go? Chu Xiangyang, what are you up to? This spell is one of the most difficult to cultivate in the Dragon Kingdom. Aren't you setting Su Chun up for failure? Jackie Chung frowned and loudly accused. How can this be called a setup? Su Chun is extraordinarily gifted. Who knows, maybe one day he'll directly advance to the sixth realm, deciding life and death in a single dream. Although Chu Xiangyang said so, he felt somewhat uncertain inside. Forget the sixth realm, reaching the third realm alone is already an extraordinary achievement. You're clearly trying to get something for nothing. You need to show more sincerity. Zhang Shuiyo pressed on relentlessly, continuing to stir the pot. All right, how about this? I'll cover the remaining half of the cost for Su Chun's 8th tier combat technique. Originally, Su Chun was supposed to pay for it, but now Chu Director will take care of it. How about that? Chu Zining spoke up. Chu Xiangyang's heart trembled violently. Half the cost of an 8th tier combat technique would be at least in the billions. But he understood that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. After all, he hadn't believed in Su Chun earlier. Fine, I'll pay. Chu Xiangyang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. After pausing for a few seconds, he added, "But I have one condition." Everyone showed puzzled expressions and asked in unison, "What condition?" Let Su Chun immediately process the paperwork to skip grades and change to a higher year. No problem, Chu Director. You might feel the pinch now, but you'll definitely reap huge rewards later, Chu Zining said with a smile. Chu Xiangyang had truly gone all out this time. A priceless technique book, plus covering half the cost of an 8th tier combat technique. The price was no small matter. Feeling a bit of heartache, Chu Xiangyang smiled bitterly and said, "Whether I profit or not doesn't matter. I just don't want to be overshadowed by the sophomore director from Magic City for 3 years straight." Magic City and Kyoto Ability Academy had always been rivals, and the championship of the 100 Schools League was the key battleground between them. Last year, the freshman team he led lost the competition. This year, he was promoted to lead the sophomore team, only to hear that Magic City SS level fire student had advanced to SS level. This year, they were likely to lose again. If all 3 grades of Kyoto Ability Academy lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem was, only the grade he led lost. Not only would he be ridiculed by people from Magic City, but he'd also become the most embarrassed among the directors of Kyoto Ability Academy's grades. He cared about his reputation too. He couldn't let the other side overshadow him for 3 years straight. Don't worry, Chu Director. Since you've shown such sincerity, I'll make sure you hold your head high in front of them this year. So what if the other side has an SS level fire ability? Su Chun can have one too. Tomorrow's wilderness expedition will be the moment he advances to SS level ability. Good kid, I've been waiting for you to say that. I'll compile the list right now. In no time, he quickly compiled the 30-person list for the secret realm confrontation between the two schools. Then, he called out, "Qianming, Qianming." Shortly after, Qianming hurried over. Chu Xiangyang handed over the list and said, "Qianming, this is the sophomore team's list for this secret realm confrontation." Qianming was stunned for a while before reaching out to take the list, his eyes full of surprise. "Su Chun, I didn't expect we'd actually end up in the same grade." With Su Chun's rocket-like growth speed, wouldn't he turned the sophomore year upside down and dominate it completely? But just as he thought this, he shook his head, feeling something was off. In the second year of Magic City University, they have an SS-level fire ability powerhouse holding the fort. Unless Su Chun's ability can also reach SS level, it would be nearly impossible to truly suppress the geniuses of Magic City University. But how could such a thing happen? Could Su Chun's ability suddenly break through to SS level? That would be pure fantasy. What's wrong with one more year? It's just a few more opponents, Su Chun said calmly. Qianming was speechless upon hearing this. A few more opponents? This was clearly adding a supreme figure who could dominate everything. Brother Su Chun, let's talk next time. Qianming forced a smile and then turned to Chu Xiangyang. Director Chu, I'll take the list back first. 6 days later, we look forward to the second-year students of Kyoto Ability Academy arriving at our Magic City Ability Academy on time. Yes, we will be there on time. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly. The weak follow the rules of the strong. Last year, whoever won decided the location of this year's competition. Because of this, Kyoto Ability Academy had to go to Magic City Ability Academy. After exchanging a few more polite words, Qianming turned and left Kyoto Ability Academy. Su Chun, do you have confidence in this secret realm competition? Chu Xiangyang squinted slightly. A tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Chu Xiangyang's eyes were full of doubt. This didn't match Su Chin's usual domineering style. Just a tiny bit. Seeing his response, Chu Xiangyang didn't press further. Thinking it over, it made sense. After all, Magic City Ability Academy had an SS-level prodigy. Just do your best. I have other matters to attend to. You can chat with Dean Chu. Chu Xiangyang said, waving his hand before turning to leave. Su Chen looked at Chu Zining, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, Teacher Chu, you're still the director of the second-year Dark Department? Chu Zining nodded lightly, revealing a faint smile. You're right. Surprised? And for this competition between the two schools, Director Chu and I will be leading the team. Su Chen remained calm, his expression unchanging. Not really surprised. I think it's good. Saves me the trouble of getting to know new people. Who knows if new people would be good or bad? For now, Chu Zining seemed like a competent department head. As long as you remember my good points. Go on. See you in 6 days, Chu Zining said with a light smile, waving her hand. The two exchanged a few more words before turning and leaving the arena. That day, the news of Su Chen successfully skipping a grade and defeating Mu Schwerer spread like wildfire, once again dominating the Kyoto Ability Academy forum. A god remains a god. Night fell, and the city was bathed in dazzling lights. The Peak Hotel appeared particularly luxurious under the night sky, its golden sign gleaming under the lights. Brother Su Chen, what brings you to my hotel to relax today? Need me to arrange a few young and beautiful? Li Fugui's face was full of smiles. That won't be necessary. I'm here for an appointment today. Li Fugui looked puzzled, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. An appointment? Well, also, Boss Li, regarding the matter of top-tier bloodline beasts, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Having already dismantled the Beast-Taming Alliance, how could he possibly find them top-tier bloodline beasts? That's fine, Brother Su Chen. Just do as you please. Li Fugui naturally knew about Su Chen causing chaos for the Beast-Taming Alliance, and now the Kyoto Beast-Taming Alliance had already split up. All right, Boss Li, I'll head up first. Sure. I won't disturb you, Brother Su Chen, Li Fugui said with a smile. Su Chen nodded, walked into the Peak Hotel, took the elevator, and soon arrived on the 10th floor. He walked slowly along the corridor to the balcony, where he saw that the entire open-air balcony had only one person, Li Qingqing. She was dressed in a purple bodycon dress, her figure graceful, holding a glass of red wine by the railing. Under the soft lighting, she exuded an even more mature and enchanting aura. You're here. Li Qingqing heard the footsteps, turned around slowly, gently swirling her wine glass, with a faint, elusive smile on her face. I'm here. Just say what you need to say. What's the rush? I'm not a monster. Li Qingqing lightly teased, picked up a wine glass nearby, and walked forward. Here, have a taste. Su Chen took the glass, sipped lightly. Is that enough? A trace of boredom flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes, and a hint of grievance appeared in her gaze. What? Do you really have no interest in me at all? She felt a bit disappointed. It was said that men are naturally drawn to beauty, and it's normal to take a few extra glances at a beautiful woman. But when it came to Su Chen, this logic just didn't seem to apply. Su Chen shook his head. We've only met 3 times. How could I have any feelings? Of course, the main reason was that Su Chen's mind was entirely focused on advancing to SS-level abilities tomorrow. Women? Compared to advancing his abilities, they were utterly insignificant. That does make sense, handsome. Sis, let's get to the point. What trouble are you in? Li Qingqing's eyes dimmed slightly, a trace of sadness in her gaze. What if I told you I have to marry a 100-year-old man? Would you believe me? Su Chen was stunned for a few seconds, his face full of surprise. What? Marry a 100-year-old man? Yes, it's a bit complicated. How about this? I'll give you two choices. First, spend the night with me today. Second, accompany me to the Lee family in half a month to help me out of this predicament. As a reward, after the 100 schools tournament, at the once-in-a-decade auction, I can get you anything you want. Hearing this, Su Chen fell into thought. The first option was a guaranteed win. Spending a night with a stunning beauty there's no way to lose. As for the second option, accompanying Li Qingqing to the Li family wasn't a big deal, and the reward was any item from the once-in-a-decade auction. That was quite tempting. The second option. Li Qingqing let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on her face, but a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She was relieved because Su Chen chose the second option, but disappointed because he had so decisively rejected the invitation of a beautiful woman. She pulled her thoughts back, her face once again showing a radiant smile. All right, maybe you'll gain both love and fortune then. That depends on fate. Su Chen's expression carried a hint of casualness. When it comes to relationships between men and women, everything should follow its natural course. Li Qingqing gently raised her wine glass, her lips slightly curved. Fate, huh? Cheers to that. Clink. The crisp sound of glasses clinking echoed. The two tilted their heads back and drank it all in one go, the liquid sliding down their throats, bringing a slight burning sensation. Li Qingqing's fair cheeks flushed faintly. Thank you for helping me. It's nothing. I just don't want you to marry some 100-year-old man. Just thinking about that scenario made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The main thing was mutual benefit. As for why Li Qingqing had to marry a 100-year-old man, he guessed she must have some unspeakable reason. Perhaps when he visits the Li family in half a month, all the mysteries will be unraveled. TCH, I thought you wouldn't care about beauty and charm. Li Qingqing lightly pouted, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. Su Chen's previous behavior was like that of a clueless titanium alloy straight man. Who wouldn't care about beauty and charm? It's just that I haven't reached the level where I'd be willing for you. Sweet words are easy to say, but if someone falls for everyone they meet, that's just being overly sentimental. Is it my fault then, handsome? I'll try to make you care about me, fall in love with me. Li Qingqing blinked her big, watery eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen unconsciously swallowed. He had to admit, every move Li Qingqing made exuded a fatal attraction. Anything else? Su Chen turned his face away. Nope. Handsome, are you really willing to leave me here all alone? Li Qingqing tilted her head slightly. She secretly felt proud of Su Chen's obvious reaction of swallowing just now. This meant he was moved. Very willing. Can't touch, can't hold. Su Chen teased deliberately. Li Qingqing's lips curved into a seductive smile as she stepped forward and gently held Su Chen's hand. Want to feel my heart? Su Chen was slightly stunned. Was this what she meant by feeling her heart? Sure, since she initiated the provocation, he might as well play along. He reached out his hand, ready to touch her chest. Li Qingqing saw this, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She quickly raised her hand to block his, "Don't." Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Tisk, outwardly seductive, but inwardly still a shy little girl. Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed even deeper, and she whispered, "It's not the right time yet. TCH. All right, I should head back now." Su Chen gently withdrew his hand, stretched lazily, and walked towards the room, ready to go back to sleep. Li Qingqing pursed her red lips and looked up. I hope you can help me get out of this predicament. Magic City Academy. What? That Su Chen successfully skipped a grade. Yang Tao, the sophomore director of Magic City Ability Academy, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qian Ming quickly nodded, his expression serious. Yes, director. And he also participated in this year's inter-school secret realm competition. Yang Tao turned his gaze to the boy meditating nearby and asked in a deep voice, Shenyang, how do you feel? Shenyang slowly opened his eyes. An S-level ability is nothing to fear. My SS-level fire ability will speak for itself. The power gap between S-level elemental abilities and SS-level elemental abilities is immense, not to mention the unique trait that comes with SS-level elemental abilities. In his view, Su Chen's S-level ability was utterly insignificant. Ha ha ha. as expected of a student from our Magic City Academy. Yang Tao laughed heartily, his face full of pride. He didn't pay much attention to Su Chen's leap in rank or his participation. No matter how strong Su Chen was, it wouldn't change the fact that he only had an S-level ability. In this secret realm confrontation, Magic City Academy would still emerge victorious, and the upcoming 100 Schools tournament would be no different. Even if Su Chen's rank surpassed Xinyang's in the future, that would be a matter for the future. Teacher, which secret realm should we choose this time? Qian Ming asked curiously. Yang Tao took out a detailed map of secret realm distributions and handed it to Xinyang. Take a look. Xinyang accepted the map and carefully scanned it. Finally, his finger stopped at a dark element secret realm, where the highest beast rank was level 4, stage 1. This one, it'll be a good opportunity to give that so-called prodigy a reality check. Rumor had it that there was a dark element treasure tree in this secret realm. He planned to snatch it right in front of Su Chen to show him that no matter how skilled he was, the gap in ability levels was insurmountable. Yang Tao saw Xinyang's clearly targeted choice and did not object. After all, Kyoto Ability Academy lost last year's competition, so the choice of Secret Realm was in their hands. All right, focus on your training. Leave the rest to us. Yang Tao patted Xinyang's shoulder. Xinyang nodded, closed his eyes, activated his cultivation technique, and began to fully push toward the level 3, stage 9 rank. The next day, Blood Barbarian Bull Cave, 3rd layer. Kill. Gain kill. Gain kill. Gain. A series of kill point notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind like a beautiful symphony, lifting his spirits. This time, he had meticulously prepared 5 days' worth of recovery potions and other supplies, all to wreak havoc in this cave and dominate the battlefield. While he was frantically hunting Blood Barbarian Bulls, a group of Blood Barbarian Bulls on the upper layer was gathering with puzzled expressions. It's been days now, why hasn't Su Chen shown up? The elite Blood Barbarian Bull, Lu Tian, frowned, confusion evident in its eyes. Ever since Su Chen was placed on their Blood Barbarian Bull clan's kill list, it had led dozens of its kin from the 3rd layer to the 2nd layer, waiting day and night to ambush Su Chen and claim the generous reward. Those on the kill list were never easy to deal with. In the past, almost none of the listed individuals had appeared in their cave. Of course, Su Chen was an exception. Moreover, hunting Su Chen would yield abundant resources, making it impossible for them to resist the temptation. But waiting for several days, there was still no sign of Su Chen. Boss, something's wrong. Su Chen has gone to the 3rd level. A Blood Barbarian Bull rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Lu Tian was slightly stunned. He went to the 3rd level. It had always assumed that Su Chen's strength was only sufficient for hunting on the 2nd level, which was why it had been waiting there. Now, being told that Su Chen had gone to the 3rd level left it somewhat incredulous. Could it be that, in such a short time, Su Chen's strength had already grown to the 3rd tier? Yes, boss, our clansmen on the 3rd level are being slaughtered, wailing everywhere. What level is he at? According to the clansman, 3rd tier, 4th stage, the Blood Barbarian Bull replied. Lu Tian was shocked. It hadn't expected Su Chen's growth to be so rapid. It originally thought he was only at the 2nd tier, but now he had already reached the 3rd tier, 4th stage. Boss, should we notify the 5th tier and above experts to kill Su Chen? A Blood Barbarian Bull suggested. Lu Tian shook its head. No. If we notify them, the bounty reward won't be ours. Then what should we do, boss? We can't just let him keep hunting, can we? Lu Tian frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. I'll go find my elder brother. With his 3rd tier, 9th stage strength, plus me and the dozens of legions behind us, it will be enough to kill Su Chen. In its view, no matter how strong a 3rd tier, 4th stage was, it was impossible to surpass 5 stages and kill them. Moreover, they had a group of 3rd tier clansmen, which should be more than enough to deal with Su Chen. Boss, brilliant. This way, not only can we claim the bounty reward, but we can also kill Su Chen. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A sinister grin of pride appeared on Lu Tian's face, his eyes gleaming with greed. Go and keep a close watch on him for me. I'll go notify my elder brother and gather some skilled clansmen. We'll go meet Su Chen and take his life. Yes, boss. 5 days later. Die. As the Blood Barbarian Bull fell heavily to the ground, Su Chun looked at the system panel displaying the astonishing kill points, and a surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. 182,000 kill points, a total of over 180,000 kill points. What he had been longing for day and night was today, to spend all these kill points in one go. Su Chun took a deep breath. System. Upgrade my S rank ability to SS rank. Consume 100,000 kill points. Upgrading S rank ability Shadow Monarch to SS rank in progress. As soon as the system notification sounded, the blood-red sky of the demon lair, filled with a stench of blood, was swallowed by an endless night, and miraculously, a full moon appeared. The dense darkness was like a dormant giant beast, opening its bloody maw and enveloping everything within. The throne symbolizing darkness and power slowly emerged once again in the shadows. Not only was the demon lair shrouded in this eerie night, but even Kyoto, where the blazing sun had been hanging high, suddenly lost all sunlight, and the entire city was plunged into an unexpected darkness. What is going on? Why did it suddenly go dark? Could it be a solar eclipse? Yay, it's dark now, so I don't have to go to school. Time to go home and play games. Could this be another anomaly? Why are there so many anomalies this year? The entire capital instantly plunged into chaos and confusion, with people looking at each other, their eyes filled with fear and bewilderment. This sudden darkness, like a massive enigma, left everyone uneasy. Inside the military camp, Hua Zhanyong gazed at the sky that had suddenly turned black, his eyes sharp, and a guess already forming in his mind. In this world, there was only one possibility that could cause such an event and anomaly. Zhanyong, what do you think is happening? The commander of the war zone, Zhu Yi, asked in a deep voice. It should be an anomaly. Zhu Yi nodded slightly. Then who do you think caused this anomaly? Hua Zhanyong was momentarily at a loss. This is unclear for now. There's no specific direction. Zhu Yi looked into the distance. The source of this anomaly lies within the demon cave beneath our feet. Shall we go and take a look? Yes, I was thinking the same. Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave, 10th level. The sky. Why has it turned black? The Blood Barbarian Bull King Tu Kuang frowned deeply. As the strongest being in the demon cave, this sudden darkness was no coincidence. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, and an intuition told him that this was caused by humans within his territory. Someone, follow me to the upper levels of the demon cave to see who dares to cause trouble in my domain. If the intruder was weak, he would crush them on the spot. If it was a strong opponent, he could only choose to retreat temporarily and wait for the right moment to act. This anomaly, like a raging storm, lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. As the darkness receded, the long-lost sun finally rose again from the horizon, casting its warm rays. At the same time, the system notification sounded appropriately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the S-level ability Shadow Monarch to SS-level ability Eternal Night Monarch. SS-level Eternal Night Monarch. With a single thought, Eternal Night descends trait. Corrosion. Dark elements can slowly corrode the opponent's wounds, breaking their defenses. Trait. Eternal Night. With a single thought, Eternal Night descends. During Eternal Night, summoned creatures receive a 100% boost in power and speed. The range and duration of Eternal Night expand as the realm advances. Su Chun looked at the detailed description of the SS-level ability Eternal Night Monarch, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This SS-level ability was simply perfect for him. Firstly, it could greatly enhance the combat power of his summoned army, multiplying their strength. Secondly, it perfectly complemented Tuan's amplification skill Moonlight Power. Moonlight Power required nighttime to continuously draw energy from the moon. Now, with the Eternal Night Monarch ability, he could create Eternal Night with a single thought, perfectly compensating for Moonlight Power's daytime gap. Awesome! Of course, the upgrade to SS-level Dark ability also brought a qualitative leap in its power. Next, Su Chan turned his gaze to Trait, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. System, was Trait already there before? Ding! Yes, host. Since the host was either killing enemies instantly or on the way to doing so, it didn't manifest. But rest assured, host, This erosion trait has been greatly enhanced this time. Hearing the system's response, Su Chen couldn't help but feel amused. So it was his fault for killing too quickly? Well, having it is better than not, and when he encounters those tough-skinned enemies in the future, he can test the power of this trait. After upgrading his abilities, Su Chen turned his attention to the remaining 80,000 plus slaughter points. In this world of survival of the fittest, cultivation levels are always the most important. System, upgrade my cultivation by 2 levels first. Consumes 40,000 slaughter points. Cultivation level upgraded to Tier 3, Level 6 instantly. The dark elements within a few kilometers began to stir wildly. They surged like raging waves, converging towards Su Chen and injecting him with immense power. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. He then asked, System, how many slaughter points are needed to upgrade 1,000 troops and horses to minor mastery? Requires 40,000 slaughter points. Hearing this number, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Minor mastery requires 40,000 slaughter points. But he gritted his teeth. No pain, no gain. An 8th tier combat skill must have immense utility, and spending these slaughter points is worth it. Upgrade it for me. Consumes 40,000 slaughter points. 1,000 troops and horses upgraded to minor mastery. As the system notification sounded, all the detailed information about 1,000 troops and horses flooded into Su Chen's mind like a tide. Originally, he could only summon 1 commander of the same level, but now he could summon 2 commanders of the same level, each leading an army of thousands. Not bad, not bad. I can't even imagine how powerful 1,000 troops and horses will be when upgraded to the true intent realm. Looking at the remaining 1,000 slaughter points, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He had just enjoyed a few moments of satisfaction, and now the slaughter points were almost depleted again. If only those blood barbarian bulls could gather together obediently and deliver themselves to him for slaughter, that would be perfect. But alas, how could such good fortune exist in this world? Just as Su Chen was sighing, suddenly, the entire ground began to shake violently. Startled, he looked up and saw a dense mass of figures in the distance. A herd of blood barbarian bulls was charging toward him. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw that the leading blood barbarian bull was exceptionally strong. At Tier 3, Level 9, a flash of joy appeared in Su Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? There's actually such a lucky break." Looking at the herd of at least 100 blood barbarian bulls, if he could kill them all, he would gain at least tens of thousands of slaughter points. Thank you, Blood Barbarian Bull Boss, for delivering the slaughter points.